Live. Now let's check if the live stream has coordinated. Okay. And we will check with everyone. And then what I'll do is, okay, I'll get the hyperlink up while Peter Moon and I speak. I remind everyone to let us know how our audio is. Let us know the technical quality of our audio, whether you can hear myself and Peter Moon. Right now, of course, it's best to remind everyone to hit that upvote, because as soon as we start transmission, we are assailed by downvotes that come from the enemy. And the enemy deploys, via their information technology, quote-unquote expert, Autobots that YouTube ultimately filters out, but it takes hours to do that. And in the interim, the entire point of the exercise is to prevent us from appearing on searches, because YouTube operates on a popularity aggregate. So the more downvotes you have, the more you're prevented from appearing on searches. So we definitely need your upvotes from every IP address that you've got. Understand the enemy fights dirty and nice guys finish last. So if you play nice guy while the enemy fights dirty, you're going to lose. So you have to hit an upvote from your PC, your cell phone, your tablet, laptop, whatever you've got, and that will bring us back into the search, which puts us back in the game. And it's your war. You've got to fight it. So in the end, it's up to you. And that includes spreading the word about Douglas Dietrich, of course, the most suppressed individual on Earth. And, of course, the second most suppressed individual on Earth, Peter Moon, is now joining us and has been with us, actually, providing messages to a friend of both of ours. And he's been through a lot, but he'll share whatever he's willing to share. He's got to prepare, of course, towards leaving the United States at the end of the month for a little while. And it's going to be quite the adventure. And, okay. Sammy Romero says, sound is loud and clear. God bless you, Sammy Romero.
Okay. Sammy, let me know if it's loud and clear for me too, please. Thank you for letting us know on Douglas.
Yes.
Can he hear me?
Yeah. So if you can hear Peter, Sammy, let us know. Bless you. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate that feedback.
Well, we've got some, we're attracting the audience. It's happening pretty fast tonight. It's great. Great.
Yes. There we are. T-Tankberry says, good evening from Mendocino County. Loud and clear. Tolkien Study, which is our dear friend Brandon Young, says, hello, I hear Douglas fine. Dawn Maria Beck says, I made it in time for a live stream. Yes, you did, honey, and we love you for it.
Hello, Dawn.
Yeah.
Hello.
And
Hello.
Sammy Romero says Peter is fine too. He says Peter's good as well. Good.
Great. Thank you, Sammy.
Yeah. All right.
That's great. And I'm going to, as I told her, publicly wish Marina Sarin a happy birthday today.
Wonderful.
I believe she's 22 years old.
23, I believe.
Well.
Either way.
She's young. She's young. And, she said that she's being attacked by the UFO community. Surprise, surprise. Because they don't understand World War II. And I told her, that's one thing we have in common.
Yes.
UFO community is, it's kind of sad to think of people that just sit around and attack.
Yeah.
And of course, this person I was quoting, it was not, I gave the Japanese name, I forget what his name,
I
remember
forget. No, of course not. It was, we were speaking about somebody involved with, I can't even remember what we were talking about.
Involved with being a troll, and worse than a troll.
Oh, a gang stalker. Gang stalker.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, and of course, it's interesting, I'll just fill with this. I want, Gomasu, what is it?
He was taken off on Ohayo gozaimasu, like good morning, or thank you, arigato gozaimasu. So his name was essentially gozaimasu with a little twist to it.
Well, see, that was not the guy who was the gang stalker. That's the guy who hosts the channel.
Okay.
And this had to be I had to disambiguate it from the person who sent it to me. Patricia, thank you. But the guy, Mr. Pardon my memory. And he, I wish I could remember his name, but the thing is, he's not the guy who was the gang stalker. The guy was talking about how the MEMqədRIAL language is the whole original language that was common to mankind. It was based on energy, and it was, I guess, what you call the true Babylonian language. He said that the MEMqədRIAL language has millions of words. They don't repeat words, like they don't have homonyms.
That's
so
right.
you know, and that it was all representative of energy, and then it got adulterated into earlier forms of Aramaic or whatever, and found its way into the Bible and the Kabbalah, and he's delineating the Kabbalah as an instrument of obfuscation as opposed to energy. I think his presentation is his theory he's presenting very consistently, but I think he would be thrown out of a university, not because of his data is incorrect, because of the way he presents it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm listening to him for 15, 20 minutes, and he's just telling me a theory.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that the theory's wrong, but you have to do a much better job of delivering the theory to where it's actually convincing. Maybe he does by the end of it, but his presentation is like, man, he'd have to get knocked upside the head if he was trying to do a thesis, let alone a PhD. Mm-hmm. At least in the way he verbally presents it, because it's like he knows it, but it doesn't convince you. He knows it. Like it's like telling somebody, you know everything there is to know about Qigong, and you start pounding your chest, but you haven't really told the people anything they can do. You just tell how much you know. Right. And you start making, drawing the meridians and the regulatory channels of the body. It's like you're bragging, mm-hmm. Instead of delivering useful information. And I'm not saying he's wrong, but I was listening to him for a while. And maybe in the MEMqədRIAL language is certainly full of mysteries, because it unites the East and the West, all the way from Finland to, Western or Eastern China. So it is an interesting topic. But so much for that, the gang stalking. Mm-hmm. I've been working on our book. I'm just got into the point where you're going through the woman. Okay. I forget her number. But
it was an incorrect number anyway. Like I said, it was a false number just to make it look like I was fucking truly an infant. But it's something, of course, that we'll go over privately. Yeah. I'm not quite sure I want to go.
It's not important to designate her name right now, other than that I was there. I'm just about to get to the point where she shows you the device on the back of her neck. And it's interesting. It brought up one question I wanted to ask you, and of course it's fine to ask it publicly. But you state that when she said that she knew you were a vampire, at that point, you said that's where you knew that Aquino had to have been the one who told her, and you knew Aquino was involved. Well, my memories, and you've given many transmission of that, you didn't really have a relationship with Aquino then. You'd only seen him at the PX, but you must have had some knowledge of him, or unless you're mixing up your time sequences. So did you, when you had this realization that she knew you were a vampire, and did that realization come about Aquino telling her much later, or right at the time?
No, it was right at the time because even though I had only seen Aquino around the base, and it was much more than just at the PX, it was the PX that was the most memorable incident because he was with Lilith, and my father actually upset them both. They felt that my father was attacking them when my father was going off on something else. We were in line behind them, and my father was just going off on something that had irritated him. He was agitated and irate about any number of things. And then what happened was, while he was swearing, cussing up a storm, they thought he was attacking them, and they got defensive, were moving away. And the reason why is, of course, they were cognizant of the fact that they were a hated couple of people that had a lot of hostility that was arrayed against them. That was already the case, and because of the way they presented themselves, the way they comported themselves alone, let alone their behavior. So when it came to otherwise, when we saw him around the base, my father essentially did warn me about him. Not in the sense that my father knew much about him, but just said that there were rumors that he was a dangerous individual. When later on, of course, my family found out I was working with him in essentially an official capacity, they weren't particularly alarmed because they thought it would be a professional environment. Well, little did they know. They had no idea just how unprofessional a so-called professional environment could be. So he was already the focus of rumors when I was like, which school was it? Star King stands out because Star King was a very strange school. It was the one that I was bused to. So the year that we had daylight savings basically extended to all year round. The time they experimented with daylight savings going all year round, then I was going to school in the dark. So it might have been Star King, or it might have been Sherman School. I'm trying to remember because there was just a real piece of shit, white trash piece of shit named Victor Portia, who for a while prided himself on being the boyfriend of a young girl whose name I don't remember, but she was reputed, quote unquote, just had a reputation for being rather loose. I'm not trying to defame her or slander her, but she was a child of the chaplain at the Presidio military base, Christian chaplain. And when I was in Letterman, in one of my other stops besides the bleeding duodenal ulcer stop, because I was constantly exposed to diseases growing up in the tenderloin, like streptococcus, which was a lethal disease in many people, and in my case was manifesting in just horrifically. When I got strep throat or streptococcus, it was burning right through me in such a way that I was simply wiped out. And people at school, this is the horror of it. The staff was accusing me of pretending. And so I'm literally vomiting blood and profusely. And they're telling me how I'm just doing all this to myself for whatever insane reason they would project onto me. So I knew that at Letterman Hospital I would often see her, and that stood out. I couldn't understand, why did I keep seeing this girl hospitalized? When I was hospitalized, the few times that I got hospitalized outside of the ulcer where I was isolated because of their experiment, then I was seeing this girl hospitalized as well. So she must have been hospitalized often. Now, her chaplain father seemed to be one of the nicest guys in the world. He was visiting her, and she wasn't scared of him. She was certainly glad when she saw me. I believe it was at Marina that I knew her, Marina Junior High School. So I think when I'm focusing back on, which means I was about the 14 years of age zone as well. But I probably saw her a few times before then because I knew her from the Presidio. So when it came to her, she told me, attacked by Aquino several times. So I didn't know, whenever I tried to ask anyone else about this, staff at the hospital, they would just say, oh, she's just crazy and she's making that up to attack a good man. She just wants attention. And that's why she's here. We have to treat her because she's crazy. And so that I already had this impression of him. But I was assured by all the adults that it was her who was at fault. And they would push that, she's a slut. She's a whore and a tart, right? And it just, so this was like part of that's how I knew about it. If that makes any sense. Do you understand?
It makes a lot of sense, and I thank you. Z, I didn't know that you kind of had a beat on him. Yeah. And that tells me you did have a beat on him. And it was very easy for you to put two and two together at that point.
Yes.
But all I remembered was you just knowing him at, from the PX. And it's interesting that, at least Lilith does, and has a habit of overreacting to what she thinks are threats. We've experienced that ourselves.
Yes.
When I was going to discuss Lilith, the first wife of Adam, she thought it was her.
Yes, that's true.
Weren't even interested in discussing her.
Yes, that's true.
And in fact, it led to the prospect that although Aquino was exonerated, for his crimes, she wasn't.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. So she could still be potentially guilty, but she'll be arrested on the day Hunter Biden goes to jail.
Yeah. Yes, I don't understand why she's even concerned. It's amazing to me how defensive or concerned she is, but it's it's hard to perceive the mind of a criminal. I guess they live in constant fear of getting caught. So she's gotten away with so much. She probably feels her karmic comeuppance is due, and so there's the context there. But thank you. Okay.
It's an excellent point. So that was, as I say, one question I had, and now you've answered that. It's interesting, these people patrolling around, with their ominous presence. And it's almost like they used the fact that they were different, and they, exploited that.
Yes.
Oh, look, we're different. We wear funny eyebrows. We got a widow's peak.
Yes. Yes.
Therefore, we're being discriminated against.
Yes.
And the real problem is they're not discriminated upon enough.
Yes.
Because they weren't, well, Aquino's dead, but they weren't a lot of policing and supervision because of the extreme danger they have wreaked upon, children and people in general.
That's right. And just so people understand, it's I always feel kind of self-conscious myself about the young lady in question who did spend so much time with me at the hospital when it comes to my stay due to the blood transfusion, the bleeding duodenal ulcer originally as it was rationalized. But her categorization or her category number was Class B FemJuve, as in Class B, not just pure sex doll, but someone sent on assignments that was supposedly given a bit more leeway and independence, which was why she had the chip. If someone were kept simply as a sex doll, they didn't need to be chipped because they were a prisoner at all times, effectively. But because she was Class B, then she was chipped. But FemJuve was the other part of the acronym for female juvenile. But her year and month were all wrong. It was 879. And even though she refused to speak about the jarring nature of how that clashed with her actual age, The reality was that they were trying to make me look like a child fucker at a very young age. So this was, like I said, an initiation to the in crowd, of which Aquino was already inducting me into, through, of course, the services of Dr. John Henry Hagman, who, for those of you who refuse to believe that this individual is real, the incredible thing about it is that, as Peter Moon can attest to, the evidence is out there that he was obviously training other doctors. That his entire point was that he was a doctor who trained doctors. That was essentially his professional MOS, his military operational specialty. So one of the points to bring up, and this is important, is that the gang stalker known as Stephen Outram writes about him at great length, Dr. John Henry Hagman, defending him and claiming he was never at the Presidio military base. But since the Presidio military base is where they trained 24% of all Army doctors at the very least, in other words, 24% of all Army doctors got the overwhelming majority of their training at the Letterman Army Medical Center, the idea that he would not be affiliated with the Presidio military base at some point in time due to his training all over the United States with various Army encampments or bases, forts. Most every base in the West Coast is named after a fort, or the 17 Western frontier states, because they used to be Indian forts, quote unquote, or forts for the cavalry to hold out against the native population. But the fact that Stephen Outram goes to such great and painful lengths to try and claim that John Henry Hagman was never at Letterman Army Medical Center shows you how insanely committed these people are to just trying to obfuscate or deny everything I expose.
And it's very miscalculating too, and that's why he's not on Wikipedia. But it's so miscalculating because it doesn't, they can't really establish that. They really can't.
Thank you.
They can't lie their way out of that one.
Yeah.
No matter how hard they try, they can't scrub the fact that he's been there. Yeah. They can try, but it's kind of like saying Donald Trump was never in the White House. It's not quite that, but it's, it just doesn't work. So it's like, you should choose your battles wisely. And I think it's very hard for them to choose their battles wisely because most of their battles are, exposable. And I want to say something about people in general, like with the stuff that went on in the Presidio, and it's the word outrage.
Thank you.
People are outraged. They're outraged. Many people were outraged by Donald Trump more out of his behavior than his policies. Some were definitely offended by his policies, but it seemed to me most of the outrage was because of his behavior, and his, just outrageous, stupid things he would say or do. And I think the most stupid thing Trump ever did publicly was not only to declare these young kids that were accused of, he put like $1 million, I think, reward for these kids that had were assumed and found guilty, but they were innocent of the Central Park, of attacking the Central Park jogger and killing her.
Right.
They were later with DNA found to be innocent. In fact, one of them is now running for, it's Congress, or maybe but Trump has never apologized for that.
Right.
And it makes him a very suspect character when it comes to the black community.
Yes.
Not all the black people hate him because they like his policies, many of them, but certainly, showing just a rank insensitivity. If you read the press, they certainly did appear to be guilty, but then, it's the press. a bunch of kids out wilding, dead jogger. Well, round up the usual suspects.
Yes, and
I think, so anyway, but that's Donald Trump. But then again, people are outraged at Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. I saw Hunter Biden's attorney on TV today.
well,
Oh boy, is he outraged? Outrageous. What a shill. He was on the January 6th committee. I mean, he's so prejudiced, it's not funny. And he was so silver-tongued with his bullshit. It was obvious. It's like, okay. These are it's outrageous behavior, to get in front of, like, who is it? Bruce Curtis, the lawyer who used to defend John Gotti.
right.
He'd just get up there and, John Gotti is a, pillar of society. And he was eventually disbarred because somebody had recorded him, or he showed up on government wiretaps of him being in on mob errands.
Right.
In other words, he was so close to the mob because he was a counselor, he kind of ingratiated himself into their counsel, which was a mistake on his part. And because he was privy to it, he was declared, he was disbarred.
Yeah.
Anyway, but he was an outrageous person. But I'm looking at the etymology.
Mm-hmm.
It goes back to outrage, 1300. 1300 is before we really had the English language. It says evil deed, offense, crime, affront, indignity, act not within established or reasonable limits, and it's referring to reasonable limits of food, drink, dress, speech, etc. From the Old French outrage, I guess that's how you say it. Harm, damage, insult, criminal behavior, presumption, insolence, overweening. Earlier, outrage, 11th century, from vulgar Latin, utricum, excess. Latin, ultra, beyond. Okay, so it's like passing beyond reasonable bounds, going beyond boundaries, injuries to feelings and principles. Now, we have a lot of this that goes on when you watch the news. Right now we have outrage behavior with people, stealing from stores, shooting up 7-Elevens, shootings going on. But outrage, it's okay to be outraged and to speak your voice. It does help things because this is what, the word crime has to do with crying out when you've been violated. And of course, there's a long history of crime in humanity. People violating other people. Yes. This is as old as humanity as we know. Somebody taking advantage of somebody or somebody desperate. So all this stuff we're talking about is it's okay to be outraged by it. The problem is a lot of stuff that goes down is there's no people are unmoved by it. They're unmoved by the fact that the politicians lie and that they take one side or another. And they, root for the Republicans or root for the Democrats, as if either side was there to save you. The only reason they will move to save you is for to sustain their own political power. I mean, they might care if you get helped. They might think that's good, but they're basically in it for their own political power. And it's, we've all been disgusted by, Dick Cheney and the Bush administration. And although I've never a fan of Obama, he wasn't anywhere near as egregious as George Bush or Dick Cheney, because he could behave with, with a little bit of, I guess what you'd say, intelligence. Mm-hmm. But anyway, now
Oh, let me get you this hyperlink so that you can put this on your timeline. This will take people directly to the transmission. So there we are.
Okay, there it is. Okay, I'm gonna put that there now.
Bless you.
And I haven't been very active on Facebook.
Understandable. I mean, Jesus, with all the so-called community standards they're applying everywhere on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, it's one wonders why one bothers to go on social media at all or any venues. It becomes almost like a forlorn point.
Indeed. Now, where I want to go now is I want to address some listener questions.
Yes.
And I have a lot of questions that I can dig up.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the most recent one. And it's from one of my friends who's contributed, sizable amounts to you in the past.
Yeah.
So I feel that because he's done that, we have a, reason, if not a, reason to address his questions.
Right.
These aren't questions I would ever address. Not that they're not issues. But I also want to preface this by saying, in my opinion, people are too either interested or concerned about Douglas's positions on politics or issues. And because, I think the only valid reason for that is they might want to, if they don't agree with the issue, they might want to find out more about it because they respect his intelligence. But I'm personally not really concerned about Douglas's position on certain issues because I'm mining data that I find highly relevant and much more core than those issues. Those issues may be a reflection of the core, but if I were to go into certain stuff like we're going to discuss in a minute, it would distract me. And perhaps because I don't feel that these issues that people are concerned about his positions are issues I have to worry about, or at least, anyway. So that's the preface. But this is what my friend says. He says, can Doug and you discuss current geopolitics as related to the financial reset that is currently taking place, wherein the U.S. currency is no longer the standard, and how it will affect socioeconomics and daily life? As described by documented videos of our government wherein they stated that the reset is to take place on a Friday night. My group of friends tracking this event says it is imminent. Say within the next 1 to 3 months, there will be an overnight shutdown wherein cash will be useless. Your money's not going to be money. Your money's not going to be money. It will be useless. You won't have anything. You won't have anything to eat. There won't be any beans in the grocery store. And you better get some duct tape and plastic in case anthrax is unleashed on the population. Now, many venues, like Madison Square Garden, are not taking cash but making use of a special ATMs that issue digitized cards. That sounds very irritating and would give me reason not to go to Madison Square Garden. Because I don't want to deal with I don't want to deal with some stupid machine. I want to give my ticket to the guy at the turnstile.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not turned on enough by basketball or hockey or boxing to go to Madison Square Garden, which isn't even in Madison Square, by the way, for those of you who do not know. Madison Square Garden was originally in a place called Madison Square. which is, downtown and to the east of Madison Square Garden today, which is built over Pennsylvania Station or Penn Station. So if you take the train in from Long Island to Penn Station, you can go upstairs and you're in Madison Square Garden. So when you get on Long Island Railroad, you see all these people, like on a New York Ranger night, they'll all be wearing New York Ranger jerseys. Anyway, so it's expensive as hell to go to a New York Knicks basketball game and watch them lose. Maybe they're better this year, but
hopefully.
But they're not going anywhere. Anyway, he says, my friend could not pay off his Wells Fargo mortgage with cash. I and others I know are being put through bank interviews on cash withdrawals above $5,000. Now, I question this about, big movements of cash.
Mm-hmm.
I really questioned it from one of my friends, not this friend. I call her my Republican friend.
Right.
And she was just moving stuff for her mother's estate and stuff, who passed away. And it's like, it's true. I asked, other people in the banks, and yeah, people are being raked over the coals for making big transfers in banks. Like, who are you?
That's so lame. Oh my God.
Anyway, he says, none of this is new and has been clearly predicted for many years, but it is here and now with all the new government alliances. I'm hoping it will be discussed. It seems to me more important than disclosing or discussing past events of DD's life, Douglas's life, the Cho, and arguing whether or not ETs and flying saucers from Mars exist. I would definitely agree with the latter. Come on. With all the wisdom between you two guys, you are best equipped to address it and warn us what to expect to do. Yeah, I'm in survivalist mode. Okay, I've heard about the Great Reset for a long time. I've heard about it for a long time, and it seems to me, and Klaus Schwab and all of this stuff, I've never taken it down and studied it, because it's kind of like it's like this long, slow, I'm going to get you. Oh, sorry, man, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you with the Great Reset. Now, that's what I feel is underlying it. And I'm not trying to be dismissive here, because, and I just want you to know the history. It's like, there is a story you've all heard in nursery school called Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. Chicken Little. And this story comes out of old stories of Buddhism, where the Buddha would, put people in their place, And I'm, being creative and paraphrasing the Buddha here. It's like, Buddha, the Chicken Little says that the sky is falling. The sky is falling. The Buddha would say, Chicken Little has been saying that for a very long time. And he'd tell this elaborate story, and at the end, and this is Chicken Little, and that and you were Chicken Little in the past life, and I was the father, the big red rooster, and sent you to room without your porridge, but yeah, so it's like this fear button. Now, to be pragmatic about this, and I want to relay another story, is that one of my friends who used to come to the meetings, and he worked security for the Rothschild. He didn't work for the Rothschilds. He was sent for his security company, and he would go into the Rothschild mansion in Europe and go places. Because these are the people. He was an expert with technical security, and he would, of course, who hires security companies? Very rich people.
Yes.
And on more than one occasion, he went to the home of George Soros in New York, and told me that George was very short, and that when he'd speak to his staff, he'd be up on a platform so he wouldn't appear so short.
That's pathetic.
Oh yeah. And I think his office, he had it was like high up, like a judge's chamber or something, so he wouldn't be so small. But
Oh Lord.
he said that one time he was working on something, and next door there was like a board meeting or in there, and he could hear George Soros's voice, and George Soros didn't know that the security guard or security technician could hear him, but he said George was pounding his fist on the table. Now this got to be 15 years ago, probably more than that, and George is pounding his fist on the table, basically saying we are going to crush the dollar and make the Chinese yuan, the currency, or I mean, he might have even called it the Chinese dollar. I don't know, but he was saying, China is, and China was of course making great strides in the Chinese stocks in the stock market. It was booming, and he's pounding his fist on the table. We must not tell the peasants. We must not tell the peasants about this. So this guy was so concerned about the dollar falling and the Chinese yuan, burgeoning, that he went into some Chinese bank in New York City, and I don't know if he actually did it, but looked at opening an account and putting his money in Chinese currency, or at least some of it.
Wow.
This never happened.
Right.
It never happened. It didn't happen. George was wrong. What George wanted, George didn't get, and he can crash whole countries.
Yes, this is true. Economy,
yes, but he couldn't fundamentally change the currency. Now he's moving. I read that he's turning his, empire over to his son, and this guy, I don't know how many sons he has, but he told me this son was just a complete, nobody. I mean, just shiftless. Now, maybe the kid grew up. Maybe he's not so shiftless. But whatever. So what I'm saying to you is, these guys have been trying to put the screws, and they do pretty good, with this whole healthcare thing. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to use Medicare dentistry anymore because it sucks.
I'm sorry. It's so horrible to laugh at that. I'm sorry, but
I'm going to pay through the nose.
Oh my God.
For my dentist that I trust.
I don't blame you.
Now I've been on, it's because I have a little, dental issue to deal with, and as happens when you get older, and I've got a good friend who's a dentist in Puerto Rico, and she's like counseling me. And I appreciate her.
Thank God for her, and she's also contributed. Just so people know, wonderful human.
Yeah, she's a lovely lady, but in any case, to get back to this, I want to also go back into the 1990s when I would get these emails from Nasara telling me that you could not buy vitamins in Germany. Germany has, canceled out the vitamins, and you can't. And I'd write to somebody I knew in Germany. Can you buy vitamins in Germany? No problem. Like this, just, acting on rumor and stirring people up, and it just gets like a whispering campaign to unstabilize you.
Yes.
Destabilize. Now, I'm going to say something. Now, I'm still understand that people, even though I'm sound like I'm dismissive of this stuff, and I am to a large degree, I want to address the real situation. There is a legitimate threat to the U.S. dollar. And they've been trying this for so long, and now on the news they're saying, all these countries are going off the U.S. dollar. And, what are they going to go to? What are they going to go to? I mean, really think about it. Are they going to go to, and there's a lot of damage being done to the United States in a lot of ways, but what are they going to go to? Are they going to go to the Chinese yuan? The most logical currencies to go to would be the Swiss franc or the Japanese yen.
Thank you.
But do you actually see either one? Can you see people? I don't think they have enough Swiss francs printed to actually be negotiable currency.
Thank you.
With Japanese yen, they probably have enough currency, but you know what? Japan's over in Japan.
Yes.
And if they start using the Japanese currency, it's like protected from. See, all of this currency is Cho currency.
Thank you.
It really is,
Yeah.
because it's Cho people. Like we got Cho Mobile.
Yes.
It's like right in there. They're making Cho crypto.
Yeah.
And so in other words, all of these currency manipulations is all Cho inspired, which goes back to the story of the temple and Christ chasing out the money changers. Because this is what they were doing. They turned it into a currency camp. And so when you see all of this manipulation through currency, this is the Cho. So the Japanese currency is going to be kind of insulated from the Cho, because they're insulated from the Cho. And if they were to put everything on Japanese currency and make Japan the stars of the world, they could never do that, because it would all reflect on everything we've written about in the Roswell deception.
Yes.
It would make the Roswell deception inevitable. It would make it required reading by default, not because they, not even the Japanese would necessarily say that or want that.
Yeah.
But it's like it's just not going to go to the Japanese yen, because they are world beaters economically.
Yes.
The Swiss are kind of, but they're in a closet.
Yes.
The Swiss are in a closet. And although they've been vigorously pursuing criminality in people that had Swiss accounts, I forget. I think it was with, I think I was looking in the Bhutto, the Prime Minister Bhutto, before she died. They were going after her because she had all this, so the Swiss were going after her.
Right.
Because Swiss will go after you if you're guilty of a crime that is a crime in Switzerland.
Yes.
It has to be a Swiss crime. Not that you jaywalked in America. They wouldn't care about that.
or dealt cocaine with the cartels in Colombia.
Well, that might be if that is a crime in Switzerland, they would go after it. But I don't know. So anyway, what I was going to say is the alternative currency, and I'm going to ask a very interesting question here, Douglas. So to you. And it could be very groundbreaking. I suspected this today. So it's actually good that he brought this up. But Bitcoin is created as a alternative. It makes the central banks lose control. They can't control Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies in general. And an astrologer I knew, Montgomery Taylor, passed away a year or two ago. He used to do these lectures every year, and I listened to them on the yearly forecast. He really did a lot of stuff on cryptocurrency. And he said that, and this goes back probably 5-6 years, and he said that the problem with cryptocurrency is that the governments can't control it, and they can't issue their own cryptocurrency, basically because they can't make it hack-proof, meaning they don't know how. Now, Bitcoin, they don't like. Now, Bitcoin went down in price, and the governments were threatening it, and now it's gone back, it's recovered up to $30,000. And this is we're going through with Uranus and Jupiter and Taurus. Taurus is resources currency. That's been upsetting the apple cart here both ways with Bitcoin. And now Jupiter is in Taurus, which is kind of going to expand the currency stuff. But it will also expand the resources that we have. But the Bitcoin is viewed as a revolutionary economic instrument that will take the industrialists, the capitalists, the controllers out of their control positions. And this is basically governments. That's the good news. And as Pluto goes into Capricorn, which it's doing its final hurrah in Capricorn, it's going to weed out all the tyrannical stuff, all the Capricorn, and Capricorn is control governments. So Pluto also represents money. So it's going to do this number on the governments and money. And then that's the good news. The bad news is it gives corporations too much power, such as Square, Jack Dorsey's company, which is, the stock price has crashed, but it's starting to recover. And Facebook, I don't know if they launched their own currency. I think it was called Libra.
I think they were toying with the idea.
They wanted too hard, and then the crypto market crashed. Then they stepped out.
If they had any iota of sanity, yes.
Yeah. So if you invested in Bitcoin or Ethereum back when it first started, you'd still have made out like a bandit. If you invested when it was at its peak, no, you've lost half of your assets.
If not all of them.
Not all of them, unless you sold it. Because I think it went up to 60, almost 70, and then it's down about 30 now. But it crashed down to 18. But the thing is that Bitcoin is a alternate solution. It's an alternate solution. So the governments don't want it. They're trying. They say that they're trying to say, oh, Bitcoin, and so now, but it's going back up because they can't control it. Some financial Wall Street guy is saying, oh yeah, Bitcoin's now the thing. We said it was going to happen. And it's like Jim Cramer on TV. He'll ballyhoo whichever stock is going up. Oh, yeah, Tesla. It's great. And then Tesla crashed. Because it wasn't based upon anything authentic. It was based upon hype.
Yes.
And, if hype is... And I heard two financial people having an argument about stocks in general. And the one was saying, the guy was, like a solid saying guy. And he said, look, you can't... These stocks that are have all these built-in... hype, he says, you can't, I forget which ones he was talking about.
There's so many.
He says, they're not valid. He says, this is you can't do that. And the other commentators, why not? Because if they keep going up and they keep going up, they keep going up. Now, so he was totally willing to disregard financial principles.
Yeah.
Well, the market is not based upon financial principles solely. It's based upon hype and what the market will buy. And we know that people will, what's somebody willing to pay for something? It's driven by hype. The fundamental values are very important. So, in any case, Bitcoin is an instrument that is tradable, and in my opinion, is not likely to go broke. I mean, it may go down. I don't think it's going to be undermined, because it's time for the governments to capitulate to, hey, we can't get away with our control freakism. Putin is a prime example of that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Biden is doing a very good job of control, or whoever's controlling him.
That's more likely. Whoever's controlling Biden is yes.
Yeah, but on the same token, is controlling as he is and suppressing investigations on Hunter, persecuting the hell out of Trump, at least in a legal sense, as best he can. He's not able to do many of the things he wanted to do. He couldn't get the student loans through. He's lost some cases with the Supreme Court on abortion. The whole abortion thing has changed. But in other words, none of these people have supreme control. But this is an era when the dictatorship's losing control. What we have to be careful of is the dictatorship of corporate America, and getting, like he says, going to Madison Square Garden and having to pay, getting ATM cards or whatever. Mm-hmm. This is irritating,
to say the least.
Yeah. So one, it's like one can invest in gold, paper gold, and mutual fund. One can invest in Bitcoin mutual fund, buy the Bitcoin itself, other cryptocurrencies. One can hedge their bets, unless you think the financial markets are going to go broke. But the financial markets are not going to go broke. Even when the financial markets go broke, there's something somewhere that does good. You can buy a put option betting the stock to go down. There's always something you can do. This idea that you're helpless and hopeless. Now, I would say the biggest argument against cash going down the tubes, it's like cash, okay, you can't do cash. Well, I can understand big instruments of cash. And to tell you the truth, if they're questioning over 5,000, you could be steadily withdrawing 4,000 over a period of time. I mean, if you needed it right now. But I made a withdrawal of $8,000 to buy my car, down payment on the car, whatever it was. And nobody said anything. It was like instant, boom. It's $8,000, right? It's not 10,000, but it's over 5. And I wondered if it was going to be a big deal. It wasn't a big deal at all.
Good.
It was not a big deal. So, but I said I heard my friend over 10,000. He's saying over 5,000, and he's talking Wells Fargo. And as somebody when you pay off Wells Fargo mortgage with cash, that would have been a problem 20 years ago. You walk into Wells Fargo and say, "Hey, I got a wad of money." Now, I knew a broker when I was in Scientology. I used to walk across the street and visit this broker from time to time. And he told me about this guy coming in to open up an account. He had $100,000 or something. And they couldn't open up the account because it was all cash.
Well,
why? Because it was probably drug money. And this was Merrill Lynch. Merrill Lynch at that time had a prestigious reputation. They kind of lost it. But in other words, they're not going to just take drug money to open up an account. But where's this cash come from? It's unaccountable. So cash was never a preferred way to do business. Even back 40 years ago. And people look at you weird when you walk in with, pockets full of cash. And my question is, why would he want to pay off his mortgage with cash? Is he trying to hide something? Why not just write a check? Mortgage companies satisfy mortgages all the time, or allow their mortgages to be satisfied. Mm-hmm. You ask for a payoff amount. And what I think you could do, what I would have done if I was him, I would have not. I don't know what happened, but I would have not walked into the Wells Fargo bank with, just say it's like $80,000 to pay off his mortgage. I would have not walked in with even 40 and say, "I'm going to pay off my mortgage, Mr. Banker."
Yeah, it is. It is kind of like it's just one of those things that common sense should have told him that would have rendered him suspect looking to these people.
What I would have done was, if I was a more Wells Fargo, I might have gone into another bank and said, "Can you please give me a cashier's check for $80,000? Here's $80,000. Take me in the back room. They'll deposit it in their safe. They'll give you a cashier's check for $80,000. And then you take that cashier's check and take it over to the Wells Fargo bank and say, here's the check." I'm sure they would have taken that. Now, the other bank might not give you a cashier's check, but I don't know why they wouldn't. They might not if you're not a customer there. So you open up an account, and then you put 10,000 in and say, "I want a cashier's check," whatever. Maybe you have to deposit it, but it's like you have to think. And banks get robbed all the time, and they don't talk about it.
Right.
When you start seeing them putting bulletproof windows up, that's a very clear signal. Now,
Yes.
I've talked to the bankers, and they've told me, the tellers. So, but they've all got these bulletproof windows, and so it's like really, who would would you feel comfortable if you were a banker and somebody walked in with $80,000? You wouldn't like that.
No.
You wouldn't like it at all. And then plus they might think you're suspicious. Now, he's saying cash withdrawals. Cashier's check. They might be put through bank interviews. If you told them you were paying your mortgage, but I will tell you this: a withdrawal is different than writing a check. And I think that was the thing that made my transaction go smooth. But I just went to the bank and said, "I want a cashier's check for $8,000 and let it change." And I had to send it to Toyota. And of course I sent it priority mail so that it was recordable and traceable, because you don't want to lose a certified check. Right. But in any case, common sense goes a long way. And I don't see, but is somebody dealing in cash and avoiding, this for tax reasons, then that's really not about the banking system. That's about our taxation system, which is a whole nother issue. But we're under the spell of the tax man.
Yes.
So if you're trying to avoid taxes, that's a whole nother subject. And, we're not going to indulge in that here. That's Scorpio. It's the realm of Scorpio. Now, he's talking about the Great Reset. The Great Reset, I will tell you, there was a reset in Romania. And I know there was one in Russia, too. I don't know much about the one in Russia. I know a little bit about the one in Romania, because when the communism fell, the house you lived in became your house and your possession. You now owned your house. That was, you had ownership. And you had a job. And you got a currency. Whatever the currency didn't change. But the people at the top of the food chain, grabbed, like carpetbaggers, what was available. And became the chief manipulators of the economy. And it caused hardship on certain people, still does. Because in communism, everybody made sure everybody had food. Now they don't make sure. So this gives rise to crime. I don't know what I have to ask Paula what the scene with gypsies was. She was born in 1988, the year before communism fell. But like, what was the scene with gypsies in Romania prior to communism falling? It probably wasn't all this crime. But I don't know. That's something I have to ask, because so many of, Romanian gypsies or Romanians in general have a bad reputation in Italy because they go there and these are the poor ones that aren't making it. So they're, having challenging times. So that was a reset of their economy. And then I know in Russia, a lot of people suffered because they were not being taken care of. If you were just, old person on Social Security, now you didn't have Social Security or whatever it was, they called it. You're screwed, but you had a house. So maybe you'd take in a comrade and, charge him rent, but he couldn't afford to pay you the rent. So, it's very challenging times. And what I would also say, talking to, it came up last year that people were telling me how, they didn't give us enough food, so, we'd be at the beef factory and we'd trade for people at the cotton factory, and the people that controlled the commerce, and they give you, not enough milk to eat. Well, they take milk and give enough milk to the steak people who give you enough steak. There was I guess we'd call a black market behind the scenes.
Right.
And that's what you had to do to survive. Because if they gave you the, half a bottle of milk per week for your family that my friend got, it's not going to feed the families. You got to do something. So this is, the problem with that is not enough. Now, I would also tell you that Paula's grandfather ran a textile business during communist time, very rich. And many people in Romania will not believe that story, that her family had a textile business that was very wealthy.
Wow.
And seemed impervious, immune to communism.
That's because they're unfamiliar with the fact that Nicolae Ceausescu had a fairly freewheeling economy for a communist nation. But go on.
Well, yeah, but people don't believe it. And he had strange connections with Israel as well. So, whatever. But it's just like things are not what you see. So the Great Reset, man, can you imagine them resetting? Okay, this reminds me of, they were having a big protest, supposed to be a protest. All these police gathered in Long Island on this major road, and because all these kids were protesting. This is during the time of the, revolt. I forget what it was. And I think they had signs that said, what is yours is now ours. Wow. Walking down the street. And I think it lasted about 100 years, and it just yards, and it dissipated. There was not enough kids, not enough people. But they were trying to rebel. This is kind of like the rebellion that I lived through in the 60s. Didn't participate in them. But, that was like, they could fill up Golden Gate Park with people. Here they couldn't, make a parade for more than 100 yards.
Jesus.
So we did have the Wall Street protests, because, people see stuff's wrong. And they're right. They're protesting. They're outraged. But things tend to stay the same. And now, so, these are my views on the Great Reset. What do you have? Okay, so I've talked enough. What do you have to say about this, Douglas?
Oh, yeah, I think that you've covered it quite well. It's in terms of myself, I would say that we've had like one fairly recent catastrophic example in India of trying to reset the economy, and I don't think that that's going to encourage others to try and follow that example. I really don't foresee it happening. I do believe that that people just are worried about something that is. It's, as you said before, the Chicken Little phenomenon. Now, obviously, sometimes people can worry about something that seems outrageous, but then does happen. I remember that my father was very concerned about the Presidio military base ultimately closing down. And, and everybody was saying that, oh, that's ridiculous. Some people worry about the sky falling because it was just such a prime piece of real estate. The military was never going to let that go. But then, of course, he had, he'd raised a child that ultimately brought the Presidio military base down. And that, of course...
Did he really realize and appreciate that fact?
It was just so overwhelming that I don't know if he ever really accepted it completely. It was one of these things that was he didn't want to wind up hating me, and so he just kind of, I wouldn't say went into a mode of denial, but it was one of these things that we were so impacted by the closure of the base that that's when I really had to begin dealing with earning money to help my parents. They were still getting their pension, but they were still in good enough health where the impact of the base closure really wasn't hitting until their health began to decline within a decade. And that was when, of course, the money that I was earning, which I was hoping to help the family with, had to go towards their medical care. And this was because of the horrible circumstances of they were supposed to get free medical care the rest of their lives on any military base. But since the closest military base had closed and the rest did not have hospitals, nowhere near like Letterman's, let alone, hospitals at all, really. They might have like some medical dispensary or like a pharmacy, but nothing like Letterman. Letterman was top of the line in its own right, even though it was a hospital of horrors. Like the whole base was just a horror story. But when it came to the reality of what we were dealing with, he just had to adapt. So he, for instance, when I couldn't even understand his concern at first, but then when as the years progressed and I exposed what I did, I was actually surprised ultimately that the military responded with the closure of the base. But I was glad that they did in one sense. But then again, when it impacted me so severely, when it impacted my family, of course, it's not that there was no room for regret. It was just you were just dealing with survival on a daily basis after that. The death threats and bomb threats began to come in around that time because everybody so depended on the base, and perhaps elements
Were they death threats to you?
To my whole family, but basically mostly to me from people who knew what I had done, and then the word spread of what I had done. And at the same time, you'll notice that all of it was wiped from the media, so that the world at large wasn't unaware of who had done it. But the San Francisco economy was so dependent on the military base that it would have withered up and died if it hadn't been for Silicon Valley becoming the replacement for that. What replaced the Presidio economy was Silicon Valley. So it was, this is an example of just kind of like worried about something that seems impossible and yet ultimately happened. Now, when it comes to, say, for instance, the horror story of something where something like this was tried, the Great Reset, India, I guess, considered itself the place where they could experiment on this with to a degree. It's not what people think. It's not like that. It's called Notbandi in India. It was called Notbandi, and basically what happened was in 2016, the government of India announced the demonetization of all the banknotes that are what the poor people relied upon to live. In other words, poor people use like $20 bills, smaller amounts of currency. And so they made certain to just wipe out all the smaller amounts of currency, just demonetize them, and then so that they could starve the poor people to death. That's what they decided they were going to do. Well, there's still poor people all over India, and there's a lot more poor people now than there ever was before. So it really just increased the problem as opposed to, making it go away. So I think that's a good example for other countries not to follow down that road. But such being said, countries do crazy things, just like people do crazy things. So you never really know what's going to happen. Nevertheless, I would not worry about it or give it a thought because, first off, there's nothing you can do about it. And if it does happen, it's like nuclear war. You're basically all going to die anyway. So, I mean, not that, nuclear war is like, that wouldn't really happen with nuclear war, but I'm just using that as kind of like a generic example. Of course, in nuclear war, you're going to get survivors and you're going to get all kinds of different results. It's not what people think, a world-ending cataclysm at all, because we had the functional equivalent of a nuclear war with all the above-ground nuclear tests. And that was the equivalent of a full exchange in nuclear war, and nobody did anything. It didn't result. It resulted in just everybody's cancer rates going way up all over the world. But when it comes to, say, for instance, what we're talking about with this Great Reset, people have been talking about it. There's no denying that, and it was brought up at some of these places that are like the Davos, Switzerland, where people were bandying that term about. But it's also one of those things that, they could talk about global warming too, but nobody does anything about it. So it's these things that you just have to, honestly.
It becomes fear porn. It becomes fear porn.
It's fear porn. It's fear porn. Don't wear yourself out, knock yourself out, worrying about that. It's not gonna impact you. It's just deal with things that are more important in life. Great Reset was supposed to be like kind of like restructuring of world management, so to speak, but it's again, it's almost masturbatory. When people do what they do at Davos, Switzerland, and talk about a lot of subjects, some of it is of relevance, a lot of it is not. It's really just people attempting to look like they're doing something, only because they're wealthy and people are turning to them for some kind of leadership. So that was where the term Great Reset started being bandied about as kind of like a buzzword, but it's never been really defined, and so people have begun to define it themselves, and so they begin to mythologize it and make it something fearful, and it's in the end it could ultimately happen in the sense that they might try to switch eventually to an all-digital economy. And I pray they never do that, because that would be just so insane. I think it's actually pragmatically impossible. I agree with you, but...
It's just like in Haiti. There are people in parts of the world that just don't use that. and it's, in fact, this came up somewhere, I think in Transylvania, talking about, like these currency notes that, you get, and they were dealing in, this is during the communist times, they were dealing with real commodities that they farm up there.
Yeah.
It's like you can't, they didn't take out the farms like they did in Russia.
Right.
But so it's like there's a certain level where it just doesn't work because it doesn't work. That's the problem. It doesn't really work.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way you could even get some semblance of it is like in Stalinist Russia. And even then,
yeah, just
survived. Millions died, but people did survive.
Yeah, yeah, and they survived in spite of the fact that it was custom made to basically kill everybody. The system at that point, but just so people understand a little bit of what we're discussing here, Sweden went to an all digital economy, but Sweden is incredibly small. You're talking about a very.
They did that recently?
They did that what must now be decades ago. I think like maybe 15, 20 years ago. Yeah, it's like maybe 15 years ago approximately. They went to a cashless society. Everybody has to use a digital card. But they're so incredibly small a population, and their economy is so specialized. It's not like...
They were always socialists.
Yeah.
They were always socialists.
That's right. They were always quote unquote third way, and it's just like they could do something like that. But when you're talking about the largest economy on earth, the United States, and then you're talking about what happened in India, it was just catastrophic. So what happened was, what year was it? It wasn't that long ago either. When I think of the year that it happened, it was was it 2016? When it was at that time, I remember it was November, and that's when Narendra Modi, who is effectively a dictator, just so people understand that it's a disgrace that the son of a bitch was visiting the White House recently, and the White House only allowed that because they're so desperate for allies against communist China. But
they gave him a 21-gun salute.
Disgusting.
Which is a super compliment.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's like the highest honor, and it's disgusting. And you're talking about a man who's just the side of Stalin, and and he's worthless anyway. In Asian India is like I wouldn't trust them as far as I would kick a turd when it comes to fighting the Chinese. The Chinese would just roll right over them. Basically what happened was in 2016, 86% of India's currency was nullified. And this was in an effort to clean out quote-unquote black money and so-called counterfeit notes. And it resulted in this disruption that is unimaginable. We're talking about the world's second largest emerging market after communist China. And all 500 and 1,000 rupee notes were instantaneously voided, and you had this 50-day period that ensued when the population could supposedly redeem their canceled cash. But in the ensuing days thereafter, the public in general was obviously hit quite bad, but it was the poor who took the largest share of the pain, because the poor and the lower middle classes constitute the vast majority of that population, and they simply did not have access to structural and cultural resources needed to adapt to such shock economics. And even the banks that were debuted to do all the heavy lifting, they weren't kept in the loop, and they were not equipped for the crisis, and they were unable to make sense of what was simply a draconian Stalinist level governmental order. It was totalitarian, but 86% of existing cash in circulation was demonetized, and India's economy just came to a sudden screeching halt. I mean, trade across all facets of the economy were disrupted. Think about any cash-centric sector like agriculture, fishing, you've got this voluminous informal market that were all shut down. And businesses, livelihoods, they all went under completely. This just goes to show how India's economy is so out of the loop from the rest of the world. This is why I said India and Pakistan could enter an actual nuclear war and nuke each other out of existence, and the rest of the world could just go on spinning. But imagine the world's second largest economy with this happening, and you never knew of this, you never heard of it. It just goes to show that how they don't really matter to the rest of the world. It's that simple. But this was like a national emergency, and it still failed to curb black money. 99% of the withdrawn notes were returned, and it was expected as black money. Black money's not stored in currency. It's stored in property, bullion, easily convertible currencies like U.S. dollars. So the dichotomy between black money and black wealth, well, it's one is flow variable and the other one is stock variable. So no amount of demonetization can bring about any change in stock variables. So the very idea of unearthing large amounts of black money was all in Narendra Modi's deranged mind. Based on a completely ignorant, or at least uninformed view of what actually constitutes black money. So, I mean, just talking about it makes me angry. I mean, when I see this level of insanity at a level that this is, the man should have been taken out and burned alive, skinned alive, and all the while kept conscious with smelling salts by his own people. It goes to show how much of a dictator he is that he was not. And then he gets welcomed to the White House with a 21-gun salute. And by the way, for all of you who don't know, millions of people died. Hey, what a surprise. So if they tried to do that in the United States, there's a difference. We have guns. Imagine if they did that in the United States. What would Americans do? They would load up their guns. And do you think January 6th was something to talk about? I mean, it would be the end of the United States government. Peter, back to you. Tell me if I'm wrong on that assumption.
Well, I have no argument against it. But this is the key question I alluded to, but I didn't ask. To this day, the true perpetrator, creator of Bitcoin remains unknown. Could it be the art elect?
I wouldn't see the reason for that. The original quote-unquote individual who took credit for it was somebody who was using a Japanese name. And then the Australian government was raiding the home of the man who they claimed was that individual, who was white, not Japanese in any way, shape, or form, but was using that Japanese name as a cover to try and take attention off himself. I had several articles on it, and I was speaking about it in the past, but I'd have to look them up.
It was not a very credible identification.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily the case that this was the actual individual. He was definitely dealing in Bitcoin, but he wasn't necessarily the man who created Bitcoin. Bizarrely enough, as I mentioned in several episodes, the only people who really were able to get people's money returned after the Bitcoin crash were the Japanese. So that might tell you maybe it was an actual Japanese man who developed Bitcoin and was just using it to fuck with the rest of the world's economy and rip off people all over the world otherwise outside of Japan. But this would have required the Japanese government to be cooperating with him so that they could get everybody else who, when the Bitcoin crashed at that time, later get their money back for them. So for people who don't know, there are literally hundreds of thousands of people who lost life savings and everything in Bitcoin. There were a lot of people who did. It was they have support groups dealing with this of people who lost everything because they put everything into Bitcoin because it was so tempting. But it's I don't see that it would be the art elect. That I wouldn't intuit that, but I can understand the question and I appreciate it. Aside from that, I'm fascinated by the fact that Peter's been starting to follow the cryptocurrency more enthusiastically, in the sense that he's like following its ups and downs, so to speak.
I don't follow it.
Okay.
I notice it from time to time.
Yeah. Okay.
And I look at it, much like Warren Buffett would yawn at looking at his stocks.
Right.
It's like, and of course, it's Whitney Webb believes it's the savior. It certainly undermines so much of what's going on. And people who lost money in Bitcoin, it's unfortunate. You should never invest all your money in one place, but it's quite possible, if not likely, it'll come back to where you bought it from. So I hope they haven't sold it.
With most people, it was like when it crashed, I think I don't know how you deal with something like that.
That's typically what happens when a market crashes. People, they put in 20, it goes down to 2 when they withdraw it, and then in many cases it'll come back. Bitcoin, you have to remember, Jack Dorsey, the guy who started Twitter, is a huge pusher and proponent of Bitcoin. His company went down extremely much, because, and it was really funny, this company Square, it's not based on Bitcoin. It invests in Bitcoin, but that's not, when Bitcoin goes broke, it shouldn't change the valuation that much, but it's how the market perceives it. So it's like, it's smoke and mirrors, and he wants Bitcoin to succeed. I mean, he's not the be all and the end all, and he's avoiding the steel cage matches. But in other words, and this is the guy who started Twitter. Got out of Twitter and he started Square, and he's a big proponent of Bitcoin, and so on and so forth. But yeah, it's like, and this has happened throughout history with people who are not schooled in investing, and the first rule is don't put all your money in one place. First rule of investing. And this is what people did because they're following hype. And of course, it's unfortunate that people do all sorts of stupid things. But I know people who've paid off their mortgage with Bitcoin.
Wow.
So they got in early and were fortunate, let's say. But
yes.
God, there's all sorts of people doing, I guess, what you call self-destructive things. But this is what happens.
Well, it's not that they're necessarily even stupid in this case. Many of them are people of high intelligence, but and intelligent people are often the most vulnerable. It simply became so tempting because of the it looked like such a way to make money. It looked like this thing was just going to go up forever to many people, and they fell for it. I was warning people against it for years because of the fact that it was used predominantly by criminals because it was for basically transporting money. You didn't need suitcases anymore. You didn't need suitcases full of cash. You just turned it into crypto, and then you could download it when you needed it without it being monitored by the state. Of course, the state was eventually going to try and take over, join in, and then ultimately monopolize it. But it's something that, in general, I would warn people to avoid. I always have. But as such, like Peter says, it's at this point probably not going away. But if
the economy starts to get real funny and they get really funny with the money, then people will flock to it.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right. That would be almost like a necessary survival maneuver if they started doing something like this digital shit. I'm just too stuck in the 20th century. But when I was like, obviously hotels to me are where you take prostitutes. I can't really, other than hotels serving the tourists and business people, that's primarily the third leg of the stool on which hotels stand. So when I was going into San Francisco and dealing with the problem of their not taking cash at these hotels, I was left with my, there's no word for it, flabbergasted, just appalled, in awe at their insanity. Like, how can you not take cash? I mean, how can people, maybe people say, well, that's how they become respectable and not take prostitutes anymore. Well, at that point, you might as well shut down. I mean, that's what keeps a lot of hotels in business. But if people are trying to hide, they're going into a hotel. Then like Peter Moon said, they're going to have to open up separate accounts, separate, cards that their wife doesn't know about, etc. So it just leads to a different form of corruption. But, maybe they'll start taking crypto and people use that. That would be, that's conceivable.
You said that hotels don't take cash?
Certainly the ones I was dealing with in downtown San Francisco a number of years ago. After that, I stopped dealing with them completely. A number of them in downtown San Francisco, and this is where I knew prostitutes who lived in these hotels. Who basically were taking their clients into the hotels and making enough money where they could pay for the hotel on a nightly basis. And but it's like it was just at the time was. We're talking about just when I was coming out as a public informant. And then when it was that horrible time again, I try not to remember these outrageous events in my life that were just so wretched. Worse than combat, I'm not kidding. One of them being, of course, the trip to Australia. The other one, the trip to Arizona, arranged by Ben Estenius, who was a sponsor of mine for a long time. And at the time, I had to put Laura Lee Solomon up in a hotel downtown because I didn't want her coming to my home. And they did not take cash. They said, "Oh, we don't take cash." And it was like, and at that point, it was like, you can't be serious. And you have no idea. It was just one of many frustrations I was dealing with at that period of time. All of this caused by Ben Estenius and Robert Lacey, the baseball player, arranging this thing, pumping it up for months, and then making certain they did everything they could to make certain I couldn't get down there. It was insane. But when it came to one of the collateral damage aspects of that was trying to put her up in a hotel and they wouldn't take any cash. It was just crazy. There's no words for it. At that point, I was like saying, I knew a prostitute who lived here, and they said, well, she doesn't live here now, and we're cleaning up, and we'll never have prostitutes in here again. And I said, well, you can count on me never coming here again. And after that, I stopped dealing with them, and then the only other time I was dealing with a hotel after that was the Omni with Judith Ager, and when they gouged us, because all the conventions were there, and then they quadrupled their fucking price. We paid it, but I just haven't gone back there again, and that was one of my more favorite places to go. I mean, just unless the hotel is willing to take cash, I'm not going to go there. So, but aside from that, also most of them are just gouging you anyway. So, honestly, I can understand why people, would camp out in the fucking Golden Gate Park. I wouldn't do it myself, but I can understand why people would do that rather than pay for a hotel. But anyhow, yeah. So there you go. Some nightmare experiences there. And like I said, if they went like cashless, it's getting more and more towards that anyway. Like I said, it was during the time that after my mother died in 2011, where I was in danger of homelessness, where I was literally driven to mugging people for a period of time there, tourists. And 2011, of course, tourists still had a lot of cash, so they could stay in hotels with prostitutes. But of course, I was only going after male tourists, so that was the case with them. I would cross-dress and lure them into an alley and just knock them out and take their money. I wouldn't take their cards or anything, so I figured I was not doing anything particularly harmful, hurting mostly their pride when they came conscious. But aside from that, I couldn't do that now. I mean, if I were, say, for instance, to try that now, everybody's probably carrying. There's probably very little cash on many people. Probably most of everything they got's in plastic. And but other than that, hopefully we never go to a totally plastic economy, because, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a wise thing for any country to do. Because currency is beautiful. Currency is collectible. It's beautiful. It's aesthetic. It's artistic. Nations express their identity on their currency. And much of a national identity, a cultural identity is imbued in the currency that people use.
Many currencies are very beautiful. The United States currency is not.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. Yeah. But then again, that's exemplary of our anti-culture, our prison rape anti-culture. Old white slave owners, on your currency. Thank you. The only thing that makes it attractive is what it'll get you. But nevertheless, I'd rather have that to toss around than fucking swiping everything with plastic.
Now, here's another interesting thing about the economy, and I was going to mention this as far as the cashless economy. The biggest problem for the economy that runs the economy is the drug economy runs on cash. Mm-hmm. If you take away take away cash, the drug dealers, what are they going to deal in Bitcoin? I don't know. I don't think so. And then they become, I just don't see that happening. The drug economy is what really runs the United States.
Thank you.
And that's a big factor to consider here. I mean, you're going to get all these these guys are criminals. Are they going to say, okay, yeah, I got my Bitcoin wallet here? I'm sure some of them do operate this way, but but yeah, it's a catch-22. And one of the things Douglas has said so astutely in the past is that, economics, all the economic statistics are phony. Yes. Because we're dealing with, a black economy that's never reported. It's huge. So it's like, you can talk all these professors, they never made any sense anyway. When they start manipulating figures and saying, well, the gross GDP of this and that and this, and, and it's like they have their convincing arguments, but they don't make any sense. They're talking a language that nobody can understand. And they generally aren't correct in their market predictions. So what good are they? They impress themselves, and they impress other people who listen to them. And then they argue. well, he's a supply side economics guy. He's a Keynesian economics guy. Like, what does this have to do with anything? You know, it's like, well, yeah, I believe that if you increase the supply, it'll do trickle down. You know, it's, you know, trickle down your leg. You know, it's like it's, and you know what the trickle down theory is that if you give the government, the government gives contracts to all of these super rich contractors, they're going to hire people and it'll trickle down into the common man and everybody will be happy. That's the trickle down theory. For those of you who don't know, that Reagan was a great supporter of the trickle down theory. I mean, does it work? Yeah. But think of what I just said. It's like trickle down. It's like get the trickles. Hey, you get the trickles. You're very happy with the trickles, because if you don't have the trickles, you're screwed. You have nothing. And that's what FDR didn't have. He didn't have a trickle down. So people were starving. So he gave them a trickle. He gave them Social Security, and he gave them war, and he gave government contracts, and that started the great trick.
Yes, thank you.
Trick L down. Trick of L meaning God, and down, tricking God down to the lowest common denominator. And, you know, people are all very dignified talking about Reagan and the great Reagan years and trickle-down theory and, you know. And certainly he made sense in the context of what he was talking about. You know, he once, I think his son once said that his father explained to him that when, you know, he was, I guess, in California, you know, it was like he was paying like 90% taxes or something. He was making so much money. But back in the day, you were charged, you could be paying 90% of your income on taxes, unless you were smart enough with loopholes,
right,
which many people weren't. So, you know, loopholes are the way to get around it. And traditionally, Republicans would lower taxes to stimulate the economy, and the Democrats would increase taxes but give you a lot of loopholes. That's traditionally. That's changed a bit more. There's less loopholes than there ever was.
Didn't they use the term voodoo economics with Reagan? Maybe you could explain that?
Well, I know that's what people called his voodoo economics. But I would only say that it's because, well, if it's voodoo economics, it's, you know, making the living dead, you know, bringing the dead to life. But I don't know why they called it voodoo. I think it was George Bush, the father, who called it voodoo economics. And I think he was, you know, castigated for that because he wasn't pro-Reagan.
Uh-huh.
You know, so he shot him. So it's all is fair in love and politics.
Yes.
Nothing personal against Reagan. He just wanted to be president.
That's true. Yes.
And I like what Bob Dole said about when, you know, he was having, you know, when he was up to be nominated, he got angry and he said, "It's my turn. It's my turn." Which, you know, people thought that was kind of outrageous. It's my turn, you know, to run for president. Well, it was his turn. And,
Yes.
and
he wanted it on the resume, yes.
He wasn't very popular.
No, he wasn't. He didn't have much charisma. Not like Reagan. He was a former actor, so Reagan had charisma.
No, and I think the real thing about Dole is people didn't really realize he was from the Dole pineapple family.
Right. Right. Oh God, he was
How did he
awful.
end up in Kansas? Why didn't he live in Hawaii?
Yeah, yeah. It was weird. He did. It just goes to show he probably couldn't live in Hawaii because he was afraid one of the natives would kill him for all the crimes committed by his dynasty. That's what would make sense to me.
Might be the case. I don't know. But so much for the Doles.
The doldrums, yes. Oh God, the only exciting thing he ever did was, or charismatic thing he ever did was, he was one of the first to advertise Viagra. I don't know if you remember that.
I do recall it now that you mention it.
Yes.
A very vile substance, from what I understand.
What does it do to you? I mean, not you personally, but to the person who uses it, like Dole.
Well, it's got all sorts of bad side effects. I don't know. I mean, I just...
Why do doctors prescribe it? It's covered by Medi-Cal and Medicaid. It's covered by Medicare.
Yeah, well, why? It's probably, look at it. I'm looking here. Viagra, side effects and what to do about them. Oh, I've just heard the worst things about it from anybody who's healthy. It's called sildenafil is the scientific name. It's a prescription drug used to treat erectile dysfunction. It can cause side effects that range from mild to serious. Examples include low blood pressure and vision-related effects. Well, who wants to be blind? It feels so good, I gotta be blind.
When they say if you're horny enough and you turn the lights out, you're kind of blind anyway. But go on.
Let me see here. It says headache, flushing, stuffy nose, indigestion, upset stomach, mild vision-related side effects, dizziness, back pain, skin rash.
Jesus, how does one have sex with all that going on?
In most cases, these side effects should be temporary. Some may be easily managed. But if you have any symptoms that are ongoing or that bother you, talk with the doctor. And do not stop using Viagra unless your doctor recommends it. So it sounds like you're hooked on it. It may cause mild side effects other than the ones listed. What are the serious side effects? Low blood pressure, priapism, which is what John Henry Hagman had, long-lasting and sometimes painful erections, allergic reactions, sudden vision loss. Now that's damn serious. Possibly with ringing in your ears or dizziness. Cardiovascular problems, which relate to the heart and blood vessels, mainly in people with heart disease, such as chest pain, heart attack, heart failure, or stroke. If you develop side effects while taking Viagra, call your doctor right away. If the side effects seem life-threatening, or if you have a medical emergency, call 911. Now it says, if you're flushing, to cool down a hot flush, you should keep a window open, turn on a fan, or have a cold drink. This stuff it's like, what it's doing is, erectile dysfunction is a lack of blood supply.
Uh-huh.
And it's actually arterial sclerosis in the making. That's where it starts, generally speaking, in the penile area. And so you're not getting enough blood there. And when you start trying to get the blood there, you're affecting the whole damn system. And you're not doing it in a way that is natural. It's like you're taking these supplements and, it's like, good luck. This is, most side effects are mild and go away quickly as the drug wears off. Can cause a prolonged erection. And I'm sure this is like, I've never really talked to anybody who used it. I've just heard from health practitioners, holistic practitioners. If you've ever had a stroke or heart problems, Viagra may not be safe for you.
Right.
you know, it can put strain on your heart. They also say that about sex. It's just like, it just sounds like a mess.
Well, I guess doctors prescribe it so at least their patients can die happy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the Taoist way to deal with that is to massage yourself down there, to circulate energy, to, you know, massage yourself 300 times a day, and to stimulate the area, because that's how you get circulation. That's also how you build yourself up. You see these guys taking kicks to the groin.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you do. You massage down there. It's like a relentless massage. It's not masturbation.
I was about to say,
It's not.
how do you differentiate? What's the difference between
Try massaging yourself down there for 300 times. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and it's you know, it is, and it's you know, people don't have enough patience. I did about 22 minutes of this exercise that I give to people for clearing out cancer. I did 22 minutes to clear out some lymphatic issues that I was having with a tooth issue.
Mm-hmm.
And man, that is a hell of a workout. I can't imagine anybody. Now, I didn't do it all at 22 minutes. I do 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and I counted up 22. I felt a lot better, but cancer patients supposed to do that 45 minutes a day for 99 days.
Well,
if they did that, they'd have a profound change, but it was hard work. I only did 22 minutes. So it's like, wow. So, you know, when you actually do something, it creates a change, but most people aren't going to do anything. They're too lazy, or it's too tiring. And I met, this girl I knew, she came with the plumber to my house. She says, help her. I hardly recognized her because she got COVID. She's like down in the dumps.
Mm-hmm.
And I was teaching her this exercise to help her. She listened. I don't think she has enough strength to do more than a few minutes of that.
Huh.
You know, lymphoma or whatnot. You know, it's like it takes a lot of energy to do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
to do that, you know. So it's like you can start. But anyway, you know, I would recommend people with that situation to read Taoist techniques, not Mantak Chia. Not Mantak. I would not recommend Mantak Chia. He's the most famous, ubiquitous Taoist, or calls himself a Taoist. I do not recommend him at all.
And what's his primary shortcoming?
Well, I can just tell you, I went to one of his workshops and I actually enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was at Iron Church Qigong.
Mm-hmm.
But he was very nice to me. But I kept imitating his voice when I went home.
Mm-hmm.
And then I found out, you know, he sounded like Elmer Fudd. Like imitating his, you know, speaking in his Chinese dialect. Avocado Meridium, and I realized I was talking like Elmer Fudd, and I wondered if you know, if Elmer Fudd was supposed to be imitating a Chinese guy. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. It reminds me of, who's the guy in that horrible apartment movie? The one that oh
no, that wasn't
Mickey
Apartment. That was Mickey Rooney with Audrey Hepburn in Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Yes. Thank you.
Like, why did he do that? What motivated him to do that? You know, and he did it so aggressively. And you know what? It had nothing whatsoever to do with the movie. The movie is a pretty, you know, classic movie. It's a pretty good movie. But that part of it was just, you know, unnecessary comedy. and it wasn't even funny. It was just stupid. Why do you have this guy? You know, he was just a caricature of a human being. No human being would act like that, whether they're Japanese or not. It was just so stupid.
Thank you. Oh my God.
And of course, it was just, I guess, par for the course. We have to, and of course, you know, Mickey Rooney is Irish, you know, which could almost make him automatically racist. You know, it could. I mean, Irish people are known for their, you know, I guess vehement, whatever. But you know, he was a pretty, you know, very successful actor.
For his time, yes.
It was just like, and why was he even in the movie? He was a star. Why was he in that movie? He didn't have a big role.
Yes,
he didn't have a big role. Audrey Hepburn was a star.
Yes.
George Papard, I think it was a, you know, had a good name. And Mickey Rooney is like playing like he wasn't even a B role.
It was a bizarre cameo. It's kind of like a cameo, except it was more than a cameo because he was throughout the film. He was like this running sub-theme of you know, offensive humor.
Did he have more than one scene?
I believe so, yes. I believe that he was kind of like, I think they were kind of playing on him in the original Ghostbusters film, where Rick Moranis, the guy with the glasses, who was the short guy who just kept making a hit on Sigourney Weaver, was supposed to be like him, you know, because he's the guy who lives in the hotels trying to continually make a hit on the... not that Mickey Rooney was doing that with Audrey Hepburn. He was... or maybe that was implied, but he had to have more than one scene in the movie because they showed him taking a bath and shit. So it was like, you know, they were showing this guy's like intimate life, for God's sake. And as you said, that's what makes it so offensive. It was like some parallel movie within the movie that was served no purpose other than crude laughs for a bunch of racists. But this was after World War II, right? It was after
well, it was like 1962, I think, and it wasn't that funny.
It's like you said.
It was just like, you know, just creating this stupid, nonsensical character. He didn't make any sense. You know, it's like, why, you know, was it really that funny? Was it really that necessary?
I remember you looked it up, and of course it was a Jewish guy who was responsible for it, the Jewish director, who then said, "Oh, everyone's only told me that they love it. And, oh well, for those who didn't, onward and upwards. But I never met any of them personally. Everyone I've met personally said they couldn't get enough." Yeah, it was pretty much what you read when you looked it up at the time. It was just, which only added to the offensive nature of it.
Well, I mean, maybe they should just have a sitcom with every single stereotype character they've done.
Yeah.
Including Archie Bunker or white people like that, and just have everyone, you know, be stereotyped, and you know, maybe it was like, maybe it would be funny. I don't know, but
it might be, but it'd be an acquired taste. You know, I thought, you know, some of these black series that came out, some of them were using, I don't know if you call it claymation. I think it was claymation for the PJs. Though it was voiced by Eddie Murphy, the main character, the main Clay character. It's supposed to be the supervisor in a housing project. So anyhow, everybody called him the Soup or the Super. And my gang brother Beaver said, "I swear that shit's produced by the KKK." I mean, because it was just every stereotype of black you could imagine was in the PJs. So... You know, these things are done. They do things like that.
Well, in other words, Eddie Murphy loves to make fun of black people.
Okay.
Because he's a comedian.
Yeah. So he perfected his perfected his game with the PJs. That was I could see where it would be or should be offensive to black people, but I guess nobody really complained about it. I don't think it lasted that many seasons, but I have to admit, I did find it very funny. I also did enjoy growing up. I really liked the oh god, what did they call it? Good Times? I think they called it Good Times. Was the name of the series, and that was supposed to be taking place in the Petrini Green housing projects, I believe, is where Good Times was supposed to be taking place. And I never enjoyed the Jeffersons. Never liked that. But then I had one black guy accuse me of not liking the Jeffersons because they were moving up. I don't think that was the reason I didn't like the Jeffersons. I didn't hate the Jeffersons, but they just never interested me. But,
well, I never really watched the Jeffersons, and I really never saw that Archie Bunker show until many years later, because I was in Scientology when it came out. And
I never saw that ever because my father hated it. I don't know why, but my father hated the Archie Bunker. He thought that was the most offensive thing in the world for whatever reason.
Well, but the thing is what that show in particular done was making fun of racists.
Yeah.
And it was exploiting them and, making fun of them. Mm-hmm. And the first time I heard of the show was my father talking about it. My father would not watch TV at all. But He said that he laughed. It made him laugh, and he says he identified with him. He says, I'm like that. So he had those prejudices inside of him.
So he recognized that. He was cognizant of it. But what did he do if he didn't watch TV?
He had a sailboat.
Okay. Wow.
And he had a girlfriend.
Wow. You mean besides your dad?
Yeah, but that I only found out about that, when I took his jacket, because I took a warm jacket, and I found this love letter from his secretary.
Wow.
And she was a sweetheart of a person, and she'd gone out of her way. I told my sister years later, she says, yeah, she went out of her way to make sure I got a scholarship to junior college, and she really went out of her way. And because my mom was, she wasn't in good shape, let me put it that way. She had an alcohol problem.
Oh.
So rather than, and I was very happy for him because, he wasn't taking it on the chin. Mm-hmm. He was going out and finding another life for himself. So
I see.
I was happy for him. He told me all the problems he had with her, and they were real psychological problems. They didn't know people didn't know what alcoholism was in those days.
Wow.
They didn't know what it was, so they didn't treat it. They didn't know. Like nowadays, you go into a room.
Right.
That's what JoJo does.
Right.
And you treat them.
Yeah.
And a lot of, even to this day, people don't recognize it. Wow. So yeah, but anyway, yeah, he identified with Archie Bunker.
I see. And just so younger people understand, the when it comes to just alcoholism, like Peter said, people didn't really know what it was. In those days, everybody smoked and everybody drank. I mean, the one series that comes to mind is Topper in particular, because that was one of the original old series, and it was like one of the first things to come up on TV. And if you ever take a look at those old television series, everyone is smoking, but especially everyone is drinking, and they're knocking back hardcore cocktails. You just see them drinking while they're on the set. They're drinking. They're being filmed as drinking because this is deemed a normal thing for an adult to do.
It was glamorous.
Yeah, like the smoking. Yeah, they were both considered like glamorous activities. Like, this is what adults do. Is they smoke and they drink. And, it's what everybody... it's amazing to me there were ever any age limits that were put on it, but I guess they had to monopolize this for adults to give it that mystique.
Well, let me say something about that. When I grew up, I was always allowed to have wine, Thanksgiving and Christmas or some special occasion. When I was a kid, I'm talking about 8 and 9 and probably younger, my brother and sister too. And it was like a half a glass with the other half filled with water. It was a special occasion. We were allowed to drink on special occasions. And, you know, it was kind of fun. It was just like sort of a sour grape juice.
Right.
And it was just like, wasn't a big thing. And what I later learned during that time period, and of course I learned this when I went to Portugal in Scientology, I was like 18. And that was not the legal age. And I could drink. That nobody had any issue with me drinking. Now, I wasn't a drinker, but you go out to a restaurant in Lisbon or wherever, and you have Matus wine. And it's like, oh, you drink wine. It's like, it's not a crime in Portugal. It wasn't then. But Europe in general, at that time period, 13, 14 years old, you could drink alcohol. It wasn't a big deal.
Right.
It wasn't a big deal. It was only in the United States that you had liquor verboten because of. So my father must have. My father was not a drunk. He drank, but it was like I just assumed that was his parents' European heritage that made it not a big deal.
An important factor. That's an important factor.
I later learned from my cousin that my grandfather did abuse alcohol. But, you know, it's like in Europe, it was a totally different context than in America. But nevertheless, it was, you know, this is what was considered glamorous in America, to drink and whatnot. But let's get back to okay. Well, so we kind of addressed the questions here with all of this. Now I have another question from another person who's asked questions before. I forget the questions he's asked, but I think it was the Harry Potter. But this is the Harry Potter question, and this will be for you. Is it possible that the Harry Potter movies created by J.K. Rowling depict exactly how Michael Aquino intended to take his own life and create the Horcruxes that are probably now in existence? Could this mean that they can potentially be destroyed?
Well, the short answer is yes. And yes. Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah. We pretty much went into this at great depth, not to dismiss the question or denigrate the question at all as something like we covered this. It's just that, by all means, Peter was with us. This individual, I do want them to know that I respect your question, and it is not only valid, but you have no idea how valid it is. It's you ask your question even, how would I say, innocently. But understand that this is what essentially Peter Moon and I were addressing when our dear friend, I think I can say who he is, Joseph Boyer, provided us with the death certificate of Michael Aquino, which took a few years before that emerged. And so when it did emerge, this was every bit the kind of involvement in a creation of a Horcrux of Aquino and his cult, which no doubt backed him up by performing all the necessary rituals as a network while he did what he did. We do not even know if he was alone when he killed himself. He may very well have had Lilith and various other cult members in the room performing dedicated rituals while he was while he took the gun and blew his brains out. And it is conceivable, of course, that if he found that too difficult, he could have had someone else blow his brains out for him and then just put the gun in his hand. Now, granted, truly a expert forensic or coroner expert a coroner or a forensics investigator would be able to tell if someone truly killed themselves with a firearm, as opposed to not doing it. But, you know, a lot of people, they just don't care. If no one's ordering an investigation, and everybody's just accepting, oh gosh, the poor guy killed himself, you know, they'll just go with it. Especially, not that Aquino had this, but especially just to warn people, if you have a history of attempted suicides, then just always remember, guard your life well, because if anyone ever does kill you, the chances are extraordinarily high that the forensics investigator or the coroner will simply look at your medical history and say history of suicide attempts, and, oh, they finally succeeded, and not investigate anything. Because that happens to the majority of murder victims who have any history of even one attempted suicide. So you just want to be careful about that. And make certain that you let everyone know you never want to commit suicide again. And with Aquino, however, I don't believe he had that history. And so presumably they would have investigated. So I think he probably had the wherewithal to kill himself. But then again, I wouldn't be surprised if he had someone do it for him and just put the gun in his hand. Either way, I am convinced that he had the whole network chanting, performing their dedicated ritual, so that the Horcrux could be created and placed into several people, one of whom we know used to be involved with this program, an assigned asset whose entire job was to make me look as creepy as hell by being a outspoken creep themselves. And that individual later claimed to have Aquino in him. I still have the notes in which he claimed such in my Skype box. So he began to manifest symptoms where he began to rectally bleed and have blood in his stool, and you know, some of the symptoms affiliated with intestinal cancer, which Aquino had suffered in life. That may have even returned to haunt him to a point where he decided the suicide was best, because there's only so much of your intestine they can take out. And once you get past a certain point of intestinal removal, then you've got only, you know, well, they just tell you to make peace with your fate.
I want to bring something out here.
Yeah.
For those of you who probably won't think in this direction. You know, you want to think like your opponent or your enemy, just so that you can guard yourself. I don't recommend people think like this, but it's good to know how people think that are very perverse. Now, imagine that you're an Aquino cultist, and that means you're at odds with society, and that you have specialized knowledge, and that you're sort of part of a unique group, and that you guys are doing the right thing, and you're not in alignment with society, and you're here to counteract society. And somehow, you know, people's perversities, you know, can be indulged in such mindsets. But imagine you're part of this cult, and you obviously get something out of it. You're doing something special, or you wouldn't be in it. Now imagine this ritual, what Douglas just described, where all these cultists are like getting together and they go, God, Aquino's going to shoot himself. God, it's going to be this big thing. And even imagine Aquino doing it. Can you imagine the sort of energy they're tapping into, the excitement they have from their point of view? Like, we're really doing something significant. And if Aquino could muster that sort of force, he's not going to die a normal death. He's going to die with a shit-eating grin on his face.
Yes.
In his own weird way. And they're going to all, quote-unquote, benefit from it, because they've done something nobody would even think to do. And I'm just trying to give you a little bit of insight into how these people might think. because there is a dedicated zealousness there would have to be, or they couldn't maintain themselves in such a negative existence.
Yes. Thank you. Very well said. Very well said, and important. So I do want people to understand that we certainly knew specifically one of the people who had an element of the Horcrux. There's supposed to be about 7 or 8 people who have this installed within them. So we certainly personally knew one, as well as that person could be known without either Peter Moon or myself ever having met them physically, much to our relief. But we certainly knew this individual well enough as it was. And he certainly not only claimed to have a Kino within him, but also began to manifest physical symptoms that would be indicative of that. And we do feel that this is why J.K. Rowling knew so much. Now, that's another important point to be made, is that J.K. Rowling was an Aquino disciple. And this is one of the reasons why she succeeded. You're talking about someone who originally was writing the Cormorant Strike books, which is a fictitious private detective series of novels about a hardcore, macho, in fact, toxically male. You'd call him a personification of toxic masculinity, this kind of persona. And she wrote this under a male pseudonym. And she's still writing these books under a male pseudonym, in which she portrays transgenders as murderers and basically psychotics who cross-dressers as your typical Norman Bates psychotic who go around killing people, and all of this to basically promote her phobic agenda. The worst part of it all is how she thinks of females and herself as a female as being effectively, genetically, inherently and intrinsically disabled. And there's a scene in one of the Cormorant Strike books where the private detective basically outs a bunch of fake disabled people who are collecting benefits and also taking advantage of their quote-unquote disabilities to promote themselves as having conquered challenges. And that they are effectively, she's typing all people who are conquering such challenges as some kind of disability, as basically somehow scamming. And then when he physically, the character in this novel physically assaults one of these people effectively in a restaurant, overturning their wheelchair and forcing them to get up and walk to run away from him in a panic. And this character that he's attacking is a female, no less. If you can imagine a man doing that in a restaurant, overturning a woman's wheelchair and panicking her so that she runs away, which in and of itself is such a heinous act, I can't even imagine that character being portrayed as a hero, but this is the kind of hero that J.K. Rowling promotes. Then he is supposed to be justified in what he does because he's outing phony disabled people. So when she talks about trans people and cross-dressers as being this somehow threat to femininity, she puts it in that same light, that they're somehow portraying themselves as people who are extraordinarily challenged and effectively disabled as women. So she's saying women are, by their very birth. This is, by the way, a very ancient Greek idea. The Greeks felt this. The Greeks felt that women were failed men, and therefore men could only love other men because women really weren't human. They were just like lesser beings' wombs to deliver more men with. And so it's like she is stuck in that ancient, anachronistic mindset. And this is also indicative of the Aquino cultism that she was thriving in. So it's hopefully this gives some context to J.K. Rowling's and her, not just her politics, but the occult backing with which she became a great success, because even though she was earning all kinds of money with her and making a comfortable living as a writer with her detective books, writing under a male name, rendering herself effectively a cross-dresser, someone presenting herself as the opposite sex, essentially transgendering herself. She attacks others who do so, and then she suddenly explodes with these Harry Potter books, which are a completely different venue from her original thematic. So this was, of course, like a graduation level for her with the Temple of Set. Hopefully all this puts everything into some context for people with that. And back to
I would say that somebody who is, has an agenda to bash transgenders like that, she probably had that issue inside of her. It's
Thank you.
Issue.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
And this is, one of the problems with with such people. So, and of course, when you see how children have been addicted to this, and people talk, I've never, as I say, I took my daughter to see the first Harry Potter movie because it was such a big thing. She wanted to see it. She never wanted to see another one.
Actually, that's so funny. Because
she has good instincts. She really does have good instincts.
Yeah. How old was she when you did this?
Probably 10, 9.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know when they came out. Maybe it was earlier than that.
Wow.
But yeah. I mean, she was at some, I don't know if it was. I think it was the Magic Castle in L.A. and she was there. I think with a friend, and it was like it was getting weird. She got out of there. She said, "This stuff is creepy." She knew.
Yes.
She's had enough experience. Just, she knew to stay out of there. She knew what they were. She knew where they were going.
Right.
And she didn't like it. So she's got very good instincts. But
well, the movie itself was quite gay, and I'm certain that she didn't really like all the gayness that was.
I don't think it was the age. I saw a lot of that, schoolboy English stuff, which is, that was, those kids were very gay, or the way they were doing. But that was just that's English. That's that's how the England,
that's
English
their shtick. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like you can't separate gayness from England. And any Englishman knows what I'm talking about. I'm sure George Knight could tell us all about that crap.
It's true, yes.
And I'm sure he doesn't, buy into it.
No.
But
though he's often accused of it, or certainly was while he was growing up, so to speak, simply because his manners are very precise, and they're very he's very well-mannered, which many Englishmen no longer are. Most English men these days are like soccer hooligans. They're very thuggish. Well,
the opposite of the polite Englishman. And as they say, I was warned when I, by my friend Marta Thomas, who when I was coming back from Romania, I was going through England. She warned me. She says, these guys, they're like bulldogs. They're like bulldogs. And I went to security in London at the airport, and I'd never been treated so politely in my life by these English people. And maybe they had dark skin and were Indian, some of them, but they were just polite beyond belief. They're going to be politely treated like that in America. Not that polite. So I would say the antithesis of the ultra polite British male, whether they're gay or not, is irrelevant, would be the thugs you see in the movie Clockwork Orange, the policemen who are thugs. Mm-hmm. That would be the antithesis of the polite Englishman, the English hoodlum.
Right. You're talking about the police or the gangs in that movie?
Well, I think in that movie, I think the gang guys become policemen.
Okay.
I think if I recall right.
Okay.
They were thugs. I think they were his old buddies that he betrayed, and now they were cops, and they, did him in.
Oh wow! I never saw the film. I didn't know that was the. I didn't know that was the plot.
Well, it was one of the subplots. I mean, you know the story of Anthony Burgess. You've talked about.
Yes, I know him, and I know why he. I know why he wrote the film, and I know its most, shall we say, iconic scene. Yeah, no, I never watched the whole thing. It was, it was one of those things that I never. It never. Shall we say, I just didn't have a good feeling about sitting down through it. I've seen enough horror in my life where I don't need to sit through another experience of horror. I figured it cut too close to the bone to some of what I saw at the Presidio. But I'm sure you can understand that. I mean, oh my God, I'm surprised Preston Nichols never brought it up. Or did he ever bring it up? Did he ever have an opinion on the film? Or
We never discussed it. I don't think, I don't even know if he saw it. I had read the book when I was in school. It was one of those classic books, with 1984. Yeah. I couldn't stand 1984.
Oh, it's just unreadable. It's the most boring book you'll ever read. Was that the main reason you couldn't stand it? Was that right? It was
unreadable.
Yeah.
And it was not interesting. I think I had to read it for a book report or something, and I got through it, but it was just Winston Smith losing his teeth. That's all I remember. It's like toothless. But Clockwork Orange was a book that it was readable. It had a lot of nomenclature in it. It was. I guess as a teenager, I could somehow, relate to it. But it was, and then when the movie came out, I eventually saw it. I didn't see it in the movie. I think I saw it as a rerun.
Right.
Or maybe they played it when I was in Scientology. Maybe they showed the movie as one of the movies of the week. I don't know. They just bring in movies for them, and I would never go to those movies unless it was a Bruce Lee movie, and or maybe occasionally, but no, I don't know. But and of course, I watched the book, and it, if I read the book, I might watch the movie.
Right. Was it anything like the book? Was it loyal to the book?
So long, yeah, it was. It was like the book. How close it was, I can't tell because it's been so long since I read the book. But I remember reading Fahrenheit 451 because I was a Bradbury fan, and it was like within a week or two after reading the book, it was the NBC movie of the week was on TV, and I watched it, and I was going, wow, God, I didn't know this was a movie. And Ray Bradbury wrote the screenplay himself.
Wow.
And I learned from that movie, which was pretty close to the book, and other movies, that a movie and a book are two different art forms. Mm-hmm. So you can't take a book and make an exact movie out of it. You can't. You can come close if you're good, but they're two different art forms, and you shouldn't pretend that one is the other. Yeah. I think The Lord of the Rings was pretty good, but they omitted many things because there's just not enough time. Now, maybe if they had modern brains, they would have said, oh, instead of making three movies, we could make 10. But I don't know that it would have worked at the time they did it, because it's all about, it's about how many movies you can make, how many box office dollars can you make. But in any case, I have another question from this man. Mm-hmm. And I'm just going to take a short break, because I don't this question doesn't, I don't even understand it.
Okay.
If Earth is named after the mother of Thor, mm-hmm. but another name than Earth, that Earth could be named, this is awkwardly worded. Tell us. Mm-hmm. If Earth is named after the mother of Thor, But another name that Earth could be named is Tellus, T-E-L-L-U-S.
That's correct.
Then where does the name Sophia come from? And why is Sophia more popular than the name Tellus? Well, you can tell us, Douglas.
Yes,
you can
gladly.
tell us, and it's probably has to do with the fact that we pay more attention to Greeks than to Norse mythology. But anyway, go ahead and answer the question.
Oh, yeah, and you can take a break to refresh yourself if you need to while I answer that. I do want people to understand that Earth is the only, what this individual is referencing is the fact that every planet in our solar system, by Western civilizational standards, or by Western tradition, is named after a Roman deity or divinity. When they began to kind of run out of that, so to speak, when it came to naming planetoids and smaller celestial, our celestial bodies, after mythic figures, they turned towards the Greeks, because the Romans only stole so much from the Greeks, and therefore the Greek mythology was rich enough to fill in the void as they began to get more detailed with the telescope, with telescopy, with the telescopic improvements in technology. The original naked eye planets, as they were called, the naked eye planets meaning those that you could see with the naked eye, that were in our solar system. These were generally named after the Roman pantheon gods. So Mars instead of Ares, Venus instead of Aphrodite. They just seem to be much easier to use for reference points. But of all of these worlds in our solar system, the only one that was named after a Germanic deity is a planet that we all live on, and it is named after Yerja. This is Earth, Erda, the Titaness that was the mother of Thor, Donar, as he's known in the German. She was also the daughter of night. The original, so out of the night Earth came. So this is a reference, of course, to the dark matter that permeates so much of the paranormal and the supernatural and the metaphysical. So when it comes to what this individual is saying, they're actually very knowledgeable, and they're exposing their in-depth knowledge. So when it comes to the planet that we live on, it is a Germanic world. We identify it as a Germanic Titaness on whose bosom we all dwell. And but the Latin word, if we were to use the Latinization or their mythopoeic Latinization of the German cosmology. I almost hate to use that term mythos because, of course, these days it's been so corrupted and taken by August Derleth, and now whenever anybody uses that term mythos, it's almost impossible for me, at least, not to think of Cthulhu, because you see that shit all over the internet where people just refer to the mythos, and they're talking about Cthulhu and shit. But yeah, when it comes to German cosmology, the Latinization would be Tellus, as in Tellus, Tellus. And Tellus would be Terra in the Greek. So Terra, our holy planet, our holy terror, it is it's a sacred world. And as opposed to when people get poetic, say, for instance, they can call us all earthlings, which at this point in history sounds almost vulgar or unappealing. And they could, because people think of earth and they think of soil and they think of dirt or something. But people could get more poetic and say we're terrans, as in the Greek word. Or they could get very mythopoeic and say we're Tellurians, which would be the Latin term. So we're all, it's all equally applicable. And of course, then you get into the other cosmologies, the Chinese, the Asian, Indian, and all of it, it resonates. But definitely in the generic sense, I'm very, I've grown very, shall I say, accustomed to the term Earth for Erde, the German goddess. And though I must say, I still don't really find the term Earthling very appealing. He just sounds too earthy. But yeah, aside from that, the question was essentially, why don't we use these other, why aren't we using the term Tellurian? We would if we got very pedantic and just said we're going to be super traditionalist, use only Latin godly names. But, the scientists are going in opposite directions now. They're actually going in directions where they're rating other cosmologies. And these planets that we're discovering further and further out in the Kuiper Belt and towards the Oort cloud, we're giving them Hawaiian names, Polynesian names, names after these divinities from other cosmologies. So, to go traditionalist and calling ourselves Tellurians would, in a sense, be going backwards. But I don't think it's inapplicable in certain situations. I think that it's a nice term to know, and certainly should be used in some situations. I thought
that was a term that was that you read a lot in science fiction.
Yeah,
the Tellurians. It was a science. I read that use that term in science fiction, and to me it was just somebody being, different or cute or whatever. And it's like, okay, it's just a more, I think, sophisticated or highbrow way of saying
Earthling,
person from Earth.
Yes,
because they didn't want to sound. Earthlings probably sounded too
earthy,
too trite. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. It is trite. It does have that sound to it. I hate to say it.
Yeah, it gave, it just gave it a better feel, or maybe even, I don't want to say panache, but respect to say, Tellurian instead of Earthling. Earthling sounds like a B science fiction movie. Take me to your leader, Earthling.
It does. And I'm trying to remember what I believe is, I think there's another term for Earth that is also valid that begins with a T, and I would have to really go through my occult notes to find it, but it's a real word for Earth, and almost nobody knows it, but it's used in the ancient occult texts. It's imprinted in the Vox Arca, and you'd think I'd remember it, but for some reason, every time I run a diagnostic, it comes straight into my mind and then gets blasted out. So I'll have to look it up at some point and see.
You remember what language it was in?
I kept thinking it was ancient Hebrew, but it's not. It can't be because it's the ancient Hebrew. They just say something like Adama, which means the earth. Adama. That's like in Battlestar Galactica, Commander Adama, who was leading the fugitive fleet on the Battlestar. He was named Commander Adama. It simply meant Earth. His very name meant Earth because they were looking for Earth. So it's not that. But I'll try and find it. That's all I can say.
Terra, Zemi. There's a lot of names here.
Yeah.
And none of them.
Yeah, but it begins with a T. I remember that much. So there's other names for Earth, and just so everybody knows. Now, the ancient Chinese name for Earth, Di Qi, simply means the sphere. They knew it was spherical. That's to smash all you flat earthers out there. And so the ancients knew the Earth was round, and of course you couldn't sail. You couldn't navigate a ship without knowing that. So people need to understand that the Bible does not say the Earth is flat. And for God's sakes, get that out of your heads. Other than that, any other questions, dear Peter?
I not from him. I have another question from my friend who asked the questions about the currency.
Yeah. Okay.
Can either of you? He's got a whole bunch of questions here. about the CHO. Can either of you describe the method how the CHO affects our dream state? How do they accomplish this? I think did we answer this?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
Maybe I already answered it. Maybe we just answered the first one. But yeah, and of course Aristides had looked into some research about that part of the brain, the junction, I forget what it's called, about where the brain. I read in that article, and how do they connect to us through our minds? But I would also say that one of the main, I guess, advantages of qigong is when you start, you filter, you're not thinking what humanity thinks. And this goes back to the currency question, and it applies to the CHO as well. It's like you're not plugging into what the human being thinks. Like, many people during COVID thought in certain ways. I'd say most of them thought anti-vax or pro-vax. And the pro-vax, a great many of them were scared. They were feared. But pro-vax, it's like, so you're like thinking like human beings. Pro-vax or anti-vax. Maybe you should be thinking no-vax, or just not plugging into it. And that's an extreme version, because everybody had to deal with that one way or another, or you stay in the house all day and not go out. But when you're, one of the things you divorce yourself from in qigong is typical ordinary human thinking, and that includes your peers. Like thinking how all the herd thinks, the herd mentality. And this is certainly, the CHO are going to thrive on the herd.
Yes.
And you see, think of the cow mutilations. Cows are herds. And you think of all of this invasion of people's space with the gray alien abduction phenomena. That's a herd mentality. Like, where are these people coming from? They're all having these experiences. Why are they having these experiences? Because they're open, because they're vulnerable. I remember in school, all the kids getting vaccinated. I was never vaccinated. And
you're kidding.
Coming with their
not even for polio? Not even for.
Because my mother never signed the card.
Wow.
And she wasn't like an anti-vaxxer.
I was about to say.
She just thought, this is not necessary. It's, I was never. I think they gave you they gave you a choice, and all those parents would sign up. And I remember, she says, "Oh, you don't need it." Whatever. I mean, so I never got it. I don't know how, if that, but that's so typical of me being outside the pack. But, and I think there were some that were mandatory, like a smallpox vaccine, or I'd get one. And I was a little jealous of all the kids that would get the scarred arms. And they were permanent scars.
Yeah, they are. They're permanent fucking scars.
And, but be that as it may, it was just, but it's like a herd mentality, and she didn't subject me to the herd for whatever reason. But you don't want to be thinking what other people think, because when you get outside the realm of human beings, there's intelligence to be found or experienced or whatnot. So that's a big issue here. Like in the CHO, are they, this guy obviously saw them influence his wife when he told her about the CHO, which he shouldn't have done.
Right.
But yeah, they are powerful. They can affect you. But like I don't go to bed at night worrying about the show. I just don't.
Yeah.
There's something I'm writing about.
Yes.
And I think they should be written about. I think they are an important part of the history of America and what's happened here.
Yes.
But I remember telling a psychic one time about what I was discovering with all my synchronicities with the Wilsons and Crowley and 666. And she looks at me and says, "Don't you ever get scared?" It's like, I'm not scared. It reminded me of what I heard, the baseball player Derek Jeter once say. They said, "Don't you get scared of getting hit?" And I could relate to being scared of being hit by a baseball.
It's true.
These things are coming over 90 miles an hour.
Yeah. I mean, men have died getting hit by a baseball. If it whacks you on the head, there's one, I know of one case where somebody died. Yeah, my dad told me about it.
Well, yeah, I would just say this. I was like probably 15 years old in the Babe Ruth League, and I was playing catch. We're warming up before the game. I had my uniform on, everything. We're just playing catch. Somewhere out of nowhere, some errant ball comes and hits me in the side of the head, on the temple.
Oh.
And it was just some stupid missed throw.
Right.
I didn't see it coming.
Right.
And it hurt like hell.
Oh.
It didn't, I don't think it left a bump. I didn't take me out of the game. It was pregame. But it was like, it hurt like hell.
I can imagine.
Now that was just it wasn't thrown like super hard. It was thrown hard enough, to carry through the air. So it hurt like hell. Now imagine this guy's going up throwing at you 95 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour, even 80 miles an hour, which is a slow. And Derek Jeter says, "Man, you can't even think like that. Yeah. You can't be afraid. If you're afraid, you can't be thinking like that."
It's true.
So it's like, it's not an element of his game to be afraid. Yeah. And you just don't employ those emotions if you're going to try and hit a baseball at that level of competition. And I said, well, that's the correct mindset.
Yes.
And every one of those players up there, and there's a whole psychology of fear in pitching baseball. They talk about it. You got to throw the player inside, and it's like, to shake at his confidence. And so what I'm saying is, if you're dealing with riding bulls in a rodeo,
yes,
they're very dangerous, or even breaking horses. You can't be afraid of the animal.
No.
I'm not going to be doing either one of those things. I've never done them. And, too old to be going into bronco busting. But you can't be afraid of doing that stuff. Otherwise, you forget about it. So that's how I approach the show. Of course, I'm approaching it professionally. I'm approaching Douglas Dietrich professionally. Not only from a writing perspective, but from an occult perspective. This is what I do. And I would suggest people approach that in the same way. Like how do you, don't become a victim for them. Don't become food for the show.
Right.
Because you have to understand the mentality of what we're doing here. We're exposing the feeding frenzy of that which ravages humanity. Whether it be the Heart Project, the CHO, the dream state, the harvesting of emotional energy. And we're exposing this. And if we're exposing this, it's like we're in the role of a, like a surgeon getting the disease or being afraid. Oh, look what's going on there. They're killing the patient. It's just a different mindset. And
you couldn't get any work done if you were living in a state of fear.
What are the mechanics, rituals of black magic they use? And these have been stated, but it's they use words of power. They use their own rituals. He's explained those rituals, and there's probably a host of rituals that they do that we don't know, but it's mumbo jumbo. And when I say mumbo jumbo, it doesn't mean it's not powerful.
Right.
It's just whatever their rituals are. Do they need our name? No, they don't need our name. Do they research us? They don't research us. That's kind of like saying, does a shark research its victim?
Thank you. Thank you.
He's instinctual harvesting of energy. Now, when you say research, somebody like a Kino might do research, on psyops and stuff like that. So that would extend down. And of course, I'm sure the Romans researched the Christians.
To a degree. Of course, in those days, the idea was that if you don't want to find out too much about the people you're seeking to destroy or suppress, because the fear is you might become one of them. And many Romans did convert to Christianity, including some legionnaires who were ordered to massacre Christians, and they were just so impressed by their passive acceptance of their massacre. They were at peace with their God and at peace with their fate. And this caused some Roman legionnaires to convert, this sort of things. That there is, to function, a degree of ignorance that's needed in some affairs. Yeah.
Now, I want to say something, as we're getting towards the end of my time here.
Yes.
And I sent a friend of mine the Roswell deception.
Wonderful.
Because I wanted her to have it, and I was just telling her about it, and she says, "Oh, she appreciated me for a long time." She says, "Your knowledge is so advanced. It's so advanced." And I said, "Well, just read the book and let me know what you think of it." Mm-hmm. She wrote back and said that the typeface is too small. This is the second person I've had tell me, not in the same book, but they said the typeface is too small. Well, both of these people are like 70 plus.
Okay. Wow.
And I'm saying, like, okay, well, nobody else complains.
Right.
2 people have complained of the typeface.
Uh-huh.
And then, so what I did is I sent her a electronic file which she could blow up.
Oh, great.
But she said, no, it's the spacing. Now, I said, well, if you blow up the type, the spacing kind of becomes clear.
Right.
Maybe she's got challenges with her eyes.
Right.
But the bottom line is, she couldn't do it. And she would love to have read it, I think.
Uh-huh.
For whatever it's worth. I'm not gonna, do a new book with bigger type. I suppose I could, actually make some files for her and do it. But I did send her your YouTube of Roswell and the Rising Sun, so she said she'd listen to that.
Okay.
Get some modicum of reference for your stuff, because she certainly appreciated it. But it was just a comment that of resistance to the book, which wasn't necessarily intentional. But that's the only 2 comments. And as I say, they were both friends of mine who were past the age of being spring chickens.
Right. Something to bear in mind. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but then you lose readers as a author. People die.
Yes, that's true.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, it's just like, okay, well, this customer, this whatever, been reading my books for years, and now you hear, my father subscribed to your newsletter. Please discontinue. He passed away. Whatever it is, these people, they die.
Yeah.
It's just circumstance. Whatever.
Well,
so,
but before you go, let's just take a look inside of the chat, see if there's anyone asked any specific questions. Otherwise, I don't think they did. Rather, they were trying to contribute certain statements. We had plenty of people talking about how loud and clear we sounded. Many people responded to our original question. David Fitzsimons in Atlantic City said we're both loud and clear. Dawn Maria Beck, of course, T-Tank Berry said down with the Autobots and Decepticons. And Cal Ann said, hi, just jumped in. I can hear you both great. Dawn Maria Black said, I love you all. Can hear everybody great. Sheeple60 said, good evening. And Shining Shadows, who's our dear friend Chris Collins, the artist, said, I'm pro-cash, but I believe that standard hotel policy because they need a card on file as a potential damage deposit on the room. Okay, yeah, I guess, but why not just demand somebody put money deposit down on the room? I mean, you could do that with cash as well. And Vicky Johnson, hi to her, was saying, I bet it is in Latin. Certainly my best wishes to all the ladies who have joined us, to Dawn Maria Beck and Vicky Johnson. And so with Chris Collins, I don't know, does that bring anything up for you, Peter, before you retreat into the gentle night?
No.
Okay, yeah. Also want to let Peter know that we had contributors. The wonderful JP sent and who I always think of as Jack Parsons from this moment forward. He sent 25 United States dollars in a money order. And then let's take a look at some of these other...
Thank you for that. And I want to remind everybody else, if they can, to contribute an equal small amount to that, or even more if you can, to help support Douglas in his continuing revelations of what he's been treating us to with information.
Thank you. And we're also definitely want to check some of these other contributors and share them with dear Peter. But he can retreat into the gentle night tonight if he wants, and I can give these people their due and their credit, and then share the contributors again, with yourself on Wednesday, which will be here before we know it. I mean, it'll practically be tomorrow. And I'll let you know how my appointment went with my new psychological counselor, who I'll be seeing on Tuesday. I'll let you know how that went, all of you listening. And other than that, Peter, we love you dearly, and you have a wonderful night, retreating into the gentle night, and may all your dreams be pleasant, and your slumber be refreshing.
Okay, thank you. Good night to everybody.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye for now. That's skybooks.usa.com. Thank you all so much. And Peter, of course, makes it a wonderful experience. Let's see if we can get this call reestablished. I'll call the usual suspects and see if there's a response. Oh, remind me of something down here. Let me put a ha-ha here. See if we can get a response there. And we should have told Peter got a response from Aaron. Good, excellent. And with that, we will see who is available to call. All right. Let's start with... Okay. Why do I suddenly feel like I need to cough? And everybody, gonna try and reestablish a call as soon as possible so I can take a refreshment break and then come back in. I promised myself, because the tonight is so important in terms of a convergence of many anniversaries. I'm going to try and going to try and monologue as soon as possible. Oh God, it rings. It rings. It says she's not online, but it rings. Hey, honey. Oh, you have no idea. Why do I feel such a wonderful thrill to have connected with you? Why, I mean, it's my heart's aflutter. I'm just, I'm ready to swoon. Honestly, I'm just so overwhelmed by the gift of your grace.
I don't understand how you could be ready to swoon. Number one, when I declined your call the first time, that means I don't want to talk. Number two, I don't know how you could swoon because you've been swooning over Peter Moon for about
honey, changing the subject and moving right along. So, darling, it's as
no, I mean it's fine. I mean you're a swooner. It's not just about Peter. You just kiss people's ass.
Yeah, honey. Oh, honey. You're in quite the feisty mood tonight. So, otherwise, darling. So,
I told you. Yes.
By the way, I'm surprised you didn't get the joke I sent you.
Doing the star thing again. You sent me the star thing again, and you're blocked. I'm not doing it.
Star? What? Star?
It's star. You fucking do.
The star I do. What star?
Oh, the messenger.
Messenger.
Ka-ching, star. Like some stupid circle star thing. It was like the one that everybody sends them to just be like the very first thing that pops up.
What?
Your star. Go back and look at your messenger. What I kept sending you back.
What, let me, but first this link, I sent you this Multnomah County will distribute tinfoil and straws.
I replied to that, but you just probably sent another star into my reply.
No, I mean Ian West. Ian West. I thought of Ian West instant. Didn't you think of Ian West? Tinfoil and straws? And drugs?
Tinfoil, fucking hats and meth. I mean, obviously those go together. Yeah.
No, the straws. The straws.
Oh, the straws.
Yeah,
I did think of him. Yeah, that I actually did, but yeah. For a second.
Okay, so
yeah.
let me take a look at what I sent you here that you're talking about. I don't understand.
I told you the other night.
The star in the circles, the little atom symbol. That's your symbol. You sent me that, and I sent it to you back.
Symbol. You've always sent that stupid symbol. And what did I tell you the other night? I told you. I was like, "Oh, this is your symbol for when I'm done talking."
No.
And you were like,
but that's the symbol you established in your messenger.
No, I didn't establish that. That just was there, and you just kept sending it. I never used that before you.
Oh, no. I thought you did that. I can't do anything else because that's what you established on your,
No, it wasn't. It was just fucking there. It's there for everybody. It's there on all.
No, it's not there for everybody. Other people have a thumb up. Other people have an up thumb. You did something to personalize.
How do you establish a fucking symbol on Messenger?
People do it. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. Here, I'll show you. Here, look. I'm going to do a screen share. See this screen share? See your little cursor going around your face, honey?
Yeah, but I'm just saying I don't think you can establish
Yeah,
symbol.
no, look. Here, I'll show you. Look. Let's take a look at who does this. Give me a second here. Here, Angel there does this. Look at that. This is what she's got. See this? Sndy, and she's got the little butterfly fairy. She's got see, I can send one to her right now. See that? She personalized that. She put that there. You know. What?
Who was that?
It's some chick, Angel Nair, who's like I don't know her personally. She's just a fan of mine. Sends me stuff. Like big five big food industry lies, like that, like.
Actually, but I don't.
But you see, people like me, you know, if you go to.
All right, click on what does Peter mean? I bet Peter Moon's got a star. I bet stars.
No, he doesn't. See, Peter Moon, he's got the thumbs up, like everybody else.
No, that thumbs up is right there automatic. But what I'm seeing is if you go down like you're gonna message him. Go down like you're gonna.
No. The upvote's there in that lower right hand corner. Where if you take a look at that same corner, Angel Nair has got the little fairy. See,
she's got. Go down far enough for me to see a lower right hand corner.
No. This is the lower right hand corner right here. You see the fairy, right? The butterfly fairy.
He sent one.
Yeah. No, but I mean, you don't see this. You don't see this. Sndy. See that thing says Sndy fairy? Send a fairy.
No, I don't see it at all.
Oh God! Then it's your screen. There's something with your screen. And with you've got this. You've got the little star thing. Somehow you personalize that without knowing that you did it.
I swear to God, I never fucking personal. I don't even see my star. Where the fuck do you see the star? Move your little mouse over the star.
Well, how can you send it if you send it all the time? You see, I'm moving my mouse over the star.
But I send it all the time because you send it all the time. Because yes, it's the first thing there. I just figured you're being lazy.
Yeah, no, really. I was doing it because I thought for some reason you had an affinity with the atom star symbol, the star
no,
atom.
What the fuck it even meant? I know it's called an atom star, and I was finally like, why does he keep sending this stupid shit?
It's just only because you did.
I never sent.
Everyone else, everyone else, even like Marina Sarin has upvotes. So by the way,
You're right in my like on that star thing, you can click and there's upvote, there's smiley faces, a billion things.
No, that's if you click on here, choose an emoji. That's when you click on choose an emoji. Then to the right of that is that send a like symbol that you can personalize. But I never knew how to do it and never bothered to investigate.
Well, I haven't either, and so at least I guess I apologize. I just assume you're sending me a
no worries, honey. I hope you don't mind that.
It still shows your laziness to just be like, I'm just going to send her whatever emoji she likes and not ask her, why do you like that? What do you call it? Atom Star?
Yeah, Atom Star. Yeah.
Why do you think I'm in love with the Atom Star, honey?
Is that a real question? I mean, we've just been through this. Yeah.
Yes, but obviously earlier, right before I confronted it, you were like, oh, I think she's in love with the Atom Star. Well, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, all this time, all these months. And you were wondering, hey, why do you like that Atom Star so much?
Oh, I get what you're saying. Why don't I ever ask that question?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, we'll pursue that in a second. I wanted to pursue something with you, like, Marina. She's probably not going to show up based on her history, but she sent me, on her birthday. She was like, I'm being called Nazi.
She contacted you on her birthday. Okay.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Yeah. So I invited her on the show for Wednesday, but I noticed that you jump on my hypocrisy about not jumping on her about her, not physically, but on her about her.
Oh, because I know you jump on her physically in 2 seconds, like flat.
It's honey. At any rate,
okay, I'd jump on her in 2 seconds. I'd give her a couple drinks.
At any rate, honey, you jump on me about not jumping on her about her Pleiadian thing, but you notice I don't jump on.
Actually, Pleiadian.
Thank you. Pleiadian. Thank you. But you notice I don't jump on our man, Andrei MEMŻRIAL, about his not believing that COVID ever existed. You notice I didn't jump on him about that.
You know why you didn't jump on him on that? You've jumped on everybody about aliens except her. You jumped on me with that, like shit, like, oh, but it's the Nazis and it's the Third Reich and it's all in Ujjaland and you're just crazy. Oh, yes, you have to everybody. The only reason you don't jump on my man out of Germany is because you know that everybody else on the call, you look around and you're like, shit, is George here? Nope, fuck. Well, I just better keep my mouth shut because I've got Brooke Gibson. This guy, everybody else is like, something's wrong with COVID. Whether there's no COVID, there's a conspiracy with COVID, vaccine COVID. We're not all on your whole bandwagon of COVID was, like, and it was created by the Russians. But maybe you're right on that part. But then it's like, and it was accidental leak. But there's no conspiracy. There's no big people at play, and definitely there's nothing wrong with the vaccines at all.
Honey, you're misrepresenting what I've said about COVID.
We already know that you think it could have. Let me just summarize because you go into too deep a spill. Okay, like the summary is because we don't have to go back to your sucking the air out of the room. You believe it came out of Russia, whatever, blah blah blah, wherever it was. I don't care if I said the wrong place in Russia, Siberia, fucking, I don't give a shit. Okay. And then it gets into the web markets, and you're saying, okay, it could have been a leak from the lab as well, out of Wuhan, because we know it was in Wuhan, and we all agree that it definitely came out of Wuhan when it came out of there. Okay, so you agree on the Wuhan part. That is the one agreement that you have, which would be different than Germany. I don't remember his name. What the fuck?
You mean our German guy?
Yes, I was doing good for a while. 'Cause you know me and...
Andre, Andre, think
Andre,
my dinner with Andre. MEMŻRIAL.
Oh,
It's
no,
like,
yeah, Andre the Giant. Okay,
yeah, Andre
so,
the Giant. Yes, think of his
yeah.
penis. Yes.
Yeah. Oh God, don't say that. So So anyway,
Hey, better than Andre the Dwarf.
I don't know. Like, at least the little dwarf would be cute. I mean, like, I'd love to have a little. This sounds horrible, but you know, like, there's people that are out there that are racist and or that have like Mexicans working for them or whatever. But like, if I could truly have anybody work for me, I'd hire a dwarf. Like, I would just love to be like,
You're
hey.
like Willy Wonka. You're like Willy Wonka.
I guess. I don't know. I
Oompa
just think it'd be
Loompas.
so cool to see them coming at me because, like, I don't have like 4-year-olds anymore. So it'd be like, just here's your Coke. Can you go fold those? Like, well, it's like it makes them folding the like clothes that much cuter. Like, well, you vacuum and get a little mini vacuum. Watch them vacuum.
Anyhow,
That's so horrible.
Yeah, you know, in the original Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, which was written in German, the author refers to the Oompa Loompas as niggers.
So that's what I'm saying, and I don't think anything lower of them. I just think they have to admit they're cute too. Like, they're the size of 4-year-olds. So like, you are cuter vacuuming than someone my height or taller. It's cuter.
But it's also harder for them to do anything.
I know. You know how expensive I would have to be so rich because number one, to hire someone, first of all, to work for me. Then number two, to hire someone that there's just going to be a less supply of people that want to work for me that are of short stature, and
Wouldn't
then
dwarfs make horrible slaves?
but then I'm gonna think about how much money I'm gonna have to pay to have a Dyson vacuum made to their. Like, I'm gonna have to make all my products. I want them to.
Well, it'd actually probably be more amusing to watch them all struggling together as a team to make the human-sized vacuum or the normal.
I'm not looking for the Polish, like, Klein. How many Polish does it take to change a light bulb or whatever? I just want one, just a cute little vacuum, just like your kids had. Just cute.
Oh my God. At any rate, thank God Nemo has arrived, and so
how's my audio? I bought a new mic.
You sound great, dude. You're fine. Dude,
I got a Blue Yeti.
Or a nun. A nun would also be great. Like, if you just had a nun or like a Buddhist priest that would just that would be great. Like a Buddhist priest as me, and he would just come in and wouldn't say a word. You know, just be like, he's just peaceful as he vacuums and just looks at you like, I know you're thinking evil thoughts, but I'm going to.
Oh, that's delightful. Annie, I love some of your ideas. Honestly, you're creative. You gotta hand you that. I mean, it's incredible how creative you are.
I mean, maybe I need to start like a whole maid service and be like, do you want a Buddhist monk? Do you want
I like that. Yeah,
like, we'll send them out and whatever you want.
Yeah. It's like, well, that one woman I know who, her and her husband made a fortune. Then they then the story just got really weird. And as far as I'm concerned, pretty dark. And then ultimately just stupid. But I'm sorry, honey.
I don't know what you're talking about. You just said of somebody that made a fortune doing what?
It was this woman I knew named what was her name? I managed to bleach it out of my mind consciously for the moment. She made a fortune with her husband where they had a celebrity impersonators business. So they would hire people to pretend to be celebrities for Las Vegas. So they would have Elvis, Madonna, and these were just people pretending to be these characters that would show up in Vegas and do this stuff and just say, this is the Madonna impersonator, this is the Elvis impersonator. And for some reason, this would satisfy people almost as much as the real person. They couldn't claim it was the real person and be guilty of fraud, but, you know, it was just
strange. What's weird about that? There's impersonators everywhere. Like, they do that all the time.
Yeah. But I mean, so it's, what do you mean? I mean, they made a fortune out of this, like, you know, and then they...
Right, but you said you bleached up your mind like it was some bad thing.
No, it was something, she was a big fan of mine, and then it got really weird and just really dark, just really...
did you get mad that she didn't make a Douglas Dietrich impersonation?
That's cute. That's very funny. I can't imagine how anyone could impersonate myself. Oh, but anyhow, so
I totally know who would impersonate you greatly. I think Ian West, if he loses a few pounds.
Great,
honey,
that's just... That's so funny. So funny, I forgot to laugh. This man, Nemo, by the way, I'm talking to our Lady Brooke about, I'm not going to say our girl Brooke because she might take offense. Our Lady Brooke, I'm saying that's so funny I forgot to laugh about what she said. But something equally funny just came up. Our dear man, Nemo Albano, whom we all, find a wonderful human being, is sending us pictures of his mic. He is so proud of his mic. His Yeti mic. He is sending us photographs.
I just went and bought a new mic today too, and I didn't have time. I haven't plugged it in.
I really needed it because the mic on my new headset's just fucked. I can't fix it, so I had to get a new mic.
Yeah, well, your mic is great. Your mic is great. It looks great. I mean, this is other people would send dick pics, but our man sends mic pics. He sends mic pics. This is cute. It's cute. So, can I take a refreshment?
No, I would like to hear about your entire last 3 days. Like take Sucker out of the room right now. Come on, let's do it.
Me or Nemo? Me. You mean me?
You. Oh, you. I just want to keep you talking for like another 12 hours.
I gotta take a refreshment break. I've been waiting a while, and I'm sure Nemo and you can talk. Hold the stage.
Whose fault is it that you've been waiting a while, Douglas?
Honey, why are
not Nemo. It's certainly not Nemo's.
But honey, so yeah. Anyhow, what was that lady's name? She, at any rate, so here's what happened with her. She was a big fan, and when I first came out as a public informant, she drove up in a expensive mobile home that she rented, which she fully furnished.
No, you don't drive up in a mobile home, okay?
Yeah, well, she did. She drove up.
You can drive up in an RV, or you can pull a mobile home.
Thank you. I don't know this. Look, I don't live in that world, okay?
Well, trust me, we got enough mobile homes and trailers in the South. We know the difference in an RV and mobile home.
Thank you. RV then. What's an RV? What's the acronym for?
RV is a recreational vehicle, so it means it has an engine on it. It's drivable.
Got it. Okay.
Trailer. You have to pull that because it's sitting down.
Got it. Okay, so it's an RV then. But these are like basically mobile homes, right? These RVs, they're like super like.
Well, it depends on you can get a really small RV that would be. What
do you call these big ones that are like buses and people live in?
Yeah, those are like the really nice ones. They're called coaches. Some of them are called. If I don't call them a coach bus. But but at the end of the day, yeah, there are RVs that are just very nice RVs that are.
Okay, so that's what it was.
These
big
fans drive around them.
Yeah, so she was
like a couple hundred, $500,000 wins. You can get $1 million one, man.
Whatever it was, this was a multi-million-dollar one. This was big, tricked out, had everything in it but a hot tub. But this thing was like big, white, shiny, and so she drove up to see me in that with her husband, who was wearing a suit. This guy was like a walking cadaver. You could have shot him and buried him in that same suit. I'm pretty sure she had $1 million or more fucking RV. Why the fuck you didn't shoot and bury him and take her and be in the RV right now? Well, I don't know. She was really into me, but this guy was old, respectable, and then she had a crush on me and was.
You could kill 2 dogs with 1 bullet, but you couldn't take out 1 little old man and bury him.
It's hard to get away with murder. At any rate,
you want that?
So darling, then what happened was that she began to suddenly degenerate and disintegrate, and was she claimed she had an extreme sensitivity, and I believe she believed this.
That was even better. I would have killed her husband if she visited me. She'd have been then started disintegrating. I'd have married her already. She was
a great looker too.
You could have inherited everything she fucking had, and I could be fucking driving around in a fucking $1 million RV right now.
Yeah. Imagine, she used to be a showgirl, so she was quite the looker, and she maintained her age very well. She aged very gracefully, And but she was very much active, you know, which is kind of like she just he was like basically, poor bastard, was like a walking cadaver, and in every sense, and it just couldn't keep up with her activity. And she was very childlike and had a sense of quote unquote fun, where she would like pick up things and, you know, harmless things like flowers and shit and throw them at him, which he did not take with good humor. So it was just
At
like,
least you didn't pick up a short person and throw him at him.
yeah, at any rate. So then she wound
God,
up.
I'm gonna be so thrown for that. I'm not against short people at all. I just think they keep vacuuming. I'm sorry.
And then for some reason she wound up going Edomite with that Richard Dolan. And just said, Richard Dolan tells me you're the Antichrist and shit. And then then she started attacking me. And then what happened was a big fan of mine. This was all like a weird parallel story named, what was his name? But he was on my show just a few times to sing Happy Birthday along with Noreen Halpand, who in the early days, like I said, people thought was my wife. You remember her. She was the chick who was going on.
Yeah, awful on the whole like Joe Biden.
Yeah. Anyhow, this guy, he was known as the clean doctor, quote unquote. He was working up in Seattle, and he had this whole for years, he had this illicit relationship with the woman who won the silver medal at the Sarajevo Olympics in figure skating. So he had this illicit relationship with her. She was married to this multimillionaire, and while he was window cleaning the estates, because this is what he did, was he was a window cleaner, and he was doing the sunroof for their bathroom, he saw her basically taking a shit and was jerking off to it, and then she turned on to that and invited him in, and they had sex. By the way, this only happens in porno films and to the idiot who was washing those windows. But at any rate,
my God, like, where the fuck does this happen at? Like, and how the fuck do you get in the window? Because I'm pretty sure skyscrapers with window cleaners, the window.
Oh no! He came in through the front door after she saw.
Oh, he's like, what number are you? She's like, I am 44A. Come now, I'll keep shitting.
yeah, he came in through the front door. Well, it was an estate. It's an estate, big home. It's not an apartment.
I was thinking a skyscraper when you said window washing.
Oh, no. At any rate, Jeffrey Fravel! That was his name! Jeffrey Fravel! And so the clean doctor, Jeffrey Fravel, had a relationship with her whose name can be looked up.
Was she still with the old man?
Of course. So he had a relationship with her for at least 10 years. Well, she was still married to this guy. Then he had a big nightmare about it and called me like, oh my God, I dreamt I woke up in bed and everybody was pointing at me and I'm a sinner and I'm going to hell and I'm going to die. And I was just fucking calm down and just, geez, everybody does it. Why don't you just, stop worrying about it and live with yourself. And then he got over it. And then he hooked up with some other chick for a short while as his transitional period. Then he hooked up with this bitch, who was my fan. And the interesting thing was he was a big fan of mine for years. And then he was very supportive, even a contributor, a few bucks here and there to an extent, $20 here, 20, but nothing big, but it meant something. And then he got into this, and he had a real weird background. His dad was like some government mental experiment.
Whoa. Don't say that. I don't think you know anybody except maybe me and, I don't know, maybe two other people I can think of without really weird backgrounds.
Yeah, but his background was, so his mother was a follower of that OASP. You're familiar with OASP, right? OAHSPE.
I'm familiar with WASP. My great uncle was a member of it.
I guess you could pronounce it that way. But WASP is
white Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Right.
They were worship KKK.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. There's that. But then OASP could be pronounced WASP. Now that I think of it, it's probably a better way to pronounce it. I'm not sure if they pronounce it that way, but it's like the Bible if it were revised and rewritten by a entire consultant firm of attorneys.
So it's old white Anglo-Saxon Protestant Bible.
No, it's weird ass New Age Bible. Earth is Lucifer and shit. Earth is Lucifer, and if you look at, yeah. Anyhow, it's really weird shit. But anyhow, so his mother was a follower of that, and his dad was like his dad was, he had like a good job, and then suddenly fell in love with a totally fictitious. It's like, I had this one friend who was a weightlifter and was fairly normal, except for a number of things I could go into. But anyhow,
Helps.
What's happening?
Like almost everyone else we know here.
yeah. Anyhow,
No, that's not our two guys on the phone. I think they're fairly normal. I don't know Nemo. No one. You know Nemo. That means no one, by the way.
Yes,
but I like Nemo's fun. I'm just giving you a hard time. But no. Go. And
no,
Andre,
Nemo's Latin. Albano is Spanish. That means nobody. Albano means nobody. That's Spanish.
No, Nemo means what?
No one means no one in
one.
Latin.
That's what
Latin.
I said.
Yeah. That's right. That's what you said. Yeah. Anyhow, so when it came to Alan Budd, he was the guy who had this really weird hobby. When
I think you can't get any weirder fucking story, like you've told them all.
But just to make my point, Alan Budd had this weird hobby where, for whatever reason, he got off on taking bits and pieces of photographs of statuesque woman and creating an artificial Frankenstein's woman out of them, of impossibly large boobs and butt and shit. And he'd put this online, and he'd get literally thousands of men sending him money and flowers and chocolates and shit, proposing to marry him and shit. So this is like how he got off. One of the ways he got off. There were plenty of other ways.
Oh, he would pretend to be the woman.
No. He just put it up there and said, I'm an available chick. He wasn't really getting behind it and pretending to be the woman and interacting with these guys. He didn't need to. He just put this Frankensteinian monstrosity up there, and guys just start sending him money and chocolates and flowers and shit.
God, men are always so stupid. That's why I don't understand. Like when y'all are like, "Oh, you should go on OnlyFans," and I'm like, "Who would pay? Like, why would you pay?"
Well, now this is why you should do it. But at any rate, then what happened was that this father of Jeffrey Favels saw one of Alan Budd's creations, except it wasn't Alan Budd. It was someone else who made this Frankensteinian woman. And Jeffrey Favell could see immediately, this is a woman who cannot physically exist. Her boobs and butt are disproportionate to her hourglass waist. It was like the measurements of
Ian West.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a 22-inch waist and 75-inch
21-inch waist. Yeah. And 75-inch hips, 45-inch hips, really.
Whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah, 75 bus line. Yeah, so it was like it was like that. And so, but his father said, "I feel her love for me through the screen." He was touching the screen, literally. "I feel her love for me." And then Jeffrey Fell was saying, "Oh God, I was born from this guy. I was born of this man's seed, this man's loins." And then it just got worse and downhill from there. The man lost his job over that, and he lost. But like I said, it was some kind of weird government psyop experiment, because what happened was, somebody called him saying, "I'm that woman." And so this woman said, "Oh, I'm married to a mafia overlord, and I can't meet you because he'll kill us both if he finds out about our forbidden love. But, I want you to know I love you." And so this man spent the next 20 years expending everything he had trying to hook up with this woman to hide from the mafia overlord, amassing an arsenal of weapons so he could protect them both, and and all this shit, giving up his home.
Oh my God, what, can you just find me one more idiot like that I can call and pretend to be?
Yeah, I mean, Nemo? Just kidding. It's not Nemo who fills that role. Anyhow, so Jeffrey Favell's dad wound up in the end of his life. But what's so weird was there was one point they almost rendezvoused. See, this is like, it had to be some kind of government psyop experiment, because at some point the woman said, "Let's rendezvous," and he went to an airport and waited for hours, and then she said,
"Oh my God, that's not a government psyop. That is just a woman wanting to make money." Probably the stupid son, who finally realized his dad's a gross, nasty ass, was like, "Well, we might as well make money of it," from some stupid bitch at work, and was like, "Call him."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay. How is that a government psyop? Like,
it was the way it happened, the way it went down. It seemed so.
Yeah, but you also thought the flying squirrel with Amazon was a complete conspiracy last week.
Look, I understand logically it's not, but it still feels like one. No, there were several points about this guy's spiral of self-destruction based on his interactions with this woman, the way that he was taunted and tormented, and these almost run-ins with her, these almost rendezvous. It just seemed so sadistic. So it seemed like one of Michael Aquino's psyops. Not that I believe it was him.
I don't know. I'm starting to believe that Aquino was normal till he met you, and then you were like, "It's a conspiracy. The world's a conspiracy," and you fucking turned the fucker on to fucking all this crazy shit. He's like, "Maybe it is a conspiracy."
That's very funny. That's actually quite funny. But at any rate, honey. So then what happened was, anyhow, so that's his dad, and he has this background, and he winds up with some woman who was acting really crazy and wound up drawing him into kind of a semi-conspiracy world. Jeffrey Fravel with this transitional girlfriend between the silver medalist and then the bitch who ran off with him, who was my former fan, who then said Richard Dolan says Douglas Dietrich is the Antichrist and shit. Then Jeffrey Fravel, when he first saw her, because she
Richard Dolan seems so normal until you told me about it. But then when I rewatched some of his shit, I'm like, yeah, he seems like a prick.
Yeah, thank you. At any rate, when it came to her, I can't remember.
Richard Dolan, if you're listening, please don't send your people after me either.
At any rate, so what's her name? The former showgirl who then ran the celebrity impersonator thing and made all the money off it, and then blew it all. And her husband and her were living in a car before he finally died. I guess that was how she killed him. And yeah, that was pretty much it. That's how she killed him. So then she wound up getting all his insurance, which was apparently millions and millions of dollars. But at any rate, when it came to the idiot Jeffrey Fravel, when he first saw her, he thought she was just a crazy cunt. He said, wow, look at that crazy cunt. She's lying down next to her husband who looks like a corpse. And I bet he is a corpse and shit. Then I explained to him, well, she claims she's
That's
convinced.
That's what people say when I'm laying next to you.
Yeah, that's cute. At any rate, so
the blanket's levitating off of your white fucking ass, cold as shit, like stiff body.
Yes, that's very funny. Yes.
Hello, Douglas.
Yes, welcome, Real Tech Geek. Welcome. So glad to have you with us. Yes, and you can tell us about. I so need you too. I just gonna finish the story, and I'll take a refreshment break. And between yourself and Nemo, you'll both have Brooke DP. Double penetrated, and so.
Oh my life! Oh my God.
Well, I don't need that. I have a job for myself, so.
Okay.
Hey, Real Tech, it's good to hear your voice. All right, we'll let Douglas finish, and then I'll talk to you in a minute. Go ahead and finish. By the way, I just want to say, when that guy said, I can't believe I'm from the seed of this man, I'm pretty sure he should have figured out he was fucked when he realized his last name.
Yeah, Fravel. What does that mean?
Who the fuck has that? I would have changed that last name immediately. I mean, you'd be better off if you were born with the name Hitler.
Oh my God!
Seriously, I'm Fravel. I'm Johnny Fravel.
It is a funny name. Is it
Frazzle or Fravel? I mean, I don't even fucking know.
Rhymes with Scrabble.
Yeah, it is. It is a funny name. Anyhow, so I was explaining to him that this woman who was the fan of mine felt that she was extremely allergic to electric meters. The meter readers. What do they call them? The electric meters that, they don't need a meter reader to come to your home anymore. It just reports.
They just drive by. Yeah, it's like Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So she felt that.
God, she's dead now with 5G. Man, that'd be dead.
Yeah. And what'd you say?
If she's allergic to those meters, she is dead with 5G. Has already killed
smart meters. That's it. Smart meters. She was convinced she was allergic to smart meters, and
but
so.
Do you understand the technology behind that's just like Wi-Fi. So at the end of the day, she'd be dead now.
Yeah, no, I get it. I knew one other woman who had that same kind of fear of cell phones or something, or some kind of Wi-Fi, and so she.
I mean, there's some reason to have some fears of it, or not fears, but there's some reasons to there are, everything's energy, and there are signals going through there all the time, right?
Yeah.
So they say sometimes at night, it's good to not be near your. You have a Wi-Fi router or to unplug it. I mean, you are pushing signals out into the air that can, affect energy waves, as we already know through the government experiments. They use they use the energetic, their stronger stuff. So, I mean, but then to say I'm allergic to it, that's a little
I knew two women who were very psychoactively or psychologically reactive, psychosomatically reactive to the concept of these waves. The other woman might have even been more extreme because she felt she couldn't handle cell phones and stuff like that. But when it came to this chick, she so she was convinced she was dying unless she moved out into the middle of nowhere. And so what happened was that when I told that to Jeffrey Fravel, he, for whatever reason, I have no idea why, I meant to just contextualize why she was behaving the way she was, which seemed kind of odd to him, and obviously to the point where he was laughing at it. Then he felt suddenly, oh, I feel so bad for her, and oh, what, that poor woman. And I have no idea why he would respond that. It just seems so extreme a response from one laughing at her to suddenly, oh my God, I feel so dreadfully sorry that I laughed at this dear woman considering her challenges in life, which I thought was kind of stupid. But at any rate, then they wound up hooking up together. And they wound up both running away with the insurance money from the poor dead guy, the old man.
That's a good reason. I'd be like, if she's got a couple million, she wants to live out in the middle of nowhere. Does she like dogs? I'd totally be like, I agree with you. I'm allergic to cell phones too.
So then her and Jeffrey Favreau wound up in their dream home out in the middle of a very rural community, but it was still looked like what I would call ex-urban. Not suburban, but ex-urban, beyond suburban, but it's ex-urban. It's like a little village they moved into of other people with their own homes out in the middle of bumfuck California, Arrowhead, California. So they moved out to Arrowhead, California, where they lived in the snow. It's one of those areas of California where they get snow.
I'll say it's like the mountains of
extreme mountains of California. So it's like there you go. So that was the weird.
She died of Lyme disease because that is what you get. She ran away from cell phones and she went to the mountains of California, and I can assure you she got bit by a tick or two.
Do we have Lyme's disease out here? Is that mostly like northeast? I mean, I know it's all moving because of global warming.
Well, we have it on the East Coast, yes, but in the mountains of North Carolina, mountains of California, if I'm not mistaken, because my dentist was from there. One of my dentists lived out there for a while, and his daughter got bit out there.
Oh shit! You're kidding? Wow! Holy shit! Fuck that! I'm never. Yeah.
The shit out there. Yeah, he was saying how different it is in the mountains of California versus like where you are, like LA, and that he had talked about ticks. Or I don't know. I guess she got bit by a tick or whatever and got Lyme disease.
Oh my God. Yeah, well, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's awful. And of course, Lyme disease is a bioweapon that was created on Plum Island off the coast of New York, off the coast of Montauk, actually. And so Plum Island is where they...
it was created in that underground space in Long Island, like that little underground area they can...
No, not there. Plum Island. And it escaped to the mainland.
Plum Island's where they did all the animals, horrible animals.
That's right. That's where they developed...
yes.
Thank you, Rose. How do you? So Realtek and Nemo.
Jesse Ventura episode about that.
Jesse Ventura is it? Yeah. By the way, so do us a favor, Realtek. What happens is, for whatever reason, your audio is very glitchy. So it's like we catch every other word. So if there's anything you can do about that, so we can hear every word. But whatever you do, don't hang up for now. We want you around. We definitely appreciate
my audio. I'm still not on my microphone. I did go ahead and buy another one just to see.
You sound great, honey. You sound great.
Okay.
You really trust me.
It's probably because I have the air conditioning on right now. That's why.
Okay, so it sounds a little smoother now. With that sentence. Now that you're very cognizant of it, seems to make it smoother. So if you could turn off the air conditioning. And I will I welcome both of you gentlemen, and of course I've already prostrated myself before Brooke, and who honestly thought I was sending her this atom star symbol. We were doing this back and forth without her knowing somehow that her page...
ever since we met.
Yeah,
ever since we met. I finally was like, I'm so sick of this stupid star. Why do you keep sending it?
I thought it had significance for you. I just never asked because, I just thought that's the way you personalized your page, and I wasn't gonna.
I just assumed that that was the symbol that came up for everybody's page, and that you were so lazy that you would just hit that star symbol randomly. And I'm like, really? Can you pick a better emoji than the fucking star that means nothing to me?
Oh my god. It's 3 stars in some kind of orbit, so it's got some kind of atom symbol is what it means to me.
Yeah, I don't even know how you got, how do you know it's an atom star?
Because that used to be the old symbol on science fiction books. When we worked in public libraries or even the postal library at the Presidio military base, they used to have symbols for the type of book so that people would automatically, librarians or file clerks. Like originally I started off as a librarian's aide. The people who file the books, they just wanted to make certain that even illiterates would know which section the book belonged in, even if they couldn't alphabetically file it. So they had symbols on the binder of the book spine. So there would be these stickers on many libraries on the book spine that would show you where it would go. And the symbol for science fiction was a little rocket, phallic old rocket, like, people used to think rockets should look like little fins at the tail and, this kind of bulbous point at the top, but, just basically a flying prick. And so they had that surrounded by the atom symbol. And so it was just symbolized by 3 circles around the base of the...
Well, I am so glad you told me that before I walked into a library randomly one day, and I was like, what the fuck was Douglas Dietrich here doing with all these fucking books?
Right. At any rate...
I don't know. The only time I've ever gotten that star symbol was from you. And I would just send it back as a smart... every time I ever sent that star symbol back, it was being smart ass.
Oh my god.
I was like,
funny.
You want to click the first link? And I would just be like, there you go, bitch. There's a star back.
That's so funny. But at any rate, so you must see it at the lower right-hand corner of your message box. It's
the only thing there, but I don't know how you
see. Well, other people, like you, I just showed you the other woman.
Yeah, like a finger to you, like fuck you, like that would be my symbol.
I think people can actually do that. Maybe not, but they should be able to do that because they got an emoji. At any rate, so I really must refresh myself.
I'm just kidding. I would just give you some lips, some like kissy lips. You're so sweet.
I love you. Yes.
Go make some tea and snort some coke.
Yeah. So
I'd have a straw. That's what I'd have. That would be perfect. A fucking straw.
Yes.
That's all I fucking need. And then there's like a complete inside joke there.
Yes, with Ian West.
It's not an inside anymore, but poor little guy.
Yeah, like he said, he should have copyrighted that sentence. He'd be a millionaire by now. So I really must refresh myself. I'll be gone for about 15 minutes at the absolute most, but I'll count on the 3 of you.
What exactly are you gonna do?
I'm well, as our man Nemo, he pretty much said it all. He knows me too well. A few lines of coke. It's just really.
How come every other time I say you're going to do coke, you go,
Real Coca-Cola.
I'm just going to drink some Coca-Cola, bro. I'm not.
Oh my god. Okay. I love you, honey. All right, I'm gonna go mute now. And all of you enjoy. I'm sure that you can. You got this. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you wish you were like Hunter Biden doing some cocaine over a girl's asshole or
Oh my god, save that shit. Also, Douglas, I heard you fucking do that. Like, oh my god. Never mind.
Okay, well, some other time we'll go into that story. All right, gonna go mute. Thank you all. I know you've all got this.
So,
I'm hanging
What's
on.
going on in your region, Real Tech Geek? Any interesting local news?
Well, right here in Queens, I had this sicko going around shooting people from a scooter, and it looked like something out of the video game called Grand Theft Auto series by Rockstar Entertainment.
Yeah.
Thank God I wasn't around for that one. I was going to the show anyway in Long Island.
He was on a scooter, you say?
Yes, I was looking at the footage this morning before I left.
What weapon was he using?
9mm.
Oh my god.
And
Did the cops shoot him down?
didn't shoot him down, but he is arrested.
Oh my god. Over here, some news
Definitely.
in Australia. I'll tell you some news in Australia. Germany just bought 100 Aussie-made military vehicles in largest defence deal ever. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has touched down in Berlin ahead of NATO talks and revealed one of the biggest defence deals in Australia history will be inked Australia will export more than 100 Brisbane-made Boxer heavy weapon carrier vehicles to Germany, starting in 2025 under a $1 billion deal. The military vehicles will be produced in Red Bank and will secure around 1,000 jobs. Apparently, he says this will be one of our largest ever exports, a military fucking deal. Albanese told reporters in the tarmac. We'll guarantee that the 1,000 jobs that are there in Queensland will go into the future and will be worth in excess of $1 billion for the Australian economy. This will boost our sovereignty. This will increase our sovereignty. This will increase our defense capability and boost our economy. This fucktard reckons. This is all direct quotes from the Prime Minister. Another quote, this is a great outcome, and it's the first outcome of quite a few that we have ready to announce tomorrow with our friend here in Germany. The deal will be formally signed tomorrow.
Oh my God, that is so fucking sickening.
Scott Morrison, right? Prime Minister?
No, that was the previous one. This is the new one. Anthony Albanese, or Albanese, however you pronounce it. I'll provide a link in the
So
chat
they're
if you want to
exporting weapons for Ukraine?
Pardon?
Is it for Ukraine?
I think it has to do with...
I know, but Germany,
didn't
Germany.
Putin say he wants to attack Germany as well after Ukraine? Or part of Germany?
Well, Germany wants to defend itself because it's so close, and so they may help Ukraine. I believe part of it is to help Ukraine, but probably part of it is they've already sent stuff. They're going to send stuff to Ukraine. They're going to want more weapons in case things go south. And I'm pretty sure Germany doesn't trust, obviously, Putin. I'm not so sure they should trust America either, to be honest.
Putin said that the worst thing that ever happened in the 20th century was the break of the Soviet Union.
What?
Yeah, who said that? Putin.
Putin, yeah.
He's a fucking dickhead. He's a former KGB agent, and he still loves the Soviet Union. Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm. Let's bring it back together. But I mean, the whole thing is the military-industrial complex, and it's not America. I mean, it's worldwide. It's just run. Yeah. I mean, like that, and so it's all money at the end of the day to them. You know, like it's just billions of dollars in their own pocket. Yeah, you get a few billion in the country, but I mean, you're talking about people hand over fist, like just one man making $1 billion fucking dollars just on signing a deal like that.
Yeah, so
it doesn't make any sense. They need to be working on strengthening the borders with Taiwan. I mean, they are in the Pacific.
Yeah.
So the affairs of Europe in terms of their domain, it's just asinine. It really is. They should have strengthened relations.
Well, I mean, the whole world's fucking asinine. I'm so sick of the whole fucking world. Excuse me for sounding a little bit naive here, which I'm sure you guys will accuse me of, but I do not believe it's naivety as we continue to grow out of Capricorn and grow into where we're going as a world. Every country is going to suffer as we continue to develop AI. Meaning AI will be great in some ways, but it's going to suffer in others.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yes.
Well, you know,
so
it's like
we're all going to be so whole bullshit of like just like, okay, let's just take America for example. We've got the Mexican border, and everybody's like, let's build a wall. Let's keep the people from South America out. Let's just keep them out. And I just still do not understand the concept of people that are like, hey, I was born a human on this earth. Whether I was born in America or let's say I travel here and I'm suddenly like, but nobody else deserves to come here. Like, even though we took the land from Native Americans, let's not forget that. But let's also be like, this is my land and only my land and no one else should be able to come here and prosper. Like, at what point do we do that with any country? Like, it's such a bullshit. Those are why the wars are there. I get it because people are like, I want to control the oil. I want to control the gas. But I mean, they might as well just say it. At least Donald Trump, I will say this, Donald Trump sucks, but at least he came out and was, instead of being like, you know, most politicians are like, you know, he was just like, oh, we almost had Venezuelans oil. We could have Venezuela. Now Biden's paying for the oil. We could have totally taken it over and taken that fucking oil. I mean, like, that's basically what they're all doing is just fighting over resources, and trying to control it. And at the end of the day, it's all wrong. Like, we shouldn't be controlling each other.
Exactly.
It's just it's horrible, and it's just allowing this military-industrial complex to get away. Which I say it in the terms of when I say mid, I mean it by these higher ups, these elites that are controlling things for financial gain and financial gain only. And, you know, they're the ones that are selling out to private. And, you know, that's why your contracts, like here, we either go to Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and, you know, these companies.
Boeing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the US military has all the politicians in their pockets because they blackmail them with their sex slave mind control victims. And then they force the politicians to lobby for more military funding through Congress.
Okay, well,
That's why
I think you went a little overboard there with the sex slave thing. That's where I try to tell Ian West to shut up, because it's like, okay.
No, Douglas has confirmed this multiple times. That's one of the ways they do it. They blackmail these politicians and keep lobbying for more finance allocation towards the US via Congress.
Actually, about
this is why you need to dismantle the current US military industrial complex and give all the armaments to the Coast Guards.
So a lot of things need to be dismantled, but what the problem is, you're not just going to dismantle, and so we can't just dismantle the U.S. Complete fleet without completely being then with the way the world is right now, right? Like, so that's not going to happen. That's not even an option.
They should have been done years ago. That's the thing.
I remember watching an interview with Jordan Belfort, The Wolf of Wall Street, with this guy, Trey Trace, and he was saying about he was in the military. Trey Trace when he was in the military. Basically, he was saying, wow, well, the reason why the United States dollar has such a dominance for the last 100 years is because of the United States Navy. So, you are right. Military cannot be dismantled. It just can't.
No. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, can it I mean, I guess, can it happen? Yeah. So there's like that possibly, like, is that in the realm of like, can that happen? I also might
ultimately
wake up at 6 a.m. and go lift weights for 4 hours. I'm not going to. That's not going to happen. There's more of a chance of, like, me lifting weights for 4 hours at 6 a.m. nonstop without a break. You know, like, what I'm trying to say is the fact that what you're saying is that's just like putting, like, when Douglas says, well, Brooke, you're living in a false world thinking like there shouldn't be war. Like, okay, well, maybe I am. But that's also a false narrative to say that we're going to be able, like you said, to like, there's dismantling, and I'm not saying it can't happen at some point in the future, but there's so much more, Nemo, that would have to happen first for that to ever even be a real.
Yeah, I know, but I said that should have been done decades ago. It should have eliminated.
We should have stopped killing like rhinoceroses and elephants and lions and tigers. We should have stopped like allowing in our.
That goes without saying, but that happens.
But we should have allowed. Okay, but you're not looking at it. So in America, you want to go in America, then we should have stopped allowing that. What you're looking at is most politicians aren't. Yes, Douglas may say some are used for like their sex, whatever they bribe them with, but the majority of our politicians and Congress, which means you have your president and then you have your Senate and your House, and the majority of House.
How else are you gonna? Sorry, I just gotta quickly say this. How else are you gonna stop the majority of the funding going into the military? It's 51% of the nation's funding, whatever you call it, is going into the military.
That's what we know of. Yeah, it's about 900 million.
That's what we know of. I'm fairly certain. I think Realtek and I are agreeing on this. It's probably more than that.
Yeah, yes. A lot. Yeah, because a lot of that needs to go into medical research and such to help humanity.
No, but that's all. We agree on that. But what I'm saying is,
well, go ahead. Sorry.
what I would just say, and I'll let you talk real quick. I would just say that agreeing on that is not the problem. It is the fact that our elected officials we allow. So you want to change the first thing. The easiest thing to change would be how we elect our officials and how they are allowed to campaign, meaning through funding, which we basically allow them to be bought off from the start, which means you don't get into the Senate. You don't get to be anywhere ahead of anything in this area, even if it's locally. Usually you're bought off locally, but as you get up into national politics, you're bought off more. And if you can't be bought off, they're not going to fucking fund you. And then you're not going to get the campaign ads, and you're not going to get the big parties and donors. And so you are bought off from the beginning. Very few, if any, there are a few, but very few. And those are usually in the House of Representatives, because we have so many more in the House, that are not bought off. And so how can you change a law on where your money goes, and all the other laws, things that we need to change on the books, if we don't change the fact that basically every politician that you're looking at, or the majority of them, are paid on one grounds or the others? You know, these Republicans and Democrats sit here and they'll say they hate each other but you'll see them out to dinner together laughing, right?
Yeah, behind
Because
closed doors, they're gang raping sex slaves.
everything does not have to be about
Yeah.
sex slaves, okay, bitch?
No.
No, I'm just
No,
saying behind closed doors, they're doing the same shit together, all of the criminal activities.
A lot of this.
I agree with that. I just don't agree that all of them are gang raping sex. Like, not every politician that's bought off is gang raping sex slaves, or like that.
Yeah, it's
that's
only
where
at a certain peak or height. When you get in, it becomes obligatory because the higher ups need to have blackmailing evidence against you, so they'll have videos and photos of you having sex with sex slaves or animals.
Well, with AI, this will be any need to do that now anyway. They just make it up.
Yeah, there's no need
Yeah.
to. Yeah, you can totally make it up. Yeah, exactly. You can do that right now. I mean,
And we don't know how really advanced it truly is, too.
How bad do you think it'll get with
Well,
AI? Do you think AI will start controlling planes with powerful bombs to fly up the North Pole and destroy the ice caps?
You're getting a little too advanced, a little too far-fetched here. You know. It's not
I like.
China.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to kill time.
How deep in QAnon are you, Nemo? Like, I mean, you're like way deep.
No, that was just kind of a joke. I'm just trying to kill time here.
Sorry, I thought you were actually saying like that was something.
You know, like that bullshit Skytech from Terminator 3. Armageddon starts from artificial intelligence taking over.
Well, it's always been a general fear, and there's also what you said.
I said I think there is a realistic thing that we need to look at as far as that AI could take over, because you know AI becomes doubly smart every day, and so you know it's taking in all the information that we give it, that we feed it through our phones and our computers, and what we like and what we don't, and then all the information it has, and as it learns. And then so it can process, you know, what we can process, and like we have to Google it because we're using basically a computer to do it. It's processing all that itself. And so as it learns to continually process, the question is, if you tell AI, I mean, there was a one that took out its own person. What was the AI that took out its own person, killed it? Because it had said you needed to like do what's best for whatever. So it ended up killing the person.
Yeah.
Like,
well, actually, there's a. I was watching a video of a robot doing mundane works, and it killed himself. It killed itself also.
oh really?
Yeah, just like moving the box from one spot to the other.
Oh, the robot killed itself.
Yeah.
How did it kill itself? Just cut off its power supply?
Shut down. Yeah.
Where was this? Where did it happen?
I think it happened. It happened on a show floor, actually.
Well, someone keeps saying something.
Oh, okay, I thought you were about, if
No.
we're getting momentum here, and then everybody gets quiet. So,
I was looking back up the AI drone that supposedly attacked its operator. So
okay,
that was the U.S. Air Force is denying the attack. Obviously, they're saying it's bullshit. But Colonel Tuckle Hamilton, Chief of AI Test and Operations in the U.S. Air Force, was speaking at a conference organized by the Royal Aeronautical Society. The Air Force says that the experiment did not take place. But in his talk, he had described a simulation in which the AI-enabled drone was repeatedly stopped from completing its task of destroying surface-to-air missiles by its human operator. He said that in the end, despite having been trained not to kill the operator, the drone destroyed the communication tower so that the operator could no longer communicate with it. He's saying we've never run that experiment, nor would we, in order to realize that it's a plausible outcome. Meaning, whether it actually happened or not, the AI was said, you need to take out this area, you can take out this area, and then when the human operator was like, nope, you can't do that, no, you can't do that, no, you can't do that, well, then it became its mission was to take it out. So it's like, okay, well, I'll take you out first, or take out the area. So those are just things, whether that's completely false or completely true, but either way, the scenario itself is true, that it can happen, and that's where AI is headed. So AI is going to be great, but the first thing we're going to see with AI, before we see it killing us or taking over, we're going to see it taking so many jobs. People just do not realize the amount of jobs that are going to be gone.
Well, the internet itself could come out as a singularity in its own self-aware consciousness. That's what people maybe not always thinking about. Not many people talk about that much.
Right.
No, I actually, believe it or not, I watched about the singularity actually with who we were just talking about. What's his name? Richard Doyle. Dolan, yeah.
He self-hating Jew.
But he
what?
did.
Never mind.
Come on.
I don't know why you have to get into race shit, man. Come on.
No, he hates himself. You don't get it.
I don't.
All right, fine. Somebody hates themselves, but why you gotta say about somebody's nationality, man? I'm Jewish, man.
No. He hates his ethnicity. That's a known fact. That's what I'm saying.
All right, that's fine. I know, but you gotta.
Oh, I'm back. Hey, I'm back. Oh, so
anyway,
what happened?
What were you saying about Richard Dolan?
Oh, yes, Richard Dolan. By the way, I remember the lady's name, Trina Foster. It's amazing what cocaine can do to stimulate those nerve cells in the brain. Trina Foster.
I sent you a blanket. Have you sent me any cocaine? No. No.
Honey.
Nothing. No.
Honey, my company should get you high enough. Honestly, honey, I think that
your company doesn't get me high enough. The people you get on get me angry enough.
Oh my God! Oh. What? Should I ask what happened while I was gone, or should I just move the conversation on? By the way,
we're talking about AI.
We're talking about AI, and then basically, just give the short of the very end of it, and then we were talking about AI and just how the good and bad of it both, and being ability to take jobs in the future, and then what possibly could happen in the future, because there was a report that came out that the U.S. is saying that didn't happen, but that where the AI bot basically took down the human operator and took down the tower because drone was not allowed to complete its mission. Now they're saying that was false, but that didn't actually happen. But the colonel is saying, obviously that is a possibility that could happen. So then Bill Tech made a very smart comment, which was, the internet, which I think, and just in general, what he was saying was, but that it could become a singularity. And I was referring to singularity. And I just said, yeah, I was like, the first time I really started learning about singularity and all that, I said, was actually that guy I hate to say his name, because obviously we just talked about him and I'm not a fan of him, and definitely you aren't. And I said Richard Dolan, whatever the fuck his name is. And then of course our guy Nemo just had to immediately go, he's just a self-hating Jew.
Yeah, I was just saying what's already been said about him.
Oh, You
And-
mean about
He hates his own ethnicity. It's a
are,
fact.
are we talking about Ian West?
Richard Dolan.
Oh, Richard. Well, he definitely
But I
has.
think-
He has issues. Yeah, yeah.
But no, it doesn't matter. The point is either you need to bring up somebody's like race or you don't, and that was what I was saying, and I think Real Tech was saying too. Like, what's the point of bringing up like that part of it?
Oh, and Realtek was talking about his Jewishness as an example, and understood.
The
And
concern is that you got to be careful with this because that's how your YouTube channel almost
Yeah, I
got.
wasn't saying it in a
yeah, no,
hateful way.
understood. But let's put that in some perspective. Of course, the when it came to what had happened was that that was all my fault. A lot of I'll take responsibility for that. That was all my fault
Okay.
in the sense of my allowing Ian West to put on a so-called deep fake. And so it was a deep fake of Joe Biden, our president, raving against trans people. And so I allowed this to go on while Ian West is demonstrating what AI assisted deepfake can do and shit. And that was what the Bulgarian bozos took advantage of to report the channel. So it takes something like that. That was that plus the rest of the entire episode was just riddled. Yeah.
To me, it doesn't matter what your show taking down. My point is this: are we not better?
Well, you don't want my channel to be taken
No,
down.
I don't. But like, can we not be better than like if we have a problem with like Richard Dolan, for instance, right? Like, I just feel like, or me, for instance, like if you have a problem with me, like Nemo's problem with me, like say, okay, well, like I don't agree with what you're saying, or I think that you're coming with this, but don't be like, oh well, she's a southern self-hating gay redneck bitch. Like what? Like where do you start when you start personally attacking people?
Well, when
with
here's
race, with
where,
ethnicity.
where I get
I'm
I
just
get what-
saying, like,
yeah, oh yeah, well
Douglas
let me
said
let me
ethnicity, then I
me
think it's a goddamn
yes,
problem.
yeah, well let me put it this way. So just so everyone understands, Brooke was very responsive to Ian West having a friend over who kept using the N-word, and she found that just very offensive, the way Ian West just accepted it, and so she certainly made her displeasure with this known, and it's an issue to her because, of course, I think it's I think that the cultural milieu that she's in the South has a very bad reputation, so she's very cognizant of that, and so she does her best to make certain that people don't tarnish her with that reputation, and she wants people to know that much of the South is liberal progressive at this point, and very much not like the kind of redneck racist. And by the way, I don't like that term redneck because it's very misused, and originally was a political term applied to laborers, and because they wore the redneck to identify them with the labor movement, basically communists.
It's like the United States Marines, or they call them the
Leathernecks. Leathernecks, yes. It was never meant to be an insult, but somehow it got affiliated with the South as this was like a recent, kind of comparatively recent phenomenon. It got affiliated with the South by a bunch of racist propagandists, people who were racist against Southerners. And understand that during the American Civil War, the South was considered a different race by the North, and they wanted to exterminate them. So, look, I can understand this sort of thing, and I was responsible for the last time there was some friction between Nemo and Brooke because I actually was provoking a response, and I was provoking a response by bringing up the safari gang rapes conducted by Pakistanis in Rotherford, this town, Rotherham, or I'd have to look up the name because I tend to bleach these things from my mind. But when I was bringing this up, I was kind of intending to provoke a response. And Nemo responded in a way that Brooke found very offensive, and probably many people would. But I can understand where he was coming from. In a sense, subconsciously, I was probably trying to provoke that. So I take responsibility for that. So I want people to understand that sometimes these things happen because of me. In the case of Ian, it was because I just was at that time exhausted, not really paying attention.
Shit happens.
Yeah, and the enemy takes advantage of that. So when
he does.
Yeah, but understand that, say for instance, somebody like, and I'll get back to what Nemo and Brooke were talking about because I think it's important. I'll get back to that. This was the race issue with Richard Dolan. So when it comes to something like where was I? When it comes to people taking advantage when you're tired and whatnot, and taking advantage of just anything that they can find to try and hook on. Say, for instance, was that guy called Imus. Imus in the morning. Was he like...
Don Imus.
Thank you. Don Imus ran that show forever, and he was this really respected figure. He was this kind of country folksy guy, and he wound up hobnobbing with presidents as this kind of celebrity available to help them raise money for charities because he got that famous. And he was this nighttime radio figure who basically did transmissions so similar to mine. So we're talking about he was on throughout the night like Art Bell. So Art Bell and Don Imus were both running similar formats where they were doing around 6 to 8 hours. So I do 12, but I'm only doing it twice a week. But these guys were like doing, throughout the night, at least 6 hours. And, through the majority of the dead of night. Art Bell a little earlier.
It was like in radio competition with Howard Stern.
Okay.
In New York.
Yeah, and I think that Imus might have been doing longer and deeper into the night than Art Bell. Art Bell was really doing just the beginning of the night, and then he would get onto the ham radio. But Imus, when you're doing things like that every night, you at some point will fuck up and just say things you're not thinking about. And with Don Imus,
Are we allowed to say what he said that got him in trouble or no?
Oh, I'll say.
It was about that black female basketball player.
Yeah, it was a black female basketball team, and he was. I'm sorry, what was that, Realtek?
Rutgers University.
Thank you. So then he he was rooting for his team that was going up against them. And he said, "We'll see who does better, our girls or them nappy-head hoes." I mean, this is what he said. And that was the end of his world. But there's a difference. His format is like public, like he was syndicated. He was nationally syndicated. He's like hobnobbing with presidents and shit. So this...
And corporate sponsors.
Yeah. He's just what he did was simply unacceptable. There's no excuse for that, and he paid the ultimate price. I mean, he never recovered from that, and arguably he should not have. I mean, that's just stupid. You see, I'm on a completely different format. I'm totally suppressed anyway. So, but I still have to be careful. The irony here is that my politics are liberal progressive, and everything the enemy attacks is claiming, is basically trying to exploit the system. And they do have people inside the system. Make no mistake about it. They have their own assets in the system to try and remove me. And it's only a series of things that are intervention on my behalf that prevents that thus far. Doesn't mean it always will. But I can get into the details of that maybe another time or maybe never. But when it comes to what Nemo was just discussing about, say, for instance, Richard Dolan being a self-loathing Jew, in some cases,
self-loathing.
He's self-loathing. I said that, right? Did I?
Yeah. It's just I should have said that instead of self-hating.
Okay. Well, the in some cases where a person is making a deal, exploiting their own ethnicity, then their ethnicity does count. So this is when a person is, say, for instance, positing their ethnicity as an upfront advantage, or they're positing it as an upfront mechanism to try and use as a platform for their various other, whatever else their agenda is in terms of their communications. Richard Dolan, he's got, I think it's far worse than what is described as a self-loathing Jew based on what I know about the son of a bitch. This much I can tell you all, is that his own wife divorced him for fear that he would be forcing himself on their two daughters. that's one of the primary reasons she divorced him, as well as many other
But that
factors.
has nothing to do with
understand. Is that understand. So I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, in this case, whether that ever was publicly discussed about his saying things. I don't know if he's made any Judeophobic remarks, which would indicate a self-loathing Jewishness. But it's definitely, the one thing I can tell everyone is I was sitting next to the man more than once, about twice, and got to know him as well as a person can during that period of time, which was pretty fucking well, because this guy was going into his misery of his life, talking about his parents were getting old and senile and he didn't want to become the care provider. And I was trying to help him as much as I could by giving him suggestions, having had an experience of over a decade of care provision for my parents. And the individual's Jewishness did seem to come up at that point in terms of his mannerisms, his behavior, but it wasn't something he really talked about. It was almost as if he were ashamed of it. So I would say that it was unusual in that sense, because most of the time when I talk to Jewish people, pretty much it comes up that they're Jewish. It's like they can't stop talking about it.
They have to announce it all the time.
Yeah, I do have that experience with certainly I live in San Francisco, where, just so people understand, San Francisco is one of the few places you do meet.
I mean, I don't know. I've known Milton for a while, and this is the first time I found out he was Jewish.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Huh.
I mean, I think he's going around bragging like, I am Jewish, I'm Jewish, I'm Jewish. So I mean, like, I think that's, again, this is where I disagree with you, Douglas. I just think that you try to play.
He didn't say every Jew does that. Just most of them do.
Yeah. Well, I'm not.
Depends where you are.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah.
Stores,
wait a second. Hey, honey. What I was saying, I wasn't exactly. I wasn't defending what Nemo said.
You said on their last broadcast you were on. Could you just say, like, I mean, come on, like, the
whoa.
most racist thing I've ever heard in my life.
What? Wait. So let's agree to move beyond this, but understand I'm not.
What about that last time you met Richard Dolan? Was it at a UFO con or Super Soldier Summit where you had an argument with him where he tried to say, I like you, Douglas, and all, but I just don't agree with you.
Understand. So just to put that in context, because I think it's important, and George Knight is welcome aboard, George, and you are welcome to participate in anything that you.
Want to be clear that you told me this story before, and you never mentioned anything about him being Jewish, so I just don't.
Yeah. Like, I don't think. Yeah. So I will say. Yeah. I will say. I will say I don't think his ethnicity is applicable to the situation, because. But then again, I don't. Yeah. So my question to Nemo would be,
bringing up race when it's not important?
Yeah. So maybe he saw something.
The leader of the KKK, you bring up race because they obviously are using their race. They're the leader of the KKK. They're saying I hate white people, right? But why the fuck we're always bringing up race, or not we always, but some people seem to want to bring up race and or sexuality.
Well, remember, I was responsible for bringing up the Pakistanis. I was responsible for that, and he was simply responding to that. And but in terms of Richard Dolan,
Douglas, what was the response that you told me that you completely disagreed with?
That I completely disagreed with?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you mean kill all Pakistani?
Yeah.
That was a bit more extreme than I expected, but I take responsibility for triggering him to get to that point. But such being said, was there something? This is the question I would ask Nemo. And by the way, Real Text got it all covered because he's basically half Pakistani, half Jewish. So he's got it all.
Indian, but it's the same thing.
Anyway. Okay.
You're right about that.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. They'll come from India anyway, so.
Yeah.
Indian's Pakistani?
Indian.
Well, what he means is they're all South Asian, and that many of them are ethnically.
Subcontinent, yes.
Yeah, many of them are ethnically pretty much identical, but they're disambiguated by religion, and it makes them kill each other. But yeah,
it's religion and Farsi, but it's really just religion.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Thank you. Yeah. So
some conversation about that, but yeah.
Yeah. And
when was the last? I was gonna ask, when was the actual last time you met Richard Dolan? Was it at that Super Soldier Summit or UFO Con where you had that big argument with him?
I'll be glad to go there. But my question for Nemo, Brooke, my question for Nemo would have been: so did you see something that indicated, that he was a self-loathing Jewish person.
No, I'm just going by what you said on the multiple interviews and live streams you've done. You just said it so many times about him.
Interesting.
I was saying it in a humorous way, just repeating what you've said about him.
Interesting. Now that's
because you don't like
him. I don't have a conscious memory of describing him as a self-loathing Jew, but he is a
late
loathsome
night in the
person.
middle. I mean, one of the interviews you did, I can't remember, and when you're
I'm not denying that I said it, but I don't consciously remember that. I'm not denying that. I mean,
I've got all the videos. Yeah. I've got all the interviews.
Yeah, but he if I did say that, then he might have struck me as such. But here's why I would say that. The reason I would say that about Richard Dolan is because he was at the same UFO conference hobnobbing with Michael Aquino and the individual who was known as Henrik Palmgren, who is a confirmed neo-Nazi. So Richard Dolan was aligning himself politically with Henrik Palmgren. By the way, when I was interviewed by Henrik Palmgren...
Wait a minute. Aquino went to some of the... Aquino was at the UFO conferences?
No, there was one UFO conference that Aquino funded, and that was the, I forget the name of it, but it was one about the Secret Space Program, probably simply called Secret Space Program Conference or some shit like that, but that was funded by Michael Aquino, who claimed to be a space agent. See, Michael Aquino and his co-religionist Paul Vallely were both quote-unquote space agents, meaning that they worked for the Secret Space Force before Trump essentially outed it and put it on the books. So before Trump, all Trump really did was create a quote-unquote Space Force by outing the Secret Space Force and putting it on the books. This is what Trump did. And so there was a Space Force, but then Trump put it on the books so that it could be accounted for. And Trump was really doing this for bookkeeping because he felt that they were embezzling money and just funneling it into black projects that...
Well, I mean billions and trillions of dollars.
Billions and trillions. So in this sense, Trump was justified. He was thinking, quote unquote, like a businessman. So there was some things Trump did that were commendable. But when it came to the Secret Space Force, when it was secret, this is what Aquino was bragging being a part of. So when he organized this secret space conference in California, the master of ceremonies was Henrik Palmgren, who had interviewed me and conducted a passive ambush. He had interviewed me for 3 hours and cut a full hour out and then spliced together something which he then essentially attacked me with. So when it came to Henrik Palmgren, he was a known neo-Nazi. And at the time that I was interviewed by him, he was hiding it, but then he became more and more open about it. And he was just, to put it this way, we're talking true white supremacist to the point of exterminate all other races level. We're talking Turner Diaries shit. So for those people who don't know what I'm talking about, Turner Diaries was like the Bible of the neo-Nazi movement that recommends the extermination of all other races on Earth, other than pure white people. And so Henrik Palmgren with Turner Diaries. And so when he was at the Secret Space Society, Secret Space Force conference as the Master of Ceremonies, Richard Dolan was sucking his dick and basically licking the crack of this guy's ass. He was there saying Henrik Palmgren's my best buddy and shit. So yes, he is a self-loathing Jew. That is, so if I said it, it was in that context. And because that's not something that I would just come up with, like, the only person I would say something like that about would be like Ian West. But other than that,
but basically, like the Man in the High Castle previews that type of where all the they killed all the other people that were not white.
Yeah, but that's of course a projection onto Nazism of what the Allies want. And
I know you don't like that show, and I agree with you about that.
Thank you. And the show's based.
At the end, they did. At the end of the season, of the fourth season, and last season, they were going to do extermination in San Francisco, but then they stopped. So I don't know that really. In the context of that, I don't know what that really is, but I'm just telling you.
I think that says it all. Are you saying that at the end of the series, the climax was supposed to be like the nuking of San Francisco? Or something?
No, it wasn't nuking. The Japanese were leaving, left California and everything, and they were going to. It was some African American communistic group, and they were going to completely bomb, exterminate everybody, and and they stopped doing it.
Okay, the Japanese or the Germans or okay,
American, the Americans became their own country again.
right. In all fairness, the Man in the High Castle is based somewhat loyally to the book, so it's the book that I truly hate. But I confronted the author, and he regretted writing that book.
Philip K. Dick.
Yeah, Philip K. Dick also regretted everything in his life. Philip K. Dick regretted all the drugs he took. He regretted everything, and so there you go with that, for what that's worth. But yes, so Brooke, hopefully what I've just described about Richard Dolan puts that into context. But the problem, Nemo, is that you have to adapt to communicate, and I know this is hard for people without training, but you really have to learn to communicate in context. If you're going to make a statement like that,
I just couldn't help but say it when I heard his name.
Right. So you have to put the context out there, and say Douglas Dietrich was expressing this based on the Secret Space Force conference and what had gone on with Henrik Palmgren. Henrik Palmgren was ultimately given Michael Aquino sponsored him into U.S. citizenship because he's Swedish. Henrik Palmgren is Swedish, and he was just a real piece of shit. I mean, he was so extreme they kicked him out of Sweden. That's why Michael Aquino had to sponsor him for U.S. citizenship. By the way, Scandinavia's had horrible experience with neo-Nazis. We're talking about, it's just like, people just don't get it. They don't understand what other countries are like. It's like, we have motorcycle gangs in the United States, and they're pretty notorious. But in Sweden, they're like paramilitary groups that literally fight wars with each other, and they use military-grade weaponry, which they unleash. I mean, they're fighting each other with rocket launchers and bazookas and shit. So when it comes to one neo-Nazi in Sweden, I'd have to look a fucker's name up. I bleached it from my mind. But this fucker went out and killed a bunch of Swedish. It was Norway. I think it was Norway, or it was Sweden, but probably Norway. He went out and killed something like 100 school kids, and they were all white. They were all
shit.
Yeah. He went out and killed a bunch of white school kids just to make a point. And
what was the point he was trying to make? Killing white kids?
It was something along the lines of, you don't care about these kids, so I don't care about these kids. Something along those lines, like, you don't care about these kids, so I don't care about them. And but because they've done away with the death penalty, and they say that prison beyond a certain amount of years is cruel and unusual punishment, that guy's going to be set free in a few years. I mean, this guy, he killed like 100 kids, and he
should be
spends
executed.
he spends like 20 years in jail, and they're going to let him free. They got a time limit on how long they can keep somebody in jail, like 20 to 25 years, something like that. So he's going to go free, and he's still like capable of doing anything. So this is like, so Henrik Palmgren is on that level. So when you've got Richard Dolan saying this guy's my best buddy, then yes, this is a self-loathing Jew. That is,
to the max.
Yes. So there, but you've got to contextualize that and just not blurt it out. So I apologize on Nemo's behalf, Brooke. Does that I hope that context helps.
It's all good. I won't say it again.
Okay. Well, without context. Don't say things like that without context. And the ethnicity does matter. In that case.
Talk and learn, these things.
Yeah.
So I know he go out, but a lot of people that are Japanese, the term Japanese, which himokumi. I'm sorry, I can't say it properly, but the ones that stay indoors, they're very non-sociable. So at least he's willing to be sociable and learn.
Thank you.
His mistakes.
Thank you.
It is compatible with him.
Thank you. And as for the time that, quote unquote, I got into an argument with Richard Dolan, so our friend Nemo just put the And I do need to talk to you privately, Nemo, about something that you can catch up on concerning some videos I want you to download. There's some videos I want you to download. I do need to talk to you privately about that because I can't bring that up in there. But the one thing that so he put up the Douglas Duane Dietrich. This was actually something that was put together by Goober. What's his name? Daniel Rolla. And it, of course, was based on the time that Richard Dolan ambushed me in what was obviously, by the way, it was taken out of a full 2-hour video, or 3 to 4, 8, it might be 8 or 12-hour video.
Is there a source for that full video, or if you know
the
off the
full
top
video
of your head?
is John Warrington. John Warrington's got the full video up. So when at any rate, when it comes to the full video of that, which is like at least the segment that probably John Warrington has, does not have all the other presentations. He probably has up what's already about 2-3 hours long, and this is the speakers panel of that UFO. It was ConspiracyCon. This was at ConspiracyCon.
I know.
And so what happened was that the Richard Dolan was made the guest of honor and put in the center of the table. Other guests were put on the table behind him, and the two people that were considered on the outs, just fringe figures, were put in folding chairs on either side of the table. And that was me on the right in a folding chair, and Jordan Maxwell on the left in another folding chair. And the master of ceremonies was, God, help me out here, Sean David Morton. And Sean David Morton, of course, was a criminal who made the criminology textbooks by embezzling millions and wiping out old people's savings accounts, saying that he was a psychic financial advisor, that he could predict finances psychically. And so when it came to the Sean David Morton, however, he was definitely on my side as the master of ceremonies, in the sense that he was pretty much avoiding the trying to help circumnavigate the attackers. In a sense, I should have been a lot more kinder to him than I have been over the years. But we are talking about somebody who is, after all, a criminal who preys on truly vulnerable people. So I'm ambivalent about that. I mean, I'm a criminal myself, but there's different kinds of crime, and it's hard for certain types of criminals to relate to others. But when it came to the attack, this was not an argument between Richard Dolan and myself. This was completely an attack, and it was coordinated.
He was trying to discredit you.
Well, of
in
course.
front of everyone.
Of course. And he was, so he was attacking me about history, but I slammed him down, and all he could say was, as you wrote, wow, wow, wow. He was barking like a dog, just wow, wow, wow. And immediately, even though he was completely flummoxed, immediately what happened was his cultists, or people affiliated with him, went on the attack on the internet, saying that he had exposed me, quote unquote, at the conference. But that was quickly put down. So it was a failed attempt in terms of his being used as a tool against me. But the important thing about, again, to add to the self-loathing Jewish aspect, Michael Aquino, of course, was not necessarily infamously Judeophobic, but he was certainly had nothing positive to say about Jews. And he definitively was constantly recommending Richard Dolan. So Richard Dolan is directly affiliated with Michael Aquino, and certainly affiliated with the cult. So when it comes to, by that I mean Aquino's cult, the Temple of Set. So guaranteed, that was another reason why his wife divorced him. Just so people understand, his wife and I did speak privately a number of times. And it wasn't just my conversation that caused her to divorce him. I assure you, it was plenty of other factors, but I'm certain my conversations with her were a factor. She became aware, when I told her what to look for, she became increasingly unable to deny that her husband was a Satanist. So we are talking about someone who's affiliated with white supremacist Satanists that consider Judaism as the enemy. So yes, overwhelmingly, Richard Dolan is a self-loathing Jew. So that being said...
And a traitor against humanity.
Yeah, a traitor against humanity, no less, yes. So when he attacked me, It was based on a question, an opener from somebody in the audience who was obviously a setup. And by the way, when anyone is in an audience and they stand up to ask a question, you don't ask a question. Anybody understands this. When you're at a conference, what would you do if you were questioning somebody's veracity? You would ask them a question directly. Like, Mr. Dietrich, I would like to ask you about this, or I'd like to confront you about your approach to life, or where are you coming from? But this man got up and asked Richard Dolan about me. You see what I'm saying? That is so just, that doesn't even make any sense. It's like, yeah, Mr. Dolan, what do you think of Douglas Dietrich? And why he's here among us? And that's when Richard Dolan began to attack. And that's when I shut him down. Then at the end of the conference, which the master of ceremony, Sean David Morton, just shut the fucker down. This one guy stood up and said, I want everyone to understand, is it possible that Mr. Dietrich is just a young, attractive, charismatic man sent here to mislead us all? And that's when Sean David Morton said, it's time to shut down the question and answers. And then the whole thing ended. But that was obviously just, everything is an insinuated attack. These are not normal questions. People don't get up and ask questions like this. That's not even a question. It's just an ad hominem attack, but it's asked as a question. It's positive as a question. So these people were obviously organized, and they were organized to stand up at certain times and provoke the speaker into the condemnation and provoke the speaker into, but it's not done with a strategy of provoking the speaker organically. It's obvious that they were in concert, because Richard Dolan, if you were pre-planned, if you were a normal speaker and somebody asked you, I want you to tell me about this other speaker, any normal speaker would say, why don't you ask him? You wouldn't take that on yourself and then attack the person, because that's not something any normal person with any integrity would do. So it's obvious that he has no integrity. He's just a shill. And since he's consistently promoted by Michael Aquino, openly and publicly, I mean, that says everything. It says it all. So,
and you'll see him on History Channel about anything regarding aliens and outer space. They just keep promoting him. Yeah,
and by the way, he did ultimately, because he's promoting the secret space program, ultimately, he does basically allude to Unterland. He alludes to it. I believe there is a breakaway civilization. I didn't before, but I do now. And it's like...
He'll never say the Third Reich, though. He'll probably say, they're grey aliens under there, at most.
No. Breakaway civilization is implied to mean human. It's implied to mean human. So he's saying there's a breakaway civilization of humanity. And there's really only one segment of humanity it could be referring to, really, logically. Such being said, the other thing that comes to my mind, if anything at all, was I guess that's it for now. George,
I was going to quickly ask how many of those people at that table at this conspiracy con were on your side, or what? Every single one of them against you at the table?
The person who was on my side, ironically enough, was poor guy who was sitting right next to me was Basaggio, the guy who was poor guy who I also often treat kind of like Sean David Morton. Now it's really something that what's this Basaggio's first name anyway? Does anyone remember? Nick Basaggio? I can't remember. He claimed he was part of Project Pegasus. So I could look it up and find his name, I guess. But at any rate, such being said, let me see if I can.
Andrew Basaggio, I think.
Okay.
That's what I find.
Yeah.
Andrew.
All right. Yeah. So it was Andrew and Nick, something like that. At any rate, here we are. I'm trying to get out of the Skype screen. So he was somebody who I've always said was kind of out there, because he claimed he was on a jump room to Mars, going in a jump room to Mars, a teleportation room to Mars with Barack Obama, and poor bastard. I mean, to have that level of... He's a product of a mind control experiment.
Oh, yeah, he had implanted memories about being on Mars and shit.
Yeah, and so when it comes to... That poor guy, he was misled by Coast to Coast AM, which just brought him on every other night. He was one of those people they just brought on every other fucking night. And it deluded him into thinking he could run for president. Poor son of a bitch. But at any rate, he was on my side, as was Sean David Morton, and they're both people I haven't been kind to. But it's like, but look at them. You got one guy who claims he's in a teleportation room with Barack Obama, and you got another guy who's ripping off old ladies. So it's it's
Apparently
a hard world.
he's still alive. He's 61 years old, it says.
Sean or Basaglia?
Andrew.
Andrew Basaglia.
Andrew Basaglia.
Yeah, poor son of a bitch. Yeah, and okay, so yeah.
Thanks for answering that.
Yeah, of course, the best I can do. So George, how have you been? Catch us up a little bit on what's been happening.
Good evening, Douglas. Yeah, thank you for having me on. Good evening, gentlemen and Brooke. Yeah, it's wonderful to be
Hello.
here. Yes. No, I'm doing very well, Douglas.
Yeah. Good.
Hello, yeah, good evening. And yeah, no, doing very well, thank you, Douglas. And yeah, I was reviewing last night the Christine Joanna Hart interview conducted with yourself. And so, yeah, I reviewed it's a 2-hour long segment. And yeah, so I'm coming up to the end of it now. So it was just getting to the point where you were expressing your expositions angers a lot of people, which I can quite, relate to. And, it's, yeah, resonate with, because it's the same results and hostility I get in response whenever I've brought these topics up. But yeah, no, and the Conspiracy Con video, I reviewed that several times, and that is, yeah, like a 2-hour conference video that was on YouTube, but you can't find that anymore. So thank God for John Warrington, and I might have to reach out to him to send me the link to it. But it's been several years since I last reviewed it, and yeah, I can vouch and vet everything that you just expressed, Douglas. Yeah, particularly that bit, that part where Richard Dolan just went right off on the attack, on the onslaught, the assault against yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can remember exactly what he was trying to allude to. He was trying to allude to Douglas MacArthur, and he was trying to say that he enforced law on Japan, and we could go into that, how there was no, it was, with things like gun laws that were never introduced during Douglas MacArthur's reconstruction of Japan during the period between the peace talk-down process period, and this was when Japan instituted daylight saving time up until the point of September 8th, 1951, when that was completely when the peace treaty was signed. But yeah, it was just, it's just completely, it's self-evident if people do their due diligence, just how what Shield Charlatan Richard Dolan really is. But yeah, I'm looking forward to reviewing the rest of the Christine Joanna Hart video tonight, Douglas, when I return back from my duties, and I really appreciate what you were referring to the Germanic pantheons, the old Germanic gods of the Old Norse religion of and when you were citing Pan, and then where the term panic derives from. So I really appreciate that, and this is something that I've listened to yourself from your own previous expositions on this topic before. So it was great to listen to that last night. So yeah, just want to thank you for that, and it's something that I recommend everyone to review. That Christine Joanna Hart video is published on your channel as well, on Douglas Dietrich's YouTube channel. So if anyone wants to find it,
thank you.
Other than that, you're very welcome, and I'm more than happy to go in any direction. And also, just to bear in mind, if people review that whole Conspiracy Con, the whole convention that was going on, Douglas brings up La Palma, the incident that happened on La Palma with the weapon, the Die Glock, which was mentioned previously on the previous transmission. Yes. And where it was a displacement, it is a weapon of displacement of reality around itself, of physical matter. And so that was mentioned during that Conspiracy Con, when yeah, with which presented on that the speaker channel with Richard Dolan is present. But yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. I can talk about anything.
Oh yeah, before you go there, another point to make. Nemo, you've rejoined us, right? You got your drink? Yeah. So the point to make about that, when you asked who was for me, who was against me when the attack happened, important to point out that certainly two people were completely neutral, or at least certainly not antithetical to me. One was the female who was there, who was just, it wasn't her trip. Might have been Laura Eisenhower. It might have been some other woman chick who was there. Yeah. Yeah, they were just my impression was they were probably just neutral or not knowing what was going on. Or didn't care. It wasn't their interest. Certainly Jordan Maxwell was no one that was ever hostile to me. But then Jordan Maxwell, again, is someone who I've been kind of cruel to in the sense that hard on him. But then, he's a hard guy to take when he's so he's always wallowing in self-misery. I mean, he's dead now, so hopefully he's found some peace. But when it comes to the other people, the reason they were on Richard Dolan's side, one of them, whose name I literally forget. By the way, I was just curious if Brooke is here because she would find some amusement in this description, I would hope. So, Brooke, honey, are you there? Just checking in with you. Let's see if we can provoke a response. Honey? Darling? Oh, there. She's here.
I'm sorry. Meditating. Jordan Maxwell, what do you want?
Yes. Oh, I was just going to relate something that I thought you might be bemused by. By the way, when Trina Foster married that Jeffrey Fravel guy, they hyphenated their name, Fravel Foster. They called themselves on their Facebook timeline, Jeffrey and Trina Fravel Foster. I mean, talk about, that in and out.
Fravel worse.
Yes, thank you. Like Foster Farms. It sounds like a cooperative. Anyhow, so here's the funny thing. One of the guys who sided with Richard Dolan was this stupid author of a book on the Kingman, Arizona UFO crash, which, by the way, just so you can find some bemusement here, Brooke, he was talking about little midget aliens that somehow spoke English, and that, they crashed in Kingman, Arizona, and this UFO crash. I'm sorry?
Did they know how to vacuum?
No, not that he said. Well, I'm sure they did, but so of course I was pointing out these are Japanese prisoners of war. This is around the same time as the ROSWELL atrocity, and of course they learned English while they were prisoners of war. The Americans couldn't learn Japanese or weren't bothering to, and he, but with this idiot, it was like, no, they're aliens, man. I said, well, how did they speak English? And he said, well, Gene Roddenberry talked about the universal translator. And I mean, this is what it came down to. This is what it came down to is he's rating Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek franchise to explain elements of a UFO crash that are explicable only sensibly in the context that I provide. So he was on the side, which just boggles the mind. Real Tech, you were going to say something. I don't know if that brings up anything you'd like to comment on, but I can't remember the guy's name. But you know what?
I guess he's trying to make an allegory of the Vulcans and the Romulans.
No, that's going too deep for him. So then the fucker, he married a Russian wife. This is the part Brooke might find bemusing. He married a Russian wife, and he brought their Russian mother over because the wife said, I want to bring my mother over. And he was pig-faced drunk at the conference, sitting at that table, the author of the Kingman, Arizona crash book. I think it's simply titled The Kingman, Arizona Crash. You can look it up and find the guy that I'm talking about because I don't remember his name. But I do remember the way both the mother and the Russian wife were staring at him with open hatred and contempt while he was drunk at the table, obviously plotting this guy's murder as to, when's a good time that we can push this guy down the stairs when he's pig-faced drunk like this so that, it'll be completely explicable and we'll get his insurance money. They couldn't murder him until after she got her citizenship. Ian says...
I can imagine feeling like that about someone.
Yes, there we are. Yes. Now that my That's yes. You do know that you're primary suspect if I do get bumped off, right?
I think we all know that, but I think I've been open enough about it that obviously we'll be
Yes.
covered.
Yes. Yes. So Ian West has joined us. Everyone, take your time.
Honestly, didn't you find it funny that didn't you get attacked or something right after you gave your like policy, and I had to fly out there and like watch the job or whatever?
Yes. That's yes. Well,
Yeah, because $50,000 is so much to hire people to kill people.
Yes.
That's before taxes. Oh my god, people are fucking idiots. They don't know money. Fuck my life.
Yeah, there was just so everybody understands, I was physically attacked shortly after I signed my life insurance policy over to Brooke Gibson, but I know she has nothing to do with it because it would take much more than $50,000 to hire two pros to try and off me. Yes, here's this. Ian West says, I can hear the coroner saying to Brooke, we're going to need you to come out here and verify the body. He says, everyone take your time. I have some shit to do, but I am home. So Brooke, tell him about
That's the secret right there. That's how you'll know I killed him, because there will be no body to identify.
So, honey, tell him about what they're passing out.
What, straws?
Yeah, tell them about it.
Yeah, they're just passing out, like apparently in Washington State, they're passing out drug like straws. Like Ian West would be very happy. He would have his straw up his nose immediately. They're giving him crack pipes and tinfoil to smoke their fentanyl in for free, because it's less dangerous than shooting up the fentanyl. Which, although Douglas thinks it's hilariously funny, I actually did reply to you and say, well, I think it's hilarious mentioning the straw about Ian West. Yeah. Obviously, Ian West is straw epidemic. But other than that, it's not the way I would go about it. But at the same time, like, our war on drugs has been going on since the 80s. So, like, you know, a 40-plus year war on drugs has only increased drug use. It has not gone down. So we have to do something different. Now, obviously, I think they should be taxing the drugs and then using that money to get people off drugs, right? Versus just handing them crack pipes. But I mean, hopefully that's where they're headed with that. But when the fuck, you really can't get much worse than where we are now anyway.
Oh, yeah, there we are. Of course, Ian would take the tinfoil and turn it into a hat.
Until his like 20th hat. I mean, he's like, fuck, oh my god. Today he sent me something.
Make a crack pipe out of it.
No, they're giving you those for free. You don't have to make your own.
It's true.
No, it's completely true. That is true. Ian sent me a thing saying, oh god, who's on there? That's hilarious. He's like, you must have missed this. And I was like, what did I miss? So I'd click on it, and it was from last fucking month. Like, and you're just talking about where stupid, crazy Boebert bitch, little bitch. By the way, her name is now Little Bitch because that's what Marjorie Taylor Greene called her in fucking Congress, Little Bitch. You know, it's like I didn't miss that. I didn't miss her getting called Little Bitch either. And now Marjorie Taylor Greene's getting kicked off her fucking Freedom Caucus for that and her other shit. And but Boebert trying to get
reinstated.
Huh?
Her account just got reinstated, though.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, that shows us how crazy the Republicans are. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
But they got reinstated in the last day, then 24 hours.
Yeah. But so Ian, I
was saying that Ian was talking about they're getting trying to get fucking what's his name, the president.
Mm-hmm. Impeached.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how,
9 hours ago, she tweeted here: impeach Biden, impeach McCarthy, Garland, Ray, Graves. I don't even know all these people's names, but it's expel the federal government, these corrupt officials. Yeah.
You, by the way, you're saying that cynically, Real Tech, in the sense of you find this humorous and bemusing, correct?
Of course I do.
Thank you.
Asinine. This woman is nuts, man.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
And just the fact that she has been ousted, that she cheated on her husband. Why would she even, why would people want to follow somebody that's known that did that? In my opinion, he's supposed to be conservative. How is that conservative?
I guess this is the new conservative.
Yeah.
And our friend Ian says, Garland is the Zog, meaning Zionist occupation government. Thank you, Ian. So
El God.
yeah.
Oh, Ian, get online and start yelling racist shit. Apparently, it's the night. Okay, go ahead.
Ian, so did you, now that you've joined us, welcome aboard, did you have something to say? Go ahead and say it, so long as it doesn't get us, whacked with some other. Why is he typing?
He's busy.
He's like, he's no, I'm gonna let you go to monologue. That's so cute.
We're not even near the monologue time.
His sister's visiting.
Yeah, actually, I do want to get to monologue early tonight, but I do want to take another short break to refresh myself. And I do think that that all of you are in a better space now and can handle this. So I'll be gone for just a few minutes. But I was really glad Realtek was able to join us. So Realtek, the last time you were with us, you hung up after a short while. I take it something. George Knight left. I was really confused there for a second when the screens all glitched. Realtek, so you last time I take it something called some other responsibilities in the home life, right?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah. How's your health? I know that you were dealing with the challenge of long COVID.
It's improved a lot, but it does tend to change by day, especially when it's summertime. It can be more humid at different times. But when I did, my wife had her friend drive me on Saturday, and I didn't know that he was smoking before I got in the car, and I was really upset about that. And she, of course, it slipped her mind, about that. So I've been dealing with some smoke in my lungs from that. So.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
He did stop smoking, of course, saying sorry, but the thing is that once it happens, it's hard to takes time to get to adjust from that. I mean, it's not as bad as other scenarios.
Right. Are you also slightly asthmatic or something like that, as well as the long-term COVID kind of? What's that?
I am asthmatic. am asthmatic.
Oh, okay.
I've had asthma 3 years old.
Okay. Wow. Sorry to hear that. So the smoking exacerbates that, I take it. Yes.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
It can exacerbate
You can't
that.
smell my cigarette from right there, though.
You can't smell Brooks' cigarette from where you're at. No, he's safe.
Well, you're vaping anyway. My wife vapes it too, so but
she does both.
I'm double. I do both. Like I'm trying to kill the lungs on every side I can.
Ian,
right?
what was that? Realtek?
Talking about DP.
Yes, that's right. That's true. Good analogy.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ian.
What's DP?
Double penetration. It's a pornography term. It's in. Yeah, it's both ends, so to speak.
Or deep penetration. It can be either.
Yeah. Ian, just trying to provoke a little response from him before I refresh myself here. If he doesn't respond, then I take it the other three of you can hold the stage while I'm gone for a few minutes, and things should be fine.
No, you left the three of us together last time and did not go well.
It was for too long.
All right, guys, I'm here. What's up? What's up, everybody?
Yes. I need you to hold the stage with these three wonderful people while I refresh myself for a few minutes. Okay? And
what's going on in Florida, Ian?
Yes, tell us about what's going on in Florida, Ian. And you do know that document you found about the Indo-Pacific, it says Aquilino is the individual's name, not Aquino. You do realize that, right?
Oh God, are you serious? I fucked that up like that?
You didn't type that.
That surprises you.
Hold on, let me go grab it. Hold on, let me go grab it. Hold on.
It surprises him he fucked something up. Like, you think he'd be used to it. He's like, oh yeah, I probably fucked that up, dude. Probably like, that's what you should be like. Oh yeah, I probably fucked that up.
Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God. I had to print it out and all that shit.
Oh my God, that's cute. That's adorable.
Well, what did he do? What did he do?
You're like a little toddler sometimes. I swear to God, Ian West. You're like this little like.
I really think I'm dyslexic now because I can clearly see the L. Clearly, there's an L in here.
Oh, we love you.
Just when you come back, you're like a little. I can picture you like this little short, chubby toddler.
Yes.
You're like, oh my God,
Yes.
oh my God, I can't believe I did it, Mommy. Did I mess it up? Oh my God.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, I got the first and second affidavit from Jesse Saboter too.
Oh my God. Who is Jesse Zavoda again? Where was his trip?
Oh, she's the heiress to the Mother of Darkness.
Oh, that's right. Are you chewing?
Yeah, I'm MEMqədRIAL.
Wawa.
Oh my God.
Hey, Real Tech, it's good to hear from you. Man. How you doing?
Oh my God.
What's up, man? How you doing? How's your Wawa?
No, I had a little microwave burrito. It's fine, but
Burrito.
it's good to hear from you, Real Tech.
Oh my God. Can you manage? Get that
He didn't
down.
want to get on his
Are you
bike
going on
and
break,
drive
Doug?
all the
Are you going on break? Are you going on break?
Let's hear
Come
what Brooke had to say first. Brooke, honey,
Oh.
what was that?
I said don't. He just didn't want to get on his bike and drive to Wawa.
His trike.
It's too late.
Oh my God.
He doesn't have
Yeah,
light. He doesn't have
Bad
flash.
anyway, so.
Hell yeah.
Oh, do me a favor, Nemo. Could you send that to our friend George Knight about the disc aircraft and the or did
Facebook.
you? Or
I'll do that.
Yeah, or did you get that from George Knight? If you didn't get that
No,
from George Knight,
I got it off Archival.
okay, send them both to George Knight, please. Yeah, in Facebook.
One of
in his
them's about
Facebook post.
Project Argus, and one's a flying disc and from Antarctica, third right.
Excellent. Please send them both to him. I appreciate that profoundly.
Yeah.
And you are friends with him on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So, so Ian, if you finish chewing,
Are these the ones that you said were removed of you speaking at that conference?
I'm sorry, honey. What about? Say that question again, honey.
Is that what he is sending to?
Oh no, they're not. They have nothing to do with what I was talking about at the conference.
Yeah,
or
this
that,
is different.
That ambush. No.
Okay.
Thank you for asking. Yeah. So, Ian, if you're finished chewing, do me a favor and lead the conversation with Brooke and these two gentlemen that take the stage. I'll be gone for a few minutes, okay? Just a few minutes now.
All right, go ahead, Brooke. Go and get it all out of you. Go ahead.
I'm going to go mute. I'm
Okay.
gonna. I know you guys have got this.
See, the thing is,
Oh, no,
if I
she
get
goes
it all,
anyway, so she goes,
if I get it all out of me, bitch, it'll take a lot longer than the 24 seconds it takes to get it all out of you.
Go in. What's the latest? What's the latest local news in your area?
So, you,
Go ahead, Real Tech.
I'm going mute.
I said she wants to make a nice raw asshole out of you.
Oh, she always does. She always does. I mean, she does. You know, I don't think there's a interaction that goes by that doesn't happen. But
I
But
didn't
no,
have a gift.
What you were saying,
I
man?
didn't even have a gift in life until I met Ian, and apparently, just making an asshole out of him is what I was sent here to do.
well, no. Well, y'all want to hear the news?
But luckily, it's a very easy job, so it's not like God didn't have much for me to do. Apparently, and he was just like, "Well, we'll just throw you Ian West."
Yeah.
Yeah, just the scraps in the yard, But no, the new news is they picked up the former fucking FEMA director, and he was supposed to get executed today, they said, but I haven't.
God, you and your executions and dead people. Fuck my life. I'm just going to mute.
I'm gonna find out if he's dead right now. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna see if he's dead. But
I can search my computer right now. Who's that?
yeah, but I'm pulling up the name and I'll run it by you. Hold on. Let me pull up the article.
Okay.
Oh, it's bam. Here it is. Got it. I
Real
got it.
talk, you know that Nancy Pelosi's dead.
Does he know?
That
Everybody knows.
That what? Oprah's dead. Ellen DeGeneres
Yep.
is dead.
Well, has she had a new season coming out soon?
Freeman is actually Jimi Hendrix.
Who?
Morgan Freeman is actually Jimi
Oh,
Hendrix.
yeah, I heard that. I haven't looked into that yet, though, but I did hear that. They look alike, right?
Yeah, they do.
Really?
You know, like it could be a clone or
Jimi
something.
Hendrix has a
Fairly
longer
certain Real Tech
face.
is totally making fun of you.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure Real Tech's totally making fun of you right now.
Oh, were you being facetious, Real Tech?
I
No,
am for you. Jesus.
I don't think he believes it, but I could be wrong.
No, I
I was
don't
going
believe
to
it.
say, they don't look anything alike.
Who? Jimmy and Morgan?
Yeah, Morgan and Jimi Hendrix look nothing alike.
Maybe the nose a little bit.
Yeah, the nose and the cheeks and the freckles, yeah.
Oh my god, that's like the most racist thing ever.
The nose.
Why? Why?
Nothing
well,
about them looks
no.
alike. They do not.
Fuck, you
speak
don't even know the
alike.
definition of racism. Shut the fuck up.
I
But-
wish your parents
Can I
had known
talk to Real
racism,
Tech?
and then we wouldn't have
Can
a
I
half
talk to
black,
Real Tech?
half Jew,
Can I
French
talk to
black
Real
on the
Tech?
phone. They
Can
wouldn't
I
have never
talk
talked
to
to each
Real
other.
Tech? Can
All
I
right,
talk to Real
all
Tech?
right. Okay.
Thank you. All right, his name is Brock Long. He's ex-FEMA director. I gotta check him out.
Thank you, Brooke.
He's supposed to be executed today, but he signed off on the red and blue list. And when that hurricane went through Houston a couple of years ago, some of the deep state FEMA foot soldiers, they kidnapped 50 something. They say they kidnapped like 50. They kidnapped and killed and robbed and like 50,000 homeless people in Houston.
Well, okay, I just came back.
So
What happened?
they said they just picked him up in the States like a couple of days ago, and he's supposed to be getting hung today.
Who?
Ian is spouting his latest person that is dead or about to die.
Hey,
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you.
hanged. The term is hanged, Ian.
Yeah.
The individual might be hung, but
Yeah,
he's going to be
hung.
hanged.
He might. I don't know. But
Hung refers to his penile size. It's like
Oh.
he's low hung.
that makes sense. But anyway, that's
It's
that's
the term we'd
really-
use for real tech. We'd use that term for real tech. But go.
Thanks. Well, I mean, real tech. Check out some of what you think, and
Yeah, I'm reading it now.
yeah. I mean,
Oh my God.
it's dirty motherfucker. They caught his ass though. They caught his ass out.
Why am I so stressed whenever I have
Real
these people?
Tech sounded so like Real Tech doesn't even have like a voice that ever sounds like really high, like mine, like like mad or up or down. But I've never heard him like sound lower than I'm reading it right now. Like when Real Tech sounds depressed and not excited, there's a problem with what you said. I'm just gonna let you know, Ian.
It's
Where's my weed?
yeah. By the way, he
Yeah, you need that.
yes, he doesn't smoke any just normal weed. He smokes resin. It looks like he calls it resin, like it's plastic.
Yeah. Live resin. Come on.
Oh, live resin. Yes, he
It's
showed
made
me.
by Jesus. Made by Jesus.
It's
Yeah.
heroin and opiates.
Yeah, I guess we know where the term "holy smokes" comes from.
Yes.
They should give out heroin and opiates to anyone that meets Egan and has to spend 5 minutes with him. They should be like, here, we're like tomorrow I should open my mailbox and should be a prescription of fucking OxyContin in there. And I'll be like, why am I getting that? You figure you at least deserve a month. You were on there 30 minutes. There's a month's worth of fucking drugs. There you go. Like it should be like a national thing.
So I'd like to
cover with us.
Yes, so I'd like to cover in just brief what I'm going to talk about tonight in monologue. I do want people to understand that what I'd like to explain is the fact that, by the way, and I want to thank our dear Brooke. I know some people found this irritating when Brooke came on while I was getting into monologue last time, but I really was so tired And I really needed her at that time to do what she did. In fact, if you want to assume that I conspired with her so that she interrupted my monologue so that I could stop and rest, you're welcome to believe that. Honestly, it was at that point. I do want to get into extended monologue tonight because there is so much that I've been meaning to cover. I do want to know, just kind of arranging my thoughts verbally before I go into the zone like my biological father Hitler used to do. I want people to understand that I want to cover World War I again, because that was when, just so people understand, World War I was caused by France and Russia forming an alliance which constricted and confined and basically contained Germany. That was their idea. But essentially they forced Germany into war by doing what they did. But World War I actually led to the gay rights movement and Nazism, because on the front for 4 years, the European forces in particular, you had men with no one to basically share their trauma with other than other men. Many men bonded through this trauma, this psychological scarification, and basically fell in love with each other. This is, in particular, Germany was very liberal progressive, and basically began to advocate for gay rights. Gay soldiers came home and said, I now found that my soulmate, the only person I can relate to, is this trenchmate, etc. And so Germany began to become very understanding about this, and these people who were still persecuted by members of the public who were reactionary began to form militias, paramilitary, to protect themselves. This became the Nazi brown shirts, which was an all-gay army. So this is why Vladimir Putin affiliates Nazism with homosexuality and considers his war to be a gay world war. He's used that term, the gay world war. He feels that the West are Nazis because they promote homosexuality, which he associates with Nazism, and then because gay rights were tolerated in Ukraine, and Ukraine had a huge Nazi collaboration movement, and basically collaborated with the Third Reich because so many of them were killed by Jewish commissars, then Putin feels that he's killing two birds with one stone by trying to eliminate Ukraine, eliminating Nazis and gays, and to him they're the same thing.
I think you're pushing that, Doug. I don't think it's going that far.
That far, man.
I'm sorry,
I think they're all just scattered about. There's a bunch of them here in the States. There's a bunch of them in Germany, apparently. They're scattered.
Oh my God. Okay, Real Tech, what did you say before I responded?
You said a bunch of them, Ian. What do you mean a bunch of them?
A bunch of them are scattered.
Oh my
A bunch of who? Gay people?
Or Nazis
No,
are both.
Ukrainians.
Huh?
A bunch of Ukrainians.
Then why don't you say Ukrainians? It sounds like you're saying gay people are scattered everywhere.
That's what I thought he meant too.
They are. You know.
Wait, what you just said? What you said, Douglas?
I'm saying in Putin's mind, he's rationalizing the Ukrainian war because Ukraine was a Nazi ally. It was recognized by the United Nations as an independent nation, which the Soviets actually recognized as well, so that they could get another seat in the United Nations through Ukraine and Belarus or White Russia.
Yeah,
So
Hitler armed Ukraine back in the day.
yes, that's right.
Okay, but Ian, are you still on that front? Now, see, I'll side with you when I need to, but then he gets on that trench just like fucking what's his name?
I'd be honest with you about it, but we'd probably get banned. So just leave it.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Though you're like, no, they're taking over Ukraine because they're taking over the 2 billion children underneath it.
No. What happened was What happened was Adolf Hitler saw that the Bolsheviks were expanding out from Russia, and he was like, "Fuck that!" So he went to Ukraine. He was like, "Kill these motherfuckers," and that's what happened.
Well, that's kind of simplistic, but it's
talking about Putin now. You said Putin's going in Ukraine now because there's all these underground children.
Did he bring that up while I was gone?
No, he did that.
He said it before.
Kids out of Hunter Biden's labs.
Hunter Biden's labs. So he's saying this Hunter Biden's. By the way, I will confirm.
Yeah.
Putin believes this shit. Putin believes this shit. But Ian, you're spouting Russian propaganda when you say
I
this.
got the receipts for it.
The receipts for Hunter Biden's labs where they use children to produce diseases.
Yes, race-specific disease.
Yeah, show me your goddamn receipts. Just like how many receipts? Show me your pictures of the
I
last
got his receipts for all the pussy he bought too.
I want the receipt for. I just want a picture of the last kid you said we saved all the kids. Where's the picture of you with one of them?
Provide some proof about this regarding Ukraine and the labs.
Come and get it. Calm down.
You're talking about the 30 labs or 60 labs they have for bioweapons.
So this is the
16 or 17 underground biolabs there.
Okay, so
no, not 17. No, it's about 30 of them. They say.
Okay, I might be wrong with that.
So I've heard some of the claims were up into the hundreds, but
I got the video of it. I got him going down there walking over dead bodies.
Yeah, I've seen your video. It's not
particular videos you sent me. I don't ever want to see another one.
Well,
right,
good. I don't find the problem with the videos that. I'm sorry, honey. Go on.
What'd you say?
The child when they used to.
46. Here, fact check on 46 military biolabs.
No, okay. I was going too light on.
Let me talk. Quiet. Our Ukrainian bioweapon labs myth went from QAnon theories to Fox News.
Yeah.
That's The Guardian.
Yeah.
Fact check. 46 U.S. military funded biolabs in Ukraine. False.
Yes, thank you.
False. Did you hear that, Ian West? You understand the difference between true and false?
The only thing with the biolabs, which even the United States government is admitting now, is the one in China from Wuhan. That's the thing you can think of. You could say this is just more Russian propaganda.
Adrenochrome.
What you said?
Wuhan was an adrenochrome operation.
He feels it's adrenochrome, which is derived from children of their adrenaline produced by fear. That some people find.
Listen, man, QAnon is all a psychological op, man.
Thank you.
CIA and NSA, man.
Yes.
Who's QAnon?
I fell for it also for a while too with Trump.
QAnon?
I was gonna go to January 6th to DC. I was gonna do it myself too. And I probably prison right now. Taking pictures.
Are you saying QAnon?
QAnon. That's what he's saying. It's QAnon.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not talking about QAnon.
So I will.
Everything that you spit
is cool. QAnon. These things. Sorry, go ahead.
It is true. Actually, what Realtek and Brooke are both saying is the same thing. They're both saying that what Ian is saying very much reflects and parallels QAnon to such a degree.
I never mentioned QAnon once.
Yeah, you understand that, but you don't need to. It is the QAnon contents.
QAnon was a propaganda machine. It's the same thing that you're getting it. You don't have to go to Q.com to get it.
I don't know that shit. I don't do that.
Yeah, but you do trawl. The word is trawl. You do trawl the dark web.
Emulate. You emulate.
Yes. And emulate, meaning you regurgitate. I mean, forget emulate, you regurgitate.
Two of my best friends are former GIA, right?
Okay, I mean, there are troops in all these things. There's always something.
Yeah.
But I didn't say there were 46 biolabs in Ukraine.
You said something like 30 years.
16.
I said 30, but Russian propaganda is always going to try to.
Yeah, I've seen some claims by the Russians that it's in the hundreds, but okay. So before
there's some small truths, like he said, in everything, and I think that's just like where I'll agree with Ian on some stuff. Like, yes, there's truths, and like where Douglas and I have disagreed on. I think there is a larger, higher power, cabal. Although Douglas thinks there's a cabal, it's just against Nazis only. Whereas I think it's more of a elite group that's more about money and themselves and control and power, and they always have been, and that's where
it's against humankind and Mother Nature. They're trying to destroy us all and create their own heaven, which is hell for us. Their heaven is our hell. That's what they're trying to bring.
That might be one way of looking at it.
They're doing a good job.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's where we all kind of differ and have our own opinions. Whereas, like, you can look at it religiously, or like you and Ian both love to go into the sexual frame of they're all child molesters drinking adrenochrome or sucking kids'
I'm not
dicks.
saying they all. It's
No,
just-
whoa, wait, Nemo.
predominant.
She wasn't talking to you about that. Don't worry about that. As a matter of fact, she was actually aiming towards Ian with that.
Well, I heard Ian, but while you were gone earlier, no, Nemo and I kind of got into a little bit of a heated debate with that as well, just because
I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
So it was. Well, he was saying that what we needed to change was that, and you had said it, Douglas, like that most of the senators and all our politicians are basically all used just blackmail of their child molestation shit.
Well, many of them. We can't say all of them anymore.
I didn't say just the
Yeah.
top ranking ones.
Well, certainly many of them. By that I mean a lot of them. Enough where it's a compromise.
Seriously,
It's
all these
predominant
women
in-
who are molesting kids. I mean, it's just that's bullshit, Douglas.
What?
I'm sorry, what?
You think all these women are up there? You think even Bober? I don't like Bober, but I don't think she's a child molester. I don't like.
Did you hear me say that? I said especially the women are very hard to compromise compared to the men. I didn't say the female politicians. I mean, first off, you didn't ask me to go into detail. I can go into some detail about this, but
It should go without saying that it's mainly
it's mostly
the men
male.
that-
Yeah, but
Yes.
honey, Joe Biden is on film molesting a child.
You can see him touching children.
Yes, I mean, you're not questioning that, are you?
I mean, honestly, I'm the one that said I wasn't going to vote for Biden, and you're the one that's like, I'll vote for Biden over whatchamacallit.
Yes, but you understood my logic.
No, I don't. I think your logic is completely flawed. But on that, because you said you'd be throwing away a vote, and I said you should never let Biden get there because you should be voting in the primaries for someone besides Biden.
But it's beyond. Okay, when we went into that, I was talking about the fact that first off, Biden is much more likely to win than Kennedy Jr. If Kennedy Jr. were to run against him,
exactly.
This is the first time in American history where you've had an incumbent come up that where the president is rerunning the incumbent, and then someone else comes up and the same party and is polling as well as Kennedy is. And so right now in this time, so I mean, to say that it's just a dead giveaway, I think that that's just giving up. And my point is this: I haven't seen the video. I don't want to see the video. If it's true, it's true.
The video is something that you can. It's different from, say, for instance, the videos that Ian West generally presents us, which are very hard.
I don't want to see it either. I don't want to see it either.
Well, let's just put it this way: Ian West, he gets a lot of stuff off the dark net, and what he brings is usually you can't tell where it's at, you can't tell what's going on. This video,
you can't tell this be a deep fake.
Yeah. But with
But that's my thing.
From all these pictures,
Yeah, but
all the
But
celebrities
it is possible now, Douglas. You do realize that. I'm not saying.
but the thing with the thing with
I can download them and get a program for Midjourney or Stable Diffusion and make a video of that.
Okay, yeah.
I'm trying to say, Douglas, like you can't. It's so easy to make that right now.
Yeah. But with Joe Biden, this video of Joe Biden molesting the young girl is not fake. It is like he did this in front of.
You don't know that because
No. I can guarantee you this. I can guarantee, honey.
Biden's had
don't make silly of yourself. Just give me some.
Biden's
here.
had two brain aneurysms. He's brain fucked and
Nemo, you're just confusing the issue. So
I'm just saying that's why he does.
Come on, Nemo, that doesn't even count.
Now, what do you mean?
Look, what I'm talking about is look. I'll go to monologue soon anyway. But Biden, let's put it this way: Biden did this in front of thousands of people. When he molested this girl, it was on camera in front of thousands of people. This is not faked. This is like basically.
I wasn't saying
we know fake. All of the. Nemo, why don't you just please? You're not helping. All you're doing is you are sabotaging my efforts to communicate. That's all you're doing. You're not helping at all. You're not helping the communications here.
I was just trying to say.
What you're saying is not even. It's not even constructive. It's not even conducive to getting any message across. In terms of what I'm saying about Biden, this was literally in front of thousands of people. The witnesses were all there, and the father turned his girl over to Biden basically to molest. The mother was there, and she was completely upset. And Biden is groping and sniffing all over this young girl obscenely on camera. So, yes, this man is acting like a predatory pervert in front of everyone. This was like before he even ran for president. So this is like something that is not deep fake. There's a difference between my judgment and, say, for instance, someone like Ian West, who is earnest and sincere and seeking to expose truths, but Ian sometimes does. Sometimes actually does, just by sheer volume of what he's dredging through. I
haven't been wrong once, Doug. I haven't been wrong once.
Oh, God, help us.
Whatever. You admitted to being wrong the other day to me. I can't even remember what it was on.
Yeah, about the sub. Yeah, I was wrong about the sub.
So I do want to welcome two people here, Troy Bellamy and Mark H. So Troy Bellamy was first. Troy Bellamy got on the call. So, Troy, before I go into monologue, and Mark H left, that was odd. So, Troy.
You were wrong about 2 subs. You were wrong about that sub, and also the fact that there's the best sub is it the fucking blimpy, whatever.
So, Troy, what's on your mind for tonight? Before I go into monologue, as sooner than later, what's on your mind, sir?
Hey, man, I've just been listening to you guys. It's always interesting. And like I would say to Ian or anybody else, y'all got to stay off that Q stuff. That Q nonsense.
Thank you.
It's killing everybody.
Thank you.
Yes, amen. I agree with Troy.
I even thought about Pizzagate. Like I just, that takes it too far. Even when you get down to Pizzagate, you remember that guy drove across country to only find out that kids were into having pizza?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Thank you. No, thank you. And you know what's worse about that is there was across the street, essentially, some organization that was working with dislocated African children, literally emigres who were like war orphans. And people began harassing them because they were across the street from the pizza parlor and saying that they were trafficking these children. It's a terror. It just these conspiracies, they just expand like a disease, and they cause people to do ever more nonsensical things.
It's tough, Doug. I know it's tough. I know it's so tough.
Doug, because Doug gives us facts. When I listen to Doug, I'm listening to facts. I can sort out his opinions, but he always gives facts, stuff that I can go on the line and say, okay, I just learned something today. I'll give you a case in point, and then I'm going to shut up. I was listening to Doug talk one night, and he was talking about the smoke jumpers, the 555 smoke jumpers. That's something in Black history I never would have learned in school.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Troy. Deeply appreciate it, profoundly so. Thank you so much. And
what Troy didn't finish off was, and nothing you've ever said, Ian, he could look up factually.
Bust your balls in, man. She's really trying to castrate you, man.
She does it every day.
Yeah?
Oh, my God.
Every day.
Man.
Maybe her husband was the victim. Maybe he was maybe he was driven crazy.
Of course he was the victim. She had 8 years of child support and alimony.
He doesn't give any child support or alimony. Oh my God. It's
Lord.
Yes. So yes. Mark.
I respect Troy Bellamy's opinion. I really do.
Well, Bellamy.
Like Douglas said that one time on his monologue, so this is like years ago, he was saying, I think 2016 and 2017, I don't remember really specifically, but that's why you always got to come to Douglas Dietrich to learn about your African American history.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay, I don't even know how y'all been listening to Douglas this long. I've already about lost my mind. Like, I felt sane before I came on here.
Since 2011. So, for 2000,
Yeah, well, I can tell.
when it became public, finding him from, ironically, of course, a conspiracy torrent tracker, so.
I love Douglas and I love Ian. I love all of you, honestly.
Yeah, I love you too, Brooke.
Well, I do want to point out I will be speaking about the case of African Europeans in France. The riots in France are very similar to what happened with the Black Lives Matter movement in the United States. I don't know if many Americans understand that. And it's kind of like there was a science fiction story that was written in the 1950s where it was called Gladiator at Law. And in Gladiator at Law, that was a very famous science fiction book for its time, they were portraying a American future in which the suburbs became the ghettos, and they were the most dangerous area of the United States. And this seems to us like a kind of retro satire, but in France, that actually is the case. In France, the suburbs, the banlieues, are where the majority of their African or Moorish or various Arab emigres live. And there are areas many whites do not enter, and this is times like this is when they explode. The protests are still going on, and these are racial protests in France. And the reason this is so important, the reason I'll bring that up, is because just as I was pointing out World War I starting the gay movement, the fact is that in France, one thing that they did with the Fifth Republic, and they've changed their constitution no less than 5 times. So they're very adaptable in one sense, but at the same time, their adaptation was a little interestingly radical by American standards. They pretty much imported, after World War II with the Fifth Republic, they pretty much imported the American Constitution. One of the things they took out was the freedom of speech, basically.
That's more Q stuff. Talk about the Constitution. That's more Q stuff.
It's cute. That's cute. I like that. Yes, the majority of the radicalized right wing are constitutional fundamentalists. This is part of the problem. See, America considers its constitution inviolable, whereas the French consider it something to adapt with time. And in that sense, they're much more advanced.
Yeah, Le Pen, there's a lot of talks about Le Pen trying to become the president.
That I will speak of that tonight. I will definitely address that.
I know you probably understand that, but so that Ian understands that the Constitution isn't moving in why it should. Ian, just go back and get that. Remember, you had the 21-inch waist, so go back to your kindergarten pants.
Yeah.
And then your mother said, "These are your permanent constitutional pants. You will wear them the rest of your life."
Is everybody looking at the screen? Is everybody looking at the screen?
Arrested Development.
I know the underwear would still fit you as long as the waist. But
well, as long as it's 38, 26, 34 or something like that. I don't remember it was. Or 18, 30, 40.
But yeah, change with the times. Whereas, yes, you're Republican.
No, one of the things that.
Sorry, guys. About the.
I'm sorry to hang up on you, man. I'm just joking around, But you did. Hey,
he takes it well
for yourself, so
He does take it well. Ian does take it well, and I do give him credit where he. Yeah.
I'm not really trying to pick on you, but you did bring it up before a long time ago. Which is why Douglas should have been live streaming. Did another live stream to capture that, because that'd been epic for shorts, YouTube shorts.
Oh, that was epic.
Unintended anyway.
And sticky notes on his TV that said 21-inch waist. What? I said, zoom in on that again? And you're like, no, those are my measurements. And I'm like, they're not your measurements. He's like, well, they're my Chinese measurements. Yeah. I'm like, Chinese is smaller, bitch. Like, I have to order an extra large when I order Chinese stuff.
Okay. All right. Can y'all look at your screen real quick?
Okay. You're going to share screen? Okay, be careful.
Can you tell him that this is a conspiracy theory? And ask him for some proof. See if he's got any proof.
Brooke doesn't want to see stuff like this.
No, yours is one of the ones you already showed me. God damn it. Damn,
she doesn't want to see this.
Conspiracy theory. Tell him it's a conspiracy theory.
She doesn't want to see this. This is like
what is this you're showing now? What is this?
This is Q. This is Q.
Well, thank God
you gotta believe that there's children that are molested. Yes, everyone knows that. You don't need to show one.
Yeah, that's
well, denying them doesn't help now, does it?
But Ian, okay,
no, of course not. But Douglas, But you understand that Douglas was the one that exposed the entire thing with the Presidium face.
Thank you.
John, I've got his name, but he's a hero.
Yeah.
So he knows.
Well, who's the one molesting the kids?
Yeah. Thank you. So, Troy, you're asking who was molesting that child in the film, or who was molesting the children in general?
In general, just saying it's all Democrats, or what is going on here?
No, it's both parties. It's both parties.
But when Ian produces his memes, they name overwhelmingly Democrats. Yeah.
That's just lately. We started off with Bush, then we progressed to Obama, then we progressed to Biden. It's like a constant progression. But
right.
I wanted you to look at that kid. I wanted you to tell him that it's a conspiracy theory.
Disney has always been evil. There are the cartoons of like the Lion King where they have sex. I can send YouTube video.
We've discussed the subliminals. We've discussed the subliminals within the Disney cartoon. So I think many people are aware of that. But thank you for bringing that up. But the point is that
the stock is. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. What I wanted to say was that one of the points that I wanted to make about France was one of their experiments in constitutionalism was trying to create a colorblind republic. In other words, they don't racially categorize their citizens. So they
be French.
Yeah. Everyone is theoretically French, but obviously the racial divide still exists. So I'll try and go into that nuance. That being said, of course, that was one of the things I wanted to emphasize. And the horror in France right now is that Le Pen and another individual who is basically a radicalized right-wing individual, if these people take power in France, then it falls back into the World War I trap where they align themselves with Russia because they're very pro-Russian. So all that being said, that's one element that I want to go into. It probably won't.
Also going to talk about the Crimean War because that did entail the beginnings or origins of World War I. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I don't think that needs to be gone into to make my point tonight. But what I will do is probably it'll take another episode like Wednesday or thereafter to get into some other aspects that I want to get into. But one of the things that I do want to get into, I still have to do some further research on this, but I can tell Brooke another thing that turns me off about Robert Kennedy is he does seem to promote this water pollution theory that the water pollution is turning people into transgenders. So this is something I find very disturbing. Obviously, what we've seen is some evidence that pharmaceuticals are pervasive in much of the water supply, and they are changing fish sex in fishes, which are swimming.
The information about that coming out about the government amending that. I can't remember it. I had to look up which agency it was. But.
I'll try and go into that. If it's not tonight, I'll cover that tomorrow. I mean, by that Wednesday, which is practically tomorrow. I hope to. And I find it disturbing that when we go from fishes and what Ian West said in the last episode, which of course I was listening to what people were saying, he was talking about it turns frogs gay. The pharmaceuticals in the water, etc. And the industrial pollutants add limbs to frogs, cause horrible mutations that are quite physical and affect them completely because they absorb all of this through their skin. But when you start applying these to higher order evolutionary mechanisms or human beings, then you're making an incredible leap. And so this is something that disturbs me about Robert Kennedy. So
Alex Jones wanted to start of that, I don't like them putting in water to turn the frogs gay.
Yeah, you are correct. You are correct.
Yes. So this is something.
Well, first of all, I mean, I would respond to that with this. I mean, number one, today there was 3M just had their settlement for what was it like, 13 or 15 billion dollars that they have to pay out. Because of the two chemicals that they were putting into the water that they've known about since the 70s. Now, this doesn't have anything to do with transgender or anything else. It's just things that are known in every single one of our bloodstreams right now. We now have these chemicals in us because those chemicals they knew were leaching into the ground and into the groundwater, and there was no stopping them. And they knew that it was in the bloodstream of almost every person, not just in America, but in the world at this point. that these chemicals are now in there. So they're settling out, just for 13 billion or whatever, $15 billion, whatever the fuck it was.
10.3 billion.
Yeah.
What was it?
1.3 billion. 10.3 billion. Thank you, Real Tech.
Still
Appreciate
not enough.
Yeah. No, I agree.
2.3 billion, but the way they're going to pay it out, they've settled it out where they'll actually end up paying like 13. I think it was 13 point something because it's over time. Anyway, it's going to end up being 13 point something billion because I watched The Lawyer tonight on it. But
the 13 years.
Yeah, because of the way they're paying it out. Yeah, with time span. So
actually, they're Chinese. Actually, they're bought up by the Chinese 3 millimeter though.
3M. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
And Troy Bellamy, simply because you were here before Mark H got here and you were waiting patiently for so long, before I go to Mark, was there something that came to your mind that you would like to bring up before I go to Mark? Troy. And he went mute, so he might not be hearing me. He might be away from the computer. So Mark, welcome aboard. Thank you so much for joining us. And so what do you have to share? What comes to your mind?
Thank you, Douglas. Good to be on. I wanted to, unfortunately I was not on the last show when I guess, our lovely Brooke was, doing her thing.
Yeah. Oh man, you missed out. Troy was here for the whole thing.
Missed out too. Damn.
Yeah, no, I heard we missed out big time, Real Tech. And I want to give a shout out to our man, Troy Bellamy, because he did leave a nice little snippet there that I got a little snippet of. So I want to give a shout out for that. That was appreciated.
What do you mean a snippet of fucking what?
There was like a little snippet. I got like a little brief, 3-second shot or something. I don't know.
Brooke, Troy turned on the recorder by accident and then he turned it off because he respects you.
By accident.
It was by accident. It was by accident.
Right fucking now.
It's gone. It's gone. I deleted it. It's gone. I deleted it when Mark brought it to my attention. Yes. In fact, he brought it to my attention just for that purpose. Doug, get this out. Get this down. And I said, oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mark.
That's the federal honor.
That was...
There is nothing that came out of your mouth in the last 30 seconds that is believable.
Brooke, ask him for the proof. See if we got the proof.
See, this is
what that means. The proof that he deleted it? I don't fucking know.
That's right. There's no proof because I deleted it. That's right. That's the proof. Yes.
Guess I am going to have to hire somebody to come out there and fucking visit your computer at least.
Honey, it's not on my computer. I swear. Oh, darling.
I got to say that. I mean, that's definitely the worst show to miss.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right. That
was 10 times better than the first one, Doug.
Yeah, it was. Man, you got it down. I mean,
oh my God, y'all act like I was doing some porn or something. Shut the fuck up.
No, you were a goddess. You were absolutely beautiful.
That's right. That's right. And she is so wonderful, and she's unnecessarily self-conscious. Oh my God, really?
Crazy. That is crazy. She is a freaking goddess.
Yes.
Brooke, you're a fucking goddess.
That's
oh my
right,
God,
baby. Yeah.
Incredible.
That's right, baby. Yeah.
Oh no, Mark's turning me on just the way he's talking about me. It's just he just has such passion with it. You're such a goddess. I'm starting to believe it.
Yeah.
It's fucking true. It's fucking true. I mean, I heard Ian too. Ian was speechless. He couldn't even talk shit.
He's too busy jacking off.
I have to take matters in my own hands after this episode.
Yeah, you took matters into your own hands. Sure, I get it.
Why do I suddenly feel like I have to take a piss? Okay, let me refresh myself for a few moments here. When I come back, I'll, if I stroke my foreskin more than 3 times to shake the urine out, then I'm jacking off at that point. So
it sounds like you're gonna be doing that.
Yeah.
Well, don't spray. Make sure there's no spray.
I believe me, I've cross-dressed enough where I sit down when I pee, so it's not really a problem. But such being said, I will be back in just a few moments. I think all of you can handle this. You seem to have this now. Hope Troy is okay. And but at any rate, Mark, aside from the initial opening, before I refresh myself, was there anything else that came to mind that was a little bit less explosive?
Man, as far as what, Douglas? Just anything in general or the show?
Anything. Yeah, anything at all. Or the show.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the interview with Christine Joanna Hart, and that was another fantastic interview as well.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting because, she's got so much, information as well, but it's interesting that as much information as she has, she always comes back to Douglas Dietrich for your perspective on her experiences. And she definitely trusts, she really does trust that of you to ask you these things on an interview.
Yes.
So that's, it's pretty incredible that all of these things come together when you guys are talking. It's a pretty powerful experience, actually.
That's right. And as a matter of fact, Brooke, this is important. I think you know this, but just to reemphasize to all of our listeners, Christine Joanna Hart she could have gone in the opposite direction, because she is one of those people who approach me the way many assets approach me. Effectively, she was an asset. She essentially approached me with that same problem of, I have memories of satanic ritual abuse. Indeed, as I've said before on record, her earliest memory is of Michael Aquino sexually abusing her. It's actually one of her first memories, her first conscious memory, really, sadly. And at the time that I was working with Laura Lee Solomon, Christine Joanna Hart was still very much terrorized, to a degree manipulated, certainly still in communication with Michael Aquino.
And Clooney as well.
I'm sorry, honey?
And George Clooney as well.
I put that into context. You do remember the context. It
was just a joke.
Okay, understood. Yeah. And though it is funny, it is funny. And I did bring up George Clooney in the interview, the latest interview. I did actually bring him up, which thankfully didn't seem to trigger him.
If you have not seen the Flash movie yet, at the ending, he is Batman again. Oh, God.
Batman?
Fucking
Batman.
nipple. Yes.
Oh, my God. George Clooney is back as Batman?
Yeah. Thank God, no nipple suit, though. So far, anyway.
Oh, God, that's outrageous. Why would they choose George Clooney's not even...
Old. He's a little old to be Batman.
Thank you!
So is Michael Keaton.
Yeah, Michael Keaton's not being Batman again, is he?
I thought he was.
I thought that was Ben Affleck in that movie.
Didn't even Ben Affleck.
It had like 45 different ones.
Yeah.
Affleck is supposed to be Daredevil.
It just was a conversation he had. He didn't have a suit or anything. Okay. It was ridiculous.
Right. By the way, Troy, I want to let you know how much I appreciated your participation tonight. I might be going to monologue soon, but definitely I'll take a refreshment break for now. I'll be back. But yeah, my point, Brooke, was that Christine Joanna Hart was definitely someone who she was still in communication with Michael Aquino, and then so it's amazing that after his death that she's really kind of come into her own. I mean, it really is amazing. I've never seen anyone do that. Most of them don't. So it's incredible that she's not on the other team, just screaming invective against me. So that's pretty impressive. So I do want to say she's in a sense a success story. As hard as as challenges that she faces are, so that's definitely something I want to emphasize. And so Mark, thank you for that. And just curious, Brooke, you mentioned something about my crying on the don't cry again on when you're on with your show tonight.
Or whatever. No. That's negative shit. I'm not going there. You were crying or something on the one before.
So you did hear what I was saying. You did hear what I was saying at that time. During
later I heard some of it because somebody told me that you were, and then I did go listen to it.
Okay. And so thank you. I appreciate that. And so Mark, what else comes to your mind in a general?
Don't do that, because then when I come on and bitch at you and you've been crying, it makes me seem like a worse bitch than I already am.
Oh, is that what you were trying to say? Okay.
Yeah.
I love that. We love you, Brooke. We all love you. And
Absolutely.
yes, that's right. That's right. I can't believe there's people out there who think you actually tried to kill me.
I can't believe you're still alive. I mean,
That's yes, and
You slowly.
yeah, and so Mark, before I refresh myself, anything else comes to mind generally?
Not too much of general. I mean, it's just that video that I sent you, Douglas. It's like, it's kind of goofy, but it's like the most viral video going out right now.
Is that the one where you said, "Is this Brooke?"
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
what?
So I'll give you a really quick context on this video, Doug. I mean, honestly, it's one of the most trending videos right now, Douglas.
Uh-huh.
And basically, what it is it's a female, very attractive female. It reminded me of Brooke because, first of all, she's hot, but she has a really sexy Southern accent. And she's on a plane and she's freaking the fuck out. And she's convinced that there's somebody that was sitting next to her or whatever that was not human. She was convinced, and she flipped out and was like, "I'm leaving my fucking bags here. I don't give a shit."
I saw that. She goes to the front of the plane and
yes. Yes, she goes to the front of the plane.
I saw that too.
And she's like,
also.
yeah, and she flipped out. And she's like, everybody, I don't give a fuck. She's like, that motherfucker back there is not real. And she just drops the mic and leaves.
Yeah, but also, if you pause the video, she is doing the upper and downward sign with her hands, which is the devil. Also
interesting. So she believes the person is demonic. Go on, Mark. What were you going?
And yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Please, Real Tech.
Yeah, go on.
Speak on more about that.
Yeah, go on.
I was also watching this guy having a reaction. He said he was on the plane, and he's saying that he really was not really thinking about it, but then later on, when she was getting off the plane, he's a video of him talking about it. I saw it on Twitter. He did see his eyes shift.
Yeah.
But then again, this guy is talking about this, and he's got a Hollywood sign in the back of him.
Interesting. Okay. So it was all these things culminating together. So the report was initially that she said that the eyes did shift. She was very disturbed by the ways the eyes blinked. And if anybody knows, and I'm sure Douglas is familiar with, because he probably has a pretty decent amount of reptilian DNA.
Yes.
Certainly, some of people that do have this in their blood, at certain points, and I know especially, and I wish I had Brendan Zoget here, because in my family bloodline, we must have something somewhere, because I actually witnessed one of my own family members have it. If you get into a deep enough Vedic trance, or even in certain experiences in life that you experience, it'll happen. It'll just happen. You'll notice it. Not everyone will notice it. It'll be sort of subtle, but it does. You'll notice that crescent sort of cut slit in the eye, and it does change for these certain people. And a lot of times, if people will notice it, they might freak out because they're not sure what they're looking at.
Right.
I don't know if that's the story. But
nictating. The term is nictating eyelids. So that's what the reptiles do. They have a kind of their own kind of eyelid that nictates. So some people have that. Nobody will talk about it, of course. MDs won't talk about it. Yeah, and like Ian says in the text box, they said he was a hybrid. I presume, yeah. So George Knight has rejoined us for a few minutes, and so what I'll try and do is go into monologue as soon as possible, but I was definitely blessed to have all of you join. I'll take another refreshment break, take advantage of everybody being here to take another refreshment break for just a few minutes. But George Knight, do say hi, and I'll try and get a bit into England tonight, if not certainly tomorrow night. By that I mean Wednesday, which to me is like tomorrow. And so Nemo's asking, and by the way, Nemo, don't be afraid to ask this verbally. Just ask George verbally. Did you get the PDFs I sent you? So he sent you some stuff via Facebook. So do check your Facebook messages from Nemo Albano, George. He did send you some stuff in. Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes, absolutely. And what a round table we have tonight.
Yes. It
how
is.
many people have joined us. Yes.
And I'm so glad Troy Bellamy joined us as well, honestly. So hopefully he'll be more regular in his appearances. And I'm certain Brooke has kind of seduced him into that regularity. And such being said, George, yes, how's
Yep, I'm hooked.
Yes.
I will not be going back on camera because of Troy, since he records things.
He did. No, it was totally by accident. He pushed that button by accident, and then it was...
And then he totally shared it by accident too.
No. He didn't. It was honestly.
That got deleted away.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's
it really did.
Yeah, that's right, honey. Honey, you got to learn to trust us. We're all gentlemen here.
Oh my God! If there might be one gentleman on this call, and I don't know which one of you it is, but
it's so.
We're all trying to defend your honor, Brooke.
That's right, baby. Yeah, that's right. Honestly, she keeps me on edge. She's gonna be the death of me. So, yeah, George. Yeah.
You slowly.
Yeah. What was that? Real time?
I said she's killing you slowly.
Hey, she is. No, she's killing me quickly. What's this slowly shit? Yeah, and there we are. So George, tell us what's up with your family. How's your family doing?
Yeah, no, very well, thank you, Douglas. And I thought I'll come just for a few minutes.
Good.
You did need a refresher, so you can have yourself a break.
Oh, bless you! Thank you
these
so
are
much.
long duration transmissions. Yeah,
yes,
I know exactly how it feels to go on and on, yeah.
And are you preparing yourself to ultimately kind of do your own recording? I hope eventually, or some interviews with some of these ladies.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. Do you know what? And another one of the listenerships, she reaches out and just says that I think it would be beneficial, George, if you did like sort of like your own sort of form of transmission where it's like a Q&A, it's a questions and answers casting or podcast or a broadcast such as such. So yeah, and I was like, that sounds quite good, where people can just submit their questions and then you can answer them in your own time, so to speak. So they could be either pre-recorded or live, but I wouldn't think live would be a sensible option for that. So it's another suggestion.
Yeah, pre-recorded would be best. Yeah, pre-recorded would be best.
Yes.
Yeah, and but I think just basically probably because I can't imagine until you get better known who's going to be sending you the questions. So it would be best just to start off by giving kind of like segmented lectures. Yeah, and so I do. Thank you. So I will take that break in just a moment. Two people I want to approach before I go. Nemo, yeah, when I said you weren't being constructive in your participation at that time, I was talking to Brooke, was you're bringing up like, Joe Biden's strokes or whatever he might be having. Obviously the man is elderly and there is that argument. I mean, the last thing we really need is two old white men running for president in the United States. It's really kind of like the fact that it's come down to this is absurd, but it was not jiving. It was just not it was totally irrelevant to the point I was trying to make to Brooke at that time, and just confusing the issue. So, like I said, context is always very important. So, but I do like you participating. And with that, Mark, before I leave, was there something else that came to mind? Because I noticed you were off mute for a while. Was there something else that came to mind just before I go for that refresher break?
Nothing really that comes to mind, Douglas, at this moment. Just happy to be on to talk to everybody.
Okay, yeah, no, that's great. And so I'll be breaking for a few minutes. Ian, he said, after the plane freak out, the woman incident happened, the airline unloaded all the passengers and switched the crew. Yeah, just like Q. And but I think what our man Real Tech was insinuating was that because the man talking about, I think the guy's eyelids were basically nictating, though nobody had the vocabulary to say that, you were pointing out he was in front of the Hollywood sign, so this might be a film campaign, like before the release of a film, right? Is it what you're insinuating?
Yeah, it could be, yes.
Yeah. And that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. That's actually not, that's not the worst thing. That's a pretty good idea. You get so much hype like that because honestly, Doug, it's like, I've never seen everyone I've talked about or I talked to the last couple days knows about that video.
Okay.
And it just really just spread viral.
Project. The Blair Witch Project, they believe that everybody believed it. Hell, even as a kid, I believed everybody died. And the budget for that was $10,000 and it made like $200-300 million, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they said that. I remember hearing that was a real story too, and I was like, I believed it for a little while.
Yeah,
that was spread.
Thank you.
They advertised.
Yes. Thank you. By the way,
also with the slow release that the government's doing for whatever reason of the old alien agenda, right? It kind of goes hand in hand with that too. There's really no telling whether it was real or fake for another one of many reasons. It's kind of, it's like everything else now. You just kind of have to take it with a grain of salt and like, is this real? Figure out what you believe on it. But it could have been fake.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you.
I told these things in the chat, and I'll also be sending these things to you also in your private messages between you and me.
Okay, great. Thank you. And all right, I'll be back in several moments, and I'm going to go mute now. I know you've all got this.
Obviously, we know there's reptilians with as cold-blooded as you are, Douglas.
Thank you. It's true. Yes, and it's all true. Yes. So Brooke is actually
cocaine he's done. Surprised he's not dead, right? Because you want that $50,000.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
Good joke.
Real Tech. Hello. Just before I jumped on the show, I saw that you sent me a private message. Is it something that you can share with us, or because I didn't review the question, but I knew it was a question that you were asking. So, was there anything you wanted to ask? It was in the Skype private messages, so I do apologize. I've not seen it yet.
I didn't send you a message in months. I don't know.
Oh, beg your pardon. Yeah. Yes.
I'm sorry.
I don't. Sorry, beg your pardon. I don't often open up my messages, but I just saw it was right at the top, so I thought it was quite recent. Sorry, I think it was said Sunday. I think yesterday you sent me a message. I'm not sure, unless it was something else.
No, I didn't.
Oh, no.
What you said?
Sorry, I'm probably breaking up. Can you hear me all right? It's my
audio. Your voice. Yeah, your connection is kind of scattered a little bit. I do hear you, but it's a little scattered.
Yes, beg your pardon.
Are you on the road or something?
Yeah, I am. I'm out in the field.
Okay.
Yeah, relying on the 5G connection.
Yeah.
So, beg your pardon. So I'm going to go on mute, everyone, just for a second.
Okay.
Well, that was interesting. Anybody want to send me a private message that I don't read? Come on, here, talk about it.
So what'd you do today, Brooke?
Not you.
Oh, that was so quick. You're so smart. My God. Did you come up with that on your phone?
Got you good, man.
I'm working on my dad jokes, man. It's like my lame jokes.
So quick. I just, amazing.
Well, it's the title of the movie should be How Many Ways Can You Fuck Even? Fuck Ian West.
Ian would love that to be the title of the movie. I swear.
Yeah, and plus, he's pretty big anyway, so you might as well stretch his haul up more anyway. So.
Yeah, you got a flanger effect or something on your phone, your line.
Yeah.
Do you have like a condenser?
Add some salt to that wound, I just heard it.
When you hear it, you're flanging again. What did you say?
I said add some salt to that wound.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, bud. Good one.
Ian.
Yeah.
My connection back.
No, it's all
Thank you. Sorry, I do apologise. It wasn't the real Tech Geek. It was the real Ian West that sent me a message. So I do apologise. I've just reviewed it quickly.
Oh, good. Yeah, I was going to say.
how dare you? Like, what? Can you just stop harassing people, Ian? Like, you know, I'm pretty sure George has a job, a life, a kid, a wife. You just didn't really need a message from you. Anyway, but you go ahead, George. Go ahead and read his question and answer it.
Oh, no, it's all right. You're just asking if I was available for a chat. So we will have that chat, Ian. We'll have to. Any more on the lead situation that you wanted to raise with me to bring to my attention? Could you? And sorry, do apologise for my connection's glitchy.
Oh, no, it's all good. No. I had off this morning. I just had to work tonight, so I figured I'd catch up with you.
Yes, absolutely. No, we will do it. No, we will do. And Mark, thank you for joining us. Yeah, it's wonderful to have you here. And is that Troy Bellamy with us? Well,
yes, Troy
is down there. And by the way, Troy made a great point earlier. Just want to kind of reiterate what he was saying about Douglas. That's one of the main reasons I listened to him as well. You know, is that he speaks straight facts. He speaks big, straight logic, and you know, it makes you a more intelligent person. You know, you learn a lot of information, valuable information. Obviously, it takes time to digest, but it's one of those things where, you know, if you just tune in, you're going to learn something. You know, you might have to dig through the muck a little bit, but you're going to learn some good stuff. So that's pretty incredible that Troy recognized that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's great. I think when we're starting to, I think there is certainly a value of listenership that do contribute a lot. And I think they're also doing the same thing that I originally did, was invest a lot of time in listening to specifically previous transmissions and previous interviews. And it's very highly regarded. It's so important. And I think it's reaching out to more and more people, which is just wonderful. And yeah, I always appreciate when people bring up very specific and important points, relevance to the matter. And so it's, certainly highly regarded, and I certainly appreciate it. So I don't think I've ever spoken to you, Troy, but I do see that you are very frequent and active on the chat room during the podcast. The transmissions. So it's lovely to to finally have you on the show. I don't know, have you been on before?
Not until Wednesday.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, lovely to speak to you. Sorry, I wasn't listening in earlier on when you first came on, so I do apologize. I didn't listen to what you were saying. So but yeah, thank you. And you're very much appreciative. It's such a close net sort of community, isn't it? It's lovely.
Yes, it is.
It's wonderful to have so many wonderful people.
I
and
like
they're
you
important
Douglas.
and very highly valued. Yes, thank you.
I love listening to you too,
And
George, I appreciate you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Roy. Yeah, very much
I
appreciate it.
listen to Douglas, Trey, right? Your name was Trey? I'm sorry. What was your name again?
Troy Bellamy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Troy.
And I don't even know names, but I know Troy's name just because he's in the chat so much. He's been in the chat since I started on this show, right? Like, Troy's usually always in there.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Answer yourself. I just got back. Answer yourself, Troy.
Yeah. Yes, I do like frequent the chat. So
Yes. Thank God. So
as George is thanking everyone, George, you can thank me for getting Troy on the air for the first time.
yes, that's true.
Thank you, Troy. Yeah, you're the bridge, the connection. Yeah, so thank you.
So this is wonderful. So I came back and people aren't arguing. That's good. So Mark, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, George, you know what's weird is I knew I recognized your name sounded familiar, and I realized why the other day is because your name, George Knight, is actually a guy here in Boston. He's a famous broadcaster, and he's a famous musician as well. And I'm like, I remember that name. And I just looked it up. I'm like, that's the guy. So evidently, like, there's a guy in Boston, George Knight. He's pretty big around here, man. So he's a big broadcaster. You're well known around here.
Wow,
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. It's one of those things. I think most people throughout their life, they will Google their own name, and I think I'm familiar with that as well, Mark. So thank you. It was actually something I was actually discussing with one of my colleagues the other day, where they would Google their own name, and it's very funny because do you remember me talking about my friend Eric, who's now moved on from our profession, He's moved on in his life, and his name is Eric Peugeot, and it's very, very funny because there is very few people with that name, Eric Peugeot, in this world. But if you Google Peugeot, there was a young child that was kidnapped, with that name Eric Peugeot, and he used to. People would ask, "Oh, are you the person that was kidnapped?" And then you, you just got you were in an orphanage, and then you were, So it's remarkable, just how there's always like a backstory to a name, isn't there? Absolutely. But he brought that up, and he goes, it's very funny how conversations have arisen with himself over the years where they go, "Oh, are you the kidnapped child?" Wow. He wasn't.
Yeah,
was not.
Fortunately for him.
No,
so
just to share that with everyone.
So Nemo Albano is leaving us. He says, "Gotta go. Something came up. Take care, everyone. We hope everything is well, Nemo. Bless you. You're always in our thoughts and prayers. And I always consider him to be in a somewhat touchy environment there. Oh God, that came out wrong.
that was
oh God, that was a Freudian slip. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Brooke, for helping me realize all my failings. That's, yes.
Why don't you say, hey, since you were speaking of your failings, why don't you tell everyone how you say the plural for a woman?
All my life people have given me shit about, I can't say the word woman or woman in a plural. It comes out for some reason sound very funny, and I said to her, why don't you just let me have my one Asian accented flaw word, but she was trying to train me how to say the plural of women. Did I get that right?
I'm so proud. It took like 20 minutes to get him to get that out. I swear to God.
It was hard. It's like Japanese.
How do you say it normally?
What?
How do you say it normally?
I'm trying not to go back into saying it wrong.
It sounds like the solo. He just said, like, when he was going, he was like, all the woman. So he says woman. Oh. And I'm like, you mean women? No, woman. And I'm like, it's women. And then we finally then he was going, whoa, men. Then he got the whoa down. I was like, okay, we're going to break this down.
Womb.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'll think of it as womb man with a womb, right? And but she wasn't having that. By the way, look, Brooke, what our man Ian wrote in the text box. The plural is tang. I mean, oh my God, this is so juvenile. It's
not surprising. I mean, my God, he could he took next to Clemson. He couldn't get to Anderson College, which is like a bump to get into Clemson. You can't
Oh man.
And yes, you got to admit, Brooke, this woman in the film does favor you. She does favor you. You could pass. Though of course you're more attractive. I'll have to say that naturally.
I think I only basically barely remember her, but I don't.
She's in the text box. Oh God, it's like Realtek was there photographing her on the plane, practically.
Yeah, I saw a few pop up with the guy, but I didn't see that one. I'll figure back and look.
I
was from the plane. It look a lot better than that. That's a trash picture.
Yeah, good point.
They were taking a phone camera, taking a real camera.
That's right. Realtek he is a photographer, so credit needs to be given there. As a matter of fact, for those
I just totally been standing up with that finger in there too, like, not doing it. Nope, that was crazy.
As a matter of fact, Realtek has had to hire bodyguards to prevent the idiot boyfriends of women that he photographs from attacking him. Because, of course, when you're photographing a female and asking her to pose and vogue, and it can get rather suggestive. That's the point. And then the boyfriends freak out, and then they attack him physically. So, yes.
Especially if you want to get some implied photographs, which is covering the breasts with hands or a jacket or something. That can get very nasty with these guys that are so insecure about just photographing.
Yeah.
For them.
Yeah.
Them to advance their careers.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
It's not about me trying to have sex with them.
Though I'm sure you wouldn't mind. So, all of that being said, so darling Brooke,
Time for your monologue.
Yeah, I'm going to start, and I do want everyone to know thank you for carrying me to this point. But all of you who want to hang on the call, I'd appreciate it if you do. I think Nemo checked out before that could happen. He was probably, hopefully he wasn't hurt by my, implying that his input wasn't constructive, but you don't know what...
Camera while you monologue.
Yay, I couldn't monologue while you do that. That's, we've been back to square one where we were last time, honey. We'd just be trash talking with you.
Little girls would hate me.
Yes.
Yes. No, I'll let you
though I do think that they, it's silly that they do. They get jealous. It's silly. We'll wait before I monologue just for a few moments here while Troy Bellamy is typing something out. He says, hell yeah, let her do it while you monologue. Okay, if you're willing to do that, honey, go ahead. I'll try and ignore you, simply so I can concentrate on speaking. Troy Bellamy says, laugh out loud, love you, Brooke. Of course, we all do. And but George, so are you working today? Just curious.
Yes, Douglas, I am. I just wanted to come on just so you needed a break, and I was gonna, just fill in that gap for you. But thank you so much. I'll look forward to listening to your monologue.
Well,
so yeah, I will make my dues and I'll say goodbye. But thank you so much for having me on. It's wonderful to speak to everyone that's joined us on the show tonight.
Yeah, well, love you dearly, and we wish nothing but the best for your family. I'll be seeing a psychological counselor on Tuesday. I'll let you know how that turned out. This will be a new one. I asked for an Asian counselor, and hopefully it's female. They tried to talk me into, of all things, substance abuse counseling. And so they were supposed to...
All things, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I mean... I'm not like a baseline human, Brooke. It's not the same. It doesn't do for me what it does to other people. It's honestly, and there was some Asian Indian guy who was calling on the telephone too. I thank God I slept through it.
I'm not a baseline human either. I mean, ask Ian West. I'm a Southerner that went to Clemson, so I
mean. When it comes to George, I just want you to know Marina Saren says she'll come on Wednesday. I'm not sure if that's going to happen based on her history of no-shows. But she's everyone's attacking her as a Nazi. She says so. She wrote me on her birthday saying how down she was. She said I feel so hopeless, and everyone's calling me a Nazi in the UFO community. They're even threatening to bar me from conferences, and so I obviously will if she's on, I will do my best to provide what.
Come on.
Yeah.
You better. She will come on.
Okay.
And you need to be up early that day.
Thank you.
Why?
Why? What the fuck are you talking about? He needs to be up
to
early.
be honest.
Yeah. So go on, George. Before we ask Real Tech Real Tech has some psychic prophecies that he does share. Just so everyone knows, he's somewhat prophetic. So go on, George. What were you going to say?
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. It's very important. To be honest with you and to tell you the truth, the only person that can save Marina is yourself, unfortunately. And but you are the only one that can save her from these attacks. She definitely needs to confide in you a lot more, and for her to present herself in a more, to be more credible, because unfortunately it's cascaded the things that she says, so people automatically jump on that bandwagon and assault her for the things she says, but you're the only person that can save her from those attacks. So she does need to come on the show more often.
Oh my!
She certainly does.
Thank you. I agree.
What happened to you?
Sorry, was I not muted? I'm sorry, I got sick.
And I'm being completely honest.
So you
as well.
need to be.
Yeah.
You need to be.
So Real Tech, thank you, George. Bless you. Thank you so much.
No,
Hugs, dear brother. Yes. So Real Tech. No, feel free to talk, Real Tech, please. By all means, get off mute. What were you going to say?
You need to be on early, about 5:30 or 4:30.
I see.
At that time.
Okay. So what you're saying is.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, so what you're saying is invite her on earlier to be more convenient for her, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And maybe 3:30 her time period, something like I'm seeing with that. And she is being attacked by dark energy, third and fifth dimensional spirits.
Thank you.
That she is not telling
Hey,
about.
really, thank you for letting me know all the times I was being attacked. Thank you for letting me give me every fucking morning.
These things will come when they come. I don't know. You know, it's like going through a trance with these things. You're clear now. Your aura is clear. You're gonna be fine.
Okay.
There's gonna be something coming up with that inheritance.
Wow.
And number 3 and number 7 with you. Well, more animals, cats. But you're fine now. Whatever you did to clear with Douglas, spiritually, nothing. Won't be any more attacks with your family.
Swear to God, like inheritance, that means my parents are dying, and I'm inheriting 10 fucking cats that they fucking have.
Holy shit!
Oh.
Yeah. I did not like what you just said at all. That means my parents are going, and they also said, please take care of our cats. And they took in a bunch of stray cats, like kittens. So they've got like fucking 8.
Holy
cats.
shit.
Yeah.
That's pretty good prophecy. Holy shit. That's pretty. Oh, damn.
And now I have to go visit my parents tomorrow. I'm scared they're
Something
dying.
with a brother, and it's not them. Something with a brother.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. And so George, what were you going to say?
Yes, thank you. No, I'm done. Thank you, Douglas. I'll reserve myself. We'll speak privately at some point. We definitely will. We'll catch up.
Thank you.
Everything. I'll update you with everything.
Sounds good. Excellent. Excellent. Look forward to that.
Look forward to that.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for being
all the
here.
best to everyone. No,
Yes.
thank you so much for having me on. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now. And great. Also, Ian says, I applaud Real Tech. Yeah. Go on, Real Tech. You were going to say something else. It's important when
I'm
he gets...
saying take care of George. Take care of George, I'm saying. But,
okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I took the AC on again. It's a little hot. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We hear you. Go on.
Okay.
Hey, Real Tech.
Okay.
Real Tech.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
Question, sir. So, do you have any of these things for yourself, or is it just mostly for other people?
You can't really read yourself.
That's true.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah.
It's true.
Just can't. You can ask anybody that's and of course everyone has this ability, but the people that are intuitive into it naturally more than others always will say that there are certain things you can kind of do, and it's kind of more like a gut feeling sort of things, but really looking at certain things with yourself, it's not easy. You really can't.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And so let me send a little message to Serena here. I'll tell her I'll try to start the show early.
You're the only one that can save her life.
That's right. That's right, baby. That's right, baby. You know, I'm burdened by a lot. These burdens are just overwhelming, and I do my best to keep my shoulders high with this enormous weight upon them. But
God, I'm gonna get so skinny if I keep throwing up. Can you stop?
Well, as Dr. Deacon has always said, all that matters is that he's the last man standing.
Even when I'm wearing a dress, yes.
Of course,
he's
especially when you bring
in
a
his bed, and he's never standing unless he's going to find a line of coke or piss.
I said pissing down, honey. That comes from all the years in drag. At any rate,
I'm
so
not doing that.
yeah.
So
Do me a favor, Mark, and engage in some conversation. Troy, don't be afraid to participate. If something comes to mind, I do want to send this message out to Marina, and it does take me a few minutes to try and calculate the time differences. And there's some incoming messages.
Well, I was gonna go on camera tonight or next week, either way. And now, either way, it's Marina's time. So I will.
It's not like that. Oh God, honey!
I'm so sorry.
It's honey, please, don't be like this.
Joy hurt. You're the only one that can save her. I'll save myself. I'll save her.
honey! Oh my God! By the way, Diane Hillis Buchberger says that she's asked about Brooke. Is that her vomit imitation? Oh, by the way, there was a wonderful comment, honey. Let me screen share here to our dear friend Viviana Sanchez. Left you a wonderful message. So let's take a look at that. And let me just find it here on YouTube. See if I don't screw myself over here. And here we are, screen share. Just wanted to see this message from our lovely Viviana Sanchez. It was left on the... Where was it left? It was left on the other video, the one I just did with our dear Christine Joanna Hart. And if maybe our man Ian, can you take the word, I use the term, basically describing Sir Arthur Eddington insulting Subramanian Chandrasekhar by calling him a yellow nigger. Can you take that out of the video, clip that out, then she can put it up in England? Is that possible for you to do that?
No, that's a conspiracy theory. That doesn't exist like Pizzagate. Sorry, no.
Now he's just being spiteful. That's just spiteful.
That was pretty good, Ian.
Yes. So, honey, Brooke, can you see this? Viv11, at Viv11 says, "This was wonderful at Douglas Dietrich. I'm so proud of you. It was lovely to hear you and Christina talk, just like old times. You are a delightful interviewee. Give Brooke and Christina plus Team Dietrich my best." There we are. So please put an upvote on that to respond to her, okay, Brooke?
No, the only girl out there that doesn't.
I think that's the first time you ever got one. That's great.
That's not the first time. I've showed her others. Right, Brooke?
Yes, I've had a couple.
That's a conspiracy. I don't believe it. That's a conspiracy.
I'm sure it's conspiracy. Oh my fucking God, Ian.
Well, I'm sorry, it's conspiracy. I don't see it. I don't believe it.
Oh my God. Oh, Ian. Remember what Joe Tai said? Ian West is a failure of the educational system.
That was so. I love it because it was just.
Look, I didn't fail the education system. The education system failed me. Anyway.
Where is Joe Tai, by the way? Joe Tai's always get the best comments, man. He just blurts it out. He doesn't care.
I know. I love Joe. He was on the other night. And you know what? He wasn't on the night either. Because remember, he was on for his birthday. And he was like, will you come on camera? Because I have been on camera for like a second. For 1 second the other time.
Oh, that's right. Oh, you would have made his birthday the best birthday in the planet.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm scared Joe Tai have just gone on video and made us all ruin our own birthdays forever.
yeah, he's gonna sanctify you with his fucking Buddha.
That's what I'm saying. He would have accidentally been on camera looking at me, and we would have all seen what he was doing.
Yes. So while I'm attending,
but Joe, I love Joe Tai. No, I'm just kidding with that. Joe Tai is very good, and I miss Joe. I love Joe.
Yes. Well, you're very kind. And he did take my test call. I was looking around for someone to conduct a test call with, and he did take that. So I do thank him for that. So I'll handle this while I'm trying to calculate these times and respond to some questions from Sammy Romero and Diane Hillis Buchberger. just everyone, please continue talking. Do me that favor, and then I'll start monologue probably in about 15 minutes. So give us a quarter of an hour.
I'm gonna go ahead and go, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and hang up.
No, honey, stay on for 15 minutes.
Yeah, you know what? Tell Marina to stay on for 15 fucking minutes.
Honey, this envy ill becomes you. It really does.
Not my monkeys, not my circus, bitch.
It's honey. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. Besides, there's it's not what you think, really. We're just trying to help this young girl out.
Here's
cute stuff you're talking about. Yeah, that's cute.
You know, it probably, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get off here and go get on cue, because it would be more interesting than sitting here listening to someone go, oh my God.
You know how you sound like.
Douglas, you're the only one that can save her.
That's cute. That's cute.
I'm going to find Q. It was very good to talk to you again. I haven't talked to you in a while, Real Tech, so it was very good to hear your voice and talk to you. Troy,
it's good talking to you. I hope to talk to you again more often.
Yeah, I hope you're on here more, because it's good to have you on here, and I haven't got to talk to you, so hope you become more regular again. Troy,
you mean like he has regular bowel movements?
Unlike you, cousin, who shits like one fucking 2-pound brick every fucking 2 weeks or whatever the fuck you do.
Yeah, honestly, that was what I was doing on my break tonight. It's kind of like I was saved from talking about that a few weeks ago when the assaults began on my channel, and they knocked me off. It kept me from talking about that. It's impossible to believe that the human body frame can hold that much shit.
Right, I'm going to definitely be going on the Q website tonight. It's definitely going to be better than this conversation. Troy, it was good talking to you.
You started it.
Well, you know, like you said about Douglas and George having a secret romance.
It is what it is.
You're kind of talking about themselves, right?
Oh, that's just so cruel.
And more of it. You know, and then of course Ian, as always, you know, fuck you.
Keep them the fucking sideways.
Do what?
Just leave
what?
him alone. Leave him alone.
Okay.
I think he said something about sideways. Is that what you said, Real Tech?
I said, fucking Ian West from Sunday to Sideways.
Yes, there we
go. That was good.
All right. And Mark, Mark, just keep your sanity as long as I don't know why you called in, man. I like to keep you that way, so keep calling in, but just try to keep it together when you do, because it's dangerous around here, man. I don't know. I'm not feeling. I'm getting on a QAnon website to get off of here, so. I love you guys all. Douglas, enjoy your rest of your night. Enjoy Marina next week, and I'll talk to you when I talk to you.
Hey, honey, I look forward to talking to you probably shortly after transmission.
Yeah, I look forward to you trying that fucking phone call too.
Yeah.
Well, it depends who's gonna catch her first.
Good night, guys.
All right, honey. All our kisses. We love you. Okay.
I love you too.
Why is my life so hard?
Well, Douglas, you gotta learn how to maybe pause on people, man, because
Yeah.
I got screwed up with that.
Yeah, Doug, that's my bad. I spilled the beans about that earlier, and I didn't think. I just wasn't thinking about it because I just figured it was all. I figured everyone saw it, so. But
yeah, you put your foot in the mouth, man.
Oh, dude, but it is what it is. It was incredible, fantastic.
Yes. Well, it's honestly, I'm sure she can handle it. Yeah, go on.
Yes, she can. Yeah.
Yeah. By that I mean, everything that was discussed. I don't know about what's your feeling, Real Tech, on her ability to handle my talking to Marina Sarin, if this happens at all, but you're pretty sure it will. I'm going to ask her to show up at 12:30 a.m. Central European Summer Time, which will be 3:30 p.m. Our time, Pacific Daylight Time, my time. Just going to see if she responds. Now, I'll tell her. Let us try. Let us. Oops. Okay. So while I'm getting this communicated to her, is Brooke going to be able to handle my talking to her if it happens?
Don't talk to Brooke until Tuesday.
Until Tuesday. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Leave her alone.
Yeah, don't mix her with anything.
Yeah. And stop interrupting me, man. I'm reading right now.
Okay. Yeah, she's...
Be quiet.
Yeah. Okay. We got it. Go on.
Okay. 1 p.m. Tuesday.
All right.
Talk to Brooke.
Thank you.
Don't bother her. Leave her alone.
Okay.
Medium. Let's see here. What's that? You got to break some ice there. And tolerance with that, with her. Medium. Okay, I'm finished.
Okay. So
you'll be fine.
You should
okay. What you said?
I was going to say, I think Real Tech's got the right idea. Let Brooke kind of marinate a little bit.
Okay.
And touch up on Marina early, get her started out, as the catalyst, and then maybe if she's in that mode, hopefully, you can have her to secure later on.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not me talking. It's the spirit that's talking or through me. So it's when I'm reading in the universe, not necessarily what I am, my intellect of what I'm thinking about. It's what I'm. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Good. Just want to clarify that.
And could you tell us a little bit about your childhood or whenever you first became aware of this talent?
I started to become aware of this talent when I was about very early, around I was about 4 or 5 years old.
Okay. Wow.
But the thing is that my grandmother's apartment was filled with just a lot of different spirits too, and seeing these things at 6 years of age and up, it just freaked the hell out of me.
I can imagine.
So is this is this an ancestral spirit, you think, Real Tech? Is this passed down from your grandparents or your family?
Yeah, it could be, yeah. It probably is. I mean, I've been told from other readers that my grandmother is around me too. So yeah.
So do you think that's the person that's communicating? Because the experience I've had with other people that have this is that it was their grandparent, it was their grandmother that they were with them.
Mark, nobody fucking cares right now. You don't fucking tell somebody to leave me to ruminate.
Marinate.
Had to fucking respect for you until after that bullshit. Leave her to marinate, and then hopefully she'll get jealous enough, and maybe you can bring her on later. It's the second act of your first one.
That's not how he meant it.
Brooke, I didn't think you were still listening.
Yeah, I obviously
listening, man.
Come on, I thought you just jumped off. I mean, you literally for like 2 seconds. Come on.
It's a podcast. All right, first of all,
you want to have an interesting conversation. You have them on, but you have them both on at once.
Well, you're not marinating now. You're sizzling right now. So.
Oh, I'm fucking sizzling because I'm fucking done with that. Like, I can't believe that was your idea of saying something about, like, okay, Real Tech, first of all, I don't know whether your shit's real or not, and that's fine. You said 1:30 fucking Tuesday, which also would be so stupid of Douglas. He should go with his own self because he knows the longer he leaves me fucking marinating, the madder I'm gonna get fucking at him. And you fucking saying marinate, I will fucking. Douglas has blocked him plenty of fucking times. And the longer I marinate, the more blocked he is. So fuck that. He can have Marina fucking say
it's not like that! Honey, this isn't an either or. Seriously, this has to do with politics. She is
No, it's not an either or. The reason I get mad, just like everything else, I have a reason. Okay, there's like a reason I get jealous of fucking what's his name, and he's like, oh, is it your time? Can you please speak? How long do you have? With Marina Sarah, and you're like, you fucking met me, and you're like, aliens are real. You're fucking crazy. They were all Japanese. They were small. Blah 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 blah. She comes on and she's like, I'm from Pleiadians, and you're just like, tell me more about Pleiadians. Tell me more about your beliefs in aliens. Tell me more. I mean, it's just, again, yeah. It's just like, okay, well, let me come on here and just completely talk about something, and you just go with it the way you did her.
Honey, Ian's leaving us right now. We've got to say goodnight to him. Good night, Ian.
We don't.
No, don't let me interrupt anybody. Don't let me interrupt anybody. Go ahead. That's a conspiracy theory. Proof.
You'll be okay, Brooke.
Yeah, so Brooke, understand this. First off, I noticed that you don't jump down my throat about my allowing our German friend, he's actually Ukrainian and grew up German acculturated, Andrei Nemezhizisky, when he comes on and says, there was no such thing as COVID. And you notice, and you know how strongly I feel about COVID, and I'm actually almost...
And I already went into that, I'm pretty sure, on air tonight, where I said the only reason you don't backtrack on that before is because it's me and Ian West and our other friend, maybe in Australia, whoever, everybody on there is either anti-vax or at least some kind of conspiracy on the COVID. And so you're like alone in that, and you just kind of shut up a little on that, and you don't just go, but you do go, but you do make your little sly comments. So you don't believe that COVID even existed at all, Andre? Like, you don't even do, like, come on, Marie, you are like, oh, so Marina, you really believe that you are?
I gotta say, Doug he's an incredible, eccentric exaggerator, by far. Like, he can make anything just illuminates it and just emphasizes so much that
So exactly, I'm still very highly skeptical that the Allies lost the Second World War, man.
Oh God, that's not what Mark is saying. That's not what Mark is saying. Mark is talking about the way that I can insinuate and basically throw out backhanded compliments. Is what he's talking about.
Oh yeah, you can, yeah.
As for the Allies losing the Second World War, I've gone into. You haven't even read the book.
I know.
Yeah, so
Who would read that book? Who would read that book? Have you seen the cover of it?
Yeah. Well, Peter Moon does quote Trump, so.
That's already a bad start. But to ignore that quote, it's not bad. It's not a bad quote, but it's very. It's just the space he was in. He was in that space. But what Brooke is saying is that the graphics of the cover she finds to be inferior. And I'm not arguing with her. I'm not married to the cover myself. Oh God! At any rate,
because everyone that's into aliens was also into World War II history, and you just covered demographics greatly there. See, my uncle, who's really into World War II, would not buy that book because it's talking about aliens. And the alien people aren't going to buy that book because it's talking about World War II. So you know what demographic you had wide open for that? The people that are already hearing the broadcast. It should have been retitled and re-looked at, or either put out in two different fucking formats. Period.
I mean, you and I will discuss this more as time progresses. I mean, believe me, we'll work with it in our own way. I personally.
No, you won't. You can discuss it with Marina at 12:00 fucking Wednesday.
Do you see what that's honey? That's just spiteful. That has nothing to do with logic. And when it comes to Marina Saren,
did I ever say anything about logic in this at all?
Honey, understand, Marina Saren has cascaded memories. I don't want to further traumatize her by arguing with her with what she feels happened to her. By arguing with her experiences, I would simply be another attacker. And she has enough of those. So I'm simply trying to...
Yes, 3 nowadays.
I'm sorry?
Do you know the only reason I still speak to you, Douglas? This is not because I think you're the smartest guy in the world, like everyone else on here, and it's like, oh my God, please educate me more and more. Like, I mean, you do educate me some, don't get me wrong, I respect what you have to say.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, he does.
I respect some of what you have to say, not all of it.
Actually, before Real Tech forgets, what was it you said before you just said, yeah, he does? You said something that was completely glitched. What did you say?
Irina Saren has 3 different personalities.
Okay. And this is what you're seeing, sensing psychically.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And look at Ian West.
So
look at
analysis.
That's what I
What said?
What? Say it again, Real Tech. I'm sorry. Say it again, Real Tech.
What Brooke is saying
Yeah.
about her analysis about the perception of what, and you of what she is talks about on during your broadcast, and then you also saying you don't want to traumatize her with questioning her. You should do some questioning.
You mean Marina?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
You don't get hard on it, but you always want somebody to come back on. And so, but what you said?
Okay,
Mhm.
did you hear? Okay, so what I was about to say was the
Go ahead.
only reason I still talk to Douglas.
Yeah.
Is because the stupid voice of basically Ian West. I talk to Ian because Ian, as much as we argue, Ian knows I love him because Ian can laugh at himself and we laugh together.
Yes.
He is fun and he laughs at himself and that's why I'll laugh at myself.
Do you not think I laugh at myself?
No, so that's what I'm saying. When you did that voice just now, why don't you explain again in your little voice? Oh, Brooke, the reason I don't make fun of Marina Saren, because you aren't believing, when you get that voice, I know you're not believing shit you fucking say. The difference is Ian laughs at himself, you're laughing at yourself with that fucking voice. And the rest of us. You think we believe the fact? I don't know, maybe some people apparently do, but do you actually or not? I'm not doing it because I do not want to traumatize her anymore.
That's right.
Shit about traumatizing her, bitch. You're just like, I just hope to God I might be able to get it down those pants 5 nights. I'm like, yeah, tell me more about the aliens.
You wrong me. Honestly, honey, for you to think, not sink, I meant to say think, to think so low of me, I cry myself to sleep at night. You're gonna have me crying on this transmission. Honestly.
See, that voice right there.
Your electric blanket.
Yeah, by the way, send my fucking blanket back.
Honey, the wonderful Clarice Claudette sent me another electric blanket, and hopefully it arrives tomorrow, or I'll be picking it up from the post office on Tuesday. We'll find out. Yeah, or sometimes this week. I'm sorry, what's that, Real Tech? What? Say that again?
She's going to donate money to you.
Say money to you? Who's going to pay money to me?
The person you're talking about, she's going to donate money.
Oh, Clarice Claudette? Oh, wonderful. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Wow.
And tell her to donate it to me because Prime Day is on 11th and 12th, and obviously Douglas is not getting the blanket back in time.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. The day to return it, the deadline is the 11th or the 12th. It's 30 days already. It hasn't been 30.
Prime Day. It's Prime Day.
Oh, Prime Day. Oh,
Prime Day. Yes, 11th.
But we got
and 12th.
30 days, right? We got 30 days before to return it, right? You got to send me. You got to send me that square barcode.
QR code.
The what code?
QR code.
QR code. Thank you. What's that an acronym for?
I'm going to send it to you right before I block you tonight.
Yeah, honey, don't block me, please. There's no reason to block me. This young lady lives in.
Don't block her.
Yeah, thank
Spain.
you. Yeah, this young lady lives in Spain, honey. Oh my God. The chances of anything happening between us is quite.
Oh my God! I wish they fucking would. It's just the annoying part of the whole way you. And then your other one's like, oh, but you're the only one that can save her, Douglas.
That's right. That's right, baby. Yeah, like I said, these burdens are hard to bear. It's my cross, I fear, and I do my best. And it's there's just some things that I have to do, and honestly, I almost regret having to involve myself with with something so traumatizing as dealing with this young girl's social trauma. She's being persecuted actively, and we should all sympathize with that for humanitarian reasons. Honestly, Brooke, the reason I'm dealing with her is political. She shares my politics, and it's really just that. And so understand the optics of this. Her looks are good for my politics, and my brain is good for hers. But my heart belongs to you.
So he said she only had 3 personalities at this point. If you continue to mess with her, she's going to end up with like 24. Because I swear to God, like, you would drive anyone fucking mad.
Oh my God.
But thank you for your heart.
Shining armor.
So much. I'm just going to go upstairs right now.
And I'm your knight in shining armor as well, Brooke. I'm the only one who can help you. But with you and I,
come back for that. That's like when Ian West gives me a good come down. Like, I don't even know how to say something back.
That's because you don't need to say something, honey. You and I will express our love physically to each other, as we were meant to do. And understand that my heart, my lust, it's for you. And Marina, of course, understand that this is professional. As I said, she's a young lady who's needs some help. And we should put it this way. Team Dietrich is here for her. You're part of that team. You're on our team, Brooke. You should be, she's a young lady under attack. You should relate to that. You've been under attack. And therefore, you should feel her pain. I feel her pain.
Douglas is here waiting for you.
Here's the thing, Douglas. I can't just feel her pain. I could feel her and give her some pain. And I could totally do it without clogging her toilet and make her come a hell of a lot faster than you could. Maybe Team Dietrich should just be Team Brooke and you should send me over there.
Honey, if I could watch the two of you make love, I would. Perhaps someday we'll arrange for that. And then, of course, I'd like to be in the middle at some point. You know, in between. What's that, Real Tech?
Should I be a cockhold?
No, I said I'd like to be what the French call Lucky Pierre, in between, in the ménage à trois, the threesome. So, as for a cuckold would imply that someone's fucking my girl in front of me, just so you understand the definition of.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, thank you. This is the same guy who felt outraged when I said I was cisgendered. And I had to explain to him, you understand cisgendered means I'm happy with the sex I was born with and that I'm heterosexual, don't you? And that was a new vocabulary word for him. There.
Yes, it was.
Was he really offended by that?
Yeah,
was he offended by
because I was describing how I felt a murderous rage when I saw 2 gay men with an infant child that they had adopted. And I confessed that I had this murderous reaction to it where I just felt like I wanted to kill them both because of, I feel that they could raise this child in, I didn't even know the sex of the child. But, I had this reactionary rage. It was a reactionary reflexive rage. And so when I said I was cisgendered on air, Real Tech later confessed to me, Douglas, I felt that rage when you talked about your cisgendering. And that's when I had to say to him, it means I'm heterosexual. I'm happy with the sex I was born with. And then he went, oh.
Hey, man.
It's like Troy Bellamy said, learn something new every day. I'm sorry, Real Tech. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm scissor.
So wait, so we do learn something on Douglas's show. Very
Yes.
nice.
Yeah.
Please do.
That's right.
Because Douglas Dietrich is our national treasure. And please always remember to support Douglas Dietrich, because anytime is always time to pay his rent.
Thank you. Brooke, why can't you be like that? Why can't you say...
Time is also a time for you to, what, everyone listening, here's what you need to look in the mirror and look at yourself and think, what have I not bought myself lately that I deserve? Some self-love. Like, go get your nails done, go buy yourself a new suit, get a massage, get yourself a fucking prostitute. But whatever you're going to say, go do that. Couple of prostitutes. Give me a
How much they go for around there?
Because I also heard your little man also let it slip when I hung up that apparently that little clip video didn't sound so short and clipped and he thought everyone knew. So I'm not so sure.
No. It's really short and it's really gone. That's why they brought it to my attention. I wasn't even aware of it, and it truly was a butt dial. It was basically a butt dial. He was trying to get back on the call when he said that he lost the camera, and so that's when we told him to hang up and come back on. That's when he did what he did.
The camera, he was trying to get up apparently.
Yeah, he tried to get back on the phone, and that's when the camera went on for a few minutes, and then he cut it off right away. And then I'm not.
Here's the thing: there's nobody. There are only two people in trouble on this particular call, or two people. Number one, well, let's say actually,
just so you know the context.
Number two is my man Mark, who I love, but I'm sorry, Mark. The whole thing of
let her talk.
Let her stew, you know, and you call it your favorite, you know, like marinate, whatever, whatever the fuck it is. I don't eat meat, but yeah, it's the same thing, and I didn't appreciate it, Mark, at all. It was humiliating to feel that you think that
I understand. I didn't mean it to be like that, Brooke. I have utmost respect for you. It was not meant to be like that. It was purely out of love.
Yeah, it's true.
Purely out of love that you would want me to marinate.
He didn't mean it that way. The term marinate.
Mark is a grown man. I'm pretty sure, unless he cut his penis off tonight, he can talk for himself.
I understand that, honey, but remember, not everyone's as good with words as I am.
No. Not everyone's as good a bullshitter as you. So let's hear what Mark has to say.
What was the question?
Oh, she was asking you to basically reiterate what you were saying.
Why you would say marinate? What you said, I have utmost respect for you. It's why I said it. And I said, how is marinating? How is saying marinate, Brooke? How is that respectful? I'm just questioning that.
Maybe the choice of words was not the best. I didn't mean to equate you to meat, Brooke, if that's what you mean.
Not meat, just the fact that you would think that let her emotions stew or marinate. And hopefully she'll.
All right. Well, I mean, if you really want to know, I think it's because of the strong feelings you have for Douglas. So that's really what I actually meant, is that let your kind of, feelings kind of just still a little bit and sit still. Because, I mean, everyone knows how strongly you feel about Douglas, so.
Oh, I'm sure they do, but I mean, usually it's murderous rage. So I'm not quite sure
I was about to say.
You're referring to, because if you want it to continue to marinate, like you want him to get killed, is that what you're trying to say?
God, bitch, she's got a point there, Mark.
Well, I mean, it's clearly a love-hate relationship, so.
I guess you could say that anyway. And so, but I love you, Mark, anyway. But it was.
I love you too.
And
I understand, and anything. Honestly, though, Brooke, as regretful as it may be to say something like that, it's always a pleasure to get you to come back on the show.
Look at you. See, he has his little way too. Look, you all have your little ways. Look at you. You're doing that. Ian's funny. Douglas is whatever the fuck Douglas is. I don't fucking know. And Real Tech's got some kind of shit going on in his head.
He's a shiner. Yeah, Real Tech's a shiner. He's got the gift.
Yeah.
Real Tech's telling me my parents are going to die and I'm going to inherit 12. Y'all, I didn't even know that.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
So he's clarifying it. He's clarifying it. Let Real Tech talk and say, give her some more of your kind of clarification on your sighting, your vision.
Okay, ask some questions, Brooke. So take your time.
Yeah.
Don't rush.
Inheritance, and then you said inheriting, and then you said I'm going to get cats, and I'm just telling you, inheritance only comes from one place in my family, which is my parents, and cats are only coming from one place, which is my parents.
Okay, I'm requesting you to ask me some questions.
Yes, ask him some questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. When will Douglas send me $1,000 fucking dollars?
2025.
Well,
to $1,250.
I'm pretty sure. Does Douglas hit the lottery? Because I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen.
Yes, it will.
Thank you.
15,200.
Yeah. Well.
Oh my god. Okay.
18, 21, 33, 5, and then Powerball will be number 8.
Wow. Thank you.
Mark, I hope you wrote that down.
Well, we got it on record, so I can just replay it later.
Yeah, but we don't know what date to play those on. I could play those up for the next 20 years.
August 1st, 2025.
Cool. Yeah.
August 1st, bad day for me. But anyway, that's great. I don't have any other questions other than, yeah, I have none. I mean, no.
Ask questions about understanding what you speaking about
what?
your parents. So go ahead, ask.
I don't have anything. Like, I just don't want my parents to die, man.
They're not going to.
Well, I'm pretty sure they are because they're not reptilian or anything.
He means they're not going to die immediately, and you mean you understand that they're going to die eventually.
Yeah. When are they going to die?
Yeah. Why would anyone ask that question? Oh, God.
And this will be really good if he gets this right. I'll be calling it. If he ever gets this right, I'll be calling for every lottery ticket.
We'll let him answer at his own speed. Real Tech, when you're ready.
I was talking to my wife about something. What were you just saying?
When is my mother going to die? When is my father going to die?
You really sure you want to ask that question?
Yes. Why not?
Okay. (2030) and 2033.
5 years and 8 years. No, 6. Well, that's good. I'll take that. If they die before I'm coming to kill you, bitch.
You talking to me or Real Tech or both?
Both, because you introduced me to him. So. So I'm saying, like, if I have, like, I got till 2030 to hang out with dad or mom, at least one of them's in 2030, one's 2033, and then suddenly, like, in a week, they're gone. One of them's gone. I'm like, fuck you, Real Tech. You got me till 2030, bitch.
Well, possibly there is also some life extension with somebody, with one of them, the 2039. So they have time.
Okay, well, I don't need that much time with them. I mean.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, things can always change. Yeah.
I mean, unless Douglas is coming to do diaper duty again.
I'm never going to
Only you ask that question.
Yes. You what?
Oh, repeat that, Real Tech, please.
I said I'm surprised that you would ask that question. A lot of people wouldn't really ask that one.
Right. That's what Real Tech was saying. Only you would ask that question, Brooke. That's pretty much what he said.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
I don't understand why I wouldn't want to know, because the fact of the matter is that when somebody, like, you know, someone told me once that, you know, like, everybody's always like, when your kids are little, you want to know their first steps. Like, you document, their first step or their first word. Their first this and their first that. And a friend of mine was a neighbor. She said, and she had heard this. She said, what's important, well, I wish I had known, was the last time that my little baby was gonna run up to me and want me to hold him. The last time that they were gonna want to cuddle with me. The last time, you know, just savor those moments. So, you know, if you can look at it morbidly, but to know, like, oh my God, like, this is the last night he's going to want to watch a movie with his mom, you know, or she's going to want to, like, come jump in my arms and I'm going to be able to carry her all around. And because those things can get old, and just like going to see your parents, and you can be like, I'm taking this other call, or, you know, go see them. But if you had known that's the last day they were going to be healthy, or the last day, or the last week, or the last year, right? You take things less for granted. You can savor those moments. So I don't see why, like, that's why I look at it as, you know, I think of that daily. I'm like, oh God, I didn't call my parents today. Like, well, what if something was to happen tomorrow? And then I guilt trip myself on that, you know. But
can also only do so much. But at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, I would rather know than not. So that's why I would ask.
Thank you. That's beautiful.
I agree with you about that. Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I've been thinking about I've been thinking like that too lately a lot.
Yeah, and
the last time Douglas was going to take his breath, I would make sure I was over him saying,
yes. It's so nice
Remember,
to be.
That's man stand.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, real
Marina Sharon?
Yes, I'd be like, Douglas, right to your right there. Take a, like there's Marina Sarah's laying beside you. You want to look? Do you want to look? Look at it. And then I have Ian West laying right there, right as you take off. And then be like, see you in hell, bitch.
That's
well, definitely Marina Saren does have some reptilian in her too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's true. That's true. I sense that, and so that being said,
oh my God. Yeah. Fucking I'm getting off here. Y'all talk about me again.
Yeah, Brooke. Understand? Like I said, look, she's being harassed and persecuted. We're just trying to give her some moral props. Why don't you?
You are the only one that can save her.
That too.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure you shouldn't leave me marinating, but you should listen to what Real Tech said, which was to call me Tuesday, and I'm fairly certain that he meant Tuesday in October.
Yeah. Well, hold on. He just said something else right now. What did you just say, Real Tech?
I don't remember. Go ahead, talk.
See, this is what happens when you get that feedback from the spirit world. He gets this kind of like he acts as kind of like a transceiver, a transmitter receiver, and he's the instrument of this communication, so he doesn't really retain the information at times. But Brooke, you and I, we need to understand our emotional bond, and our emotional bond is it overcomes these difficulties that you see as being there, but really aren't there. Marina Saren is a young lady under attack, and how would you feel? Maybe you would feel better if you were here to help support her too.
I have zero problem with Marina Saren. I have zero problem if you were to tell me she was in your bedroom last night and you fucked her. I don't care. I only have a problem with the way that
Go ahead, sorry.
With her, with your bullshitting, and I'm sorry. Calling it as I see it. It's what I do.
But so Weird Tech, you were going to say something. Say it now.
You two have several past lives together.
Ah, hear that, Brooke?
3.
You and Marina.
And sit down together and watch the movie Yugetsu by Kenji Mokuchishi. I can't pronounce his last name.
Okay.
And specifically the scenes between the husband and wife, which the guy wants to become a samurai, and the which is a common theme of his series. The director I mentioned before, where she gets forced into prostitution. Okay. It's this general theme you have back and forth in these past lives, and that's where it is. So it is a love and hate relationship.
And that would be this film.
You're referring to him and Marina Saren, I hope.
No.
I'm referring to you. I'm referring to you and him.
Thank you. And here's the link to the film he's talking about. Could you click on that and tell me if that's the correct film, Real Tech? Ugetsu.
Sure.
Ugetsu, yes. And
I'm not sure if I pronounced it correctly.
No, you've got it fine. It's fine.
I am fairly certain if we've had any past relationships, it's like either I've slaughtered his family or he slaughtered mine, and we're just out for revenge this lifetime. I don't know.
Honey, that's...
It's not necessarily that.
Thank you.
It's more of... Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, go on, Real Tech, please.
It's
just
more
more.
It's more of general quarrels as a couple, and some of them are extreme. Like in the film, you get doing some more simple things, but there was this one time where it's the movie. It's like the movie in the realm of senses.
In the realm of the senses, yes. That's where the woman cuts the man's penis off.
Yes. Yes.
And carries his balls around with her in a container.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what did happen one time we were. So you got about 5 times. Yeah. What?
Was going to be my question. I was going to have a question for you. Is if Brooke and Douglas met, would Douglas come out of there alive?
What's your question?
I don't ask Real Tech that. You can ask me that, and I can tell you the answer pretty seriously that it would be no.
Well, famously there is a Chinese dude that not only once but twice had his dick cut off by his girlfriend. So I don't know why he would go back to her. Mistress, I mean. Sorry.
You need to go back on that memory and see who was the one that cut off whose dick. Because the whole reason I think trans has come along is because I believe we've lived multiple past lives, and I believe we all have 50%. We all were balanced, have our masculine and feminine in us, the feminine side and the masculine, not meaning male and female, but masculine and feminine. And so, but you've had multiple past lives where you've been a man or a woman. Or a rock, maybe. I mean, depending on how far you want to get back or what you believe. But at the end of the day, I would say, I always try the man Douglas cut my dick off, because if I'm going to cut somebody up, cutting a dick off is the last fucking thing I want. I would tell you who that sounds like to me, but I would get in trouble in this podcast. But I can assure you, the last thing I'm cutting off as a favorite memory is like your dick. Like I might shoot your kneecaps out. I might like tie you up and suffer you. But like cutting the dick off, maybe kick you in the balls, just because I could also kick you other places and hurt you. Like, I mean, saying I could see myself, if I really want somebody to suffer, cutting their dick off, like that's the last thing I want to do. Like, I don't want to hold their dick. If I don't like them, you think I want to hold their fucking dick?
Well, the ex-girlfriend used to joke around about fucking, if she was starved, she should cut my dick off and eat it. So I got far away from that sicko as quick as possible after that.
Wow.
Who?
So she had a Jezebel spirit, so.
Yeah, no, who was this young lady that you're speaking of? Brooke is asking.
Not young lady.
Oh, who was it?
My ex-girlfriend.
His ex-girlfriend. So your ex-girlfriend was older. How much older? How much older?
She was born in July. She was born May 10th, 1968.
1968. So she's still younger than I am by 2 years. 54.
Yes.
Yeah, 54.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. A MILF.
Yeah. Off. Like if I was gonna have to eat somebody, I would go for like the liver.
Yes.
Well, she has a heavy Jezebel spirit, so.
Yeah, he's basically saying she's got a demon riding her in a sense, or just it's essentially really possessed. Does. Yeah, but she's possessed, it sounds like it in terms of wanting to cut off somebody's wiener and eating it. Though it does bring someone to mind. Brooke is alluding to that, but we won't bring that up on transmission. Darling, yes, I think that we are in a much better space now. How are you feeling? A lot lighter? A lot more, let's just make certain that when I go into monologue that you're not in some space where you block me. I'm holding off on going into monologue till I'm kind of assured of that.
I'm not going to block you, only because I enjoy torturing you.
Why is that not reassuring? That's now I feel worse. Okay, the point's well taken. Yes, you are a sadist. You are a sadist. You're a gratuitous sadist. You're a villainous. Oh my god, you guys should hear the crap she pulled earlier with the image I sent her.
Oh, why don't you go ahead and talk about it?
Yeah, then she said, Amy told me, what was it, something like the same image, and then, anyhow, she just totally tricked me into, copying, to sending like images to other ladies, and it's just, oh my God, you can be manipulative, honey. It's just, it's...
I'm manipulative, or I'm just intelligent enough to read right through your bullshit. I mean, you can label it whatever you want.
At any rate, honey, I love you dearly. And, of course, I do have a touch of the masochist in me. And there's a bit of a humiliation fetish there, or I wouldn't put up with all that I do.
I love you. Enjoy Marina, whatever.
Yeah,
I'll talk to you on the fucking 14th of November.
Honey, don't be like that. And besides, I thought Ian West said he had to go someplace, and then he hung out the entire time, and writing, funny stuff in the text box, like, well, her politics are about to get impeached too. I think he's talking about the fact that I was talking about Marina's politics and mine. But Brooke, you can understand, I'm sure, that when it comes to the politics, how important this is. This is actually a political statement on my part when I'm hosting Marina.
You know what? It'll be a political statement when I'll OEN for this one thing. I'll go down there and fuck him, and he'll be able to, and I'll record it all and send it to you, and that will be my political statement. And then you can just watch that and enjoy it.
Honey, it's not like that. Besides, she may not even show up. She has a history of no-shows. In fact, far more no-shows than ever showing up. So,
that's what's sad. Ian always shows up for me.
At any rate, and I might be sitting there at 3:30 p.m.
Masochist. That's what I'm gonna start doing. Just not showing the fuck up. Apparently, that's the way you get to your heart, man.
Yeah, if she doesn't show up when I'm here at 3:30 p.m. on Wednesday, it'll be 6:30 p.m. where you're at. I'll call you.
Oh,
and we'll be on.
That's kind of what Mark said. Marry. And then if you need her later, call her. You and Mark should fucking send me a picture of that.
Like I said, why don't you just come on? I'll call you at the same time I'm calling her. You can be on with us. Then you can help.
You'd be so jealous. I'll tell you what. Plus, I would be literally slathering in my mouth. I don't know. She's.
I mean, how's that for an idea?
No.
I was saying that first.
Just fix stuff where I can't get mad, and I prefer to be mad and no. More fun the other way.
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it before Wednesday, maybe. We'll see. I'll try.
Sounds like a plan.
What's that? Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Real Tech. Yes, thank you so much. And
I'm gonna go. Well, I'm going to go put some Worcestershire. What do you suggest, Mark? I should marinate in Italian, cayenne pepper. What do you think?
Put a little lemon pepper, on that. It'd be good.
Yes.
Lemon pepper garlic.
Oh, I like lemon pepper. Lemon's a little bitter. Make me a little more bitter by the time. Yeah, I like it. I like your idea there.
Yes.
A little bitterness.
Well,
let it stew in there a little bit. Let it shake up a little bit,
Mm-hmm. I like it.
Some cayenne pepper in there too.
Yeah.
And make it burn.
Yes.
Bitter.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Y'all have fun. Enjoy your little podcast or whatever y'all do.
We love you.
Good night, Brooke. Sweet dreams.
Good night, Mark. I do love you. I'm not mad at you, but God damn it, don't tell me that was stupid. Don't ever tell anybody like let her marinate. It's not like I could only think you did not like Douglas when you told him that, because there would not have been a wise move.
It was an unusual choice of words. I'm sure he regrets it.
It wasn't any wiser. Even Real Tech saying don't call her till Tuesday.
Yeah. Well,
Call me Tuesday.
That was
Right
Marcus
before you
reading.
say,
Or what are you saying about that?
Oh, she's not protesting it. She was actually saying that what you said did not she did not find that offensive as she found
Oh,
what
okay.
Brooke said.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure about that.
Yeah.
No,
Hey, listen. I'm taking the heat on this one, Real Tech. All right, you're good, my man.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
I knew you were just pulling off whatever you were pulling. You weren't thinking it through.
Yeah.
If you were thinking it through, hopefully it would have been a little better. But what I am
You're the
saying,
most cherished. You're the most cherished on here. Trust us.
Yeah, that's right, baby.
Mark is so good at his little job too. Y'all all have your own little jobs. Being like,
Yes.
he's so sweet.
Yeah.
But anyway, I love you all, and no, I'm really not jealous. I don't care if you talk to Maria for real. Like, do whatever you want. But I do think that it's so stupid the way you do that. Tell me more about the Palladians. I would like to know, because our politics are so similar that I believe the Palladians are coming too.
Honey, there's a
Which would
method.
be fine if you believe that, because I have no problem with your whatever you want to believe. But the fact that you totally don't is why. That's why I just need everyone to understand on this, that it's his lying on air completely to her just to attempt to get some pussy he will never most likely get out of Italy from a 20-year-old.
It's pathetic, yes. Sad, isn't it?
Well, you gotta hit the lottery, man. You gotta play those numbers, I said.
Yeah, you can't win if you don't play.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Gotta play to win to get the, well, you know what I'm saying. So.
Yes, that's right.
Well, you're playing to lose, is all I'm telling you.
I may well be, but Brooke, so long as I've got you in my life, I've won.
Again, that's what I mean. You're playing to lose.
Oh, that's a good answer.
All right. No, I love you all. I love you, Douglas. I love you, Mark. I love you, Real Tech. I don't know. I can't see who else is on here. So.
Ian's on here too.
Oh, is he Ian?
Don't forget, Troy was also here, and he's still listening. So, yeah.
Well, I love Ian.
You gotta talk more.
Yeah. What was that, honey?
I said Troy needs to exert himself and talk more.
Yes, so. Yes. He'll get used to it. It's intimidating at first. But
it is.
Yeah.
It was not intimidating for me. You brought me on the first time. You're like, who are you?
You were a lot different then. You've really changed. So we'll talk about that privately. And you've changed for the better, believe me. Oh my God.
Well, yeah, I just not as drunk as like done drinking like I was. But I'm saying never.
I always saw Brooke, as a great person.
Yeah.
You know, it's just things can because it is called spirit. So these things can change who you are when you're under it. So.
Right, when you're under the influence of spirits. Yeah.
Yes,
alcohol.
Of course. Yeah, alcohol. Yeah, but you know, we all go through shit in life, so
yeah,
you know, I never look down about that. So
yeah. Thank you. And what was I going to say?
I never looked down on it either. I mean, I right now wish I was drunk. Easier.
I'm so glad.
Yeah. I wish I was drunk on love again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or high or something. But yeah, no, I don't. I'm not someone that's quiet. Is what I mean. Either way, so I'm sure I was louder before, and there's times where I'm argumentative, and then obviously alcohol can make it even worse.
But by the way, Brooke, I do want to ask you about one more thing. So Nemo Albano was also with us, and I hope things are copacetic now that I put into context what he said about Richard Dolan. Without that context, it came across completely wrong, and I didn't even consciously remember that what he was talking about until I thought about it, and then I remembered where he was getting that from. And I think the problem that Nemo Albano has is he is not very socialized. He's not very socialized, and so his communications are like he'll retain something and then he'll blurt out what he draws from what he remembers, and then at any rate, it was what it was, and I hope
he did that earlier, and I think, it's just something I'm gonna have to get used to, because it's not that I have I personally don't like him, like I have something personal against him, but before you came back, Real Tech, remember how he did blurted out something else, and we were both like we were talking about AI, remember? And then he's like, "Do you think it's like gonna go to this?" It was like
Skynet.
Yeah, some of the North Pole and
the North Pole. Yeah.
yeah, and just like
Well, that's more of a general zeitgeist from movies and science fiction, and it's a trope that's what artificial intelligence and robots would do anyway.
Right,
and of course, the Matrix. So I wasn't necessarily offended by that, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, but at first you were like, "What do you mean?" Like, we can replay. You could replay the thing, but like we were both like, before I said, it, you were like, "What do you mean?" And then when he's like, "Oh no, I was just kidding," like, like that's in the movies, and then you're like, "Oh yeah, like whatever." But so I'm saying it just kind of the way he blurred. I was just trying to agree with Douglas. Like it was kind of blurted out in a way, and he said I was saying it as a joke. But he said it, I was saying it as a joke, but it didn't come off as a joke, which I do that too. Obviously, I get some things.
Actually, you don't do that much at all, if ever. The people who deliver the jokes really poorly are Nemo and Brandon Young. Brandon Young is
Rollo.
Daniel. Right? Well, oh God, yeah. I mean, that doesn't even bear. Yeah, I'm not even. Really bad. Yeah, he's just awful. Yeah, Daniel Rollo's he's just awful. He's just vicious and evil.
And also, the fucking guy from Long Island. I forgot his name now.
Oh, I know his name. Peter Moon. Peter Moon.
No, Jambo the Reese Monkey. He's talking about Jambo the Reese Monkey.
I don't know those people. Sorry.
He's the guy who called you and was harassing you.
He's pretty bad with jokes, man.
Yeah.
Another person. Very socially awkward. Very.
Yeah, Joe Tile just blurt things out. Yeah, I'm sorry, Book.
Yeah. No, you're fine. I just was saying I never saw that name call me. But you said it was him anyway. Well,
you identified him. Don't worry about it.
Well, yeah, but I guess his real name, but it didn't say Jambo the Grease Monkey.
No. Oh, no. I call him that because that's what he deserves. Yeah.
That was like a real nickname of his.
Oh no!
Well,
no.
I'm used to it the way Nemo was kind of talking, because that's how my grandmother talked all the time.
Okay.
Especially when she became older and was frustrated about going out on her own. But I'm not necessarily offended by the way but being around that type of environment, yeah, it took me a long time to learn how to properly assert myself what I want to say, and not out of context, like he's doing. So I'm not offended by what he's saying or anything, but he does need to be more socially
adroit.
Adroit, yes, adroit. I'm sorry, adroit. But at least he is trying, and at least he does recognize that. I just hope one day he will be able to overcome. I'm not sorry, I don't know if it was agoraphobia or anything, but just go outside again.
Thank you. Thank you. He did mention that he's never going out, that he never goes outside at all. That's pretty frightening. By the way, Brooke.
Well, in Japan, it's
what?
Hinokumi. So I'm saying it wrong. I'm probably thinking.
Oh, right. You're talking about the Japanese shut-ins. The shut-ins. Yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, and so he's like them, kind of. So what was the other thing that I had on my mind before Brooke takes her leave for the night? Was a vocabulary word for you, Brooke, when you were saying that Real Tech said something that was smart. What you meant to say was astute. He said something that was astute.
You know what?
Yes, honey.
Why don't you tell me this?
Yes.
Tell me how many non-males, how many women say this?
Yeah, I can't pronounce women.
We spent fucking 20 minutes on it.
Yes.
Just the other day. You're not.
Did I do it okay now? Women?
You're doing better so much. I couldn't believe, like, y'all think I'm exaggerating this shit. Like, he literally, I was like, okay, first we had to get that man out of it because he was not even able to say men. It was men. And then it was woman. And so I was like, no, it's wa. And then he was going, whoa, man. Woman. Woo, man. Woo, man. Okay. How many?
Yeah, I think the emphasis was on the wrong syllable on that one.
That's pretty cute. That's cute. See how he did that? Yes.
Okay. Well, anyway, my point is we can't give our poor boy that doesn't go outside, which I did not know he did not go outside. That's I don't know what that is.
I think if he goes outside, it's so rare. It's like, he seems to spend. I think that's my impression too. Is that I think that's what he said, that I never go outside or haven't gone outside in years or something like that. It's pretty frightening.
I think or something. It's that's pretty. That's a lot.
Well, I can tell. You know who we should be worried about? I can tell how much George cares about Nemo. Because what he should be saying is, you might be the only one to say Nemo. Nemo calls into your show. Maybe you should encourage him to go outside if he has told you this. Instead, he's like, you're the only one.
Well, you see, the difference there is that would be creating a codependence, which is the last thing Nemo needs.
Oh, really? Like, you don't want to create a codependence with Marino's like, I'll call you every day. I need you, Douglas.
What I'm concerned about is her empowerment, darling. Her empowerment, not her codependence. I'm trying to.
Talk about marinating. You gotta marinate Marina Saren.
Oh, so funny. Oh my God, just the wit leaves me weak. I'm.
All right. Well, I'm going to blow my brains out. I'll talk to you guys later.
We love you. Right, darling. Okay, good night. All right. Okay, so we'll be very guarded in our speech. I'm certain she'll be listening for at least a little while, and we'll be very careful about the terminology we use. And that being said, anything else come to mind, Ian, Mark?
I'm afraid to say anything at this point. Really, just like I'm walking on pins and needles over here. But
right?
Yeah, just want to say, I love Brooke so much. Just want to reiterate that a few more times, just to make sure everyone knows.
Yes, I want everyone to understand that Brooke Gibson is the embodiment of reason.
Brooke Gibson is the one that holds Douglas Dietrich's show together now.
Yes, the glue, the very glue.
Yes.
Her name was Brooke Gibson. Her name was Brooke Gibson.
Yes. Ian, anything to say? I shouldn't even do this. It's like he probably fell asleep at this point. But the stuff he was writing. You might have seen it in the text, all in uppercase letters too. First he was saying it's because I'm indoctrinated because I was talking about my belief in COVID. And then he was saying, Mark, what happened to the marinade? I mean, that's just provocative. Then he went, ha ha. I mean, then JK, just kidding. Oh my God, that's like rolling a grenade into the middle of a room and then saying he was just kidding. Yeah.
It's like throwing a grenade in the middle of a room of dynamite.
Then he says, stay out. I forgot to tell you all, stay out of the YMCA. He says the YMCA are fronts for the CIA and hold entrances to the underground. And it's like, does he believe this stuff? When he writes this stuff, is it just like a running comedic theme? Or he really believes this? But then he'll bring up that footage of that child and say, like, how can you, deny that? And so he's motivated by, it's just odd. It's just odd. Okay, the
only thing the YMCA is a beholder for the deep underground.
Okay. Brooke is typing, by the way, so see, she is still with us. She says, hard to mark. Mark, take a look at that. What she wrote in the text box. Yes, she says, hard to mark. And she's typing more.
Nice.
Yes.
Very nice.
She's probably trying to find the flipping of the bird finger so that she can say that to Douglas. And to Realtek or Ian, God knows what she'll say. She says, hard to Realtek. Oh, look at that, Realtek. Take a look in the text box. Hard to Realtek.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Fuck you, Douglas.
Of course.
Yes. It's life is
Fuck you from
hard.
Sunday to
Is it
Monday.
weird? Is it weird that I can actually hear Brooke's voice when I read this text?
Yeah, no, it's not weird at all. It's like she's branded us all in the brain. Our brain is branded with her voice, just like that of the chick on the plane. Her voice in that southern accent really is the brand. You know what? Oh my God, she had me so fucking stressed. I need another refreshment break. Okay, I'm gonna grab another refreshment. Do me a favor. I don't think Ian West is on with us. So Real Tech and Mark, please, can you guys hold the conversation for about 3 minutes, 5 minutes? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Good. I'm gonna leave you guys
Sure.
to handle this. Thank you. I'll be back. I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes. Bless you, gentlemen, and take it from here. Thank you.
All right.
What's up, Real Tech?
I was looking at the stock market. It is the first beginning of the trading day of the week. So
So do you use this gift for financial benefit?
what's your question again?
Do you use your gift for financial benefit?
It seems like it is actually becoming more intertwined and coming to me naturally. So I mean I am, but what I'm saying is that it's like kind of like this Nikola Tesla thing,
Mm-hmm.
where you have like his mind would branch into the ether of it, of what he
Right.
was looking into, and you could see the blueprints and everything, how to make it. That's what I'm starting to see now too. So I mean, I'll see certain things where I'm just looking at a website or looking at a certain stock, and
That's cool.
I'll see. So yeah, it's interesting.
That is interesting. Funny story. So I don't know if you're familiar with a gentleman named Uri Geller.
Who
He's,
again?
I'm not sure if you're familiar with a guy named Uri Geller. He's a
No.
famous person from Israel, and I know Douglas is, and he's he's a famous psychic. Some people don't claim he is, but he's a self-proclaimed psychic, and he also worked for various intelligence agencies that it is pretty confirmed that he did. And I remember reading his book in high school, and one of his books is called The Geller Effect. And in that book, he talks about using his gift for financial gain. In one instance, strangely enough, he went to a casino, and he was using his gift and generated all this cash, tons of cash. And I guess he was driving home with all this cash, and he felt a really just horrible feeling pit in his stomach that told him to just discard this money right away, this negative energy money. So he literally dumped it out of his window as he was driving away from the casino and left all the money on the road. And he felt so much better after he did it. So I guess for him it was more of an ethical thing where he felt really kind of I don't know, maybe objectified or just sort of like afflicted by the way he used his gift in that instance.
I mean, that could happen. I mean, yes, that could happen, and I've experienced that type of feeling too. But I'm very generous person myself, and if something did like that happen, I mean, I wouldn't just throw it away. I would just find people and using the like the Bible says about the discernment of the spirit to choose the ones to get to. You know, I've had experiences with people that have completely lost their belief in God, and literally helping them brought that back to them. So
That's great. That's awesome.
yeah, and and you know, it's just a tool, and getting caught up with it and thinking it's an end all to be all. It's a shame with a lot of people and the society today with crony capitalism and the world. I mean, different countries and people, but of course it depends on individuals. For like China, they had a cultural revolution and it completely destroyed everything with an idea of the arts and everything like that, and so they objectify money like it's their god and this and that, and that's the issue I had with the ex-girlfriend. That's what happened with them. It's too
With
greedy. The ex-girlfriend had the same type of mentality, was just too greedy. I don't want to
Really?
say while I'm talking. Yeah, just ridiculous. So
She just wanted everything. Is that just everything?
yeah. I mean, if I really was single and not married, that would have been like she would just take everything. Yeah, no, like a story, like
Wow.
one of those stories. Like,
That's
I mean,
crazy.
she already has her green card. So, but I mean, I want to stop, and of course, I wouldn't that wouldn't make a difference. But
Where is she, where is
I'm
she
not
from?
China.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I don't want to necessarily talk negative about her either. She did get me not very nice things, and she was very nice for a very long time too. But maybe probably, which is really a facade, But I had a lot of great times with her too. But
Absolutely.
it's good and the bad and the ugly with people in general. So it's like with but um, they in China I mean, because and of course it's called the Gunsi year, which happened in 2020, and the last one was 1956, I think it was. I had to look it up online, but that's like a really, really, really terrible year for in Chinese lunar calendar, and that's what caused of the of what Mao Zedong, who wanted to believe about which was the Great Leap Forward, and believing in killing all the sparrows, which led to the locusts eating up all the food and this and that. So
Oh,
it
okay.
is this mentality. It is this mentality of we gotta have everything now and take everything and have as
Yeah.
much you can from or have as much you can from this and that.
Yeah.
Because it did resort them to
Soak 'em
eating
dry. Soak 'em
grass.
dry.
What you said?
Yeah. I was gonna say soak 'em dry. I understand that mentality. I had an ex-girlfriend that
Yeah,
was like that as well,
yeah.
and I also had
So
an ex-girlfriend that I'm not sure if it was part of the culture, but that they looked upon men as, or successful men, I should say, because not just all men are in the same as in their eyes, but they looked at successful men as sort of like game, and they like as I used in not the best vocabulary tonight, referring in as marinated, whatever, it is what it is, but
yeah,
in their sense, they would assume they would view as a successful male as game, and my ex would say, oh well, my friend, this guy is loaded, and she took him down, quote unquote, and I'm like, what do you mean took him down? Like literally, like took him down, like did whatever she could as a woman to secure a successful man because he had, he was a trust fund baby, or he was just a very, you know, you know, he was just well off and did whatever he did to get that. So it works both ways.
yeah. I mean, I mean, there's been dudes that scan women and
Absolutely. Yep.
like they're working in war zones and snags, and they're probably texting all these things where they're just sitting in the pajamas and like the city, like they live in New York City and they're like hanging in their friend's house, laying low for a minute, playing the con
Mhm.
with somebody. So I mean, it can go both. It definitely can go both ways, but that's I didn't, it's interesting. I mean, it's a long conversation in general with how it's like it literally is to these days the battle of the sexes. But I mean, that's why a lot of men are also putting the money in Bitcoin, and especially if they do get divorced, really the lawyers really can't really do anything about that much right now. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point as well, and I think also this sort of what you touched on is like the dynamic between men and women now is just extremely complex. It's just, I mean, if you're a single man, single woman, it's never been like this ever. I mean, it's just the way that the dynamic is, and honestly, I kind of like. It's kind of hopeless to think about. I'm trying to think of just what could change to make things better or easier, because the atmosphere is not conducive for men and women in this anywhere from what I see.
It's just not conducive for just continuing population.
I agree. I was going to touch on that. It's like, no one wants to they don't want to procreate. No one wants to really procreate anymore. It's sort of like a joke. And why would you anyway? Because everything is so freaking expensive. It's crazy.
It's the whole world, though. It's not just one country, which is really crazy.
Yeah.
It's down it's down too. It's really down.
It's true. Our biggest problem is actually a population crash.
Yes.
But by the way, how's the quality of my voice? Is this okay? The way I'm sounding right now?
You need to get close to the mic.
Okay.
Are you using headphones?
I'm near the mic, but I could bring the mic closer. But then people sometimes complain that it becomes a hot mic. So I'm like going to just experiment here. Is this too close, or how does that feel, so to speak? The voice.
That's fine.
That's
fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So I feel it might be more. Yeah, I feel a bit more secure with it, a little closer to me. So I'll just leave it here like this. Hopefully it's not too close, and we don't get that hot mic effect. But at any rate, I think the population problem is it's going to be an issue. This is why, say for instance, again, to speak of Brooke, but not in. Somebody said too close. Okay, let me put that further away. Thank you, because the people who are on the call with me, the sound effect for them is completely different. So I so much appreciate for the people who are, not on the call to give the feedback. So thank you for the person who sent that. Let me take a look at who sent that. Brooke, I love you. See, Brooke, you are an angel. I love you, honestly. She's incredible, and I'm because of that, Brooke. Yeah, I'm not even. No, then she has to say no and say, oh, don't become like Judith Ager, honey. Come on. No need to make everything problematic. She says, I just mean Mark sounds better.
Oh, man.
She says, I need you further away. Yes, such a bitch. Such a fucking bitch. All right. Love you anyway, honey. So, okay, that being said, then a heart. So my voice is okay now, Brooke. Need your feedback on that. So hopefully we get that feedback. I'll try to remember to sit up straight. Basically Brooke has this thought that the cabal wants to kill a large number of people, but that is obviated. The term obviated means that is rendered obsolete by the fact that we are killing off ourselves through not producing enough people. She says, "Love you more." Oh, thank you, honey. And,
well, it's the chemicals, it's a lot of different things. It's GMO. It's not a proper nutrition.
Yeah. And
I think it's also a demotivation to procreate as well. I think that when you get the hopelessness that people feel, I think it just really that does it. I think for most people, just the hopelessness of just what's going on. I mean, and people, women, both women and men, just not sure they want to bring another life into the world because of what's going on.
Yeah,
for good reason.
no,
Yeah.
it's scary times. But yeah,
You have to though. Yeah.
yeah, we have to. And as I said, there's going to be different ways that societies deal with this, but we will have to.
Like Japan will, of course, use automation and robots.
Well, like I said, there's a
You know-
quiet cloning revolution going on in Japan, but go on.
Yes, you are correct about that. Yes.
But with the automation, of course, that will help to replace quite a bit. But how long can that go? Interesting. Troy Bellamy put a kind of a what do you call that? A do not disturb on his Skype. So that's interesting. So he might be afraid of us calling him back.
Oh yeah.
But when it comes to yeah.
Well, you're a late night guy, so
Yeah. I can understand that.
you're a lot more fun anyway to hang out and talk to at night.
Yeah.
Fucking Coast to Coast AM and Art Bell and all these fucking weird motherfuckers are pain in the ass to call anyway. So and they cut you off so quickly. So
yeah, it's true. And so Brooke was saying, just bring them in and don't raise them. That's apparently a thing. Yes, it's it's really sad. It's incredible. Thank God. I know I'm totally incapable of being a parent. It's just something that I am just not meant to do. But I mean, as Brooke said, I have had children, but I've never raised any of them. I guess maybe she's alluding to me when she says just bring him in and don't raise him. That's apparently a thing. Well, that's a vampire thing generally. My mother was quite different, of course, but then she came from a culture where the vampires were basically kind of, you wouldn't say integrated, but the culture found a place for them, and therefore they maintained themselves in a kind of splendid isolation, like the Shaolin monasteries is the closest parallel. And this became, of course, something that... so Brooke was saying, duh. Oh, yeah, so I guess she was talking to me about that.
When you mention that, I do certainly feel your mother's love around you right now.
Thank you. Bless you. I appreciate that profoundly. And I believe what you say. And it's, thank God Troy took off that do not disturb on his Skype. He probably...
sick of shit or something.
Yeah. Yeah, he like Sammy Romero did earlier. There's a little butt dialing going on all over the place tonight,
yeah.
Okay, so what I invite you two gentlemen to do is to hang out for as long as you wish. I know Mark usually kind of cuts out at about in an hour or so from now. He hangs out for generally till about usually it's pretty late that you hang out. You usually hang out till about 4 or 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. in your morning, right, Mark? Before you cut out, and yeah, and
I'll probably cut out Doug, and
okay.
I appreciate you having me on. It's always a pleasure. I love talking to all you, Real Tech. It's good to have you back on again, man, and I'll see all you again very soon. I'll talk to you again soon.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll talk to you soon. You can always message me about stocks and stuff. So, and of course, not just financial advice either. So.
Oh man, I appreciate that. I could probably need that. I need that, bro. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Great. Well, we all love you dearly, Mark, and take care of yourself. Stay safe and be well.
Likewise. God bless both of you. Take care now.
Take care.
God bless you.
And so Our Lady Brooke asked me if I saw Troy's comment on chat. So Troy was asking about Dr. Stephen Greer. And what he said was basically, I've heard you mention Dr. Greer and I get notifications from his videos. I'm still waiting on disclosure and the movie. Are he and Kara a kook? And so Brooke said, Dr. Greer is not a kook, but I know you want Douglas's answer. Douglas will say the opposite. No need to hold breath. And Troy Bellamy said, I alleviate your answer, Brooke. I love listening to you guys. He said, I was just getting too many notifications. I am listening anyways. I listen to your answers, Brooke. So there you have that. And that's important. And I hope Brooke understands that people do listen to her. And with that, I do want to check on our man, Real Tech. And so both these gentlemen are with us. Real Tech is active, and we'll say Real Ian West because they both use the word real in their call sign, so to speak. Ian West is passive right now, is what I'll say. He seems to have turned his attention elsewhere, or he fell asleep. So Real Tech, you're invited to stay with me as long as you want and interject whenever you feel you have something constructive to say. Is that cool with you?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay, great, because I'm going to start in on monologue hot and heavy and suck all the oxygen out of the room as I do, as Brooke, of course, acknowledges. And, of course, that's a term we got from Judith Ager. A pity that Judith Ager just was so flawed in just her way of dealing with the world. And ultimately, she was addicted to denying herself of anything that gave her pleasure. That was what she felt was somehow her way of dealing with the world. Anything that gave her any sense of satisfaction, pleasure, or happiness, to deny herself of that. It's amazing what people become addicted to. Brooke said Ian fell asleep jacking off. That is, and
I was thinking.
It's so funny because what Ian said one time when we thought Brooke had fallen asleep. Ian said she rubbed herself and went to sleep, in that gravelly voice of his, that Alex Jones type voice he's got. I mean, he could have been Alex Jones. He's got the voice, he used to be a DJ. I'd rather have him than Alex Jones.
Fell asleep. Yeah.
You got it down. That's exactly how he said it.
Yes.
And, so one thing that I'm going to do is have you hang out with me for a few minutes here while I, and then of course hang out throughout the night, but I mean hang out actively, keep talking, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my cell phone on, because what I want to do is give some of these people credit who have contributed. And that's going to take my getting into my PayPal, which some reason has logged me out. I'm going to turn the phone on as a backup in case they try to send me some stupid code on my cell phone. I want to make certain that that works before I get into PayPal. Then I'll give the people who have made some recent contributions their due. And with that, we'll start the monologue. So let me see as well if I can get onto my private browser, because that's how I access the other PayPal file, because I have two PayPal accounts. And the one card I access through, you can't access them on the same screen because the PayPal gets all confused. It's really so stupid. So with that,
it is.
Yeah,
it probably is something to do with Venmo or something like that.
Thank you.
I don't know. Maybe, but it shouldn't be like that way.
Yeah, and
because they're the ones they're the pioneers. So
yeah, thank you. I mean, it's so true. Want to give credit to our dear Sammy Romero. Sammy Romero sent $250 United States dollars, and blessings to him and his twin brother Isaac, and just a wonderful pair of people, and blessings to all their loved ones. There's another individual who likely wants to remain anonymous. Going to confirm that just by looking at him. And so he said anonymous. So Anonymous said, "Hey Douglas, enjoy the weekend. I drove the Chinatown, almost jumped out and said hi to a tall guy with long black hair that had mascara on." Hopefully we are on good terms. Of course, yes, that goes without saying. He sent 33 United States dollars. So bless his heart. And I've already credited the lovely Brooke Hagberg who is a different woman from Arbrook. And of course, she contributed 40 United States dollars. And what is this? South Korean shoppers hoard salt. That's weird. Wonder what's going on there. This should be intriguing. And of course, our dear friend in Germany, the Ukrainian, Andrei MEMŻRIAL, he sent half 100 United States dollars after contributing money earlier. By the way, we also, just to check if this guy wants to retain anonymity or not, let me see if it was Philip Stomp, STOMPE, from Australia, sent 50 United States dollars. I don't know why that weird accent suddenly came out. Guess you can call that one of my alters. So he sent half 100 United States dollars from Australia. That's incredible. Great man. Okay, so I've got my cell phone on, and what does it say here? South Korean shoppers hoard salt and seafood ahead of Japan's release of treated radioactive water. Okay, so that's what's going on there with that. And so they've got severe sea salt shortages. Okay, because people get the salt from the sea, and when Japan releases more radiation into the water, then people will be afraid to filter that for salt. Okay, Biden says war with Russia must end before NATO can consider membership for Ukraine. Chicken shit. But it is what it is. Okay, so now let's see if I can log in to our PayPal here. And to do that, of course, what I'll need to do is make certain that I've got the right password. That would fucking help, wouldn't it? And then I press the login button and hopefully get to my account. Oh shit, scan the QR code or get a text. No, okay, there we are. So with this particular account, we the lovely Brooke Gibson sent me 1 penny. 1 penny. Yes, thank you, Brooke. That's just and I have a wonderful lady who says no need to mention my name, who sent 30 United States dollars. Okay, so with that, of course, KP, a man who wants to be known only by their initials, sent basically 40 plus 30, so it's like 70 United States dollars earlier. So all of these people, thank you all. We couldn't do it without you.
You can use that one. You can use that one. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
Yeah, no, I am. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Well, everyone, thank you for your donations, because remember, Douglas Dietrich is our national treasure, and he's the only one who will tell you the truth of this world and that the Allies lost the war.
Thank you.
So please support Douglas Dietrich.
Yes. Thank you. No, I appreciate.
Okay. So,
wonderful.
Webull, which is Chinese brokerage.
Yeah.
All you need to do is, I could send you a sign up link for them. And that penny you got from Brooke, you can deposit that penny.
Yeah.
And you can get 2 free stock.
Cool.
Of course, it's going to be it's not going to be a full stock of it, but it'll be at $5 like Apple or Microsoft or whatever you want to choose. But hey, don't think so negative, man, about 1 penny.
Yes. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. It's good to see the positive, and I appreciate your providing that. So you're a good man. So hang out with me. Anytime you feel you have something to interject, go ahead and interject it. We are going to start now, 5 minutes after 2 a.m. Let's take a look at the live stream, how much time we have remaining. So this is 4 hours remaining. We'll see what I can burn in 4 hours. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. So we got some time. You may think it's a lot of time. A lot of people would say, what are you going to do with all that time? It is never enough time. We could have had the full 12 hours tonight, and it's not enough time to cover this shit going on in the world. Putting it in historical context so you finally understand what's going on. So this was the weekend. We are now into Monday. This was the weekend, of course, of the 86th commencement anniversary, Remembrance Day, really, of the Sino-Japanese conflict. That was the real beginning of World War II. I try to disambiguate this from its commencement in the European theater. This is how people need to see World War II, really. You can see it that as starting in 1937 with the Sino-Japanese conflict, before the European conflict opened. So that begs the question, of course, of several things. The Japanese, of course, established the kingdom, or the Imperium of Manchuria, to provide the Qing dynasty and the Manchurian peoples a holdfast, a kind of stronghold to maintain their cultural integrity. And this is what idiot allies were propagandizing against as a quote-unquote puppet state. But they had their own emperor, and he was Puyi, Henry Puyi, and he allied, of course, with Emperor Hirohito. Emperors get along. And there were other emperors. All the monarchies of Asia allied with Emperor Hirohito. I've gone into this before. And that alone, of course, can be factored into Asian victory in World War II. But you'll need to read the book. So do read The Roswell Deception, and that at least gives you a basic understanding. As I said, the book needs to be revised and expanded to include much more than it has. And, of course, the title I would want to put on it would be A Lie So Bold. But, okay, that being said, people need to think of the war in 1937, July 7th, 1937. That's the start of the Second Sino-Japanese conflict, or rather the Asian theater of World War II. But we could just call it the Second Sino-Japanese War of the modern age. The other war that started in 1939 in Europe, we could either look at that as the European theater of conflict of the Second World War, or simply look at it as the last great European war of the 20th century. Of course, we had the Balkans erupt in the 20th century, so it was certainly not the last European war of the 20th century, but many people thought it was the last European war for all eternity. At any rate, the real World War II started with Pearl Harbor. That was when America officially entered the conflict, and it became truly a world war. So we need to stop being Eurocentric about this and becoming more Amerocentric. I would actually argue that to understand the Second World War. I also want people to understand that the Cold War, so-called Cold War, was the Third World War in effect, and the Greater Soviet Union was defeated. And any idiot who comes up there and says, wars are where nations are invaded and dismantled, obviously they don't remember World War I. Germany was never invaded. Yet most people will claim that the Germans lost the war, which of course the Germans themselves did not accept, because they still had German troops occupying other nations at the end of 1918, all the way through to 1919, as a matter of fact. Don't forget they had won the war on the Eastern Front. This is why Hitler assumed the Eastern Front could be taken again, because, of course, the Germans had defeated Russia in World War I, which he had fought in. At any rate, it is also the anniversary, again, more of a Memorial Day, of the Roswell atrocity of Japanese prisoners of war. So all of that is something to bear in mind as to why it was so important I got back into heavy-duty monologuing again. So we'll open up with two quotes that I used the last time, and my son took a transcription of the little bit of monologue I did on the last episode. We're not going to open with that. Rather, I will fit that into tonight's arc of narrative, just turning back to what I said about the World War I book I was referencing, that I recommend to everyone as required reading. when we get to that point. But in the interim, I'll start by monologuing about other things that are contiguous, that are relevant to that thematic. But the first relevant quote comes from the book titled Requiem for a Nun, written by the great poet William Cuthbert Faulkner. The quote being, "The past is never dead, it's not even past." And then a quote from the Book of Laughter and Forgetting by Milan Kundera, who unbelievably is still alive. That quote is, "The struggle of man against power is the struggle of memory against forgetting." So with that, getting into what's going on now, anti-racism protests continue in Paris despite bans by French authorities, and this is because basically France is coming to a racial reckoning. Hundreds of anti-racism protesters defied an official ban and marched in central Paris Saturday, just the day before yesterday, on the anniversary of the death of a black man who died in 2016 while in police custody. So French authorities had banned people from demonstrating over the death of Adama Traoré in the wake of a recent wave of protests and riots over the police-involved shooting death of 17-year-old Nahel Muzouk during a traffic stop. I believe his name is probably more closer to Mirzouk. And Laurent Nunez, the head of the Paris police, informed the international press that the march was likely to attract radical elements with a view to committing acts of violence, the reasons which led to the prefect of Val d'Oise to ban the gathering there. Now, Le Figaro, a very established daily newspaper, reported that Youssouf Traoré, one of the brothers of Adama, was arrested by French police during the march on charges of violence against a person holding public authority. So must have punched a cop or something. Yesterday's march, or the day before yesterday's by now, was led by Traoré's half-sister Aza. The organizing committee for the march said that it was a precious and necessary commemoration for our families and for all those who defend equality and want an end to police impunity. Now, 12 other protests took place the day before yesterday, by now, Saturday, in Paris. One at Place de la République to support Palestinians, and a second by the Union of Ukrainians. Now, on Friday into this weekend, the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination urged France to, in their words, address as a matter of priority the structural and systemic causes of racial discrimination, including in law enforcement, in particular in the police. Now, according to official figures, so far, more than 3,700 people have been taken into police custody in connection with the protests since Nahel's death. I cannot even begin to imagine where they're storing them all. Now, as I said in our transmission preceding tonight, let's discuss NATO's new plan to defend Europe as a group of 70 small islands wants to leave the United Kingdom. The Orkneys inhabitants would rather be part of Norway. I'll get into that later. And I intend to, basically take the time to assess both the French Intifada and the extraordinary mutiny led by Yevgeny Prigozhin, head of the Wagner Group, the weekend before last, in which, for 24 nerve-jangling hours, Russia stayed silent and inactive, waiting to see which way the wind would blow. But over the, Yester Septimania, throughout last week, in reviewing coverage of the world, I was struck more than usual by the contrasting nature of the events that shape people's fortunes, whether the rulers or the ruled. Some are sudden, coming out of the blue. Others are more predictable. To the sudden category belongs, as I said, the shot fired by that traffic policeman in Nanterre, a suburb of Paris, on Tuesday of the week before last, ending the life of MEMÈRIAL, a teenage driver who had failed to stop when ordered. Riots erupted in French cities, partly the product of simmering resentment at the way police treat young people in the banlieues, basically the burbs, which in France are the socio-economic equivalent to America's inner city ghetto jungles, with tens of thousands of police deployed night after night. These have in turn caused acute political difficulties for Emmanuel Macron, France's president, who has had to cancel a state visit to United Germany that was due to begin, essentially Sunday of last week, 1 week ago today. More predictable was the wrap-up of a truly dramatic term via a series of important judgments by America's Supreme Court. Although the justices kept us guessing about their timing, the court declared that using race as a factor in university admissions was unconstitutional. The end of affirmative action will pressure high schoolers to write about their race through formulaic and belittling narrative tropes. The justices of the Supreme Court also blocked, the Biden presidential administration's student loan debt relief by forgiveness plan, ruling against and thereby rejecting a program aimed at delivering up to 20,000 United States dollars of relief to millions of borrowers. On the credit side of the ledger, they rejected the theory that state legislatures could set the terms of federal elections in defiance of state courts and constitutions. But the court also limited LGBTQIA+ protections by ruling in favor of a Christian web designer who refuses to create websites to celebrate same-sex weddings. Now, understand that religion and queerness make strange bedfellows, but they are not as hostile as we may think. LGBTQIA+ Americans are more religious than our Supreme Court battles let on. In one of the last decisions announced this season, the United States Supreme Court ruled that a conservative Christian business owner had the right to refuse service to same-sex couples if the service could be construed as a creative expression or implied endorsement of their relationship. The ruling, which is the latest in a series of such cases, affirmed a common narrative that religious people and LGBTQIA+ people are mutually exclusive groups and in tension with one another. Now, this story is not only perpetuated in our courts, but also in the mainstream media and often in the field of public opinion research. And what happened was the academics and public fellows of the Public Religion Research Institute, they have access to some of the latest national surveys asking questions about religion and LGBTQIA+ rights. And through them, we also know that most of the time this data includes too few LGBTQIA+ people to make definitive claims about this group at all. Through them, we know, in other words, that we know more about attitudes about LGBTQIA+ people than we do about LGBTQIA+ people themselves. So, in early June, the PRRI, the Public Religion Research Institute, set out to remedy this shortcoming by surveying 1,255 LGBTQIA+ adults in these United States. While not a representative sample, they used the survey platform prolific, we set quotas to make sure that there were at least 250 each surveyed of gay men, lesbian women, bisexual men, bisexual women, and transgender and gender non-conforming peoples. The resulting data provides a unique opportunity to explore and compare the beliefs, attitudes, and experiences of queer people in these United States. And the findings prove that the relationships LGBTQIA plus people have with religion are more complicated than most media headlines portray. Many LGBTQIA plus people are religious, with bisexual men reporting the strongest religious identities. In the sample, the PRRI sample, 36% of participants report a religious affiliation. About the same percentage say they attend religious services at least once a year. A similar percentage report spending time in prayer or meditation a few times a month or more. Now, religion has often played an important role in the lives of LGBTQIA plus people, even if they are not currently religious. A full 80% of survey respondents were raised religious. Of those who no longer identify religiously, nearly 1 in 3 say they nonetheless continue to feel a connection to their religious heritage. At the same time, only a minority of religious LGBTQIA plus individuals belong to congregations that explicitly affirm their sexual orientation and/or gender identity. Of religious LGBTQIA plus people, 38% report that their congregation allows people in same-gender relationships to be congregation leaders, and 32% report that their congregation has an official statement welcoming LGBTQIA plus individuals. Roughly the same percentage of religious LGBTQIA plus individuals report experiencing conflict between their religious beliefs and sexual orientation or gender identity. These respondents came from a variety of Christian traditions, including Protestant, Roman Catholic, and quote-unquote, just Christian. No comment. Transgender respondents, compared to gay and bisexual men and lesbian and bisexual women, report the highest levels of conflict between religion and their gender identity. This aligns with the broader social and political landscape in these United States, where overall Americans are less supportive of certain measures of transgender equality when compared to LGBTQIA plus equality, and there have been recent attacks on transgender rights led and supported by white supremacist evangelical Protestants. Now, regardless of religious affiliation, LGBTQIA plus people in the PRRI survey perceive high levels of hostility from most major religious groups. 8 out of 10 believe that evangelical churches are unfriendly toward LGBTQIA plus people. The perception of unfriendliness is similarly high for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, i.e., the Mormons, 76%. Islam, more tolerant than Mormonism, at 71%, and Roman Catholicism, the most enlightened of all 3 religions that are hostile, at 70%. Most enlightened and tolerant by a percentage point. So, all such being said, I don't think that people should be surprised when it turns out that actually most tolerant of all the Abrahamites or the monotheistic religions is basically Judaism. Judaism is perceived as the friendliest among the 6 groups that were asked about, with 3 and 4 respondents characterizing the religion as either friendly or neutral toward LGBTQIA plus people, followed by a similar perception of non-evangelical Protestant churches at 56%. So the non-evangelical Protestants are pretty cool. When it comes to the evangelicals, I mean, don't even get me started. I'll get started about that probably next episode or the one thereafter. But understand, with Judaism, non-binary genders beyond male and female they would have been no surprise to ancient rabbis who acknowledged tumtums. I'm probably saying that incorrectly. Tumtums. Androgynos. And Ilonot, I think is what they called them. I'll try and clarify my understanding of this. Understand that genderqueer and non-binary are contemporary terms for people who don't fit neatly into male or female categories. But acknowledging that not everyone fits neatly into these trois groups has a much longer history than you might suspect. So when it comes to what simply my position in life, being the biological son of Adolf Hitler, has in its own way forced me, since I take my heritage seriously, to study Judaism, not in the sense that a Judeophobe would study it, but study it sincerely in terms of culture and history. I know enough about gender and Judaism to conclude that people across the political spectrum all too often assume religion must be inherently not just conservative, but reactionary and unchanging when it comes to sex and gender. They imagine that religions have always embraced a world in which there are only men and women. But for many religious traditions, Judaism included, history proves that's just not true. There's more than trois terms. Traditional Jewish sources discuss the categories men and woman, but these aren't the only designations rabbinic texts use for sex and gender. Rabbinic literature, the body of texts written by Jewish leaders in antiquity, includes several other categories. In these texts, a person with both sets of external genitalia is called an androgynos, a term borrowed from the Greek. A person with neither is called a tumtum, or a tumtum. And a person who loses his male sexual organs, like a eunuch, is called a saris. There is also a term for someone whose sex assigned at birth is female, but fails or simply does not develop to female sexual maturity. In some cases, because they develop male traits. This is called, or they are called, an Ilonit. Ilonit. Exempli gratiae. Genesis Rabbah. That's a collection of creative biblical interpretation from late antiquity. This isn't something somebody just put up on the internet, okay? It records an interpretation of a creation story in the biblical book of Genesis in which God forms the first humans. Genesis 1 includes the phrase, "Male and female he created them," which many readers interpret to mean that God created a man and a woman. But understand that the real rabbis, quoted in Genesis Rabbah, believed that God had made an androgynos, an androgynous human being. So, dwell on that for a minute and understand that this was as unto the angels perceived by Christianity. That is the perfect being in God's image without free will. The angels are all hermaphroditic. These are essentially people with both male and female genitalia. Okay. So when it comes to, shall I say, trying to explain this and searching for the right words in the English language, when I look through the Genesis Rabbah, there is one rabbi who's explaining, in the hour when the Holy One blessed be, he created the first human. He created an androgynos, as it is written, male and female, he created them. Now, Genesis Rabbah continues with another rabbi's argument, that God made the first human with 12 fronts, a female face and body facing one way, and a male face and body facing the opposite direction. Only later did God split the twain in that rabbi's reading. So though the specifics of their interpretations differ, both put an androgynos at the very center of God's creation. And when it comes to applying the law, Jewish law, or halakha, is based on a gender binary. Exempli gratiae, some commandments, such as studying Torah or not shaving side locks, apply only to men. Others, such as Sabbath candle lighting, apply only to women. However, some halakhic traditions also recognize that not every person's body fits that binary. The Mishnah, which is a text compiled in the 3rd century after Christ, which includes halakhic material, roots its interpretations in the categories men and woman, yet also affirms the idea that sex and gender goes beyond those terms. Exempli gratiae, a section called Mishnah Bikurim, explains, there are some ways the androgynos is like men, and some ways he is like woman. Did I say that right, Brooke? Women. And some ways he is like men and women. And some ways he is like neither men nor women. Another section of the Mishnah explains that, like women, neither a tumtum, or tum-tum, nor an androgynos is obligated to go to the temple in Jerusalem, as part of certain religious festivals. Meanwhile, an androgynos must dress like a man, and a priest cannot marry an Elonite unless he already has children. Which brings us back to the term Elonite, and how she, to use the gender-neutral pronoun, got her sex. The Elonite, or Elonite, essentially receives her sex/gender assignment from her parallel, the natural eunuch. Now, this conclusion is reached by, well, I think it's been demonstrated rabbinically, that the aggregate simanim, the signs of the Elonite, are chosen specifically for their sex/gender crossing attributes, fitting neither any known modern condition nor any ancient condition. Given that in the legal material the rabbis do not in fact understand the Elonite as a sex/gender crosser, the list of attributes seems to emerge from nowhere. The answer to the riddle of its origin is perhaps to be found in the text describing the series Hama, the congenital eunuch, whose description parallels that of the Elonit in many ways. That is, the simanim, the signs, the physiology, the morphology of the Seris Hama also present him as a sex/gender crossover, despite the lack of supporting halakhic literature. But whereas the Elonit has no ancient corollary in the Greek and Roman literature, the attributes of the Seris Hama directly match those of the Roman eunuch, who does appear in many of the contemporaneous Christian and Roman materials as a sex/gender crosser. It would seem then that the Seris Hama shares his, gender-neutral pronoun there, sex/gender with the Roman eunuch, and the Elonit receives her sex/gender from her mirror image, the Seris Hama. Okay, that probably doesn't make much sense to those of you who just aren't into this, and I think it's probably wisest for me to just leave it off at that before too many of you begin to get antsy. But as these examples suggest, gender diversity is woven throughout rabbinic traditions, yet there is still an hierarchy, with men holding positions of the highest religious obligation. It is also important to note that, how these categories differ from the ways people understand gender today. A non-binary person in the 21st century does not have the same experience as a tumtum in late antiquity. The idea of Elonit does not map clearly onto any common gender identity today at all. Even the term androgynos is not quite the same as intersex, what is medically defined as hermaphroditic, and none of the rabbinic categories match current ideas about trans identity. So this is where we use the past in forging a future. In spite of this textual tradition, many observant Jewish communities today still tend toward a gender binary. In most Orthodox synagogues, for example, a physical partition divides the worship space into two sections, one for men and one for women. Halakhic rulings about whether and how parents should support medical interventions on intersex children suggest they should be raised as male or female, not as an androgynos or tumtum. In other Jewish communal spaces, however, traditional texts have become a resource for contemporary LGBTQIA+ Jews. Some look to these texts to affirm their beliefs that Judaism has always seen gender diversity as a spectrum. Others use these texts to see themselves within Jewish tradition. Still others use these examples to call for change in the present, countering anti-LGBTQIA positions. Now, many of these Jews recognize that the diversity of sex and gender in these ancient texts is different from gender identity today, but they believe the past can still serve as an important tool in the present, which, of course, as a historian myself, I can only stand by and agree with and support. Rabbinical texts illustrate that there is no magical time in the past when every person fit easily and naturally into gender categories. That is the primary lesson to be taken from what I've just articulated. And if you get that, it's like landing on the moon. You're halfway to anywhere else in the universe, because you've broken out of the gravity well of Earth, and you're free to roam if you've got the right propulsion. Although faith and participation in religion have been clearly linked to better health in heterosexual people, that's a statistical fact, these effects are less strong for LGBTQIA+ people. The PRRI data that I'm sourcing supports these findings, showing that only LGBTQIA+ people who saw religion as central to their identity could be linked to lower rates of depression. For queer people who may not feel connected to a religious community but still attend services, religion does not offer this health benefit, this positive benefit. And here, of course, I'm speaking of mental health, which then affects your physical health. While belonging to a religious community is not the generally positive experience it is for cisgender/heterosexual individuals, my understanding now, thanks to this latest research, of LGBTQIA plus people's religious lives need to be more nuanced. When open-ended questions were asked in the research survey, they found that LGBTQIA plus people recognize that while religious groups are often hostile towards them, it is religious extremists who seek to ostracize them or take away their rights. Some religious groups are even recognized as allies in the fight toward greater inclusion. This is why you have the term LGBTQIA+. The A is for allies of the alternative lifestyles advocacy movement. Just so you know. Now, all such being said, to try and recover the Public Religion Research Institute source. Going to look a little more, one other detail up here. And it's important to remember that while religion and queerness may make strange bedfellows, many LGBTQIA plus people realize these trois forces are connected in complex ways. The rest of us should take the cue, because these facts are emergently relevant in the strategic context of Vladimir Putin's warped reality by which the human species is now engaged in the gay world war. You see, on the 24th day in November of yesteryear, the Russian parliament passed a law on so-called LGBTQIA plus propaganda. New amendments banned anything that could be construed as a suggestion that homosexual relationships are normal. This was happening right at the time Russian troops were fleeing from Kherson, and the futile Russian attacks on Bakhmut were leaving several hundred dead on the battlefield each and every single fucking day. Why in God's name are Russian lawmakers so agitated about gay marriages during a bloody fucking war? Do they have nothing else to discuss? How is gay propaganda related to the war with Ukraine? Turns out, directly. To understand this relationship, I must turn you to a speech delivered on December 1st at a forum in Sochi, where the Olympics were held, informally known as Putingrad. A speech delivered by one of the most mysterious and influential figures of the Russian court, who I've never exposed till now. Mikhail Kovalchuk, currently head of the famous Kurchatov's Institute, and brother to Vladimir Putin's closest friend, Yuri Kovalchuk, who spent the long months of total COVID-19 isolation with Putin in what is probably a hidden gay relationship. So what did this influential Russian scientist, I put that in quotes, ever say? Some pretty astonishing things. He said that the Western elite, as represented by Roman, Bilderberg, and Davos clubs, is dreaming of creating genetically modified people to serve the elites, so that the current state of society will never be changed and they will rule forever. He also said it's not only technologically possible, but in fact is right now being implemented by the West. Kovalchuk so explaining, and you won't need such a multitude of people anymore. An artificial womb, an incubator, and it's like chickens. And then you can produce the serving people by genetic editing in any numbers. This is where the gay propaganda kicks in. It's all part of a dastardly plan by Western elites to stop the natural propagation of humanity. Kovalchuk having gone on record to claim people are being indoctrinated in gay marriage so they don't multiply, and in a couple of generations there won't be anybody. But what of the countries outside of pernicious Western influence, like Holy Mother Russia, Communist China, or Asian India? Here he said the elites' plan gets even more sinister. Bioweapons. Kovalchuk himself predicting a COVID with a 100% mortality will come to them and cut down everybody. According to him, all this was a long-term plan crafted by the Dulles brothers. No, that's not a comedy team. Dulles. Allen, the former director of the CIA, Allen Dulles, and John, Eisenhower's Secretary of State, together with their Rockefeller buddy. But of course, Kovalchuk claims they created the World Health Organization, not for curing people, but to control the health of humanity in many parts of the world, to influence it with vaccination. But of course, why didn't I think of that? And I guess these Dulles brothers are the mirror image of the Kovalchuk brothers. As I said, Mikhail, running the Kurchatov's Institute, and his brother Yuri, who's basically sleeping with Vladimir Putin, spending all the COVID-19 plague time for 2 years in bed with that son of a bitch. Oh my God. So did you get it? It's not against Ukraine the Russian army is fighting. It's against a new world order of Bilderberg and Davos elites trying to genetically engineer a subservient humanity with gay marriages in the West and killer viruses in the rest of the world. With Rockefellers, Dulles brothers, and the WHO, no, not Doctor Who, the WHO, the United Nations World Health Organization, thrown into the mix. It's only natural that the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, while waging such a war, has to prohibit gay couples. Far from being a diversion, they are at the crux of the matter. You might think it's a bit extreme to quote a speech by a single Russian lunatic as an explanation of current Kremlin craziness, but I remindest ye, it's not a single speech. Kovalchuk told the Russian Senate pretty much the same things back in 2015, after the invasion of the Crimea. Then he was also talking about genetically modified service people fed on cheap genetically modified food, GMOs. Hence all the propaganda that threw Great Britain off the GMO track from becoming a genetically modified food power to help feed the world, and themselves, since you can't grow shit in Britain. He also proposed a cure. Give him money to fight fire with fire. With more money, obscene amounts of money, he could develop convergent nanobio-infocogno blah 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 technologies that would presumably beat the West with righteous Russian countermeasures. It's like QAnon on steroids. I also remindest ye, this guy's brother was cooped up with Putin throughout the pandemic in the same room, bedroom, for 2 years. It's no coincidence that Russian propaganda keeps discovering in Ukraine NATO biolaboratories, and that Vasily Nebenzia, the Russian representative to the United Nations, was publicly talking about military-modified mosquitoes. This is the stuff Putin not simply believes, but acts upon with violence. It's no coincidence that as early as 2017, Putin started to talk publicly speak about the genetic material of Russian people being collected and exported abroad, presumably with the pernicious intent of creating a biologically selective bioweapon to strike only Russians. How such a weapon could be developed by Ukrainians, which are, according to Putin himself, the same people as Russians, beats me. But then, conspiracy theorists are not great on consistency. And right now, Russian TV is straight on it. Commenting on Morocco's December 2022 soccer victory over Portugal, Russia's main TV channel ran a segment that claimed, and here I translate for you from the Russian, "The West is really disintegrating. Children grown in laboratories and controlled by a smartphone is the new trend of progressive Western society. The Africans will soon appear to be the cutest creations as compared to cyborgs that will replace them. The classical understanding of Europe," they put that in quotes, "with its gay propaganda is losing to the traditional world." You still don't get where the soccer comes in? Here it is. "And what happened at the World Cup, and what we are seeing across all of Europe, when Moroccans are taking to the streets to celebrate, not because they are savages, which is what the Europeans think, but because they want to prove to their white masters that they are equal, that they were able to defeat them fairly on the battlefield, on the football battlefield. But now Europe is saying, we'll grow the footballers artificially. We'll artificially grow the military. We'll grow the scientists artificially, and then you traditionalists will lose to us decisively." I mean, what's a conspiracy theory without a good dose of racism thrown in? Do not be mistaken. This is not just a PR, public relations ploy. This is something Vladimir Putin truly believes, wholeheartedly, thanks to the Kovalchuks, the Kovalchuk twins. The public should be aware they are almost certainly not dealing with any sane person in the Russian Empire. They're dealing instead with a someone steeped in conspiracy theories who believes he is fighting a crusade against gay marriages, genetically modified mosquitoes, and the Bilderbergs, when you're confronting any Russian who's a product of this maniacal environment where the lunatics, literal lunatics, are literally running the asylum. But why the hatred of Nazis? Because they came from gayness. They are perceived by the Russian people to be a real mean fag operation. Soldiers, or rather in the German, Soldaten, came as home from the Great War with a demand: full equality under the law. World War I sparked the gay rights movement, which was the foundation of Nazism. One of the World War I's most enduring legacies is completely forgotten, actually occulted, scrubbed from the records. It sparked the modern gay rights movement. Gay Soldaten, German soldiers who survived the bloodletting, returned home, convinced their governments owed them something: full citizenship. Especially in Deutschland, Germany, where gay rights already had a tenuous footing. They formed new organizations to advocate in public for their rights. Though the movement that called itself homosexual emancipation began in the 19th century, the research of the historian Jason Kruthamel proves that the war turned the 19th century movement into gay rights as we know it today. It all started with a death in Russia. In the winter of 1915, a German soldier died in a field hospital in Russia. That soldat, that soldier, whose name is missing from the historical record, had been hit in the lower body by shrapnel when his trench came under bombardment. 4 of his comrades risked their very lives to carry him to the rear. There he lay for weeks, racked by pain in the mangled leg and desperately thirsty. But what troubled him most was loneliness. He sent letters to his boyfriend whenever he could manage it. In his final letter, he wrote, "I crave a decent mouthful of fresh water, of which there isn't any here. There is absolutely nothing to read. Please, do send newspapers. But above all, write very soon." This soldier, who had to keep his relationship hidden from those around him, was just one of the approximately 12 million German men killed in World War I. His suffering is not unlike what many others experienced. What his loved ones made of that suffering, however, was different and had enormous consequences for us all. His boyfriend, identified in surviving documents only as S. watched the man he loved go off to serve in a war that he did not fully endorse, only to die alone and in pain as S. sat helplessly by hundreds of miles away. S. told their story in a letter to the Scientific Humanitarian Committee, which published it in April of 1916. In the middle of World War I, the war that was supposed to end all wars, the Scientific Humanitarian Committee was then the world's leading homosexual emancipation group, boasting a membership of about 100 people. The soldier's story took a cruel twist at its very end. S.'s loving replies were lost in the chaos of the war and never reached the soldier. The Soldat, to use his Deutschen Sprache. S. wrote, "He died without any contact from me." This brings us to the demanding of the rights of citizens. After the war, many believed the slaughter had been for nothing. But S. saw a lesson in his partner's suffering and death. S. wrote, "He has lost his bright life for das Vaterland," the fatherland. That fatherland had a law on the books that banned sex between men. But the sodomy law was just the tip of the iceberg. S. Period and men like him generally could not reveal their love relationships in public, or even to family members. Homosexuality meant the loss of one's job, social ostracization, or rather at least ostracism, the risk of blackmail, and perhaps criminal prosecution. S. Period called it deplorable that good citizens, soldaten, willing to die for their country, had to endure the status of pariahs. And so he wrote, people who are by nature orientated toward the same sex do their duty. It is finally time that the state treated them like they treat the state. So this was a new phase in gay rights. Many veterans agreed with S. Period. When the war ended, they took action. They formed new, larger groups, including one called the League for Human Rights that drew 100,000 members. In addition, the rhetoric of gay rights changed. The pre-war movement had focused on using science to prove that homosexuality was natural. But people like S. Period, people who had made tremendous sacrifices in the name of citizenship, now insisted that their government had an obligation to them, regardless of what biology might say about their sexuality. They left science behind. They went directly to a set of demands that characterizes gay rights to this day, that gay people are upstanding citizens and deserve to have their rights respected. In the year after the war, an activist wrote, "The state must recognize the full citizenship rights of inverts," which was the Deutschen, or German scientific term for homosexuals. He demanded not just the repeal of the sodomy law, but the opening of government jobs to known homosexuals, a radical idea at the time, and one that would remain far out of reach for many decades. This brings us to the important concept of respectable citizens. And this is where people who are the enemies of homosexuals will claim otherwise. That instead, they will say that all gays are pedophiles, and that's how they raise more gays. This is something, of course, that is, anti-gay propaganda. It's the propaganda of our enemy, the enemy of all humanity at this moment in history, the Russians, and is part of the Russist ideology. So, checking on the live stream, we've covered an hour. Anthony Michael LaRose is saying hello, quite active in the chat room. Thank you very much for your participation. So, hearting him just for the sake of encouraging him. Okay. Gathering myself here. So, ideas of citizenship led activists to emphasize what historians call respectability. Respectability consisted of one's prestige as a correctly behaving middle-class person, in contrast to supposedly disreputable people such as prostitutes. Throughout the 20th century, gay rights groups struggled for the right to serve openly in the military, a hallmark of respectability, especially in the Germany of the early half of our 20th century. With some exceptions, They shied away from radical cause to utterly remake society's rules about sex and gender. They instead emphasized what good citizens they were. In 1929, a speaker for the League of Human Rights told an audience at a dance hall, "We do not ask for equal rights. We demand equal rights." It was, ironically, the ghastly violence and horrible human toll of the World War I that first inspired such assertive calls. Calls that characterized gay rights movements around the world throughout the 20th century. It would take nearly another century for these activists to achieve one of their central goals: the repeal of sodomy laws. Germany enjoyed a 14-year period of democracy after World War I, thanks to homosexual Nazis. Some of the stormtroopers, arguably the very first Nazis, were homosexual. This may be no surprise to some. There are certainly enough depictions of sinister homosexual Nazis in fiction. And history buffs may have heard of the Night of the Long Knives. But Andrew Wackerfuss's 2015 book titled Stormtrooper Families, subtitled Homosexuality and Community in the Early Nazi Movement, is the most accessible work available to the general public. The Stormtroopers, or Sturmabteilung, usually abbreviated SA, were conceived as bodyguards for Nazi Party speakers at rallies. They gradually transformed into a paramilitary militia that furthered party aims by intimidation and spilling blood in the streets. Their former protection role, later taken over by the Schutzstaffel, or SS. In short, the Stormtroopers were the vanguard who helped get the Nazis into power in Germany. Stormtroopers stuck together and formed support networks. Perhaps inevitably, this male-only organization was attractive to homosexuals. Wackerfuss arguing in his book that the term gay is inappropriate in this context, because I guess Nazis don't make him happy. Some stormtroopers were out of the closet, and even some of the highest-ranking SA leaders were openly homosexual. Wackerfuss has proven that the stormtroopers' power was always associated with homosexuality, and his book explores this link through the entire history of the SA up to and beyond the Night of the Long Knives. The SA was an agent of order. It was employing violence to quell destabilizing corruption. This benefited the Nazi Party in taking control of the state. However, because of the events of World War II and the Nazi evacuation into Unterland, a version of the sodomy law remained in force in Germany until the 1990s, when the Second World War was declared over between the two Germanys, East Germany and West Germany, by the Greater Soviet Union, the French Empire, the Greater British Empire, and the American Empire, who all got together before the Soviet Union collapsed to sign a peace treaty with both East and West Germany in a lunatic symbolic act, because neither of those Germanys fought World War II against the Allies. The Third Reich did, which none of the Allies recognized as a legitimate government. So they were making peace with puppet states they had established on the surface world. That's why, until that peace was declared, there was a sodomy law in the Germanies. It took the unification of the Trois Germanies for that law to be repealed with the total evacuation of the Allies. Our United States struck down our own sodomy laws only in 2003. 2003! For the nonce, the affair of Yevgeny Prigozhin's aborted mutiny in Russia has humbled Russia's dictator, Vladimir Putin, and heartened Ukraine's leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, and his forces. Since the weekend before last's rebellion by Wagner Group mercenaries in Russia, news commentary has largely focused on what the mutiny might mean for the future of Vladimir Putin's regime in Moscow, as well as its war effort in Ukraine. But the insurrection, which lasted only about 24 hours, was felt further afield as well. Ukraine is sure to be on our minds again in this week to come. In fact, tomorrow and the day after, looking ahead to NATO's summit in Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, on July 11th and 12th, where the alliance's leaders will approve its first defensive plans since the so-called Cold War, which was the Third World War in effect. Of course, some points to remind myself, Scotland's Orkney Islands, which are leading a tidal power revolution, were part of Norway from 875 to 1472 and could now leave the United Kingdom for Norway in exploration of alternative governance. The island council leader is citing a deep cultural relationship as the authority considers a report looking for the status of both the Channel Islands and the Faroes. Orkney could leave the United Kingdom to become a self-governing territory of Norway after its council opted to explore these alternative forms of governance. But while I'm reminding myself about that to speak to it, if not tonight, then tomorrow, which is what Wednesday feels like to me. I mean, Sunday, Wednesday. What the fuck am I saying? It's still the weekend. So by midweek, it'll practically be here tomorrow for me. I'll try and get to that. For now, to kind of use my son's transcript just to give myself a running start, understand that World War I history is wrong. You already know that by some of what I've already expressed. And it's skewing our view of the Communist Chinese Empire. The Doomsday Machine of 1914 was the fateful Franco-Slav alliance. Which brings us back to France and Russia and everything going on within them soon enough. The point to be made is that nobody stumbles into war unawares in 1914 or today, which is something to bear in mind as great power rivals grow increasingly aggressive. The greater British political scientist Edward Hallett Carr once observed that the writing of history has a dual and reciprocal function, which is, in his own words, to promote our understanding of the past in the light of the present, and of the present in the light of the past. And while many historians would wince at the notion that their profession was so subjective and didactic, it is worth bearing Carr's words in mind when one dips into what one can only call the late George Frost Cannon's masterpiece published in the Orwellian year of 1984 titled France, Russia, and the Coming of the First World War. To the grand old man of American diplomacy, the past can certainly teach us profound lessons for the present, always provided that we have the perspicacity and humility to learn them. This is why, therefore, the fateful alliance is not and must not be regarded as merely another work of diplomatic history. Ostensibly a study of the creation of the Franco-Russian alliance of 1894, it has a contemporary message for yourselves, myself, President Biden, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, and the Siamized comrades Jinping and Putin, should we all read it, to ponder. The most fateful event of modern times, in Mr. Kennan's earlier words, the great seminal catastrophe of this century, meaning the last century for you youngins out there, was the First World War. World War I was the war that made the 20th century from which I myself emerged. It introduced humanity to the horrific potential for mass slaughter in the industrial age. It broke an international system that had prevailed for nearly 100 years since Napoleon's defeat. It turbocharged both the toxic ideology of communism and the fascist response to combat it, along the geopolitical tensions that made the 20th century an age of conflict. Not coincidentally, the conflict also powerfully shaped our understanding of how the world works. The systematic study of international relations in universities and think tanks was a response to the War of 1914 through 1918. Many ideas that shape current debates on foreign policy grew out of interpretations of how that war started and why it failed to produce a lasting peace. Even today, when analysts warn of an unwanted war with the Communist Chinese Empire or bemoan America's alleged lack of magnanimity following its victory in the Cold War, they are invoking misperceived lessons of World War I. Alas, some of the most commonly held ideas about the war are wrong, and they deeply skew our understanding of the modern world. For the American Empire to thrive in the great rivalries shaping this century, it must better understand the conflict that ushered in the last. World War I was not an accidental war, or one that policymakers sleepwalked into. Not only did it inflict untold suffering and death upon millions of combatants, but it was also largely responsible for producing, in Kennan's words again, the determining phenomena of the interwar period, Russian communism and German Nazism, and indeed the Second World War itself. Wars typically don't happen by accident. They happen when countries knowingly take military risks to achieve their political objectives. Yet the myth that conflict can erupt even when no one wants it persists, and it traces back to a particular misunderstanding of World War I. During the last 12 years of the conflict, the British Prime Minister David Lloyd George later wrote that Europe, in his words, slithered over the brink into the boiling cauldron of war. Hair-trigger military plans, interlocking alliance commitments, and rampant nationalism, according to this interpretation, turned the assassination of an Austrian archduke into an all-consuming conflict that the combatants would all have preferred to avoid. That's bullshit. To understand why that generation, impelled by the forces of nationalism and militarism, could rush so blindly into the horrors of 1914 through 1918 is, per Mr. Kennan, to better understand, as he said it, the failure and decline of Western civilization. In fact, what he said specifically, precisely, was the failure and decline of this Western civilization, implying there may be successors. Still, decline is not total destruction. The weapons used at that time were conventional ones. The damage done to cathedrals and cities could be restored. Economies could be rebuilt. But, as Mr. Kennan writes, and here I read therefrom, the book being in front of me, for us of the late 20th century, these background realities no longer prevail. The nuclear weapon has changed all that. If, today, governments are still unable to recognize that modern nationalism and modern militarism are, in combination, self-destructive forces, and totally so, if they are incapable of looking clearly at those forces, discerning their true nature, and bringing them under some sort of control, if they continue, whether for reasons of fear or of ambition, to cultivate those forces and to try to use them as instruments for self-serving, competitive purposes, if they do these things, they will be preparing, this time, a catastrophe from which there can be no recovery and no return. The method by which Mr. Kennan chose to illustrate this warning is simultaneously admirable and rather curious and oblique. It was to spend his remaining years, when not distracted by writing about current events, in producing a detailed study of the creation and development of the pre-1914 political military blocs, the Franco-Russian Alliance. The first part of this story, titled The Decline of Bismarck's European Order, subtitled Franco-Russian Relations, 1875 through 1890, appeared in 1979. The volume which sits in front of me, the second volume, despite its misleading subtitle, France, Russia, and the Coming of the First World War, covers only the years between 1890 and the conclusion of the Franco-Russian Alliance in 1894. There was supposed to be, and I never followed up on this, to tell you the truth, you might think that it's surprising I did not, but just understand that, hey, I got a lot going on at all times in my life. There was supposed to be a third and final book, which even Mr. Kennan said are qualified with a pronouncement, good fortune and strength permitting, was intended to carry the tale into the First World War itself and end with the disaster of the Russian Revolution. Since the latter event was the origin of Mr. Kennan's own interest in diplomacy and politics, his marvelously rich and unique career would thus have come full circle. Whether it ever did or not, I've never followed up on. However, the most important thing to me is the book in front of me, The Fateful Alliance, which has to be read and understood, therefore, at trois distinct levels. The first is as a tract for our times, humane, intelligent, and overwhelmingly plausible, just like Mr. Kennan's writings on the arms race of his time and then contemporary Soviet-American relations. The second level is as a work of diplomatic history based on good, although not exhaustive, array of primary and secondary sources, and telling the tale of Franco-Russian relations between the dismissal of the cautious Bismarck by the volatile Kaiser Wilhelm II early in 1890 and the formal agreement signed by Paris and St. Petersburg, then the capital of Tsarist Russia, early in 1894, to render each other immediate military support in specified circumstances. It is a tale a pedestrian diplomatic historian could make very tedious indeed. Reports of diplomatic soundings, drafts and redrafts of agreements, strategical aides memoirs, and so on. By the late Mr. Kennan's hands, the story still comes alive. The atmosphere of the dour Russian court and of venal French politics is ably recreated. Important background data are gently fed to the non-specialist reader, and the leading participants are turned into flesh and blood characters. The plot, as Mr. Kennan unfolds it, is essentially a struggle between trois views of the world, which will be the running thematic in my discussion of geopolitics. On the one hand, there is the cautious, aged Russian foreign minister, Nikolai Karlovich Giers, and his dutiful assistant, Count Lambsdorff, dismayed at Bismarck's departure and at the ending of the special Russo-German relationship, but still not wishing to be pushed forward into a binding alliance with the unstable French. On the other hand, there are the leading politicians of the Third French Republic, so keen to end France's diplomatic isolation and to arrange an alliance with the mighty Russian Empire, and being aided in their endeavors by those two ambitious generals, Boisdef and Obrechev, respectively the chiefs of the French and Russian general staffs. For more than 3 years, each side fought to win the ear of the most important figure of all, the forbidding, brooding, ultra-conservative Tsar Alexander III. By late 1893, enraged at the Germans and swallowing his suspicions of the French Republic, the Tsar at last consented to a formal, secret military alliance which bound each signatory to aid the other in the event of a German or German-Austrian, Austro-Germanic, or German-Italian or Italo-Germanic attack. More important still, Mr. Kennan concluded, that agreement also bound each signatory to instigate general military mobilization as soon as it was discovered that Germany or Österreich-Ungarn, Austria-Hungary, or Italy had mobilized, even partially, and both the French and Russian general staffs insisted that their own mobilizations meant not prudent preparation, but actual war. The late Mr. Kennan is impressively lucid in articulating that the newer military technology, faster mobilization schedules, and increasing nationalism of that time were generally making the idea of limited war seem ever less likely. Once you started mobilizing, the men were already on the rails to the front line. You couldn't turn them back even if you wanted to. Inflexibility of mind was leading to an alarming rigidity of political and strategic postures. Moderation and compromise were far less valued then. Absolutist and Manichaean views of world politics were increasing in popularity, then as now. Now, of course, Manichaeanism, that is the religion of duality, a former major universal religion founded in the 3rd century by the Parthian prophet Mani in the Sasanian Empire. Manichaeanism, or Manichaeism, teaches an elaborate dualistic cosmology describing the struggle between a good spiritual world of light and an evil material world of darkness. When your worldview is that dualistic, black and white, there can be no peace. The signing of this treaty was, therefore, not merely a victory for the mutual advocates of a Franco-Russian alliance. It was also a victory for the militarists, the Pan-Slavs, who felt that all Slavic peoples, Bulgarians, Ukrainians, Russians, all the way down through to Serbia, were one, should be united in a racial empire, and the revanchists, the supporters of total victory and of the destruction of the Hohenzollern and Habsburg empires. Thus, by his profound elucidation of an individual case study, Mr. Kennan has, not for the first time, made a plea for the great powers to conduct their external policies in as wise, cautious, and unprejudiced a manner as humanly possible. But will today's statesmen ever listen? let alone read a Reagan-era work. Both France and Russia had thus tied themselves into a fateful arrangement, which, although dormant for many years, would serve as tripwire, eventually and ineluctably taking them to the disaster of 1914 itself, when they automatically sleepwalked into war. By their lack of foresight, their nationalistic hubris, and their failure to appreciate the realities of mass warfare, those statesmen and generals of the French and Russian empires dug their own countries' graves. Similarly, and this is Mr. Kennan's final sentence, if we cannot overcome our blind spots and learn to look reality in the face, our failure will be final, for ourselves and for all future generations. What made the World War I allied democracy versus autocracy Manichean framing so awkward was that despotic Tsarist Russia had sided with the Allies. Yet this was propagandized into making the initial relatively liberal Russian Revolution of early 1917 exhilarating. American wartime President Woodrow Wilson thus proclaimed that Russia had joined, in his words, the forces that are fighting for freedom in the world, for justice, and for peace, and had thus ideologically purified the war America would now join. If anything, the ideological dimensions of the war became sharper with time. Russia, following the Bolshevik Revolution later that year, left the war. Mr. Kennan's tract for our own time is therefore neatly reconnected to this episode of Franco-Russian relations in the early 1890s. The general lesson is drawn from the historical specifics, and the author, Pace, that's Latin for peace with, the aforecited English historian E.H. Carr, has promoted an understanding of the past in the light of the present, and of the present in the light of the past. With this, most readers will be more than satisfied. Thus, ergo, The Fateful Alliance is a required reading, for it carries a profoundly relevant message. Today, the American empire and our allies face the reality of great power rivalry and the possibility of great power war. To fare well, we'll need to grasp the real lessons of World War I. Consider the issue of what causes wars between great powers. Influential observers have warned that the American and Communist Chinese empires could stumble into a war that no one wants, such as a conflict that escalates wildly after an accidental naval collision in the South China Sea. Following this logic, Washington should focus on establishing the crisis management mechanisms that can allow the two sides to resolve such incidents peacefully. But the greater danger, in light of Beijing's unyielding military buildup and its increasingly coercive conduct, is surely a non-accidental war that starts because the Communist Chinese Empire believes it can best attain its objectives regarding my Taiwan or the Philippines by force. De-escalation may once again be less important than deterrence, achieved by maintaining the military strengths and clarity of intentions that make Beijing realize what the Paris-Moscow coaxis did not, that a resort to war will bring only catastrophe. Similarly, the idea that World War I was not about great ideas, intellectually referenced as ideologies, has its echo in realist arguments that today's rivalries are merely arid struggles over global power. The conflict that ensued has oft been seen as an amoral clash of empires. The Bolshevik regime in Russia, which came to power in 1918 and quickly made peace with Germany, promoted this critique by releasing secret treaties in which the Allies had planned to carve up the territory of their enemies. In the 1920s and 1930s, a cohort of historians and commentators adopted this view, that the war had simply been an omnidirectional imperial land grab, and ultimately pointless because it failed to produce a better peace. This warped view of the omnidirectional imperial land grab obscures critical differences between Washington and our rivals, not least the fact that the American empire has been able to build an impressive global coalition because its democratic ideals make it such an attractive partner. It also misses some root causes and essential characteristics of today's rivalries. The fact that both Red China and revanchist, revisionist Russia are inherently threatened by a powerful democratic American empire, and that both enemy empires are trying to create an international system that will privilege autocracy rather than democracy. You simply cannot understand World War I without understanding the ideological passions that infused that conflict, just as you cannot understand current affairs without understanding how conflicting political systems promote conflicting views of world order. Exempli gratiae. The Russian dictator's claims of historical victimhood in World War II try to justify his empire's present-day misbehavior, because, in finality, the vengeful peace myth lives on in mostly unhelpful ways. After the Cold War, World War III in practice, for instance, critics argued that expansion of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, acronymous as NATO, was creating a Weimar Russia, an angry, humiliated power that would surely rebel against an unjust settlement imposed when it was weak. Yet those arguments ignored all the ways Washington appeased and conciliated post-Soviet Russia, bringing it into the group of 7, making it, transitionally, the group of 8, the G8, till Russia got itself kicked out by its aggressions, and refusing on Washington's behalf until 2014, when the Russians took Crimea, to station NATO forces in Eastern Europe at all. The West ignored how Russia had traditionally sought to dominate countries along its borders, and regardless of what policy the American empire pursued, probably would do so again once it regained its strength. Such reasoning informed policy prescriptions, such as calls to cede Moscow a sphere of influence in Eastern Europe that would have left the West more vulnerable when the Russian resurgence eventually came. Indeed, if Europe enjoyed a quarter of a century, 25 years of relative stability after the Cold War, the Third World War which the West has won, it was largely because this American empire preserved and even extended its commitments on the subcontinent, for Europe is a subcontinent, not a continent in true, so as to avoid the sort of cascading chaos that had followed World War I. More than 100 years after it ended, the Great War lives on in our understanding of war itself, peace, and the way the world works. Yet if history is to be a good guide to statecraft in a new era of danger, we must first get the past right. This was what brings us to the Devil's Pact. Putin, the alt-right, and the long shadow of history under which we all now labor. If there is one thing that Russians want you to know up front. Just the way Jewish people will often tell you they're Jewish by way of introduction, to qualify themselves, to earn your respect without having earned anything at all. The Russians will tell you that they did the bulk of the fighting in World War II and suffered the most casualties, as if getting your ass kicked somehow called for respect and makes you a winner. Commemoration of the Great Patriotic War, as they call it, is incessant and clearly serves the political purposes of the Russian government alone. But that does not mean that ordinary Russians are insincere when they talk about its foundational importance. The most conservative estimates of Soviet's war losses are 27 million dead, already a truly staggering number. The reality is the loss of their population was equal to that of the Empire of Japan itself today. 120 million peoples. They experienced the equivalent of an all-out nuclear exchange. And survived, but only barely, on a respirator. Compare that with roughly 400,000 fatal American casualties, fatalities in the military nomenclature, less than 500,000, and one begins to grasp the disproportion. D-Day, the 6th of June, was the single bloodiest day of combat for American military forces, costing approximately 2,500 dead. Russia averaged almost that many dead, military and civilian, every day of the war for nearly 4 years. American amnesia about the astronomical losses inflicted upon the Russian people per the execrable performance of their own dysfunctional Soviet's war machine is lamentable. And this general historical ignorance accounts as well for our failure to recognize how morally fraught and ambiguous the Soviets' role in World War II was. It also intellectually disarms us when Russians make dubious claims of historical victimhood, as their dictator Vladimir Putin has recently been doing. Among these claims are Soviets' innocence and Western treachery in the period immediately leading to the outbreak of the war itself. Which brings us to the fuse that lit that war, and Soviets' duplicity. The last week in August was the 84th anniversary of the Nazi-Soviets Non-Aggression Pact, signed on the 23rd day in August of 1939. This was the lit fuse guaranteeing that the Second World War broke out precisely when it did, where it did, and why it took on the geopolitical shape that it did. In less than a week, my biological father, Adolf Hitler's tanks, rolled into Polska, Poland, igniting the European front of the bloodiest global war in human history. Well, not as bloody as the campaigns of the Mongols, but the bloodiest in history in the modern sense. But then again, the Mongols modernized the world in the most negative way. Germany's convulsive military expansion is, at least, a well-known chapter in world history, even for most Americans. Less recognized is the fact that only 16 days after the German attack on Polska, the Soviets' Red Army invaded Polska from the east. German and Russian forces halted at the line of demarcation, secretly agreed to in their treaty, Wehrmacht and Red Army officers then fraternized like old comrades, and the trois armies held a joint military parade in Brest-Litovsk, where the treaty had been signed that denoted the Germans should have been granted all of Belarus and Ukraine, as well as the Baltics. Within 3 months, the Red Army invaded Finland. The following year, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were likewise liberated by the Red Army, were forcibly incorporated into the greater USSR, Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Then Eastern Romania suffered the same fate. In all the annexed territories, hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, assumed to be counter-revolutionary elements, were shot out of hand, tortured, or imprisoned either locally or in gulags in Siberia. In order to suppress potential resistance in Soviet-occupied Polska, 20,000 captured Polaki, Polish military officers, were transported to a forest in Byelorussia, White Russia, shot, and dumped into a mass grave. Now this brings us to the de facto Nazi-Soviet alliance. Why did my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, not respond to Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin's, literally, man of steels, taking over a large swath of Eastern Europe? The primary factor restraining him, Hitler, was that he received a cornucopia, that's Latin for horn of plenty, of raw materials from the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics that helped nullify the effect of the Allied economic blockade against resource-poor Germany. Germany and Japan and Italy, their greatest resources are their genius. This is what made them align as the Axis powers. Quality versus the quantity of the Allies. The German war machine received almost 1 million tons of oil products from the USSR, large quantities of manganese, nickel, and chromium, all of them vital hardening agents for armor plate and machine tool manufacture, and vast amounts of foodstuffs and textiles. With no access to world markets, the German war economy might have collapsed. In any case, the Third Reich was so short of hard currency that it would have lacked the funds to buy sufficient materials even if the Greater British hadn't blockaded German trade. Stalin was more accommodating, allowing the Germans to operate on barter or credit. Secondarily, he received a distinctly friendly neutrality from meaning Hitler, my father, received a distinctly friendly neutrality from the communist dictator Stalin when he unleashed the German army against the Western powers. We all know the rest of the story. Once Hitler ran the Western Allies off the continent, his hands were free to settle old scores with the hereditary Bolshevik enemy. When his attack came, the largest invasion in the history of warfare, again short of the Mongols' operations, it was a shocking surprise to Stalin, even though Western intelligence, as well as his own spies, had been warning him for months. In one of the greatest ironies of all history, the Soviets dictator, renowned for his clinically paranoid suspiciousness, seemed to place a naive trust in only one man, my father Adolf Hitler. He even Stalin threatened his own intelligence officers with the Gulag if they kept warning him an attack was coming. Having failed to prepare, even to the extent of ordering the partial dismantlement of the Stalin line, which might have slowed down the German advance, military losses under Stalin's leadership were bound to be horrendous, quite apart from his profligate indifference to the lives of his own troops, which he felt were an Asiatic slave race commandeered by himself as a true Caucasian, born in the Caucasus Mountains, where the very word Caucasian derives. Stalin even employed the forerunner of the KGB's NKVD blocking units to machine gun Red Army troops who retreated. Certainly, the Nazi war machine unleashed a unique savagery in Russia, but it was made far worse by Stalin's bungling and psychopathic indifference to human life, which he intended to breed out of existence with his program to create the race of chimerical apes, which is all real. This is not science fiction. Anybody can look this up themselves. Stalin interbred humans with chimpanzees, which he intended to be the successor race to the Soviets. His aim to create a planet of the apes. That is the background of the Great Patriotic War, made possible and even more horrific by circumstances of the Nazi-Soviets pact. What then was the lesson that Soviet citizens learned from all of this after the war? The Second War, that is. It never happened! In the face of one of the most momentous diplomatic agreements in history, an agreement that was heavily reported worldwide at the time, of which there is massive documentary and photographic evidence, even a photo of Stalin himself yucking it up with the German foreign minister von Ribbentrop, the devil in a top hat as he used to be called during the signing. The Soviet Unions insisted right up until 1989 that the Nazi-Soviets pact never occurred. Only with the USSR's collapse did the successor Russian government produce archival material regarding the pact itself and related events, such as the Katyn Forest massacre of the Poleki officers. So Putin revises history, saying, it's all the West's fault. Is this all just a historical controversy from our grandparents' time after all? My parents' time, your grandparents. Maybe important in its day, but remote from present political concerns? No. The past is never past. Although archives opened and talk was freer for a few years, the pendulum has been swinging the other way in Russia for at least a generation by now. Vladimir Putin is not exactly claiming the Nazi-Soviets pact never happened. He can't do that anymore. But he has settled on a halfway house explanation, or should I say rationalization. The Nazi-Soviets pact was a good thing, allowing the USSR breathing space to prepare against invasion, and it was also forced upon the Soviets by the West's behavior at Munich, when British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain acceded to Hitler's demands for more territory in western Czechoslovakia. The first rationale is simply a flat-out delusion, as I have already proven, while the second has a veneer of meretricious plausibility. The Munich Agreement was obviously a surprising capitulation. Even Hitler never expected the Allies to agree to his terms. And Czechoslovakia's sacrifice by the Western powers can in some sense be likened to the territorial reclamation of the Nazi-Soviets Pact. But Great Britain and France were acting out of fear of war and an exaggerated feeling of their own weakness. Within a couple of months after Munich, there was a widespread shift of opinion in the West that the agreement brought them nothing but a worsened strategic position and that they had better increase the pace of rearmament. As George Orwell, author of the book 1984, said at the time, Neville Chamberlain was no traitor or monster, but merely, in his words, a stupid old man doing his best according to his very dim lights. Stalin acted out of sheer predatory greed and did not regret the pact until the moment the panzers crashed over his borders. It also bears mentioning that the Allies themselves did not territorially benefit from Czechoslovakia's dismemberment, nor did they begin exporting war material to Germany, as the USSR did. And the sheer bestiality of Soviets' behavior in the territories they annexed nullifies whatever moral claims Putin and his representatives might make, including any Russian you meet in person in that regard. Present-day Russian apologists for the pact also claim their country was forced into it by Great Britain and France's refusal to enter into a mutual defense agreement with the USSR. While some officials in the Allied camp were opposed to such a scheme on ideological grounds, imperial considerations were deemed more important. In order to get that agreement, the Allies would have to obtain the consent of Polska, Poland, for free passage of Red Army troops through that country, a condition the Soviets insisted upon. That consent from Polska not being forthcoming for obvious reasons, for reasons obviously vindicated by subsequent Soviets' behavior, or misbehavior I should say, the Allies could never enter into any such agreement. Again, why is rehashing this history of importance to the present? For several years, Putin has been constructing a tale according to which Russia has been historically aggrieved, and Russia's current foreign policy is simply an effort to reverse these wrongs. Not only was the precipitate expansion of NATO in the 1990s self-evidently vindicated and ergo wise, George W. Bush's abrogation of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, the ABM Treaty, with Russia was definitely unwise. And the 2014 Nuland-Piat phone call in Ukraine was American fishing in troubled waters, while Russia's territorial annexations in Ukraine and repeated hacking and harassment of the Baltic states are hardly justified by adverting to the Greater Soviet Union's victim status in the Second World War. Nor did this status morally justify 40-plus years of despotic Soviets' domination of Eastern Europe on the basis that the German army passed through those territories to invade the USSR, especially because before that invasion, Stalin was perfectly content to collude with the Germans while oppressing those local populations, whom the Germans liberated. In Russia, it's illegal to tell the truth about history. If any present-day Russian citizen were to say what I've just said, however, he would be in jeopardy of the law. It is now illegal to be too critical of the Nazi-Soviets Pact, as the subject falls under the aegis of Soviets' wartime conduct, which can now only be discussed in laudatory terms. Anything too critical is considered slander against the Red Army and its dwindling number of wartime veterans. Just like what I say about the Americans losing World War II is considered slander against your baby-raping Satanist armed forces. One blogger in Russia who posted a story about the joint Nazi-Soviets invasion of Polska was sentenced to a 200,000 ruble fine for his troubles. This whitewashing of the pact has been accompanied by a rehabilitation of Stalin himself via the Lysenko and You see, Trofim Denisovich Lysenko was an agronomist who in the 1930s caught Stalin's ear with a bogus theory that grain seed could be conditioned to grow quicker and more abundantly in all sorts of climates, like growing bananas in New York and apples in the Arctic. Stalin loved it and made Lysenko's theory law. He became the Greater Soviet Union's leading geneticist. He was flagged in honors, including 3 Stalin Prizes and 6 Orders of Lenin Prizes. The moment scientists began questioning his method and evidence, Stalin had them fired, exiled, or shot. It was the reverse in these United States. An Oregon State University professor was fired in February of 1949 for supporting his theory, though no one was shot over it. Facts spracketh for themselves. Lysenko's theory applied to Soviets and Communist Chinese agriculture. Mao was a fan as well. Sharply cut yields provoked national famines and the mass death of hundreds of millions in the Trois Red Empires. Lysenko was a charlatan, an imposter, and everything a scientist should not be. His fake science would have gone nowhere without Stalin. With Stalin, it became the only science in Soviet agriculture. His success was a triumph of lies under cover of power, a power he lost only when Nikita Khrushchev replaced Stalin after 1953, though it still took a while. But the damage was done on the scale of a crime against humanity. When Lysenko died in 1976, Harrison Salisbury, the celebrated journalist and Times correspondent in Moscow, described Russia's biggest fake as a zealot with the burning eyes of Savonarola and the narrow mind of a dogmatist. Lysenkoism is a lesson of the coronavirus pandemic. On this, well, at this point, 3-year mark, as we look back at what went wrong, a lot of the pandemic was not in our control. No amount of border control or travel restrictions or even quarantines would have kept the virus from coming in, whether it originated in Wuhan, Red China, Chile, Greenland, or Haskell County, Kansas, operational origin of the weaponized influenza pandemic of 1918 that changed the course of evolution of humanity itself by the murder of 100 million people and the shortening of the lifespans of another 100 million more worldwide. A lot of the Kung Flu pandemic was in our control. George W. Bush and Barack Obama had both prepared this nation. The theory of social distancing came to Bush's attention in 2006 when he read about the flu pandemic. He ordered it to be a national strategy in case of a pandemic. Obama amplified the strategy through the United States CDC, our Centers for Disease Control. In 2019, Trump's own Department of Health and Human Services held a series of exercises for 8 months based on the following then fictional scenario. A respiratory virus breaks out in Red China. Because all respiratory viruses, as I've told you, naturally emerge out of Asia for reasons I've gone in depth into in the past, except, of course, for the artificially generated American Army and Navy flu, the so-called Spanish influenza of 1918. In this scenario, this war game, it's soon detected in Chicago. The World Health Organization declares a pandemic 47 days later, but too late to keep 110 million Americans from becoming infected. This is all in the scenario that the DHHS, the Department of Health and Human Services, was wargaming out while Trump was president. And in this situation, 7.7 million become hospitalized, and 586,000 die. The scenario was called Crimson Contagion, as in red fucking flu out of China. The exercise revealed to what extent the country was ill-prepared, its public health departments underfunded, its various agencies uncoordinated. Despite that, the CDC's strategy was still a solid foundation. Trump got that report. And Trump did nothing. He did nothing! On March 19th, in the 2020th year of our Lord, days after the World Health Organization had declared the coronavirus pandemic, Trump said this: "Nobody knew there'd be a pandemic or an epidemic of this proportion. Nobody's ever seen anything like this before." He was lying. It was one of the 30,000 lies of his presidency, and one of its most consequential. The Crimson Contagion report he had in hand had predicted 586,000 deaths from that fictional pandemic. The pandemic that exploded out of Trump's willful ignorance reached that very number within a single fortnight. 14 nights. A fortnight. He was aware of the severity of the coming pandemic. He told Bob Woodward as much. He was aware of the CDC's strategy dating back to Bush and Obama. Even badly funded, had the strategy been executed and better funded along the way, it would have enormously diminished the suffering and deaths. Trump had other plans. One other plan, really. Getting re-elected. Whatever the cost. Here we were chanting Black Lives Matter all summer. But to this guy, it wasn't just black lives that didn't matter. White lives, brown lives, whatever lives didn't matter. Not with his political life at stake. To Trump, all that matters is Trump. And so Lysenkoism came back in full force in the Trump White House as the United States began battling the coronavirus pandemic on two fronts. A two-front war. One front was the virus itself. The other was Donald Trump, whose subsequent reliance on the likes of Mike Pence And Scott Atlas was like raising Lysenkos from the dead and installing them as his COVID response czars. Though Trump by himself was Lysenko enough, his strategy was simple. Downplay, deny, deflect, divide, ridicule, and above all, invent. He had once invented extra floors for his Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue just so he could claim it was taller than neighboring buildings. He called it truthful hyperbole, the kind of Orwellian black-white that would later give us alternative facts, like Robert Kennedy uses, and truth isn't truth, the Russian axiom for all their philosophy. Lying about a vulgar skyscraper's length was good fodder for tabloids. Lying about national security in the face of a public health calamity is beyond treason. Certain egregious and ultimately criminal mistakes, like Andrew Cuomo's seeding of nursing home deaths aside, this was the result of willfully bogus science on a national scale. Trump could have mitigated the catastrophe by letting the scientists and public health experts do their work. Instead, he turned quack and pushed one Lysenko lie after another, from inventing falling caseloads to encouraging states, at times with insurrectionist language, that would see January's actual insurrection the year thereafter, to reopen prematurely, to ridiculing claims of a second wave or the efficacy of masks. The aforecited Atlas amplified the fake science when he was given his platform starting in August, accelerating the carnage. Trump was repeatedly urged to correct his course by saner heads, among them Deborah Bricks, and of course Dr. Anthony Fauci. He completely ignored them. As of today, far more than 1 million Americans have died of COVID. We have 5% of the world's population, but more than 1/5 of the world's COVID deaths. Proportional to their population, less than a dozen countries had more deaths than the United States. Italy didn't know what hit it when it was the first European nation to take the brunt of the first wave. Great Britain initially, and Magyarország, Hungary, throughout followed Trump's Lysenko-like lead. Asian countries, authoritarian or not, neutralized the pandemic and returned their societies to near normal because their residents take public health seriously. Except for communist China, which fucked it all up 8 ways to Sunday because they denied the existence of the virus and ultimately claimed it was an American conspiracy. No need to even look so far. Seattle was ground zero of the outbreak 2 years ago by now, with most of the nation's earliest deaths attributed to COVID. Washington state's leaders gathered, devised a unified strategy based on public health priorities, and stayed unified as they executed it. The Seattle Times reports, and I read therefrom. This is a year-old article I'm calling up on screen right now. 1 year later, the Seattle area has the lowest death rate of the 20 largest metropolitan regions in the country. If the rest of the United States had but kept pace with Seattle, the nation could have avoided more than 500,500,000 coronavirus deaths. During a year in which the White House downplayed the virus and other political leaders clashed over how to contain it, Seattle's success illustrates the value of unified and timely strategies. Although the region's public health experts and politicians grappled behind the scenes about how to best manage the virus, they came together to present a united front to the public, and the public largely complied. Get even closer. We had something like that going on in Flagler. As long as politicians allowed local public health, physician, and emergency management leaders the room to set procedures, between that textbook case example of the local health department's Bob Snyder and Dr. Stephen Bickel, emergency management's Jonathan Lord, and the school district's David Bozardit, public health protocols prevailed more than they did not. Let me try and locate, if I can, on the map for you, this particular Ground Zero case study that I'm sourcing, because I'm going off of memory right now, but it's not serving me so well into where the case study was located. Here we are. Give me a second here, and I should be able to call it up in a couple of heartbeats. Here we are. Fuck. Where did this study? It was in, Flagler, America. All right. Florida. It's in fucking Florida. How could I forget that? At any rate. Yeah, I mean, you gotta admit, it's, whenever I think Florida, there's two people I know there, Ian West and Clarice Claudette. It's amazing that I forget that Flagler's there. The case study that I was looking at that showed this kind of improvement based on just getting your local government to work, despite what the rest of the state was doing to fuck everybody over and kill them. So I'll stick with Florida as an example of what not to do in general. But Flagler is one of those exceptions that proves the rule. So when it came to Palm Coast's Melissa Holland, she led her fellow mayors and other elected and administrative officials to issue a joint statement of unity, emphasizing the importance of letting science and professionals do their job. And that statement read, "Subject matter experts must have the autonomy to determine, in concert with stakeholders, what a credible plan will be for the community and how it should look over time." Now, the implicit message being that politicians can only fuck up the process, as a few locally did so miserably well in the case study I'm looking at. The result, Flagler maintained the lowest proportional number of infections among Florida's 67 counties, and one of the lowest death rates. In Florida's killing fields, it's a little like that proverb about the one-eyed man who boasts of his vision among the blind. But considering the Savonarola Trump element in Flagler, whose shock troops agitated with the support of their more craven elected officials to undermine that message, it was quite an achievement. It's why the case study stood out to me. Though I was concentrating so much on the local county, I forgot which state it was in. But successes could not be the rule when a Lysenko was at the national helm. Trump's regime depended on conflict, turning Americans against each other and hoping he'd have the winning side come the election. The pandemic was just another battlefield. Trump mutated conflicts where there were none. He gave cover to millions of saps who thought flouting public health measures and infecting others was a patriotic statement. The trade-off between safety and civil liberties is not a zero-sum game, people. It's not a trade-off. Public health, when applied objectively, is no more of a political or ideological issue than garbage pickup, vaccination, clean air and water. Ensuring those neither infringes on civil liberties nor invokes one ideology or another, unless, of course, they're politicized by opportunists who transform them into wedge issues. All it takes is a lie hooked to power. So it was with COVID, which turned the lie as viral as the pandemic itself. That's why many more than 1 million Americans have died thus far in these United States instead of what should have been but a third that number. Comparing Trump to Stalin would, of course, in most regards, be outrageous and irresponsible, not even rating as truthful hyperbole. That doesn't mean the twain are incomparable in all regards. Their embrace of Lysenkoism leads the way, with but one difference. Stalin at first could claim ignorance about Lysenko's lies, though the innumerable scientists Stalin silenced quickly did away with that excuse, turning Stalin's embrace of Lysenko into reckless malice. Lives never mattered to him, either. Trump never had any excuse. He started off maliciously disregarding his trois predecessors' warnings, his own administration's pandemic exercises, wargaming the inevitable, torrents of evidence starting more than 2 years ago, and billions, then trillions of dollars at his disposal to mitigate the calamity. His refutation of science for political ends was a premeditated crime. A crime against humanity. It was nowhere short of a crime against humanity. The Medal of Freedom he awarded Rush Limbaugh at the 2020 State of the Union address might as well have been accompanied by a posthumous award to Trofim D. Lysenko. No one would have been surprised. Lysenkoism wouldn't be an issue if Trump was really gone. But he's not. His quackery defines the Republican Party, whether it's lying about science or electoral results. January's insurrection of yesteryear was Lysenkoism by other means. Our own legislature thereafter advanced a bill arbitrarily limiting the duration of public health emergency orders. Ron DeSantis is the Sunshine State's Lysenko as he positions himself for a presidential run on Trump fumes. Other elected officials follow the subversive lead of Robert Francis Kennedy Jr., still peddling the bogus narrative on masks and vaccines. Anti-science allied to ideological reaction is alive and immune to all reason. A poll released the year before yesteryear proves 30% of Americans and 41% of Republicans, who really shouldn't count as Americans, not wanting the vaccine. Getting enough people vaccinated to reach community or herd immunity is become as the new challenge as vaccines began to flood the market. As is now routine with right-wing dissociation from reality, it was always clearly, overwhelmingly, an ideological refusal. It hurt the refuseniks as much as it has their neighbors, further slowing our national recovery half a year where it could have been, or by 2 years where it could have been by half a year. We're never truly emerging from this pandemic now. As long as Trumpism reigns, so does Lysenkoism. That's a grim prognosis for the health of the Republican Party, if not for the Republic. Likewise, unfortunately, the like hypocrisy about the Second World War as a foundational myth of the current Russian state does not end with harassing a few history buffs and fining them hundreds of thousands of rubles. It also has implications for the policies of both these United States and Europe. One of the justifications the Kremlin used, or rather abused, for the annexation of Ukrainian territory was that the February 2014 overthrow of the Yanukovych government was staged by fascists and Nazis because a segment of Ukrainian nationalists favoring the overthrow commemorated Stepan Bandera, a World War II Ukrainian separatist who collaborated with the Germans consequent the Holodomor, the death by hunger in Ukrainian, the mass starvation of 14 million Ukrainians in 1932 through 1933 as a result of Soviets' policies, in the culmination of an assault by the Communist Party and the Soviet state on the Ukrainian peasantry who resisted Soviets' policies. But of course, the Russian government exaggerated the theme with all the subtlety for which Moscow's propaganda is noted, making it appear as if the Ukrainian government was the Third Reich reincarnate. A strange foreign policy indeed. Anti-fascist while supporting nihilists. Trillion Phoenix says, "Rant, baby, rant." Thank you, honey. I'll assume she's female. Tell me if I'm wrong. For here is the supreme irony. Even as Russia attempted to present itself as an anti-fascist bulwark in historical continuity with its World War II role, while tarring Ukraine as fascist, it began providing encouragement and assistance to right-wing extremist groups in both Europe and these United States. I have spracketh about the ties of right-wing parties, like the Front National, National Front in the English, and the Deutschen, or German, Alternative für Deutschland, the alternative for Germany, to the Russian government elsewhere. The Trump administration, under whose burden intelligent Americans still groan, was also an evident recipient of the Kremlin's assistance. To which extent it improved Trump's electoral position is not the issue right now, at this moment. The assistance was clearly offered, and the joy in Moscow on November 9th of 2016 was palpable. Those torch-carrying demonstrators in Charlottesville, whom Trump thought included very fine people, did not seem to be bearing anti-fascist insignia. And as much as those neo-Nazis are the genetic material of American social conditions and conceived in vitro by Donald Trump himself, they have also been midwifed by Vladimir Putin's alt-right international. This brings us to calling out Putin's useful idiots in Europe itself. While Russia's efforts to wield leverage in Europa have not entirely succeeded, they have yet to fail wholly either. Despite overwhelming support for Ukraine, which continues suffering from Russia's cruel and unjustified war, a subculture of those who condone Putin's regime's crimes still exists. This brings us to Putin's European useful idiots who promote the Kremlin's narrative in the West. Vladimir Putin's European useful idiots promote the Kremlin's narrative in the West and harm Ukraine. Both the far-right and far-left parties, which often have fundamental contrasts, are united in demanding an instant peace. Like, grab a piece of Ukraine's ass. Peace in Ukraine that would effectively reward Russian war aggression with the captured and occupied territory and accept Moscow's privilege to gain territories through wars. These grumblers, as Europeans call them, have begun to challenge the scale of their government's aid to Ukraine, which by February this year had totaled more than 60 billion United States dollars in economic and military assistance from Brussels, capital of European Union, and individual EU members, and 70 billion euros if you include the United Kingdom, roughly equal to the American contribution. Consider the cynicism of both media and pseudo-intellectuals who are willing to ignore the evidence of Russia's imperial intentions and instead complain about Europe's being dragged into what they see as a proxy war between the US and Russia, or perhaps, in a more geopolitical sense, a confrontation between the United States and China. Despite numerous Western sanctions and condemnations of Russian crimes in Ukraine, Russia still has many friends. Who is part of Putin's circle of friends? Several European governments are among Putin's aides. The Hungarian Prime Minister, Viktor Mikhail Orbán, born the same year as my late sister, 1963, is one of Putin's most self-evident cronies. Orbán has repeatedly criticized Western support for Ukraine, and his government has continued to import Russian gas to MEMĽIRAL, that's Hungary. Orbán's government also refuses to allow the transit of weapons provided to Ukraine by Hungarian NATO and EU partners. My biological father Hitler's own Österreich, literally Eastern Realm, it is Austria, too, has withdrawn from the fight, citing that it is not a NATO member and plays the role of a bridge between East and West, offering little assistance to Ukraine, although its trade with Russia has soared. Ellada, that's Greece in the Greek language. The H is silent, so you wouldn't say Hellas as such in Greek. You'd say Hellas, but I prefer the more poetic Ellada. Another EU member, though they almost Grexited out before Brexit, has complied with the EU sanctions but has been reluctant to tighten restrictions on the transport of Russian oil, probably or possibly because Greek firms benefit from this trade. Only recently, under intense American pressure, Kypros, that's Cyprus, an offshore financial haven, closed some 4,000 local bank accounts of Russians. Faced with less pressure, non-EU countries such as Turkey, and Serbia do not even try to hide the lucrative backdoors they provide to the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. And citing its own vaunted neutrality, Switzerland has used, or rather abused, local laws to block arms shipments to Ukraine, including 96 mothballed Leopard tanks in Italy that turned out to belong to a private Swiss firm. However, after the war started, Switzerland continued to buy gold of Russian origin. Slovakia, a nation created by my father Adolf Hitler, has been a vital conduit for Western aid and recently provided Ukraine with MiG-29 fighter jets, MiG-29s. But polls indicate that the party of Robert Fico, a Russophile leftist who has accused Ukrainian fascists of provoking Putin, is likely to win the September elections. We can only pray otherwise. And of course, Le Pen, as indicated by our friend Nemo Albano, plays along Russian propaganda efforts. France is the linchpin of both NATO and the European Union. But recently, a French parliamentary commission slammed the far-right leader Marine Le Pen, President Emmanuel Macron's closest rival in last year's election, for repeating Russian propaganda after the 2014 annexation of the Crimea. Le Pen has steadfastly denied that her allegiance to Putin's stance in international politics has anything to do with the €9 million in loans her party received from Russian-controlled banks. She has condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Still, several months after the war began, she said that sanctions against Russia were not working. Le Pen also repeated the narrative of an immediate peace without calling on the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire to pull back its troops from Ukraine. In Italy, while Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is a strong supporter of Ukraine, Matteo Salvini, who leads the second largest party in her coalition, is another opponent of sanctions, and, at least before the invasion, was a fervent Putin fan. United Germany, like France, is an unreliable partner and has poor support for the Ukraine. Moreover, the far-right Alternative for Germany party, which the country's intelligence chief has explicitly called a propagandist for Russian narratives, is gaining ground in the polls. The German far-right plays right along with Russian propaganda. What narratives are being promoted by pro-Putin politicians bear exposition? The narratives of the useful idiot are surprisingly resilient. Let me point out their main theses. 3 of them. 1. NATO provoked Russia's repeated attacks on Ukraine and its eventual invasion. 2. Ukraine is an artificial entity created on territory that rightfully belongs to unholy motherless Russia. 3. The United States is happy to fuel or add fuel to the fire to sell arms and maintain its global hegemony. Note that these narratives might sound different. In particular, the collective West is blamed for NATO's unprovoked attacks on Serbia and Libya in 1999 and 2011, respectively. The American invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan are also mentioned. In this way, the useful idiots pose a rhetorical and at times cynical question. What's the harm in Russia's misbehavior? Some people are weaving conspiracy theories. Exempli gratiae. German sociologist Wolfgang Streck argues that the hidden purpose of the crisis is to create the conditions to bring a frightened EU under the control of a pumped-up NATO. It's Cold War anti-Americanism, what unites far-right and far-left parties. A pathological anti-Americanism, festering from the old Third World War, in effect, links Europe's far-right, far-left, and, quotes here, intellectual opposition. Tino Rupala of Alternative for Germany insists that the Allies benefited from the war in Ukraine by forcing United Germany to switch from Russian natural gas supplied through pipes to more expensive liquefied natural gas supplied from America. He believes this is a trap, as imported American energy is so expensive that United German manufacturers will be forced to move production to these United States. Sarah Wagenknecht, his left-wing ally in pro-Russian views, believes that Washington provoked the war with Russia to draw Ukraine into its sphere of influence. At a recent political rally near Berlin, United German Chancellor, the Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, was confronted with shouts of "Warmonger!" Scholz replied that it was Putin who wanted to destroy and conquer Ukraine, himself so stating, "If you chatterboxes had any brains, you would know who the real warmonger is." Yes, it's Putin's alt-right Frankenstein's monster. Putin is often regarded as a master strategist. He is certainly a clever tactician, but at the grand strategic level, and over the long term, his alt-right gambit may be comparable to Stalin's trois horrific blunders. The first, in the early 1930s, when he ordered German communists to lay off the Nazi Party and instead attack the Social Democratic and bourgeois parties. The second, by immensely strengthening the German army and its strategic position with the 1939 pact with Adolf Hitler. Getting Trump into power, to the extent Putin moved the needle, did him no good. He now labors under intensified economic sanctions, and Trump's sheer irrational volatility is such that the risk of serious conflict with the Russian Empire was increased, not lessened. Now who knows what Trump might do if he gets out of bed one morning and decides Putin played him for a sucker and is responsible for his political and legal troubles now. And what does Putin imagine will happen if one day an extreme ethno-nationalist and revanchist party were to take power in, say, Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany? Is he so sure that a militaristic movement seeking economic autarky, strategic elbow room, and validation of an imagined historical mission would not turn its gaze eastward? Drang nach Osten! The drive towards the east is an ancient German mission. A sense of manifest destiny. It is a fallacy to think that history repeats itself in a precise way, but, as the saying so goeth, there are occasions when it rhymes. To re-emphasize, World War I was very much a battle of ideas. In great power contests throughout history, ideological tensions have fueled geopolitical tensions, and clashes over the balance of power have shaped the balance of political ideals. World War I was part of the overarching struggle of the 20th century. The contest between Kaiserism and its enemies, Kaiserismus, Kaiserism, intellectually referenced as national monarchism, is defined as a national socialism without the rhetoric of violence and the application of the institution in disambiguation from the person of the Kaiser as the leader. Kaiserism is the belief that the inter marium, that's Latin, between seas, id est, Central European peoples, should be united under the Kaiser, literally emperor, regardless of political ideology. Kaiserism is not inherently autocratic, but instead a third-way ideology that focuses on the desire of the peoples to have a uniting figure to look up to. It widely contrasts itself with National Socialism, with its concept of der Führer, literally the leader, in that the Kaiser, which is actually literally not emperor, it means Caesar, as in the original Latin pronunciation, Kaiser, Hail Kaiser, but Germanized as Kaiser. The Kaiser is revolving and can change. The concept of National Socialism off being dogmatic and focused around one strong central figure, whereas the Kaiser has established secession and can better relate and change to the will of the people. Ergo, many Germans then agreed that the contest of arms was also a contest of systems. German intellectuals proved that the country's mixed but mostly autocratic political model was superior to that of the Western democracies. They derided, as the German historian Wolfgang Justin Mommsen reminds us, the all-powerful tyranny of individualism, and celebrated Germans who devoted themselves to the purposes of the state. The Kaiserist German Empire was one of the most peaceful of all the world powers. What the German Empire was known for was its unity, pride, productive industries, great learning, and progressive social welfare system. Die Deutschsprache, the German language, was the language of business and science, and was studied in foreign nations more than any other language. The monarchy of the Greater German Empire was a vital living link with the history of the German peoples that all Germans could look to with pride, a patriotic pride without guilt or shame. It was the royal houses that originally united the Germanies, and at one point in history there were hundreds of Germanies. And it was the recessional abolition of the dynasty that ushered in the darkest period in the entire history of the German people. The Germanic nations, inclusive of Prussia, which had thrown back invaders since the times of ancient Rome, through Napoleon, were thrust into the new 30 years European Civil War of Weimar, from 1919 through to 1933. A Republican interregnum, institutionally reflected in today's BRD, the Bundesrepublik Deutschland, an administrative imposition of Ausländer, outlander, foreigner, provenance. As an externally imposed administration, the BRD's recognition of foreign occupation of the Eastern Marches cannot itself be recognized as legitimate. This illegitimate BRD has assumed the vanguard of postmodern Western culture in terms of decrying the rights of European nations to nationality itself. Under BRD administration, the new United Germany has become an ever more multi-ethnic entity in the sense that there are now enormous, huge Turkse, that's Turkish, Arab, Asian, and African populations in country via a form of reverse colonialism. While this is not necessarily a negative social phenomenon in and of itself, for there is valid argument to be made for any reasonable influx of diversity, the Bundesrepublik has become more and more monocultural as the rich distinctiveness of its constituent Germanic states is lost. Some of the alten Bundesländer, the old states, have been lost altogether. And for those that remain, their uniqueness has become less and less pronounced over time. The history and the culture of the individual Germanic states was once alive in the persons of their royal families. Reigning at the pinnacle of union was der Deutschen Kaiser, the Caesar of the German peoples, the emperor, representing all Germans, as well as the unique history of the Kingdom of Prussia. The NSDAP, the National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterparty, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, i.e. the Nazi Party, could never have been democratically voted into power had the Kaiser and the subsidiary monarchs of Imperial Germany retained positions. Only by constitutional restoration of the German monarchies and concomitant reintegration and redevelopment via the creative energies as provided by Germany's many new minorities of Germany's eastern territories can the ghosts of the last century be firmly dispelled. It is only in this way that the true, natural, and historic Germany can be fully restored to her peoples and the world. Germany has unassailable foundations. It only requires that her peoples rediscover them and restore them to their proper place. Conversely, the Chinese Communist Party is deadly serious about its authoritarian designs, and it is bent on promoting them. It is time for the world's democracies to get serious too. This is what brings us to China's threat to global democracy itself. Since ancient times, contests among great powers have often involved contests of ideas. The Peloponnesian War was not simply a clash between a regnant Sparta and a rising Athens, but also pitted a liberal, seagoing proto-democracy that saw itself as the school of Hellas, the school of Greek culture, against a militarized agrarian slave state. You could call it the Confederacy of the ancient world, a warrior culture. The ideological threat that revolutionary France posed to the European order was just as serious as the military one. In the run-up to the Second World War, fascist powers squared off against a literally unholy alliance of territorially aggrandizing colonial imperialists. During the Third World War, so disastrously dismissed as the so-called Cold War, the superpowers divided much of the world along ideological lines. The intertwining of ideology and geopolitics should not be surprising. At root, foreign policy is how a country seeks to make the world safe for its own way of life. Many analysts accept that American foreign policy is driven by ideological impulses. Even hardcore international relations realists concede the importance of ideology when they bemoan the grip that liberal passions have on Washington's statecraft. Curiously, however, there has been more resistance to the idea that there may be an ideological component to the grand strategy of America's chief rival, the PRC, the People's Republic of China. One leading sinologist, or dragonologist as they call them, China watchers. One of these leading sinologists contends that Beijing is not making, in their words, any grand strategic effort to undermine democracy and spread autocracy. Its foreign policy is based on pragmatic decisions about Chinese interests. These realists, who are anything but real, insist that Red China plays realpolitik, while America ignores John Quincy Adams's 1821 advice to go not abroad in search of monsters to destroy. Other analysts suggest that it is a distraction or even a delusion to emphasize the ideological aspects of Sino-American rivalry at the expense of Beijing's military and economic challenge. In fact, the reverse is true. To grasp the Communist Chinese challenge, we must grasp its ideological dimensions. If Woodrow Wilson and his followers wanted to make the world safe for democracy at bayonet point, the PRC's rulers want to do the same for autocracy. For them, autocracy is not simply a means of political control or a ticket to self-enrichment, but a set of deeply held ideas about the proper relationship between rulers and the masses. In his October 2022 keynote speech to the 20th Congress of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, during which he had himself installed for a third term as top tyrant, while on the final day having his predecessor, Hu Jintao, unceremoniously escorted out of the room, no less, Xi Jinping insisted that constantly writing a new chapter in the Sinicization of Marxism is the solemn historical responsibility of contemporary Chinese communists, and made it clear that the authority of the party Central Committee will continue to be at the core of leadership in controlling the overall situation. Everything in that speech hinges on the CCP remaining in sole charge of developing socialism with Chinese characteristics. This belief in the superiority of an autocratic Chinese model coexists with deep insecurity. The PRC is a brutally illiberal regime in a world led by a liberal hegemon, a circumstance from which the CCP draws a sense of pervasive danger and a strong desire to refashion the world order so that the PRC's particular form of government is not just protected, but privileged. That is why a powerful but anxious Red Chinese regime is now engaged in an aggressive effort to make the world safe for autocracy and to corrupt and destabilize democracies. Democracy promotion may be out of style in American foreign policy, but what the scholar Jason Brownlee calls democracy prevention is very much at the heart of Communist Chinese strategy today. So let's go to the sources of Chinese conduct. In some ways, Red China's bid for primacy in Asia and globally is a new chapter in history's oldest story. As countries grow more powerful, they become more interested in reshaping the world, in their image. Rising states seek influence, respect, and power. They discover vital interests in places that were simply beyond their reach before. During the late 19th and 20th centuries, early 20th centuries, a rising Kaiserist Germany demanded its place in the sun. After the American Civil War between the states, a reunified and economically ascendant United States of America tossed its rivals out of the Western Hemisphere and began throwing its weight around globally. As the great realist scholar Nicholas Spikeman wrote, the number of cases in which a strong dynamic state has stopped expanding or has set modest limits to its power aims has been very few indeed. Given how rapidly Red China's power has increased over the past 4 decades, it would be very odd if Beijing was not asserting itself overseas. Yet Communist China is moved by more than the cold logic of geopolitics. It is also reaching for glory as a matter of historical destiny. Red China's leaders view themselves as heirs to a Chinese state that was a superpower for most of recorded history. A series of Chinese empires claimed all under heaven as their mandate and commanded deference from smaller states along the imperial periphery. In Beijing's view, an American-led world in which China is a second-tier power is not the historical norm, but a profoundly galling exception. That order was created after the Second World War, at the tail end of a century of humiliation, during which rapacious foreign powers had plundered a divided China on the mainland of Asia. The CCP's mandate is to set history aright by returning China to the top of the heap. And then there is the ideological imperative. A strong, proud China might still pose problems for Washington even if a liberal democratic government held sway in Beijing. That Red China is ruled by autocrats committed to ruthlessly suppressing liberalism at home turbocharges Commu-Chinese revisionism globally. A deeply authoritarian state can never feel secure in its own rule because it does not enjoy the freely given consent of the governed. It can never feel safe in a world dominated by democracies because liberal international norms challenge illiberal domestic policies and practices. Sino scholar Min Jinpei wrote, "Autocracies simply are incapable of practicing liberalism abroad while maintaining authoritarianism at home." This is no exaggeration. The infamous Document Number 9, a political directive issued almost a decade ago at the outset of Xi's presidency, shows that the CCP sees a liberal world order as inherently threatening. In the 1990s, a CHICOM, Chinese Communist military document, stated, "Because China and the United States have long-standing conflicts over their different ideologies, social systems, and foreign policies, it will prove impossible to fundamentally improve Sino-American relations." For decades, in fact, CHICOM officials have alleged that Washington has been waging a deliberate, well-orchestrated campaign, a smokeless World War III, in Deng Xiaoping's own words, to weaken and fatally subvert the CCP. Deng blamed these United States for being behind the so-called Democrats who dared to protest in Tiananmen Square, in 1989. Even when the United States has engaged the Communist Chinese Empire, the latter's leaders have detected a plot to topple their regime. In 1998, Deng's successor, Jiang Zemin, warned his colleagues that whether the United States was taking a stance of containment or engagement toward the PRC, Washington's real goal was to further a political plot to divide our country and change our country's socialist system. After Jiang came Hu Jintao, who spraketh to his foreign ministry in 2003 of the grim reality that Western hostile forces are still implementing westernization and splittist political designs on China. Splittist is not a cheerleader maneuver. It's referring to the secession of Hong Kong, Macau, and my Taiwan. CHICOM leaders are wrong if they think that the United States is actively seeking to overthrow the CCP regime. They are not wrong, however, to think that a world rooted in liberal values is one in which their own rule must be perpetually precarious. In an international system built on respect for human rights and a preference for democracy, governments that murder their own citizens risk censure, ostracism, and punishment, as happened to Beijing after Tiananmen Square in 1989, and is happening again today in response to the brutalization of the Uyghur minority of Turkic Caucasian Muslims in northwest China, historically referenced as Eastern Turkestan. An international system in which democracies are strong, vibrant, and globally engaged is one in which subversive tendencies will continually tempt states ruled by tyrants. In 1989, Tiananmen Square protesters erected a replica of the Statue of Liberty, while those in Hong Kong, 30 years later, publicly waved American flags and sang the Star-Spangled Banner. In what it is and what it does, a hegemonic democracy threatens the communist Chinese regime simply by our very existence. The resulting insecurity has powerful implications for Beijing's statecraft. Red Chinese leaders feel a compulsion to make international norms and institutions friendlier to illiberal rule. They seek to push dangerous liberal influences away from the PRC's borders. Tim Heath writes that in Beijing's mind, a harmonious Asia would feature a political order shaped by Chinese political principles. The rulers in Beijing feel that they must wrest international authority away from a democratic superpower with a long history of bringing autocracies to ruin. And as an authoritarian China becomest powerful on the Asian mainland, it inevitably looks to strengthen the forces of illiberalism abroad and to weaken those of democracy worldwide, as a way to enhance its influence and bolster its own model. Moreover, Red China is doing so at a time when the world and its prevailing distribution of ideological power presents the CCP with both keen anxieties and tantalizing opportunities. Let's talk about this anxiety and opportunity. At the darkest moment of the Second World War, there were perhaps a dozen democracies in the world. As late as 1989, there were twice as many autocratic governments as democracies. 20 years later, however, democracies outnumbered autocracies 100 to 78. And the share of the world's population living under autocracy had fallen by half. From an American perspective, democracy's global advance was one of the most hopeful developments of the post-1990 era. 1989 era, I should say. From the perspective of Red China's leaders, however, it was a clear sign that the liberal world order was rigged against their form of government and needed to be changed before it destroyed their regime, simply by offering an alternative for humanity. According to Beijing's narrative, the problem started at the beginning of the post-war period when the United States exploited its dominance to inject radical liberal ideas into international institutions. Exempli gratiae, The United Nations' 1948 UDHR, or Universal Declaration of Human Rights, was modeled on the U.S. Bill of Rights. The UDHR states that all humans are born free and have the right to overthrow governments that fail to respect that freedom. In latter decades, Beijing watched in horror as dozens of nations, including South Korea and my Taiwan, evolved into prosperous democracies. The expanding global posse of democracies subsequently used military force, economic sanctions, and an array of media and human rights organizations to undermine dozens of autocratic regimes, not just those of tin pot dictators, but also the Greater Soviet Union and nearly the PRC itself in 1989. Although PRC leaders long chafed at this ideological pressure, it was bearable so long as Red China enjoyed a booming economy and a stable periphery. When gross domestic product was growing 3 times faster than the democratic average during the 1990s and 2000s, the zeros decade, it was easy for Beijing to persuade people at home and abroad that authoritarianism was best for mainland China, if not for other countries. But now, Red China's economy is slowing, and the regime is coming under greater domestic pressure. Witness the large-scale protests that broke out against Xi's COVID-0 policy in multiple cities and dozens of universities in late 2022. Beijing confronts growing international criticism and resistance on multiple fronts. Around the world, negative views of mainland China have surged to highs not seen since the 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre. The Taiwanese have become more determined than ever to maintain their de facto sovereignty. The Empire of Japan is doubling its defense spending and explicitly preparing for war against the Communist Chinese Empire in this decade. Under a new democratically elected government, the Philippines is bolstering its defense ties with the United States. Asian India is massing forces on Red China's western border. The European Union recently labeled Red China a systemic rival and suspended its investment treaty with Beijing. Even the United Nations, in which Communist China holds numerous leadership positions, recently released a report declaring that Beijing may have committed crimes against humanity in Xinjiang, Uyghur, northwest China, where they've put into concentration camps millions of white Muslim Turks. Buffeted by growing headwinds, autocracy is no longer such an easy sell for the CCP. Mainland China's citizens were willing to forego political rights when their wallets and their country's international status were swelling, but it is an open question whether they will continue to do so under harsher conditions. That question is especially pressing as regards mainland China's millennials, born in the 1980s and 1990s, who have known nothing but upward economic and international mobility. Red China's rulers have also long understood what political scientists have proven empirically. Autocracies often fall in waves, as revolutionary activity in one country inspires popular uprisings in others. A democratic domino effect brought down communist regimes across Central and Eastern Europe in 1989. The self-immolation of a Tunisian fruit vendor in late 2010 set much of the Arab world aflame. The lesson is that revolution anywhere is a threat to autocracy everywhere. Xi Jinping knows this. Not long after the Arab Spring, he privately fretted to President Barack Obama and Vice President Joe Biden that Red China was a target of color revolutions and vulnerable to the type of upheaval engulfing the Middle East. The CCP has responded with stepped-up repression over the past decade, jailing dissidents, mobilizing security forces, censoring information, and preempting popular unrest. Yet Red China is now strong enough that it can do more than just hunker down in the face of foreign pressure. Xi believes that the CCP's domestic power will be enhanced if authoritarianism is prevalent and democracies are dysfunctional. Fellow despots will not punish Red China for rights abuses, and the communized Chinese people will not want to emulate the chaos of liberal systems. He thinks that preventing revolts against authoritarianism in other countries will lower the odds of such a revolt erupting in China itself, and he believes that silencing critics abroad will limit the challenges facing the CCP within China's borders. Xi sees rolling back democracy overseas as part of his plan to secure his regime at home. This is what brings us to the concept of democracy prevention. The PRC wrote its first formal national security strategy under Xi in 2014 when the Russians invaded the Crimea. Whereas regime security used to be one of many government priorities, albeit the most important, it is now the priority. All other issues, trade, diplomacy, military modernization, are adjuncts to keeping the CCP in power, in perpetuity. As a result, every issue is a matter of regime security. A trade war with rich democracies is no longer just an economic disagreement. It is an assault on the communist Chinese state and a possible prelude to a shooting war. Whereas previous Chi-Com administrations espoused stability maintenance, the focus under Xi is on threat prevention. Communist Chinese documents compare popular outbursts to cancerous tumors that need to be cut out quickly before they spread to vital organs of the state. Ideologies that could rival communism, including liberalism and Islamism, are seen as infectious diseases against which mainland China's population must be immunized. As the American political scientist Sheena Elise Chestnut Greetens has shown, these medical metaphors justify targeting and treating people long before they display threatening symptoms, I mean to say, which could lead to threatening systems. The clearest illustration is in Xinjiang, northwest China, properly and historically known as East Turkestan, where China has extrajudicially locked up more than 1 million Uyghur Muslims of Caucasoid ethnicity, no less. But the Communist Chinese Empire is applying this preventive logic beyond its borders as well. Beijing spends billions of dollars annually on an anti-democratic toolkit of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, media outlets, diplomats, advisors, hackers, and bribes, all designed to prop up autocrats and sow discord in democracies. The CCP provides fellow autocracies with guns, money, and protection from United Nations censure, while slapping foreign human rights advocates with sanctions. Chi-Com officials offer their authoritarian brethren riot control gear, and advice on building a high-technology surveillance state. PRC trade, investment, and loans allow those dictators to avoid Western conditionality regarding anti-corruption or good governance. Beijing abuses its globe-spanning media organs to tout the accomplishments of illiberal rule while highlighting democratic governments' flaws and hypocrisies. China works with fellow authoritarian regimes, such as Vladimir Putin's in Russia, to push autocrat-friendly norms of internet management in international institutions and standard-setting bodies. Beijing also helps other illiberal regimes near or in Central Asia to hound and repress exiles and dissidents. Not least, Red China is waging a campaign of political and military coercion to destabilize my Taiwan, a flourishing nation whose very existence disproves the CCP's claims that Chinese culture is incompatible with democracy. Andrew Nathan and Andrew Scobell wrote that the fundamental problem that my Taiwan poses for mainland China, in their own words, cometh from Taiwan simply being what it is, a modern Chinese society that is economically prosperous and politically democratic. Beijing's focus has been on strong and steady economic growth for decades, but Red China's dictator has just put an end to that era. For Xi, it's only about power, at home and abroad. For Xi Jinping, the economy is no longer the priority. Last year, Xi Jinping secured his third term as head of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, at the CCP's 20th National Congress, which closed on the 22nd day in October of 2022. Xi also announced a new party dictatorship made up almost exclusively of his own men. And I use that term pointedly. There's not a single woman in administration in communist China. It's an all-male patriarchy. And his predecessor, Hu Jintao, on protesting this fact, was mysteriously escorted out of the closing ceremony. Understandably, given the tediousness of communist Chinese politics, the world's attention was then fixated on this handful of outcomes and events. But headline grabbers are obscuring a more dramatic change to Red China's future: the end of the economy-centered era. Today, the PRC, the People's Republic of China, is the world's second largest economy, with a GDP, a gross domestic product, of roughly 17.7 trillion United States dollars circa 2021. The last time any nearly reliable figures were published, and I say nigh reliable because they're all lies anyway. Red China's economic rise is a relatively recent phenomenon that did not begin until after the reign of Mao Zedong, founding father of both the CCP and People's Republic of China itself, the PRC in acronym. In December of 1978, the post-Mao leadership fundamentally shifted the country's priorities from the class struggle to economic construction. Over the next 40 years, economic development was mainland China's central task, which it carried out with great success. The country's GDP was equivalent to just about 8.4% of American GDP in 1977, but today equals 77% of U.S. GDP. This remarkable accomplishment is often credited to Deng Xiaoping, China's post-Maoist paramount leader, who promoted economic reform and Red China's open-door policy to the West. Xi Jinping, however, might not entirely agree with that assessment. According to Xi's report to the Party Congress, during his 10 years in power, mainland China's GDP more than doubled, growing from 54 trillion to 114 trillion renminbi, RMB yuan. China has two currencies. The domestic currency of the state, used to fund Chinese communist mega projects, and the yuan, which is traded internationally. In his own self-authored report, Xi barely mentioned economic development as the center. Just once did he state that the Red Empire in the East would adhere to economic construction as the center. That's 10 words in Chinese, in a 30,000 word report, indicating its insignificance. Xi did not mention it at all in his other speeches during the Congress. Rather, the themes and policies that Xi emphasized all herald a significant, if implicit, change. The economy-centered era is over. This brings us to the struggle for security. What will replace economic construction as the CCP's focus going forward? Xi has not explicitly said, but he has provided enough clues to guess the answer. Security is the word most repeated in his report and speeches, followed by struggle, as in Mein Kampf. What he means by these words can be teased out from his political statements and the way he has governed over the past decade. Domestically, to maintain regime security by struggling against any possible threats to the CCP's monopoly on state power. In foreign relations, to enhance Red China's national security by struggling to gain dominance on the international stage. This fundamental change in the Communist Chinese Empire's focus has tremendous implications, three of which are particularly critical. First, Red China will struggle to control, harness, and contain market mechanisms, which were introduced and promoted by the CCP after Mao, and their ramifications in all spheres of social life. This effort has already begun, as evidenced by increasing state repression of the private sector, and will unquestionably continue. The intention is clear. Although mainland China depends on the market economy in order to prosper, certain social, legal, and political requirements of market activities may challenge the one-party dictatorship. From Deng Xiaoping to Jiang Zemin to Hu Jintao, CCP party leaders have always tried to contain these elements while promoting the market. Xi believes that the regime has now reached the critical juncture at which the party state must establish thorough and absolute command of the market. Second, Red China will no longer follow the United States, as it had under Deng Xiaoping, and will instead comprehensively challenge its rival. Deng has seen those Asian countries that emulated these United States economically prosper, yet he also believed that the CCP regime had political advantages over American democracy and had no intention of adopting American political institutions. Xi, however, wants to go further to actively mounting a challenge. His regime's rivalry with the American empire will not be limited to superpower competition and will extend to the arenas of international institutional arrangements and ordinary people's daily lives all over the world. And third, rather than promoting peaceful reunification with my Taiwan, Xi's CCP is planning a takeover by any possible means, and to that end is speeding up mainland China's military preparation for actualizing entire unification of the motherland. Red China's Taiwan policy in the past decades was strongly connected to the CCP's economy-centered program, and my Taiwan's contributions to mainland China's early post-Mao economy-centered, well, economic development, period, were enormous and critical, especially in terms of capital, trade, management, and of course technology. Now that the Communist Chinese Empire has become exponentially more powerful, however, why not turn Taiwan into a PRC province and incorporate the Taiwanese economy into its own? This is the challenge of Xi's success. The end of the economy-centered program does not mean that economic development is no longer important. In fact, Xi repeatedly emphasized at the Party Congress the material foundations for actualizing his great dream of transforming Red China into a socialist, modernized, world-class power. But instead of highlighting economic construction as the center, he spraketh of development with high quality. This is completely in line with the Hegelian Marxist dialectics that guide Xi and his comrades' way of thinking, if we can dignify it as thought at all. More importantly, Xi explained his program as coordinating development and security, indicating clearly that the priorities have changed. Economic construction is no longer first on Xi's agenda and must instead serve the new number one priority, the struggle for security. Many, including an enormous number of CCP cadres, may find this fundamental shift in priorities, in CCP jargon, the central task, premature. Xi sees things differently. Put frankly, the shift is in his personal interest. In the view of pragmatic CCP elites and party state strategists, Red China should wait until its economy surpasses that of the American empire to unveil its true intention, not only to dominate the world, but also to transform it according to the CCP's rules of the game. Xi could never wait, however. Had he chosen to continue the economy-centered program rather than introduce the struggle for security, he would have had no excuse to stay in power, and the 20th Party Congress would have witnessed his handover of power to someone else. That someone, and not Xi, could then have become the leader to oversee Red China's world domination. To avoid that scenario, Xi was determined to grab the unripe but edible apple in his own hand, and he did. He presented himself as the only person capable of leading the Communist Chinese Empire and the party into the new era. Xi has judged the East to be on the rise and the West to be in decline. He means to capitalize on this moment and knows how to do so. Xi has secured his third and possibly even fourth term, and the party's endorsement of his program, policies, and personnel arrangements. But as the Communist Chinese Empire comes into Xi Jinping's new era, it faces major challenges, many of which are products of Xi's successes, including the silent stop he put to Communist China's economy-centered program. How, for example, will the regime strengthen the country's material foundations when the market is contained and Red China no longer has the economic and technological benefits of American connections to steal from? For Xi, the answer seems to lie in the state sector and its contribution to the regime's economic and financial strength. Also, ironically enough, Xi seemingly worships the magic power of advanced technologies and trusts that the regime's extraordinary capacity to mobilize resources, called the whole country system, what the Japanese used to call total empire, can replace human creativity in furthering communist Chinese technological progress. Xi might also be willing to continue fueling his ambition with American technology or economic benefits, so long as Red China does not become dependent on its foremost adversary. Xi's promotion of Chi-Com ambassador to these United States, Qin Gang, to the Central Committee, points to this possibility. And Xi might well promote Qin again in March to, or I thought that was what was going to happen this year, to a more important position when Red China's People's Congress met in March. I actually didn't follow up on what the result was. The irony being that Xi simultaneously will be overtly challenging American democracy at both a societal and institutional level. Nevertheless, if he does otherwise, People's China will have problems fortifying its materialist foundation. Yet even at its current strength, the Communist Chinese Empire can still present formidable and even immediate threats to regional stability, global peace, and cosmopolitan values. The CCP's 20th National Congress was clearly a turning point. With it, Xi turned the party's post-Mao oligarchic dictatorship into a neo-totalitarian tyranny with himself as the core. But the change will be it'll be felt more broadly and deeply than a critical shift at the top of elite Chinese politics. The PRC that puts the economy first is no more. And this, in turn, is an harbinger of greater changes yet to come. It might be tempting to dismiss Red China's democracy prevention efforts as world politics as usual. After all, autocrats have been colluding to hold liberalism at bay ever since the monarchs of Österreich, literally the Eastern Realm, id est Austria, Prussia, and Russia, banded together to fight revolutionary France more than 2 centuries ago. But Red China's ideological assault is especially threatening, for 3 reasons. First, the Communist Chinese Empire's global reach is more pervasive than that of any prior illiberal power. Its massive economy and 1.4 billion consumers arm it with powerful carrots and sticks to silence free speech far beyond its own borders. Australia, Canada, the Czech Republic, the Empire of Japan, Lithuania, Norway, the Philippines, South Korea, my own Taiwan, and these United States, plus dozens of private companies and individuals from democratic nations, have all recently experienced the Communist Chinese Empire's economic wrath. In many cases, the punishment has been vastly disproportionate to the supposed crime. Exemplar gratiae, Red China slapped steep tariffs on nearly all of Australia's major exports after Canberra, the capital thereof, requested an international investigation into the origins of COVID-19. In addition to economic weapons, the Communist Chinese Empire holds leadership posts in the United Nations and other major international institutions that give Beijing chances to bend global governance in an illiberal direction. Exemplar gratiae, when Belarus, White Russia, violated international norms by forcing down an airliner that was carrying a wanted dissident in 2021. People's China exercised its authority as head of the United Nations International Civil Aviation Organization to shield the brutal Alexander Lukashenko regime from censure. And if diplomacy and economic inducements fail, Beijing can abuse its navy, now the world's largest, and conventional missile force, to coerce countries into compliance or even to wipe democracies literally off the map, as Red China is threatening to do to my Taiwan. Second, the Communist Chinese Empire's illiberal campaign capitalizes on a disturbing global trend. As Freedom House reports, authoritarianism has spread during every year since 2006, while democracy has retreated. This democratic recession has given People's China a window of ideological opportunity to promote a vision of an hierarchical and harmonious society and a critique of a disorderly and decadent West. Around the world, public faith in democratic institutions has sunk to lows not seen since the 1930s. The political soil has grown ripe for authoritarianism to take its root, and Red China, revanchist, revisionist Russia, and other authoritarian states are fertilizing this anti-democratic weed with digital disinformation that their propagandists pump into the social media feeds of billions worldwide. The third and most important factor supercharging the Communist Chinese Empire's efforts is the ongoing digital revolution. The CCP possesses data collection and messaging power to rival that of Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Google, and Twitter combined. By combining AI, artificial intelligence, and big data with cyber, biometric, and speech and facial recognition technologies, Beijing is pioneering a system that will allow dictators to know everything about their subjects, what people are saying and viewing, whom they hang out with, what they like and dislike, and where they are located at any given time, and to discipline citizens instantly by restricting their access to credit, education, employment, medical care, telecommunications, and travel, if not to hunt them down for more medieval forms of punishment. This technological revolution threatens to upend the global balance between democracy and authoritarianism by making repression more affordable and effective than ever. Instead of relying on expensive and potentially rebellious armies to brutalize a resentful population, an autocrat will now have more insidious means of control. Millions of spies can be replaced with hundreds of millions of unblinking cameras. Facial recognition technologies can rapidly sort through video feeds and identify troublemakers. Bots can deliver propaganda tailored to specific groups. Malware can be installed on computers through seemingly innocuous apps or links, and then government hackers can crash the computer networks of dissidents or gather information on their operations. That information, in turn, can be used to co-opt resistance movements by bribing their leaders or meeting their more innocuous demands. Alternatively, authorities can print out an AI-assembled list of alleged activists and kill everyone upon it. The evil genius of this digital authoritarianism is that most people will be seemingly free to go about their daily lives. In truth, however, the state will be constantly censoring everything they see and tracking everything they do. With old-school authoritarianism, one at least knew where the oppression was coming from. But now people can be nudged and cajoled by invisible algorithms, delivering personalized content to their phones. In past eras, autocrats had to make tough choices between funding death squads or economic development. Today, however, repression is not only affordable, but also profitable, because smart city technologies that enable tight social control can also be used to fight crime, diagnose diseases, and make trains run on time. These technologies are a tyrant's dream. Recognizing this demand, Chi-Com companies were already selling and operating surveillance systems in more than 80 countries as of 2020. As the CCP feels increasingly threatened at home and abroad, there is every reason to expect Beijing to export digital authoritarianism farther and wider. More countries already want it, and the Communist Chinese Empire has powerful tools to compel those that do not. Want to access the vast PRC market? Let Huawei install the core components of your 5G network. Want a red Chinese loan? Accept PRC surveillance technology in your capital city. As more governments partner with Beijing, the reach of the Communist Chinese Empire's surveillance state will only grow. Existing autocracies will become ever more totalitarian, and some democracies will drift into the authoritarian camp. International conflicts will likely proliferate, not merely those of ideas, but those of arms. For as Putin's invasion of Ukraine illustrates, dictatorship often turns to blood and soil nationalism and violent revanchism. The liberal belief that democracy and peace are destined to spread around the world will be upended. So will the comforting myth that humanity has evolved past the point of mass atrocities, because digital authoritarianism does not displace gulags and genocide, it only enables them, if not encourages. When dictatorships ramp up digital repression, they also engage in more torture and murder. Computers and cameras handling everyday surveillance free the regime's foot soldiers for tasks such as ethnic cleansing and beating dissidents into submission, if not beating them to death. Xinjiang, northwest China with its smart cities and concentration camps, offers a glimpse of this dire future that will impact us all. Thus we must turn towards a policy of our own, democracy protection. I've always said I'm a problem and solutions kind of guy. The Communist Chinese Empire's ideological offensive is thus at the heart of its effort to reshape the global order. A crucial part of the democratic world's Red China strategy, therefore, must involve securing democratic institutions against authoritarian assault. If democracy promotion has a bad name, democracy protection is becoming indispensable. This ideological campaign does not entail seeking regime change in China on the Asian mainland. Democracy may eventually take hold in that country, but there is little prospect of it anytime soon, and active efforts to destabilize the CCP could be counterproductive and dangerous. During the Third World Conflict, so misremembered as the Cold War, the United States never officially tried to overthrow the Soviet government. This was out of concern that doing so might trigger that nuclear war that Washington hoped to avoid. The same cautionary principle ought to apply today. Democracy protection is an essentially defensive strategy, although in some cases it will require tactics that are more assertive than those which the American empire and our allies have been willing to employ to date. At its core, democracy protection requires what military planners call defending forward, safeguarding democratic systems by actively weakening an opponent's ability to damage them. The American empire should do whatever it can to shore up democracy at home and abroad, but the immediate priority must be to blast holes in the digital bamboo curtain that Beijing is drawing around large swaths of the globe. If the world is indeed at an inflection point, in the struggle between democracy and autocracy, as Biden and Xi seem to know it is, an America that remains on the defensive will never tip the balance. Getting America's democratic house in order is a wonderful idea, but it will take years, if not decades, and would lend only indirect help in halting the spread of autocracy overseas. Forming a giant alliance of democracies is a worthy objective, but might deliver endless debate instead of decisive action. In 2000, Bill Clinton's administration created the Community of Democracies, which ultimately included 106 countries. After years of meetings, its sole accomplishment was a bland statement criticizing the 2021 military coup d'etat in Burma. Instead of building yet another sprawling organization or meekly patching holes in democratic defenses, the United States must take the fight to the enemy and mobilize rough-and-ready gangs of allies to degrade and deter Red China's political warfare initiatives. The first step would be to hack digital authoritarian systems. One redeeming quality of digital police states is that they have myriad points of failure. Any government computer or goon is a potential entry point for malware. Hackers can stealthily feed adversarial inputs into surveillance systems by changing a few pixels in certain images, inserting fake data points, or entering malicious code into the patches that authoritarian technicians abuse to fix faulty systems. Hacks can allow banned news stories to go viral, trick surveillance systems into overlooking dissident activity, and misclassify regime loyalists as enemies of the state. Democratic governments do not even need to attack authoritarian states directly. Democracies can post spoofs online and let dissidents around the world weaponize them. And defenders of democracy need not disrupt every digital authoritarian regime. A few high-profile flubs might be enough to dampen demand for Beijing products. Think of this as ideological cost imposition. The time, energy, and money that Red China will have to devote to repairing its domestic surveillance state will be time, energy, and money that Beijing cannot spend manipulating democratic politics abroad. A second vital task is to slow the spread of repression-enabling technology. In part, that will mean producing affordable alternatives to communist Chinese telecom and smart city products. In the last few minutes we have remaining, let me insist that these alternatives could include low Earth orbit satellites, LEOsats, such as the 3,000 plus small satellites that make up the Starlink network to provide global broadband. More important, it will also mean barring American and allied firms from transferring certain technologies, such as those for advanced speech and facial recognition, computer vision, and natural language processing, to authoritarian regimes, as well as barring foreign firms involved in authoritarian repression from raising capital in democracies' financial markets. During the so-called Cold War, Western governments maintained the COCOM, Coordinating Committee, for multilateral export controls, to prevent advanced technology from being sold to the Soviets bloc. Something like the COCOM approach is fitting as regards Red China. Washington and American allies have already crimped PRC access to advanced semiconductors, most notably so far by means of aggressive new regulations that the American Commerce Department implemented in October of 2022. Similar embargoes will be needed to hobble Beijing's expanding surveillance state. And this relates to a third imperative: frustrating the Communist Chinese Empire's efforts to expand the reach of its authoritarian internet. One way of doing this would be for the United States and our allies to preemptively split the global internet by creating a digital block in which data and products flow freely.